terrifying game world has descended, and everyone on the blue planet is in a state of panic. Song Qing, a single father, is taking care of his 4-year-old daughter Dudu, who suffers from strange illness. On the day when the terror arrives, he activates the demon hunting system, and his daughter, by a stroke of luck, awakens as a saint. From then on, the father and daughter start to dominate every terrifying game instance. Chapter 1: The thrilling game commences. The world of the thrilling game is about to commence. All players, prepare yourselves for the impending horrors. Before acquiring the ability to protect yourselves, steer clear of the terrifying, malevolent spirits. There are life-saving items within the dungeon. Find them and ensure their preservation. If you are fortunate enough to survive until the game's conclusion, a tremendous opportunity shall await you. Only 1 hour remains until the game begins. May fortune favor you all. A hollow and chilling voice echoed above Nanshan Amusement Park. In an instant, every individual within the park was engulfed in chaos, fleeing in panic. Screams, cries, and disarray filled the air. Today marked the 10th anniversary of the thrilling game's arrival on Blue Star. Each time terror descends, it invariably incites widespread dread. On a bench beside the amusement park sat 2 figures, one large and one small. Song Qing sat on the bench, gazing at his daughter Song Dudu, who was earnestly enjoying her cotton candy, and a tender smile emerged on his face. Is the cotton candy delicious? Song Dudu beamed with a porcelain doll-like smile, her mouth stretching wide. Daddy, can I have a cotton candy every day from now on? Eating too much candy can lead to cavities, but I promise you every time we visit the amusement park, I will buy you one, all right? Upon hearing this, the little girl immediately leaped into Song Qing's arms and planted a sticky kiss on his cheek, leaving a sugary imprint. Daddy is the best. However, after uttering this phrase, Song Dudu shivered all over. Daddy Dudu feels so much pain. Seeing his daughter in such distress, Song Qing's heart ached, and he swiftly pulled her into his embrace. Hang in there, Dudu. Daddy will get you some candy medicine soon. Just hold on a bit longer. With that, Song Qing looked up at the sky, anxiety gnawing at him. Descend already. Hurry and descend. The thrilling game world, which others dread to enter, was a place Song Qing yearned to reach with great urgency. Years ago, his wife, while pregnant, had been chosen by the thrilling dungeon, experiencing a near-fatal ordeal. Almost a year later, after giving birth to Dudu, she passed away. Since then, Song Qing discovered that his daughter seemed to be afflicted by some curse since birth. Her organs had been deteriorating daily. On every full moon night, Dudu would suffer excruciating pain that penetrated to the bone. Survivors of the thrilling world informed him that the curse had been cast by a malevolent spirit upon her mother, and only the magic crystal within the spirit could break it. Regrettably, such items were non-existent in the real world. Song Qing felt utterly helpless. Suddenly, just then, what was once a clear sky transformed into a sea of crimson. In the midst of June, snow began to fall. Dudu looked at the flurries cascading from the sky, trembling as she extended her small hand. Daddy, look, it's snowing. Dudu really wants to build a snowman. But Dudu is truly in so much pain. Song Qing's heart ached as he gently patted Dudu's back, offering her some comfort. He then reached out, lightly catching a flake of ash, crushing it delicately in his fingers, though his brow furrowed in concern. Something was amiss. It was not snow, but ash, the ash from a crematory, a hauntingly familiar sight. Dudu, this is ash, not snow. Put on your hat properly, Daddy. We'll take you to find some medicine. Dudu obediently adjusted her hat, revealing her large, curious eyes surveying the eerie world around them. Song Qing remained relatively calm after all. He was a seasoned streamer of horror games in his previous life, well acquainted with such unsettling scenes. At that moment, a group of people hurriedly approached, fear etched upon each of their faces. It's over, it's over. This horror realm encompasses the Nanshan Amusement Park. We won't be able to escape. What should we do? Who can help me survive? I'm willing to offer $1 million. No, $5 million. Everyone, stay calm. While the horror game hasn't yet begun, let's quickly gather supplies. Weapons for self-defense, and food and water. Strength lies in numbers. Surely those malevolent spirits won't attack a crowd. If we stick together, we'll be safe. And wood, gather everything that can be ignited. Let's build a fire to keep those evil spirits at bay. Woohoo, my daughter is missing. Has anyone seen my daughter? I beg you, help me find her. Search the park for all the fire axes. They're useful for defense against those man-eating spirits. At that moment, a security guard in his 50s shone a flashlight towards Song Qing. Young man, it's too dangerous for you to be with the child. Come with us, perhaps we can all survive. However, Song Qing shook his head. Are you serious? At a time like this, you think strength in numbers is wise? Those are ruthless spirits we're dealing with. Are you trying to turn this into a buffet for them? He waved his hand dismissively. I'm sorry, but I believe it's better not to group together. Dispersing makes us smaller targets and increases our chances of survival. Just as he finished speaking, a few women inside erupted in frantic opposition. What do you know? How can one survive alone? When the time comes, who will answer your cries? If you don't want to join us, that's fine, but don't spread negativity. You're affecting others' choices. Exactly. If you want to die, don't drag others down with you. Dudu watched the women's demeanor towards Song Qing, pouting in displeasure. They're so disobedient, Daddy. Can we not play with them? Upon saying this, Dudu trembled slightly, as if the burning sensation was returning. Song Qing glanced down at Dudu, immediately responding, All right, Daddy will take Dudu to play elsewhere. With that, he lifted his daughter and headed toward the carousel. Less than 10 minutes into their walk, Song Qing suddenly felt a mysterious power coursing through his body. Then, an electronic synthesized voice whispered in his ear. The extraordinary Demon Hunter system is binding successful. You have received a Novice Gift Pack 1. Host, Song Qing Level 1 Demon Hunter experience points. 0, 100 number of evil spirits slain. 0. Current equipment. None. Upon hearing the familiar prompt, Song Qing was momentarily stunned. The extraordinary Demon Hunter system? Has my golden finger finally arrived? Without hesitation, Song Qing chose to open the Novice Gift Package. Ding! Opening the Novice Gift Package. Ding! Obtained Demon Hunter Apprentice Crossbow 1, Demon Hunter Apprentice Cloak 1, Basic Antidote 1. Looks quite promising, Song Qing mused when suddenly a hollow, icy voice resonated from above. The evil spirits are in position. Current game scenario. Horror, amusement park. The game is about to commence. 3, 2, 1. As the words fell, a cacophony of wails and cries erupted from the distance, accompanied by the sinister roars of malevolent spirits. I end that moment. The system's prompt echoed once more in Song Qing's ears. Mission: prevent the woman in red from fulfilling her ultimate desire. Mission completion criteria: eliminate the woman in red and ensure that over 50% inclusive of the survivors in the amusement park remain safe. Chapter 2. The Demon Hunter's gear. As the system's notification echoed in his mind, Song Qing couldn't help but glance down at the little girl in his arms. Dudu. She lay with her eyes closed, her body trembling slightly. Song Qing pressed his lips together and softly murmured into her ear, Dudu, if you're tired, rest. Daddy will fetch you some candy medicine. Dudu nodded faintly and soon leaned against Song Qing's shoulder, drifting into a deep slumber. To shield Dudu from the surrounding cacophony that might disrupt her sleep, Song Qing retreated into a structure known as the Fairy Tale Kingdom. At this moment, he took the opportunity to gain a general understanding of the profession of a demon hunter. The demon hunter is a unique vocation designed to combat malevolent entities. They possess not only immunity to certain psychic assaults from these beings, but also strength and perception capabilities that far surpass those of ordinary individuals. However, it is a misconception to believe that demon hunters are the natural nemesis of these sinister creatures. On the contrary, malevolent beings actively seek to attack demon hunters as well. Strength and speed that exceed normal humans by dozens of times? Now that is impressive, Song Qing thought, raising his arm to feel the surge of immense power coursing through him. Indeed, it felt formidable. A single punch could likely slay a bull without difficulty. Eagerly, Song Qing retrieved the 2 pieces of equipment bestowed by the system. Although the hand crossbow was merely a novice weapon, it was a ranged armament, allowing him to avoid close-quarters combat with the malevolent entities. He understood that while he had some immunity to certain psychic damages, the physical assaults from these creatures were equally terrifying. With a slight mental nudge, information regarding the hand crossbow materialized in his mind. Demon Hunter Apprentice Hand Crossbow. cannot be enhanced, a single target range secondary weapon, inflicting substantial damage on malevolent entities. Each attack consumes 5 points of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy? This was the first time Song Qing had encountered such a concept. He quickly checked his status and discovered he indeed had a spiritual energy meter. 100 points of spiritual energy. This meant he could fire arrows a total of 20 times. Wasn't that a bit too scant? Over the span of 3 days, there would surely be more than 20 malevolent entities in this park. Could it be? Then, Song Qing realized something significant. It turned out that spiritual energy could regenerate on its own, though it only replenished by 1 point per hour. However, should he slay a malevolent entity, he could receive varying amounts of spiritual energy as a reward. In other words, as long as he continuously hunted these entities, he would have an unending supply of spiritual energy. With this thought in mind, Song Qing secured the hand crossbow to his arm and retrieved his other piece of equipment, the Demon Hunter Apprentice cloak. The cloak was remarkably heavy, resembling a blanket, and the fabric was incredibly soft to the touch, enveloping him in a gentle warmth. Apprentice Demon Hunter Cloak cannot be enhanced. Ordinary armor capable of withstanding the mental assaults of malevolent spirits. Usage does not consume spiritual power. Active skill. Invisibility consumes spiritual power to render the user invisible, evading the pursuit of evil spirits, with a consumption of 10 spiritual points per minute. A wave of delight surged within Song Qing. Invisibility. This is a divine artifact. However, the spiritual power expenditure per minute is rather steep. It is best reserved for life or death situations. Nonetheless, the fabric is quite warm. It should serve well to keep Dudu cozy. Song Qing secured the cloak around himself and enveloped Dudu within its folds. He then retrieved the final item gifted by the system, a basic antidote. Basic antidote, capable of healing poison from low-level evil spirits, with a slight restorative effect against mental damage. Better than nothing. At least it serves as a means of survival, and its utility cannot be overstated. At this moment, all of Song Qing's earlier apprehensions had dissipated. He drew back the curtains and beheld the sky outside, now drenched in a blood-red hue. The visibility was severely diminished, rendering the distant square nearly invisible. In the far reaches, a flicker of flame suddenly ignited, instantly recalling memories of previous encounters with certain individuals. Alas! These people, why do they refuse to heed warnings? Such flames, rather than providing protection, will only attract malevolent spirits. The system has recently issued a task. It requires that the number of survivors here exceeds 50% to be considered successful. With that thought, Song Qing promptly accessed the system and located the task panel. Main quest: prevent the woman in red from fulfilling her ultimate desire. Current progress: 09. Current survivor count: 184. Song Qing swiftly extracted valuable insights from this information. Firstly, the most apparent detail. There are currently 184 survivors, and none have perished yet. Secondly, the displayed progress of 09 in the task panel may denote task milestones or items that need to be located within the quest. Song Qing surmised that this likely pertains to the number of minor bosses within the quest, rather than any specific quest items. After all, his system is the extraordinary Demon Hunter system, and he is meant to hunt evil spirits, not merely survive task requirements. Nonetheless, Song Qing recognized the significance of seeking quest items and clues as well. Who knows what crucial tips or functions they may hold? This could very well determine the success of the final quest. Having previously exploited bugs in games leading to failures, he himself is the greatest bug within this game. With this in mind, Song Qing made a decisive resolution. He would first head to the small square and evacuate the people. He certainly did not wish for them to be annihilated by the malevolent spirits. As he lowered the curtains and prepared to depart, a sudden scream echoed from below. Evil spirit! The evil spirit is here! Run! Soon, heavy footsteps echoed from the direction of the staircase. Song Qing once again drew back the curtains. Downstairs, a dozen people scattered in a frenzy, their panic palpable. Not far behind them, a figure emerged, an elderly man clad in a tattered tank top, wielding a kitchen knife. His feet adorned with plastic sandals as he gave chase. However, as he dashed out, A string of something spilled from his belly. Rather than feeling fear, Song Qing found himself stirred with excitement at the sight of the old man. He gently pushed open the window, raising his right hand to aim the crossbow's firing port at the figure below. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, he suddenly noticed some information emerging above the old man's head. LV-1 Malevolent Spirit. The lowest tier of malevolent beings, bloodthirsty, with low lethality and sluggish movement, yet possessing keen olfactory senses. Special ability. Exposure to light induces a frenzy, amplifying strength and speed fivefold. Chapter 3. The Awakening of Dudu. Upon encountering the information about the malevolent spirit, Song Qing experienced a moment of clarity. It dawned on him that the system allowed him to assess the attributes of monsters. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A flash of silvery light zipped through the air. The malevolent spirit fell to the ground, a plume of smoke erupting from its wound. Ding! Killed. Level 1 Malevolent Spirit 1. Experience gained. 5. Spirit power gained. 4. Hearing the notification, Song Qing furrowed his brow in confusion. Why were there no magic crystals? Was it because the spirit's level was too low? However, he glanced down at his crossbow, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Indeed, it was a splendid weapon, capable of instantly annihilating a novice malevolent spirit. The damage dealt was quite impressive. Yet, Song Qing failed to notice an anomaly. From the smoke emanating from the slain spirit, a faint purple light stealthily entered Dudu's forehead. After dispatching the spirit, Song Qing swiftly attuned himself to his surroundings, sensing an alarming number of malevolent spirits approaching from the east. The east? Damn it! It's south the small square. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Qing scooped up Dudu and dashed downstairs. While running, he felt Dudu's little head shift, prompting him to remove the cloak draped over her. Daddy! Song Qing was momentarily taken aback. Dudu, you're awake? Her small head nodded affirmatively. Yes, I just felt so comfortable, and then woke up. Song Qing was astonished. Suddenly feeling comfortable? Could it be the cloak? Dudu touched the cloak, but shook her head. It's not the cloak. It felt like something entered my head. These words startled Song Qing. He quickly patted Dudu's head, finding everything to be normal. At that moment, an idea struck him. He focused his thoughts and immediately noticed some prompt hovering above Dudu's head. LV-1 Saint. A cute child who unexpectedly awakened after absorbing malevolent energy. Saints are the best partners for demon hunters, capable of purifying spiritual harm from malevolent spirits and healing injuries. Skill. Spirit aura within a 1-meter radius. Can double the spirit power recovery of allies. Would you like to form a party? Song Qing was left in a state of disbelief. What was this? His daughter had become a saint? This was utterly astonishing. Could it be related to her illness? A wave of joy surged within him as he contemplated inquiring whether the system could assist in curing his daughter. Just then, a notification echoed in his mind. The current saint's body is being scorched by poisonous fire. To fully heal, one must reach level 30. Become a holy envoy. Awaken the exclusive skill Holy Light Baptism, which can dissipate on its own. Upon hearing this, Song Qing furrowed his brow slightly and immediately questioned in his mind. Must one truly reach level 30? Can't magic crystals also heal? Hunting malevolent spirits can alleviate her suffering. If one could acquire the magical crystals from high-level bosses, it might also temporarily quell the afflictions. Upon hearing the system's response, Song Qing couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. It seems I am destined to upgrade while carrying my child. With this thought, Song Qing silently invoked a party. Ding! Party formation successful. Current teammate, Song Dudu. Level 1 Saint. Experience sharing, loot sharing, aura sharing activated. After a series of notifications, Song Qing glanced at Dudu once more. Dudu was gazing in astonishment at her own hands, then lifted her gaze to observe herself. Daddy, I feel like I love you a little bit more now. Song Qing also noticed an increase in the speed at which his spiritual energy was replenished. 99 points of spiritual energy had miraculously transformed into 100. He instinctively covered his forehead. My dear, I'm sorry, but it seems I'll have to take you monster hunting from now on. Thus, he smiled broadly at the adorable child as she animatedly gestured with her fingers. Daddy loves Dudu even more. The father and daughter then hurried towards the square. Before they reached their destination, Song Qing felt a scorching wave of heat approaching. Dudu curiously poked her head out to look into the distance and suddenly pointed towards the garden, exclaiming, "Daddy, there's a monster over there." Song Qing nodded gently, not rushing over, but instead taking cover to observe. Fortunately, the game had only just begun, and the malevolent spirits had only recently been unleashed, their numbers not overwhelming. Moreover, they were all of the lowest tier, lacking even mental attacks. A small group could easily handle these low-level spirits. However, as Song Qing neared the square, he encountered a different scene altogether. In the center of the square, a crowd of about 100 people had gathered, all of them visibly terrified and in a state of panic. Upon seeing the bloodied and disfigured malevolent spirits, both men and women could only scream in terror. They pressed toward the center, desperate to escape the clutches of the spirits. Stronger men even pulled women away to secure their own positions. The women, once dragged out, could do little but shout in outrage and despair. The scene descended into chaos as the malevolent spirits roared from behind a wall of flames. Yet they dared not advance. Clearly intimidated by the fire, observing this disheartening sight, Song Qing shook his head in disappointment. "They're so timid. Daddy, should we help them?" With a slight sigh, Song Qing replied, "Of course we should help, but not just yet. These people are paralyzed with fear. Only when they see blood will they regain their courage." Dudu seemed to understand, giving a small "oh," and then quietly pulled 2 lollipops from her pocket. "Daddy, let me share one with you." As Song Qing beheld the lollipop extended towards him, a joyful smile graced his face. It had been so long since he had witnessed his daughter's smile. Approximately 20 minutes later, certain areas of the fire circle began to extinguish. Consequently, a sense of unrest emerged. An ominous spirit, having discerned an opportunity to breach, immediately lunged towards the extinguished sections with a menacing fervor. The malevolent spirit has arrived. Panic ensued as the crowd huddled together, each individual screaming and weeping in terror. Yet, not a single soul dared to confront the fiend. A wretched spirit clad in tattered security attire unleashed a roar, its maw brimming with disheveled fangs, directed at the terrified throng. It brandished its claws and lunged toward the crowd. Faced with the specter, the people scattered with the same haste as sardines fleeing from a shark in the depths of the ocean. At that very moment, a flash of silver light illuminated the air. The malevolent spirit suddenly staggered, its lower body rendered immobile in an instant, leaving only its upper half thrashing about in an attempt to assault the onlookers. Witnessing this ghastly scene, the crowd felt a chill run down their spines, each individual shrieking and retreating to the sides. Suddenly, something plummeted from the heavens, crashing to the ground. With a resounding clang, illuminated by the flickering flames, a long-handled fire axe lay upon the earth. At that moment, a man's voice resonated from beyond the flames. "Is there anyone bold enough to seize the fire axe and vanquish this malevolent spirit?" Chapter 4. The courage extracted from desperation. All those present were momentarily stunned, uncertain of the origin of the axe that had been thrown. However, it was not long before voices began to rise. "Who would dare? This is a malevolent spirit. If we fail to vanquish it, the consequences could be dire. Indeed, this entity harbors a deep-seated grudge. It would be wise to refrain from provoking it. Brother, have you acquired a tool? Please assist us. Yes, be a good Samaritan and help us eliminate this malevolent spirit. Do not leave us half-finished." Disappointment washed over Song Qing as not a single soul dared to take action, despite his efforts to lower the stakes. These individuals remained paralyzed by fear of retribution from the spirit. Forget it. These people are beyond saving. He glanced at his daughter, and with a hint of resignation, he said, "Let us depart, dear. Daddy, I think should you not frighten them a little?" Song Qing was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Dudu's intent. Observing her father's reaction, the little girl beamed with a sense of triumph. "Daddy, do you remember when I used to refuse to eat meat? And you would say that the wolf grandma would take away children who shun meat?" After pondering for a moment, Song Qing suddenly slapped his forehead in realization. How could I have forgotten that approach? Dudu, you truly are my clever little assistant. He affectionately kissed her cheek and regained his composure. He then surveyed the nearby, wandering malevolent spirits and addressed the crowd encircled by flames. Apologies, but I have no interest in those who cannot protect themselves. A word of caution. Over there are 3 malevolent spirits, approximately 20 meters away. You should soon catch sight of them. And over there, 5 more a bit farther off, roughly 100 meters away. Yet your light has already illuminated their path. He continued, Oh, and across the river, there are a dozen or so. The number is considerable, but they should be visible across the water. Just as Song Qing was about to continue, the fire nearest to them extinguished. A howl erupted as the malevolent spirit, noticing the extinguished flames, lunged toward the crowd. In an instant, chaos ensued once more. True to Song Qing's words, 3 malevolent spirits charged into the circle of fire. Faced with these grotesque and terrifying entities, the crowd scattered, yet none dared to resist. The confines of the fire circle were limited, and soon they would have nowhere to flee. Amidst the panic, a woman stumbled and fell while attempting to escape from the grasp of a malevolent spirit. Upon spotting her, one spirit surged forward. Help! Save me! The woman scrambled to her feet, desperate to flee, but she was a heartbeat too slow. A sharp claw from the spirit seized her ankle, dragging her back to the ground. Help me! She screamed, thrashing desperately in a futile attempt to escape. Amidst the chaos, the crowd recoiled in fear, retreating step by step. In the face of this scene, Song Qing remained unfazed. She covered Dudu's eyes with her hand and addressed the assembly. Do you not yet comprehend the essence of resistance? The malevolent spirit is at its most vulnerable now. It can be vanquished. The axe lies before you. Deliver a blow, and this woman shall live. Her voice resonated in each person's ears like an incantation. At last, her words bore fruit. A young man extended his hand, seized the axe from the ground, and swung it decisively towards the spirit's head. Crack! The spirit's skull fractured from the impact. Yet, contrary to expectations, it did not perish. Instead, it grew more frenzied, lunging at the youth. Startled, he stumbled back a step. Continue. Strike again. Song Qing urged once more. Gritting his teeth, the young man gripped the fire axe tightly, unleashing a flurry of blows aimed at the malevolent entity. Witnessing this, the onlookers, their eyes ablaze with fury, surged forward, unleashing a torrent of kicks upon the spirit. Eventually, the fiend lay still, granting the crowd a momentary respite. However, the threat was not yet extinguished. 2 more spirits pursued them relentlessly. Just as it seemed that disaster loomed, Song Qing suddenly raised her right hand. Whoosh! 2 bolts from her hand, crossbow, swiftly dispatched the distant spirits. Notification. Level 1 Evil Spirit Slain X1. Experience gained. 5. Spirit Power gained. 3. Notification. Level 1 Evil Spirit Slain X1. The crowd stood in awe, their eyes filled with envy. Incredible! How could one person accomplish what we struggled to achieve? They marveled. Such formidable tools exist. Song Qing approached, cradling Dudu, and gently patted the young man's shoulder. Well done. The young man blushed profusely, stammering his gratitude. Thank you. Thank you, esteemed one. Meanwhile, a woman, still trembling from her fright, repeatedly expressed her gratitude for her salvation. Song Qing waved her hand dismissively and surveyed the crowd. Do you believe now? Indeed, we do. We had no idea you were this powerful. We were misled by the rumors online. They exclaimed. We thought these spirits were invincible. Who knew it could be so simple? Thank you for your assistance, esteemed one. We failed to recognize your prowess. Seeing their response, Song Qing realized she had established a measure of authority in their eyes. She gestured towards her hand crossbow and remarked, Such tools are truly remarkable. As long as you find them, your chances of survival increase significantly. The crowd's eyes brightened at her words. Esteemed one, where did you acquire such a device? A serene smile graced Song Qing's lips as she pointed towards the distant structures. Over there, within those buildings. However, I recommend you form small groups to search for them. There is no need to worry about being left alone. Perhaps they could even discover a useful item. A glimmer of hope ignited within them, and the eyes of all were once again filled with longing. Song Qing retrieved the walkie-talkie he had prepared from his backpack and handed it to the young man. By the way, what is your name? Boss, I am Feng. My friends like to call me Madman. Song Qing nodded and passed the walkie-talkie to him. I have other matters to attend to. These people are in your charge. If you encounter any malevolent spirits that you cannot handle or any insurmountable issues, do not hesitate to call me. Feng accepted the walkie-talkie with a firm nod. Subsequently, Song Qing provided them with a brief overview of how to combat the malevolent spirits, then directed everyone to form small groups and enter each building. As he watched the crowd disperse, leaving the square eerily vacant, Song Qing finally exhaled in relief. Come, daughter, let us go hunt some monsters. Just as he was about to depart, Dudu tugged at his collar. Daddy, look over there in the lawn. It seems like there's something. Taken aback, Song Qing followed the direction of her pointing finger and indeed saw an object flickering with light. Ensuring that no malevolent spirits lurked nearby, he cautiously approached the lawn. To his surprise, there lay a small metal box. What is this? Song Qing extracted a dagger and gently pried open the box, revealing only a slip of paper within. As he examined the note, excitement surged through him. It's a clue. Chapter 5. The Little Girl in Red Plot Clue. The Missing Girl. Within the amusement park, several nefarious individuals seek to capture the unfortunate child. Fortunately, she has a dear friend to protect her, albeit that friend requires the eyes of a monster to activate. It is imperative to locate her before the clock strikes midnight. Otherwise, upon reading the note, Song Qing could not help but furrow his brow. The clues indicated several matters. The appearance of malevolent beings, likely advanced evil spirits. The presence of a little girl, whose protection was the survivor's mission, and the necessity of procuring monster eyes, all before the stroke of midnight. Glancing at the time, Song Qing was momentarily taken aback. How could it be 10 o'clock already? It felt as if they had just entered around 2 in the afternoon. Clearly, the rules of this horror game world had influenced their perception of time. Hearing Song Qing's words, Dudu began to look around. Daddy, where's the little girl? Song Qing shook his head. I do not know, but I am aware of a place where we might find her. Where can we find her? The security control room. Upon hearing Song Qing's words, Dudu appeared exceptionally excited. Then let us go. Looking down at Dudu's exuberant demeanor, Song Qing was somewhat astonished. My dear, are you not afraid at all? Dudu shook her little head. I'm not scared. I think this is quite fun. Well, it seems you have indeed inherited my genes. With that, Song Qing pinched Dudu's cheek affectionately. All right, let us head to the control room. The father and daughter set forth on their journey to the control room. Along the way, they encountered various evil spirits, which they dispatched with relative ease, facing no significant challenges. However, it was peculiar that none of the vanquished spirits possessed any eyeballs. How could there be no eyeballs? Song Qing pondered. It appeared that the task outlined in the note was not as straightforward as it seemed. At that moment, a system notification suddenly echoed in Song Qing's mind. Survivor encountered misfortune, quantity 1. Survivor encountered misfortune, quantity 1. The consecutive alerts caused Song Qing to frown. He had not anticipated that someone would perish so swiftly. They had only just begun an hour ago. We must hasten to find everyone. Song Qing grabbed the walkie-talkie to inquire about Lu Feng's situation. Learning that Lu Feng and his group had not faced any attacks from evil spirits, and that some had even discovered life-saving items, provided him with a slight sense of relief. Thus, he could only hope that the control room would reveal the locations of the victims. The further they progressed, the more palpable the chilling atmosphere became. The demon hunter's sixth sense warned him that a formidable evil spirit awaited them in the direction of the control room. At last, when Song Qing and his daughter Dudu arrived at the property management office building, they were immediately struck by an eerie atmosphere within. Dudu peeked out with her 2 eyes, surveying the distant office structure. Dad, it looks so frightening in there. Song Qing glanced down at Dudu, only to discover that her eyes sparkled with a thrilling excitement. All right, let us see what transpires inside. Bang. 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 Before he could finish his sentence, 3 gunshots echoed from within. Do the security guards at the amusement park carry firearms? I must be mistaken. Song Qing, taken aback, hastened towards the entrance. At that moment, his instincts were heightened, and he sensed an exceptionally perilous aura lurking within the building. Fortunately, the corridor's lights were illuminating the way, albeit flickering intermittently, still managing to cast some light upon the floor. A growl erupted from the second floor. Don't come any closer." Another scream pierced the air, accompanied by the sounds of crashing objects and hurried footsteps above. Cautious and alert, Song Qing refrained from charging straight up the stairs. Instead, he meticulously inspected each room, wary of a potential ambush by malevolent spirits. Relying on his keen perception, he made his way to the second floor. Turning a corner, he spotted a tall man wielding a dumbbell bar, engaging in combat with a sinister entity. This malevolent spirit appeared significantly larger than previous encounters, towering at least 2 meters. Remarkably, the man held his ground against the towering adversary. It seemed he had discovered some form of weaponry as well. Thus, Song Qing activated the system to examine the colossal spirit. LV-1 Malevolent Spirit. Enraged, a low-level malicious entity, bloodthirsty, with average lethality, sluggish movement, yet heightened olfactory senses. Special ability, exposure to light induces rage, amplifying strength and speed 5-fold. Upon reading this information, Song Qing was momentarily taken aback. Just a level 1 spirit, its fury made it formidable. Without hesitation, he drew his bow and released an arrow. To his surprise, the arrow failed to vanquish the spirit. Instead, it redirected the creature's attention towards him. Indeed, the rage is formidable. It has even enhanced its damage resistance. Once more, Song Qing loosed another arrow. Bang! The malevolent spirit collapsed like a stone at his feet. The robust man, who had been cornered in the distance, rushed over to Song Qing, expressing his gratitude fervently. "Benefactor, thank you. I, Wang Dazhuang, owe you a life." Song Qing regarded this rugged man with admiration for his bravery. "Why didn't you leave with the others?" The man sighed helplessly. "I intended to join them, but it was my first day on the job, monitoring the surveillance. I was worried the captain would scold me." Upon hearing this explanation, Du couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Dazhuang was taken aback to discover that Song Qing was accompanied by a child. Wasting no time, Song Qing directly addressed him, urging, "Take me to the monitoring room. I wish to ascertain the whereabouts of everyone in our district." Without further ado, Wang Dazhuang led Song Qing to the monitoring room. Upon entering, Song Qing was startled to find 2 corpses in the outer area of the monitoring room. Wang Dazhuang quickly clarified they were supposed to be on duty with us, but they went to rendezvous with the main group and encountered a malevolent spirit on their way out. Through his explanation, Song Qing learned that the gunfire he had heard earlier was not from a handgun, but rather from a signal gun used in emergencies. Although it was a signal gun, it still possessed considerable power and lethality. Song Qing was unwilling to squander time on this matter. He needed to locate the little girl as soon as possible. However, with the number of surveillance cameras in the entire district exceeding 100, finding the girl proved to be a daunting task. "Wang Dazhuang, let's split up. Should you come across a frame featuring a little girl, inform me immediately." Wang Dazhuang, uncertain of Song Qing's motive for searching for the child, did not inquire further. Thus, the two began their meticulous search for any trace of the girl in the footage. Half an hour elapsed with no leads to be found. Just then, Du suddenly pointed towards the large monitor in the room, exclaiming, "Daddy, look! There's a little girl on the top screen." Song Qing was taken aback and immediately turned his gaze in the direction Du indicated. On the screen, by the riverside, a little girl in a red dress, clutching a teddy bear, curiously stared at the camera. Strangely, she was the only one visible in the footage. Even more chillingly, her clothes and hair appeared drenched, as if she had just emerged from the water. "It's her." Chapter 6. The Malevolent Nurse Without Uttering a Word. Song Qing inquired about the address and prepared to leave. At that moment, Wang Dazhuang appeared somewhat apprehensive. "Benefactor, perhaps I should accompany you?" he suggested. However, Song Qing resolutely shook his head. "No, I require someone to monitor the surveillance." Moreover, at this juncture, Song Qing scrutinized Wang Dazhuang. "You possess the ability to protect yourself. Why risk accompanying me into danger?" Wang Dazhuang awkwardly retrieved a box from his pocket. "Actually, I was concerned you might take it from me, hence, Song Qing chuckled, having anticipated this predicament long ago. He even harbored suspicions that the two individuals on the ground were somehow connected to this affair. Nonetheless, this did not pique Song Qing's interest. He had his own objectives and plans. He was acutely aware that in a situation where one's life was uncertain, individuals often resorted to inexplicable actions to survive. Enough of your explanations. I am neither inclined nor obliged to listen. If you wish to survive, heed my counsel. Remain here and monitor the surveillance, promptly informing me of any developments. By the way, refrain from calling me benefactor. Simply refer to me as Lao Song or Song Ge. Upon concluding, Song Qing handed an already tuned intercom to Wang Dazhuang. Wang Dazhuang accepted the device, nodding vigorously. Understood, benefactor. I shall keep you informed of everything I observe. With no further words exchanged, Song Qing cradled Dudu and descended the stairs. According to this surveillance footage, the little girl was approximately several hundred meters from the property management office. To prevent the child from falling prey to the malevolent spirit, Song Qing needed to locate her without delay. Although he was reluctant to do so, given the child's rather frightening appearance, which worried him about Dudu being frightened, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and seek out the little girl. Having transformed into a demon hunter, Song Qing felt significantly empowered. Covering the distance of several hundred meters at a full sprint, he felt no fatigue. Before reaching the riverbank, the intercom on his shoulder crackled to life with Wang Dazhuang's voice. Song Ge, that little girl has headed towards the fairy kingdom. She's vanished. Song Qing furrowed his brow. The fairy kingdom? Indeed. This is bad, Song Ge. It seems something has emerged from the water. It's a malevolent spirit. A malevolent spirit. Wang Dazhuang's voice became shrill with terror over the intercom. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Qing immediately altered his course and sprinted towards the fairy kingdom. Within 2 minutes, he spotted the malevolent spirit that Wang Dazhuang had described, emerging from the water. The spirit was tall and drenched, clad in a tattered dress, wielding a surgical knife. Upon seeing the spirit, Song Qing recognized it instantly. This was indeed the attire of a nurse from the medical room within the park. At that moment, Dudu suddenly pointed towards the distance and exclaimed, "Daddy, look, that little girl is standing over there, watching us." As Song Qing turned, he immediately noticed a little girl clad in red, clutching a teddy bear, staring intently at him. The moment he caught sight of her gaze, an unsettling chill ran down his spine, for her eyes had vanished, replaced by 2 ominous black voids that emanated an aura of terror. Suddenly, the little girl erupted into a fit of giggles, her laughter surprisingly endearing, yet only heightened the sense of dread. Dudu, don't look, concerned that Dudu might be frightened. Song Qing swiftly covered her eyes with his hand. Subsequently, he utilized the system's capabilities to assess the nurse's condition. LV-5 Malevolent Spirit Nurse, a malevolent entity, bloodthirsty, favoring surgical instruments or syringes as weapons, possesses moderate lethality, swift movement, and acute olfactory senses. Special ability, exceptional throwing precision, partiality for stockings. Upon reading the last line about the malevolent spirit, Song Qing grew increasingly apprehensive and glanced toward the nurse. To his astonishment, she indeed wore white stockings. Whether this enhanced her lethality was uncertain, but it was plausible that it could augment her attack speed. He then shifted his gaze to the little girl. LV-1 Malevolent Spirit Little Girl, aged 6, fond of plush teddy bears, introverted and highly curious. Special ability. Seeing the string of question marks alongside the rather simplistic description left Song Qing exasperated. It seemed to convey little more than nothingness. At that moment, the malevolent spirit nurse approached the little girl, a sinister smile spreading across her face. What was she up to? She certainly did not appear benevolent. Just as he thought this, the little girl, seemingly drawn to the nurse, giggled and ran towards her. A surge of anxiety gripped Song Qing, and he immediately raised his right hand, aiming the crossbow at the malevolent spirit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 gleaming arrows shot forth. Upon being struck, the nurse staggered violently before turning to face Song Qing. The sight of her ghastly visage sent a wave of revulsion coursing through him. Goodness, Her face had marred her otherwise alluring figure. With a guttural roar, the nurse opened her grotesquely wide mouth, capable of swallowing half a head, and lunged toward Song Qing. He retreated, firing his crossbow in rapid succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows continuously pierced the nurse's body, visibly slowing her movements. At last, a brilliant light flickered above her head, and a purple mist enveloped her before swiftly entering Dudu's form. How delightful! Ding! Level 5 Malevolent Spirit eliminated. Experience points gained. 100. Spiritual energy acquired. 30. Ding! Host experience is maxed out, leveling up to level 2. New skill unlocked. Shadow Arrow. Consumes double spiritual energy, inflicting substantial damage to foes, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Upon receiving news of his upgrade, a wave of joy surged within Song Qing. Had he leveled up so swiftly? However, he had no time to examine his newly acquired skills, for the little girl was already approaching him. It was not until the little girl approached him that Song Qing finally beheld her true visage. Her hair, long and unkempt, cascaded casually over her shoulders. Her face was undeniably charming, adorned with a hint of baby fat. However, her smile bore a disconcerting quality. Her mouth was devoid of teeth, an empty cavity even lacking a tongue. Uncle, may you take me to the kingdom of fairy tales? Chapter 7. Who truly consumed whom? Gazing at the peculiar little girl, Song Qing felt an inner resistance. Yet, the task at hand mandated her protection. Failure to comply could lead to the utter collapse of the game's narrative. Although he was a demon hunter, he could not dictate the outcome of a failed story. He had witnessed others meet their demise due to the untimely completion of their quests. Taking a deep breath, Song Qing beheld the girl's hollow eye sockets. Very well, I shall take you there. It seemed absurd to escort someone so close, akin to a child playing house. Thank you, uncle. My name is Jiao. The little girl beamed, her smile wide as she looked up at Song Qing. Had it been an ordinary person, they might have been frightened to the point of losing control. Song Qing felt a sense of unease, yet fear eluded him. After all, within the realm of horror games, it was customary for formidable monsters not to appear at the onset. What puzzled him was the note's instruction that he must locate the girl before midnight. Had he truly accomplished that so effortlessly? What lay ahead? Nonetheless, Song Qing recalled another stipulation of the task, to find a monster's eyeball. Thus, he approached the disheveled spirit nurse, parting her tangled hair. Yet, he was met with the same vacant sockets devoid of eyeballs. What the hell? Where are her eyes? Are you jesting with me? He exclaimed, reflexively retrieving the note from his pocket for another glance. It dawned on him that the task required the monster's eyeball to awaken her companion. A monster? It seemed this nurse was not the malevolent spirit he had anticipated. But what of her friend? Just as he was about to inquire, he noticed Jiao bouncing joyfully with her teddy bear towards the enchanting realm of fairy tales in the distance. Following her, Song Qing seized the opportunity to reflect on the changes that had accompanied his recent upgrade. First and foremost, he was elated to have acquired the skill Shadow Arrow. Although it demanded double the energy, it was nonetheless a skill, albeit with uncertain efficacy. Furthermore, his energy capacity had doubled from 100 to 200. Returning his focus to the exuberant Jiao, he sensed an underlying dissonance. Dudu cautiously peered at the little girl, softly inquiring, "Daddy, does Jiao want a lollipop?" Song Qing was momentarily speechless, feeling a twinge of exasperation at Dudu's fearless demeanor. It's not advisable for children to consume candy. Perhaps she should refrain. However, no sooner had he uttered the words than Jiao halted, turning to Song Qing. "Uncle, I would like a lollipop." With a sigh of resignation, he conceded. Observing as Dudu retrieved a lollipop from her pocket, Jiao's face lit up with glee. "Thank you. Your name is Dudu, right?" Dudu blinked and nodded yes. "I am Dudu for years old. I am 6, Jiao proclaimed proudly. As Jiao accepted the lollipop, a radiant expression of joy illuminated her face. This scene was entirely captured by Wang Dazhuang in the surveillance room, leaving him with an unsettling chill down his spine. What on earth was Brother Song doing? Why was he conversing with thin air? And why did he offer a lollipop? At that moment, Wang Dazhuang felt as though the entire surveillance room was teeming with unseen figures, compelling him to tighten his grip on the signal gun. He escorted Jiao to the foot of the fairy tale kingdom, where the little girl gleefully ran over to touch the Mickey Mouse statue at the entrance. It had been a long time since her last visit. Turning to Song Qing, she asked, "Uncle, can I invite my good friend to play with us?" Upon hearing this, Song Qing felt a surge of delight. Could it be the friend mentioned in the mission? He nodded eagerly, of course. "Thank you, uncle." Jiao politely bowed to Song Qing and retrieved a small whistle from her pocket. With a sharp toot, the whistle pierced the air, prompting Song Qing to scan the surroundings, eager to discover the identity of her friend. Just then, a commotion erupted from behind the building, accompanied by the sound of crumbling rock. To his astonishment, he witnessed a towering 3-meter teddy bear statue beginning to crack and split. As the fragments cascaded down, a living teddy bear emerged, ambling toward them. Indeed, the teddy bear had come to life. Song Qing stood momentarily stunned, then realized that Jiao's friend was indeed this teddy bear. Elated, Jiao rushed to embrace the bear's leg. "Uncle, Dudu's sister, let's go inside." The teddy bear lifted her up, and she waved enthusiastically at Song Qing and Dudu. Observing Dudu's face lit with excitement, Song Qing pondered, how could this girl be so fearless? Nevertheless, he nodded and proceeded into the fairy tale kingdom. As they walked, the contents of the note echoed in Song Qing's mind. The mission stated that a monster would come to capture Jiao, and thus far, he had encountered only one. Moreover, Jiao's friend required the monster's eyeballs to activate. Yet the teddy bear was already in motion. Was his task completed or not? At that moment, Jiao nestled against the teddy bear's shoulder, whispering a chilling version of a fairy tale, punctuated by fits of eerie laughter. Suddenly, a realization struck Song Qing. The note had mentioned that the death knell would toll at midnight. Could it be that the task completion was contingent upon the chime of the clock at that hour? Just then, he sensed a faint presence gradually materializing. Although the feeling was not overwhelming, he was certain something was concealed within the park, yet to reveal itself. Glancing at his watch, he noted the time, 10:40 p.m., in the surveillance room of the property building. Wang Dazhuang was oblivious to the number of cigarettes he had smoked. However, his heart raced incessantly with unease. He dared not illuminate the room entirely, fearing that the bright light might attract malevolent spirits. Heaven bless, may nothing go awry. He fervently prayed, drawing crosses upon his chest. Suddenly, he perceived a flicker on the screens before him, which then lost signal altogether. Instantly, the room was bathed in a blue hue from the screens. Terrified, Wang Dazhuang seized the signal gun and shouted in desperation, "Do not approach, do not come near." Meanwhile, Chun Feng and his companions had nearly scoured the entire office building, uncovering numerous props and clues. "Xiao Chun, come over here. I found a box containing something." Upon hearing this, Chun Feng hurried over to retrieve the box. The others quickly distanced themselves, apprehensive that something sinister might leap out. Chun Feng cautiously opened the box to reveal a note inside. Unfolding the paper, he discerned the message clearly. At 11 o'clock, the malevolent spirits shall venture forth to abduct children. A chill gripped Chun Feng's spine as he glanced at his phone. 10:50. Only 10 minutes remained. Elsewhere, Song Qing cradled Dudu. However, she had transformed the story of Snow White and the 7 dwarfs into a chilling narrative of Snow White battling 7 monstrous dwarfs. Dudu, intrigued, inquired in the end, who devoured the princess, the dwarfs or the knight? Jiao blinked at Dudu and replied, "I don't know, I never saw the ending." "Uncle, do you know?" Just then, the walkie-talkie on Song Qing's shoulder crackled with Wang Dazhuang's frantic voice. "Songgu, the surveillance just lost signal. Now, 7 monsters are heading towards the fairy tale kingdom. You must run." The channel was then seized by Chun Feng. "Songgu, we discovered some clues. At 11 o'clock, the 7 malevolent spirits will attempt to capture a little girl. Moreover, an evil knight will also appear. If the little girl does not survive by midnight, we are doomed." Song Qing furrowed her brow, already sensing the impending approach of the 7 malevolent spirits towards her direction. Chapter 8. It turned out to be a Samsung replica with a swift motion. The curtain was drawn aside, and Song Qing glanced out the window. In the distance, something resembling a potato was slowly approaching across the artificial lake. The crimson mist obscured his view, but he could ascertain it was a malevolent spirit. He pondered its level of threat, wondering if it might be stronger than the nurse he had encountered. As he contemplated, a series of noises echoed from the corridor. Clack! Clack! Song Qing was momentarily startled and rose to peer downstairs. Not far down the hallway, several men clad in leather jackets were loading ammunition into a shotgun, cigarettes dangling from their lips as they ascended the staircase. Upon witnessing this scene, Song Qing was taken aback. The men noticed him too, pausing in their tracks. The leader scrutinized Song Qing from head to toe, then removed the cigarette from his mouth, stating, "Why haven't you left yet? It's dangerous here. You should hurry and go." Before Song Qing could respond, one of the men behind him whispered, "Brother Long, how about we take him along? He could serve as bait." "Ha ha ha. And we have a little one here. The fat guy likes kids." However, Brother Long waved his hand dismissively. "No need for bait to deal with a few fat ones. Let's move." Without waiting for a reply, he turned and descended the stairs. Watching the group of armed men, Song Qing felt a mix of surprise and confusion. When had they arrived? Why hadn't they come to assist during the chaos earlier? He had not noticed them in his previous observations. Suddenly, it dawned on him that there were places in the amusement park devoid of surveillance. He quickly deduced their identities. Alas, they were a specialized team dedicated to completing horror game replicas. How had he stumbled upon such a group? If he had not taken the time to learn about these entities, he would have been unaware of their existence. These teams boasted significant financial resources and extensive networks, scouring the globe for skilled individuals to navigate the treacherous realms of horror games. Their strength was formidable. Most had experienced such games multiple times. They sought the magical crystals and treasures within the monsters of these game worlds, particularly the final rewards bestowed upon completion. However, these individuals were notoriously ruthless, often disregarding the lives of others. Occasionally, to fulfill certain tasks, they would capture survivors to use as bait to lure malevolent spirits. Song Qing harbored no fondness for such people. He advised Chen Feng and Wang Dezhuang to refrain from rash actions and to keep him informed of the monsters' locations. "Dad, can't they see Daodu?" Daodu suddenly inquired. Song Qing paused, glancing at Daodu, who was perched on the shoulder of a teddy bear, swaying and humming a tune. "I suppose they should be able to." He recalled what Wang Dezhuang had just told him. The little girl had vanished. Could it be that only demon hunters and evil spirits could perceive this child? With this thought, Song Qing glanced towards Jiao in the distance. However, Jiao seemed to be waiting for something, so he decided to disregard the girl for the moment. They could not afford to delay their leveling up because of her. He could see that someone was about to snatch the monster. He couldn't miss the opportunity to advance. With this in mind, Song Qing called out to Jiao. "You stay here and play nicely. I'm going out to deal with the bad guys." Jiao paused her singing and looked at Song Qing. "Are you going to catch the 7 dwarfs?" Looking outside, Song Qing could faintly discern several burly creatures resembling grotesque, oversized meatballs. It seemed these dwarfs the little girl mentioned were indeed these monstrosities. "Yes, off to catch the dwarfs." Jiao giggled, "But you must be careful. The dwarfs are quite formidable." Song Qing nodded casually and then set off towards the outside with Dudu. After walking less than 200 meters, the sound of gunfire reached their ears. "Damn it, their skin is tough. Everyone, be cautious, spread out and draw its attention. Spill blood on the ground in the center. Don't let it charge at us. Strike its head, avoid other areas." A group of individuals was methodically encircling the creature. "Daddy, should we go over as well?" Song Qing gently shook his head, a subtle smile creeping at the corner of his mouth. "Let them deal with the monster for now. We'll join them shortly." "Oh, Daddy, do you think they will kill the monster outright?" "Haha, not for the time being. This monster is quite powerful." Watching the creature's head being deformed by the blows, yet showing no signs of collapsing, surprised Song Qing. He decided to check the monster's information through the system. LV-10 Flesh Mountain Evil Spirit. A flesh-based evil spirit, bloodthirsty, low lethality, slow-moving, tough skin. Special ability, Flesh Explosion. It will detonate its body upon death, harming those nearby. Upon reading this information, Song Qing was momentarily taken aback. This level is rather high. A level 10 monster has appeared. However, Seeing the Flesh Mountain's sluggish movements alleviated his concerns about it charging at him. Given its tough skin, even though he possessed a demon-hunting crossbow, it still consumed spiritual energy. It would be wise to let others engage at first while he reaped the benefits from a safe distance. Holding Dudu, Song Qing stood quietly not far away, observing. He had to admit, the coordination of these individuals was quite impressive. They had both offense and defense, moving with ease. Clearly seasoned fighters. Fortunately, the Flesh Mountain's tough skin made it less agile, yet it still posed considerable challenges for them. However, a few minutes later, the team began to sense a problem. Longa, something's off. This fatty has exceptionally thick skin. Indeed, my ammunition is nearly depleted. What should I do? This cannot be an ordinary adversary. Brother, have we misjudged the situation? A grave expression emerged on Long Ji's face. Damn it, this should not be a mere evil spirit. I will inquire with the other teams to ascertain the circumstances. You all continue. The few individuals, wary of the situation, cautiously maneuvered around the malevolent entity. Longa stepped aside, grasping the walkie-talkie, only to discover that things had gone awry. What the hell is happening? Wasn't it previously stated that the difficulty level was only 1 star? Now you tell me it is 3 stars. Are you jesting? No way. We're not taking this job. You can seek out whomever you wish. Damn, are you threatening me? You. Brother, please, I was merely anxious. I admit my voice was a bit loud. Please do not trouble my wife. Well, we will take on this task. After ending the call, Longa, in a fit of frustration, kicked a nearby tree. He then shouted towards the crowd. Laosi, come here. A tall, slender man immediately rushed over upon hearing his voice. Longa, what is it? A glint of cold light flashed in Long Ji's eyes as he glanced towards Song Qing. I just inquired with the boss. This is not a 1-star dungeon, but a 3-star one. We stand no chance. Laosi instantly panicked. What? 3 stars? The mortality rate for a 3-star dungeon is a staggering 90%. Our equipment is inadequate. Longa, what should we do? Why panic? Although a 90% mortality rate is daunting, we possess experience. What that 10%? Longa, do you have a plan? Longa looked towards Song Qing. Take a few people and bring that father-daughter duo to me. Let them buy us some time. Upon hearing this, Laosi immediately understood the plan, nodding as he led a few individuals towards Song Qing. At that moment, Dudu emerged from Song Qing's embrace. Daddy, it seems they're coming to find us. A subtle smile graced Song Qing's lips. Precisely, they likely cannot handle it and wish to pass the burden onto others. My dear, could you act a bit frightened when the time comes? Dudu flashed her adorable little fangs. Daddy, I know how to do that. I'm a master at playing house. Chapter 9. A single arrow to shatter the corporeal fiend, the fourth brother, accompanied by several companions, obstructed Song Qing's escape route, advancing with a firm grip on the gun's handle. Brother, aren't you afraid of the monsters while wandering alone with a child? Song Qing, fully aware of the underlying implications, revealed a hint of resignation. To be honest, how could I not be afraid? However, it is said that as long as one can find the right tools here, survival is possible. I merely intend to try my luck. Observing Song Qing's demeanor, the fourth brother approached and gently draped an arm over his shoulder. Brother, do you know what we are up to? Song Qing shook his head, displaying a face of utter bewilderment. The other party smirked with satisfaction. Have you heard of the Hunter Company? Upon hearing this, Song Qing's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Could it be? Are you the ones who specialize in traversing the horror realms? The fourth brother quickly hushed him, feigning an air of mystery. Keep it down. Indeed, you are correct. Now you understand why we did not accompany you, right? He then gestured towards the distant figures engaged in battle. I know what you're after, brother. You're looking to seize an opportunity, aren't you? But do not forget what we do. There's no way we would leave it for you. Song Qing glanced at him, silently admiring his imaginative reasoning. This individual had even concocted an excuse for himself, leaving Song Qing with nothing but to nod in agreement. Following this, the fourth brother spoke with a coaxing tone. Brother, here's the deal. We have encountered a bit of a dilemma. This monster appears to hold no value for us. Hence, we are offering it to you for free. Song Qing was momentarily taken aback. Free for me? You no longer want it? The other party boisterously thumped his chest. Of course. Do you not believe me? Believe, it's just... Is it not a bit too wasteful for you to simply give it up? Ah, it is indeed a pity, but our boss just called, instructing us to assist other squads. So, brother, consider yourself fortunate. A cold chuckle arose within Song Qing. How audacious this person was to make such brazen claims. It was evident that their firepower was insufficient to contend with the monstrous mass, and they sought to use him as bait to divert its attention while they made their escape. However, they evidently did not realize that this seemingly harmless father-daughter pair were, in fact, formidable demon hunters and saints. Thus, Song Qing inquired further then, "What exactly do you need me to do?" The fourth brother pointed into the distance. "Do not worry, it's quite simple. Just follow my lead, and I will provide you with a gun. When the time comes, you will fire to draw the creature's attention." Seemingly concerned that Song Qing might reconsider midway, he hastily added, "But fret not, this monster cannot outrun you. You've observed it long enough to know that." Hearing the blatant falsehood, Song Qing chose not to expose the ruse. He acknowledged that the monstrous mass indeed could not match the speed of a normal human sprinting. However, there is one important point. The behemoth known as the Meat Mountain does not expend any energy. Once it has identified its target, it will relentlessly pursue it until the end. The adversary is taking advantage of Song Qing's ignorance regarding these monstrous creatures. Yet Song Qing had previously researched all the common monsters thoroughly in order to cure Dudu's ailment. Although the situation with the Meat Mountain is somewhat unique, it is not vastly different. Lao Si, concerned that Song Qing might abandon the pursuit, unhesitatingly took hold of him and began leading him away. "Come on. Once we reach our destination, you will find that things are quite simple." Thus, convinced that Song Qing had fallen for his ploy, Lao Si led him forward with a sense of triumph, handing him a firearm. "Here, brother, take this. Next time we meet, you will owe us a significant favor." At that moment, Lao Si glanced at Long Go, and after exchanging knowing looks, he announced to the crowd, "All right, cease fire and deliver this hefty fellow to our brother here. We must take our leave." With that command, everyone lowered their weapons. Lao Si then waved at Song Qing. "Brother, it's your turn." With the gun in hand, Song Qing did not hesitate to fire a shot. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the Meat Mountain was struck in the head. A large caliber bullet could typically fell an elephant with a single shot, yet upon hitting the Meat Mountain's head, it merely left a gaping hole. Although Song Qing had witnessed the scene from a distance earlier, the actual experience was still quite shocking. Long Gu and the others exchanged amused glances, reveling in Song Qing's apparent naivety. "Brother, it's all yours. Farewell." With that, Long Gu leisurely lit a cigarette, meticulously organizing his gear while signaling for the group to depart. As anticipated, the Meat Mountain shifted its focus and charged towards Song Qing. With a rusted kitchen knife in hand, it looked capable of inflicting severe injury. Despite its decrepit appearance, Song Qing had no doubt that the Meat Mountain could cleave a person in two with a single strike. He stowed his hunting rifle while surveying the path and began to sprint down a side road, leading the Meat Mountain away. After all, in front of Long Gu and the others, Song Qing feared he might face their wrath if he indulged in solitary gains. While he had no qualms about eliminating a few individuals, he was mindful of his mission, which required maintaining a 50% survival rate. So he opted against taking action for the moment. Meanwhile, as Long Gu and the others prepared to regroup and evade, a sudden thought struck him. "Lao Si, do you think that hefty creature might be on the verge of being defeated? What if that kid benefits from our efforts?" Lao Si hesitated. That shouldn't be the case, considering this is a 3-star dungeon, and we've been at it for quite a while without the Meat Mountain showing any significant response. Still, Long Gu felt a sense of loss and called out, "Xiaofeng, go check if that kid has managed to slay the monster. If he has indeed taken advantage of our efforts, we must reclaim what is rightfully ours." A young man at the back immediately nodded, checked his walkie-talkie, and promptly turned back to investigate. As Song Qing led the Meat Mountain down a small path behind the Fairy Kingdom, he finally came to a halt. Suddenly, the Meat Mountain brandished a kitchen knife and lunged at Song Qing. Without hesitation, Song Qing raised his hand and released a shadow arrow that struck the Meat Mountain directly between the eyes. The once menacing Meat Mountain abruptly froze in its tracks, then slowly crouched down, appearing to be in agony. Witnessing this scene, Song Qing could not help but exclaim, "Goodness, Just a little more, and it would have been mine. What a steal. With that, he hurriedly took Dudu and sought refuge in the nearest small room. At that moment, Long Ji's subordinate, Xiaofeng, followed the trail of blood into an alleyway. This kid can really run. I wonder if he's dead. Just as he pondered, Xiaofeng rounded a corner and spotted a large, inert mass in the dead-end alley. What's going on? Why isn't this fat man moving? Cautiously, he approached the meat mountain, and for the sake of caution, he picked up his walkie-talkie and spoke. Longu, Sigu, I've found the meat mountain, but it's not moving. A voice filled with astonishment crackled through the walkie-talkie. What do you mean, not moving? Where's that kid? I don't know. I didn't see him. Where are you? Behind the fairy kingdom. All right, I got it. Keep an eye on it. I'll bring people over right now. However, before the communication could end, Longu heard a violent explosion erupting from the walkie-talkie, followed by the loss of Xiaofeng's signal. Damn, something's gone wrong. Hurry over. Meanwhile, hidden in the room, Song Qing was startled by the deafening noise outside, his face reflecting shock. My goodness, this meat mountain self-detonation is formidable. The windows are shattered. Subsequently, a system notification echoed in Song Qing's mind. Ding, you have slain a level 10 meat mountain evil spirit 1. Experience gained. 1,000. Spiritual power gained. 30. Current spiritual power is full. Ding, host experience is full. Leveling up to level 3. Ding, host experience is full. Leveling up to level 4. Song Qing was filled with delight. 1,000 experience points for just one? What windfall. No wonder this level 10 meat mountain appeared so early. It's a source of experience. It seems I cannot let the remaining meat mountains slip away. Chapter 10. Deception. Song Qing stepped outside, cradling Dudu in his arms, to inspect whether the meat mountain had yielded any valuable treasures. Dudu tugged at the collar of Song Qing's shirt, exclaiming, Daddy, you really don't have to hold me all the time. Glancing down at Dudu's earnest expression, Song Qing nodded. All right, but you must stay close to Daddy, okay? MHM. Dudu will keep watch for Daddy. Observing Dudu's adorable demeanor, Song Qing couldn't resist planting a kiss on her cheek. Truly, she is Daddy's little darling. Dudu wants to be Daddy's bulletproof vest. Ha! Daddy wouldn't want Dudu to be a bulletproof vest. Now let's go. You just stand right in front of Daddy and don't wander off. Dudu nodded seriously, her eyes wide as she scanned the surroundings. As Song Qing surveyed the aftermath of the meat mountain's explosion, which left a filthy mess, he frowned. He carefully stepped on a clean ground until he reached the largest pile of meat left behind. Using a stick, he gently prodded the mass, and his heart leaped at the sight of a gleaming object nestled within. Could it be a magic crystal? Upon uttering the thought, Song Qing donned disposable gloves and retrieved the object from the pile. Eye of the Evil Spirit, a secondary item from horror game. Hearing the system's notification, Song Qing felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Well, it's not a magic crystal, but finding an item for the quest is still a consolation. He rummaged through the meat pile once more, ready to give up when suddenly Dudu pointed excitedly at a dark object on the ground. Daddy, what is that over there? Song Qing quickly looked up and swiftly picked up the black stone. Magic crystal, infused with powerful energy, refining it can grant immense abilities. Wow, a magic crystal. This is fantastic. Dudu, you're saved, Song Qing exclaimed, wiping the crystal clean before placing it in Dudu's hands. Give it a try. Does your body still hurt? Dudu's delicate fingers grasped the black magic crystal, and she felt a wondrous energy coursing through her, radiating from her arm to her entire skeleton. Although the excruciating pain typically manifested on nights of the full moon, it still inflicted significant discomfort at other times. Over the years, Dudu had gradually learned to withstand this agony through sheer will, yet it remained an unbearable burden. However, as this miraculous energy penetrated her bones, it was akin to a refreshing rain extinguishing the searing flames within. Dudu gazed at the magic crystal in her palm, her eyes shimmering with excitement as she nodded fervently at Song Qing. I don't hurt anymore, Daddy. Dudu feels fine. Hearing his daughter's words, Song Qing exhaled in relief, a long-lost smile spreading across his face. Wonderful, truly wonderful. He then checked on Dudu's condition once more, only to discover that she remained at level 1. It seemed the meat mountain was not to be relinquished easily. We must hurry over. With that, he took Dudu's small hand and left the alleyway. Unbeknownst to the two, a man lay gasping for breath inside a nearby trash bin. After a few minutes, Brother Long arrived with a group of people in the alley. Brother Long, Xiao Fong, is in the trash bin. One of the younger members quickly spotted Xiao Fong, and they hurriedly lifted him out. Seeing Xiao Fong, who was covered in filth, Brother Long covered his nose and directed a nearby person. Wake him up. His subordinates pinched Xiao Fong's acupoints and splashed cold water on him until he finally regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes and saw Brother Long and the others staring at him, Xiao Fong was immediately reminded of the horrific explosion of meat he had just witnessed, nearly bringing him to tears. What on earth happened? Tell me everything from the beginning, Brother Long ordered. He searched through the pile of flesh, but found nothing. His irritation mounting, Xiao Fong promptly recounted the shocking scene he had just witnessed. Upon hearing Xiao Fong's description, Brother Long was infuriated, nearly exploding with rage. Damn it, just what I feared has come to pass. Where's that brat? Xiao Fong helplessly shook his head. I didn't see him when I arrived. He must have left. What should we do, Brother Long? Should we chase after him? Brother Long roared, of course we must pursue. What if that brat has taken a magic crystal? Old Four immediately turned to a young man with black-rimmed glasses in the crowd. Haven't you already hacked into the surveillance here? Check where that brat went. The bespectacled man nodded and began operating a tablet he had on him. Moments later, he looked up at Brother Long and said, he went to the river. He must be heading towards another fat guy. Brother Long's expression shifted to one of surprise. What is this brat's background? How dare he go? Doesn't he fear us? At that moment, Old Four whispered, Brother Long, do you think he's been pretending all along? Perhaps he already knew that the fat guy was done for and has been waiting to snatch from us? Brother Long narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold glint flashing through them. Damn it, no one has ever dared to steal from me. He must learn that my possessions are not for the taking. With a wave of his hand, Brother Long led the crowd in pursuit, their footsteps echoing loudly. Meanwhile, Song Qing and his daughter Dudu were quietly hiding under a willow tree by the river, observing the fray. In the distance, several individuals were launching a fierce assault on another mound of flesh. Father, when shall we make our move? Dudu inquired. Song Qing, unhurried, waved his hand dismissively. Patience. We have ample time. Let them continue. We need them to deplete the mound's health. A few minutes passed, and it was evident that the distant group was running low on ammunition. Brother, we're out of bullets. One called out. I'm out too. Another replied. Xiao Wang, take this fat guy and circle around over there. We'll replenish our ammo. Upon receiving the order, Xiao Wang promptly nodded and raised his gun to strike the mound of flesh on its head. Roar! The mound immediately pivoted and began to chase after Xiao Wang. Song Qing's lips curled into a wicked smile. My dear daughter, let us depart. With that, he cradled Dudu and sped towards the direction of the flesh mountain. The young Wang, ahead of them, appeared to possess remarkable stamina, his pace swift and vigorous. I shall quicken my own pace, reach the front to rest, and then continue once the plump one catches up. I truly am a little genius. With this thought, Wang's legs moved with astonishing speed, disappearing from sight in less than a minute. Unbeknownst to him, just as he rounded a nearby bend, the pursuing flesh mountain suddenly halted, collapsing to the ground. Alert! Slain level 10 flesh mountain evil spirit 1. Experience gained 1,000. Spiritual power acquired 30. Current spiritual power is a capacity. Observing the flesh mountain poised to self-destruct, Song Qing swiftly took Dudu and sought refuge behind a tree. 3, 2, 1. A thunderous explosion ensued. The body of the flesh mountain obliterated everything within a 5-meter radius, scattering flesh and debris in a breathtaking display. Song Qing, well versed in the routine, quickly approached, extracted the magic crystal and the eye of the evil spirit, and then darted off with Dudu towards their next destination. Chapter 11. The direct assault. Long Gu, panting heavily, rushed to the spot where Song Qing had recently appeared, accompanied by a group of individuals. Upon arrival, they found a cluster of people staring blankly at Xiao Wang. Where's the fat guy? Where's the monster? Xiao Wang, looking quite aggrieved, glanced back and stammered, I don't know. He just disappeared while we were running. Hearing this, the team leader absent-mindedly scratched his head and turned to Long Gu. Brother Long, we need to search for him now. Seizing the moment before Long Ge could unleash his wrath, the crowd hurriedly followed Xiao Wang in the direction the other party had fled. As they reached the corner, they were met with a gruesome sight. A pool of shredded flesh remained on the ground. Long Ge's brow furrowed, and he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. That kid is no ordinary foe. He aims to steal our possessions. However, Lao Si suddenly recalled a grave concern. Brother Long, I believe there's something amiss. Long Ge turned to Lao Si, intrigued. What issue? Well, earlier, Lao Wu mentioned that the monster seemed to be in better condition than the one we encountered before. This means that the person who eliminated that monster is quite formidable. Upon hearing this, Long Ge's expression darkened. This kid undoubtedly poses a threat. It would be impossible for him to effortlessly vanquish that monster alone. The crowd began to murmur among themselves, further tightening Long Ge's frown. Nevertheless, he swiftly retrieved his walkie-talkie, activating the public channel. All teams, report your current status. Soon, the familiar crackling sound of static filled the air. Brother Long, Team 3 is still engaged with the monster. We're running low on ammunition. Team 4 has one injured brother, but the rest are fine. We still have the monster under control. Team 5 is on the brink of defeating the monster. Brother Long, just give us 10 more minutes. Listening to the updates over the walkie-talkie, Long Ge let out a sigh of relief. Everyone, pay close attention and ensure you keep an eye on your monsters. If anyone loses theirs, I will hold you accountable. After disconnecting the communication, Long Ge turned to the group. Let us move to the nearest location. With a clamor, the group promptly followed Long Ge toward the next team's position. Meanwhile, Song Qing and her daughter had arrived at the site of Team 3. She had clearly heard Long Ge's voice over the walkie-talkie. Ah, it seems these people have already discovered us. Song Qing then glanced at her watch. Time is passing swiftly. It's almost midnight, and we cannot afford to delay any longer. She turned to Dudu and said, Let us go, daughter. We needn't hide any longer. Dudu's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. That's wonderful. Can I speak first? Song Qing raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. What do you wish to say? As Dudu pondered, she remarked, Isn't it common in television shows for villains to declare, From this moment on, this is my territory? Observing Dudu's earnest demeanor, Song Qing couldn't help but rub her temples. What kind of animated series does her daughter watch? Yet, seeing her sincerity, Song Qing could only nod in agreement. All right, you'll be in charge of the announcements. Subsequently, Song Qing took Dudu's hand and strolled towards the members of Team 3 in the distance. Upon seeing Song Qing, the captain of Team 3 recalled the description that Long Ge had just provided him, a dashing man accompanied by a little girl, appearing harmless. Wasn't this the father-daughter duo he had been informed about? Just as he was about to speak, he noticed the little girl beside the man placing her hands on her hips, her voice ringing out in a childlike tone. Hey, you bad guys up ahead. From now on, this is the territory of our invincible Thunderbolt duo. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by Dudu's adorable appearance before bursting into laughter. What a cute little girl. Ha ha ha. Is she trying to charm us to death? The Thunderbolt duo? It's been ages since I've seen such a delightful child. But can you actually rob people, little lady? One couldn't deny that her lines were quite impressive, though the bravado left much to be desired. The captain of Team 3 wore a smug expression and remarked to his companions, Send a few to deal with that hefty fellow. He's got something valuable. Stop him. As he spoke, the others had already encircled them. Dudu, feeling overlooked, stamped her foot in frustration. You better recognize my worth. My daddy is incredibly formidable. After declaring this, she looked up at Song Qing and added, Right, Daddy? Song Qing, seeing Dudu's serious expression, nodded in agreement. Apologies, everyone. I have no desire to engage in conflict with you. Thus, I will take care of that wicked spirit myself. Consider this a reprieve. The captain of Team 3 erupted into laughter. You're killing me. Have you even listened to yourself? What gave you the right to speak to us like that? At that moment, others joined in the mockery. Ha ha, Brother Wu, perhaps this kid can communicate with spirits. Indeed, so fierce and daring. She might understand something. What a pity, though, she could have encountered anyone else, but instead, she crossed paths with us, a group dedicated to dealing with malevolent entities. Talk about bad luck. Song Qing glanced at the time. Well, you've been quite verbose. I wish to avoid wasting time with you. Would you prefer a swift resolution together or a more prolonged encounter? The captain's smile vanished instantly, and he aimed his gun at Song Qing. Kid, you clearly don't grasp your predicament. With a resigned sigh, Song Qing gently lifted Dudu and called out to the crowd, 10. Oh, are we counting down now? 9. Where does he find the audacity? 8. Dudu shouted along with a voice. Upon seeing Song Qing's serious demeanor, fifth brother immediately ceased his jesting, exchanging a knowing glance with the others. In the shadows, a man unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot echoed. However, the anticipated sight of Song Qing collapsing to the ground did not materialize. Instead, the onlookers were met with a fleeting blur, revealing only an empty space. Where had he gone? A wave of anxiety washed over everyone. The man who had just fired suddenly felt a chill creep up his spine, and when he turned, he was confronted by a familiar face. Crack! Without hesitation, Song Qing delivered a fierce kick, causing the opponent's knee to buckle. A scream of agony pierced the air. As the crowd regained their senses, they discovered that Song Qing had vanished once more. At that moment, leveraging his extraordinary strength and speed, Song Qing dispatched each adversary one by one. When the last foe fell to the ground, he cast a smile towards fifth brother, who stood there dumbfounded. Once more, fifth brother acknowledged that he was no match for Song Qing, discarding his weapon onto the ground. Brother, please feel free. That malevolent spirit is yours. Yes, you. I will not contest it. Dudu huffed at the opponent. I told you, my father is quite formidable. A satisfied expression graced Song Qing's lips as he raised his hand, launching a bolt towards the looming mass of the malevolent spirit. With a metallic chime, another system notification resonated in Song Qing's mind. Subsequently, an explosion ensued, and he acquired experience and items before vanishing from the sight of the crowd. Brother Long, arriving too late, surveyed his fallen comrades, shock evident upon his face. Brother, this lad, he must be one of those. Upon hearing fourth brother's words, Brother Long furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting an enhanced individual? Chapter 12. Who is taking advantage of the situation? When Longu uttered the term enhanced individuals, a sudden jolt coursed through his heart. Enhanced individuals is an exceedingly sensitive phrase. The general populace remains oblivious to the existence of such beings, yet they undeniably exist. The emergence of enhanced individuals is a direct consequence of the birth of terrifying game instances. Following the completion of these instances, those who succeed are bestowed with various enhancements. Among them, those who acquire strength, along with the rarer enhancements of mental prowess or other attributes, become highly sought after across various sectors. Numerous large corporations and conglomerates eagerly recruit these individuals into their ranks for training. After undergoing specialized training, these enhanced individuals exhibit capabilities far surpassing those of someone like Long Go. However, cultivating a competent enhanced individual is an endeavor that demands considerable financial investment. Primarily, enhanced individuals require a substantial amount of magic crystals. The companies have developed equipment capable of extracting energy from these crystals to empower the enhanced individuals. With this refined energy, enhanced individuals possess a significantly greater chance of survival in the face of various harrowing instances. Moreover, these individuals are not only stronger, but also more ruthless, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve their objectives. After a moment of contemplation, Long Gu finally gritted his teeth and spoke, Well, we can't let this fellow obstruct us. However, it would not bode well to simply concede. Old Four immediately grasped Long Ji's intent and whispered, Then let us exchange for something valuable, perhaps some magic crystal items. At the very least, we must recuperate the costs of our ammunition. Long Gu promptly nodded. Old Four, your mind is sharp. I entrust this matter to you. Old Four quickly agreed, turning and leading a few brothers towards Song Qing's direction. Subsequently, Long Gu retrieved a walkie-talkie, lost in thought for a brief moment when an idea struck him. An unknown, enhanced individual who is a thorn in my side, along with a company that drains my resources. Since they are both beyond my control, let them contend with each other. With that thought, Long Gu activated the walkie-talkie and conveyed, Boss, We have encountered a tough opponent who is stealing our prey. It's a young man. Whoosh! Song Qing loosed a shadow arrow, striking the fifth meat mountain with precision. Ding! Level 10 Evil Spirit Meat Mountain slain 1. Experience gained 1,000. Spirit power gained 100. Current spirit power is full. Ding! Host experience is full, leveling up to level 5. New skill unlocked. Multi-arrow. Consumes triple spirit power, allowing simultaneous attacks on 3 enemies. Upon hearing the upgrade notification, Song Qing's heart soared with joy. What a rapid leveling speed. I'm already at level 5. The Meat Mountain truly is an unparalleled source of experience. Furthermore, the unlocking of the new skill, Multi-Arrow, signifies that during encounters with multiple monsters, he can eliminate them in the shortest time possible. Song Qing firmly believes this is undoubtedly one of the best skills for archers in the game. After extracting the eye of the evil spirit and the magic crystal from the Flesh Mountain, Song Qing opened his personal panel to assess his current status. Host, Song Qing, Spiritual Power, 500 level, Level 5 Demon Hunter, Experience Points, 4,405,000, Evil Spirit Slain, 15 Current Equipment, Apprentice Demon Hunter Crossbow, Upgradable, LV5 Black Iron Crossbow, Apprentice Demon Hunter Cloak, Upgradable, LV5 Black Iron Cloak, Current Skills, Shadow Arrow, Multiple arrows. Upon reviewing the information, Song Qing felt a surge of joy within him. The pace of his advancement was unexpectedly impressive. He wondered what level Dudu had achieved by now. Next, he checked Dudu's information. LV2 Saint, Song Dudu, an adorable little one, possesses the ability to resist mental attacks. Skill 1, Spiritual Aura Passive Skill, within a 1-meter radius, doubles the spiritual recovery of allies. Skill 2, Purification Active Release, can dispel mental anomalies within the target. After reading the information, Song Qing's initial reaction was one of astonishment. Despite having reached level 5, Dudu was only at level 2, lagging significantly behind him. However, upon seeing that Dudu had awakened a second skill along with a passive ability, he felt another wave of delight. The spiritual aura seemed somewhat trivial at first glance, as the primary source of recovery stemmed from slaying evil spirits. Fortunately, the Flesh Mountain was a pure experience source, ensuring he never lacked spiritual power and maintained a full status. Yet, the new skill, Purification, was remarkable. The ability to dispel mental anomalies was precisely what Song Qing desired. In such a horrifying dungeon, the most terrifying threats were not the blood-soaked monsters wielding various weapons, but rather the evil spirits capable of inflicting psychological harm. They often appeared unpredictably, invading when human defenses were at their weakest, even possessing individuals. The intangible nature of an evil spirit's influence was Song Qing's gravest concern. What brought him further joy was discovering Dudu's immunity to mental attacks. He could now rest easy regarding Dudu's safety. At that moment, Song Qing suddenly sensed someone pursuing him from behind. He quickly gathered his thoughts, scooping Dudu into his arms and vanishing around the nearest corner. When Lao Si and his companions caught up, they were met with the chilling sensation of a cold barrel pressed against their necks, causing their hairs to stand on end. "Brother, don't shoot. We're on the same side," Song Qing said coldly, gun in hand. "You've been stealthily following me for quite some time. What do you want?" Lao Si hastily raised his hands. "Big brother, you've misunderstood. I came to inquire about your findings. Cut the pleasantries and speak frankly." Song Qing, unwilling to squander time, swiftly seized the opponent's firearm before finally relinquishing his own. Lao Si turned around, a sycophantic grin adorning his face. "My brother, here's the situation. Our leader holds your abilities in high regard and wishes to propose a collaboration. And then we shall all work together, and in due course. We will provide you with the locations of the malevolent spirits. In return, you may graciously share a portion of the spoils with us." Observing Lao Si's cunning demeanor, Song Qing couldn't help but chuckle. "Do you truly believe I require your partnership?" The other party instantly fell into awkwardness. "Well, as the saying goes, a hero needs 3 helpers. We are genuinely sincere, and I know the locations of 2 more malevolent spirits." Song Qing raised his hand, cutting off the flow of words. "Return to your leader and convey my gratitude for his goodwill. However, He should abandon the fanciful notion of pulling a fast one. Lao Si watched as Song Qing's figure faded into the distance, feeling disheartened. How could this fellow be so impervious to persuasion? What does it mean to pull a fast one? It was he who was attempting to outsmart me from the start. After vanquishing the sixth monstrous entity, Song Qing glanced at the 6 orbs in his pouch, releasing a subtle sigh of relief. With merely 10 minutes remaining until midnight, we should be able to return to the kingdom of fairy tales with 7 orbs before the clock tolls. However, at that moment, a sudden cacophony of gunfire erupted in the distance. Song Qing immediately grasped the situation. Damn it, they are stealing the monsters. How infuriating. Without delay, he and Dudu swiftly dashed towards the source of the gunfire. Chapter 13. I hope you recognize the value of what you have as Song Qing approached his destination. A violent explosion erupted from the location of the final flesh mountain demon. However, this sound was distinctly different from the self-detonation of the flesh mountain. It was evident that someone had employed a far more lethal weapon. Goodness, do these people truly wish to thwart my acquisition of these precious orbs? Song Qing furrowed his brow, clutching Dudu tightly as he hurried to gather all the items before the flesh mountain perished. At that moment, Dudu suddenly pointed toward a nearby grove. Daddy, there seems to be something over there. Whenever Dudu claimed to see something, it usually led to a clue. Although they had encountered several leads along the way, most were of little significance. Nonetheless, they provided Song Qing with valuable hints. He halted his steps and moved toward the direction indicated by Dudu, discovering a small iron box. Gently prying it open, he found a note inside. Snow White will appear in the fairy tale castle once the bell tolls. The 7 dwarfs will attempt to prevent her resurrection. Find the crucial items on them. The prince will slay any who obstruct him. He will ride forth to the castle to kiss the princess. Once kissed, everyone shall forever become a part of the fairy tale. Gazing at the note, Song Qing began to analyze its contents thoughtfully. Once the death knell tolls, Snow White will materialize in the fairy tale kingdom. Could it be that Dudu is Snow White? The 7 dwarfs must surely represent the 7 flesh mountains. And the eye of the demon spirit is the key item. The prince will eliminate anyone who possesses the eye of the demon spirit, meaning whoever holds it is in grave danger. The prince must be the demon knight. He will undoubtedly venture to the fairy tale kingdom to kiss Snow White. If Dudu fails to procure the 7 orbs, she would be unable to protect herself, resulting in mission failure. After this analysis, a smile crept across Song Qing's face. If that's the case, the items on the flesh mountain will become a hot potato. I need not worry. He then glanced toward the distant location where the last flesh mountain had appeared. If these individuals wish to seize them, let them have it. At that moment, Brother Long stood before a young man, observing as he directed a group to unleash a barrage of heavy firepower against the flesh mountain demon. How is my firepower? Is it sufficient? Brother Long's lips twitched. Impressive, truly impressive. Yet internally, he cursed the man vehemently. Sun Wang, how dare you conceal such firepower from me, causing the loss of several of my brothers. Sun Wang lit a cigarette and turned to his companions, asking, by the way, where's that kid? His subordinate quickly replied, it seems he heard our firepower was too strong and left. Ha ha ha. He ran away, what a coward. Qin Long, didn't you say that kid was some sort of enhanced human? Is this all he is capable of? Qin Long smiled awkwardly, suggesting that perhaps they had misjudged the situation. Sun Wang exhaled a cloud of smoke, remarking that the young man was indeed formidable, yet presumably not affiliated with any company, hence his reluctance to provoke them. He then turned to Qin Long, proposing that since he had more dealings with the young man, if he could entice him to join their company, he would reward him handsomely. Qin Long was momentarily taken aback. But Mr. Sun, didn't we agree to steer clear of the enhancement field? Sun Wang chuckled with pride. Our company currently possesses ample funds and an abundance of magic crystals. We could certainly afford to nurture an enhancer. Later, we could sell this enhancer to other firms. Just imagine the profit. Qin Long was struck with astonishment at the audacity of the plan. Despite being merely a minor leader within the Hunter Company, he had heard tales of the formidable nature of enhancer companies. If they were to successfully recruit Song Qing and cultivate him into a competent enhancer with their substantial magic crystals, they could easily transform their company into a leading enterprise in Jiangnan City by selling him off. This thought stirred a mixture of emotions within Qin Long. He had labored for years under Sun Wang, facing perilous situations, yet he had never been granted access to the core of the company. Initially, he had intended for Song Qing and Sun Wang to engage in a mutually destructive rivalry, only for Song Qing to refuse to take the bait. However, Sun Wang had inadvertently reminded him that cultivating a good relationship with Song Qing could be beneficial. If he was unworthy of being Song Qing's adversary, perhaps he could be a friend instead. Thus, Qin Long feigned interest in Sun Wang's scheme while contemplating how to mend his relationship with Song Qing. Just then, a distant cheer erupted. "Boss, the corpulent demon is dead." At this proclamation, Sun Wang tossed his cigarette to the ground, excitement coursing through him as he ceased weaving grand visions for Qin Long. "Send someone to retrieve the magic crystals and the eyes." "Yes, boss." However, at that moment, the massive body of the corpulent demon suddenly detonated. A thunderous explosion ripped through the air, obliterating several individuals nearby in an instant. A rain of blood fell in the aftermath of the blast, leaving a scene of devastation and horrifying screams echoing around them. Sun Wang's smile froze in shock. "What is happening?" One of his subordinates, clutching his severed arm, screamed in agony. "Boss, the corpulent demon exploded." Qin Long's heart raced with understanding. A flicker of joy mingled with sorrow on his face. "Fourth brother, what are you waiting for? Take people to handle the scene. Get the injured brothers out of here." "Yes." Qin Long then turned to Sun Wang, his expression grave. "Boss, it seems that the 3-star mission may be more challenging than the 1-star mission." Sun Wang cursed in frustration, yet found himself utterly powerless to change the situation. Fortunately, someone had acquired the eye of the malevolent spirit and the magic crystal, which brought a modicum of comfort to his heart. At this moment, Song Qing had arrived at the foot of the fairy tale kingdom with Dudu in tow. Suddenly, a series of system prompts echoed in his mind. "Survivor 1, Survivor 1. The relentless notifications caused Song Qing to lose his composure. 8 individuals had perished? How could this group be so careless? Although there remained a significant distance to reach the 50% threshold, it was still early in the game. Barely a night had passed, and already 10 lives had been lost. Furthermore, as time progressed, the ensuing challenges would escalate, leading to a sharp increase in mortality rates. Song Qing was genuinely concerned that the excessive casualties might jeopardize his mission. It seemed imperative that he take action. Thus, he retrieved his walkie-talkie, adjusted the frequency, and pressed the button to speak. "Dragon Brother, I have some unfortunate news to share. At midnight, when the clock tolls, the Night of Malevolence will emerge, and it will slay anyone bearing the eye of the malevolent spirit. Therefore, I advise you to act wisely and hand over the eye to me. Otherwise, you shall come to regret it." Chapter 14. The woman in red in the coffin. At this moment, Sun Wang stood beside Qin Long, clearly hearing Song Qing's voice emanating from the walkie-talkie. "Is this the voice of that brat?" Qin Long felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had intended to establish a direct line of communication with Song Qing, yet the latter sought him out instead. "Mr. Sun, that is the person," he said. Sun Wang raised an eyebrow and adjusted the walkie-talkie to the same frequency. "You truly have the audacity to show yourself, having stolen so much from me. Do you still dare to demand more? Who do you think you are?" In response, a cold voice from the walkie-talkie pierced the air. "Did I ever speak to you? You foolish dog? So many of my brothers have perished, and you still have the gall to challenge me? Were you?" As soon as the words were uttered, those around them listened intently, suppressing laughter as they eagerly anticipated Sun Wang's reaction. After being reprimanded by Song Qing, an inferno of rage ignited within Sun Wang. "I am the owner of Qin Long. You dare question my worth? If you seek the eye of evil spirits, come and take it yourself." Song Qing's voice resounded once more, dripping with disdain. "Huh, I won't come to you. After midnight, you will come crawling to me. Oh, by the way, I will be waiting for you in the fairy tale kingdom. By then, it won't be a free service to handle your troubles." With that, Song Qing abruptly severed the communication, leaving Sun Wang to scream futilely in his fury. "This brat is truly testing my patience. He bellowed. Everyone, listen up. Whoever eliminates that kid will receive a generous reward from me once we leave this place. However, his proclamation was met with a collective eye roll from the crowd. Here we go again, making grand promises. Is this really effective? Sun Wang did not expect anyone to assist him with Song Qing at that moment. Still claiming that a death knell will sound at midnight? I believe him not. Qin Long, take your team and continue to search for any lurking evil spirits. Leave not a single one behind. Qin Long acknowledged and then called to the fourth brother. Gather the brothers. Despite his orders, a flicker of concern lingered in Qin Long's mind regarding Song Qing's words. Mr. Sun, do you think that boy's claims hold any truth? Sun Wang regarded Qin Long as if he were a fool. Is your mind muddled? You can't discern such childish tricks? But it is nearly midnight. Qin Long expressed his apprehension, contemplating suggesting they wait a moment. Yet Sun Wang, exceedingly impatient, retorted, Am I the boss, or are you? Enough with the chatter. Hurry and hunt the evil spirits. The more we eliminate, the greater our bounty of magic crystals will be. Do not waste my time for profit. Seeing Sun Wang's obstinate demeanor, Qin Long could only grit his teeth and depart. The fourth brother approached Qin Long with a group of men. Brother Long, where shall we go to slay the monsters? Qin Long surveyed the surroundings and muttered a curse. Slay what? We're all on the brink of death. Pass this down. Without my command, no one is to make any reckless moves. Old C was taken aback and glanced around furtively, asking Brother Long, Have you heard any rumors? Qin Long sighed. I fear that danger may indeed arise at midnight. The time is short, so remain vigilant. Do you truly believe that lad's claim that the death knell will toll and the malevolent night will come to hunt those bearing the evil eye? Qin Long shook his head, uncertain of his own belief in Song Qing. At that moment, Song Qing checked the time. It seemed these individuals would not shed tears until they faced the coffin. Very well, let them feel regret. He then turned with Du Du and ventured into the castle. Jiao remained perched on the second floor, swinging her little legs through the railing. However, the enormous teddy bear beside her had once again turned to stone. Upon seeing Song Qing and Du Du arrive, Jiao's face lit up with joy. Uncle, sister, you're here. Song Qing pursed his lips, gently grasped Du Du's hand, and shook his head slightly. Be careful. Yet Du Du appeared utterly unperturbed by the rather fearsome Jiao and even seemed eager to play. Noticing Du Du's longingas. Song Qing suddenly recalled that this little girl was a saint, one who had awakened a magical immunity skill. Very well, caution is still prudent. He resolved to accompany Du Du, ensuring better protection for her. More importantly, he was curious to ascertain whether Jiao was indeed the Snow White of this game. Initially unsure how to broach the subject, Song Qing realized that Du Du was the perfect person to inquire. He leaned in and whispered in her ear, My dear, please help Daddy ask a few questions soon. Du Du lifted her cherubic face to look at Song Qing and nodded earnestly. Daddy, don't hold back. Feel free to ask. Thus, Song Qing hesitated no longer and quietly shared his questions with Du Du. Rest assured. Daddy, I promise to fulfill the mission. With that, Du Du pulled a few white rabbit candies from her pocket and made her way toward Jiao. Watching her retreating figure, Song Qing couldn't help but scratch his head. When did I buy her so many candies? As time ticked away, the hour of midnight approached. Before the clock tolled, Song Qing spoke once more with Chun Feng and Wang Dazhuang to confirm that no danger loomed on their end. With their safety assured, Song Qing felt a measure of relief. After all, Chun Feng's group comprised half the population of the entire park. As long as they were safe, even if all the hunters perished, Song Qing's mission would not fail. Of course, it was unlikely that all the hunters would be eliminated. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called hunters. With only a few minutes remaining, Song Qing anxiously glanced at Du Du, only to find the two girls engrossed in animated conversation about delectable treats and delightful sights. Really, my dear, can you truly complete the task? Song Qing felt a wave of melancholy and decided to inquire personally. Just as he rose, he was suddenly taken aback by Jiao, who abruptly stood up and exclaimed, Mother! At that moment, Song Qing was stunned. Mother? Jiao's mother has arrived? Suddenly, the image of the red-clad woman, whom the system tasked him with eliminating, flashed through his mind. Jiao then dashed toward the upper floor, prompting Song Qing to glance back and hastily follow with Du in tow. The fairy tale kingdom's building boasted 7 stories, each adorned with distinct whimsical scenes. However, as Song Qing ascended the stairs with Du, he noticed the familiar cartoon characters and settings had vanished. Instead, the surroundings were transformed into the decor of a somber ancient castle. Observing the eerie ambience, Song Qing couldn't help but furrow his brow, becoming increasingly vigilant of his surroundings. At last, as Jiao led them to the top floor, they were greeted by a room that resembled a dilapidated palace. In the heart of this forsaken hall lay a coffin, ominously placed, adding an unsettling aura to the already dismal surroundings. A chilling wind howled through the unglazed windows, producing an eerie wail that sent shivers down their spines. The coffin's lid was ajar, revealing a woman clad in red, her exquisite makeup giving her a hauntingly beautiful appearance as she lay still within. She possessed an alluring visage and a statuesque figure, suggesting she had once enjoyed a life of considerable comfort. Song Qing's eyelids twitched. He had no doubt that the woman resting within the coffin was Jiao's mother, the red-clad specter. He recalled that the system's task was to eliminate this very woman. Now, she lay before him. Yet Song Qing sensed that the mission would not be as straightforward as it seemed. After all, only a few hours had passed since the beginning of the quest, and the night had yet to unfold, with the duration of the quest set for 3 days. Drawing upon his years of gaming experience, he was acutely aware that this task would be anything but simple. Thus, he utilized the system to gather information about the woman in the coffin. Jiao's mother, age unknown, abilities unknown, currently deceased, cause of death, excessive longing, Chapter 15. The arrival of the malevolent knight upon encountering the information regarding the woman in red. Song Qing's immediate reaction was that she was indeed the woman in red, albeit not at present. The details indicated that she was the mother of Jiao, rather than the woman herself. It was illogical to eliminate someone who was already deceased. Thus, the act of killing a dead person was beyond his capability. However, it was certain that she would eventually transform into the woman in red. It merely required a certain process to unfold. This necessitated the search for clues to unravel the mystery at hand. Moreover, a crucial detail in the introduction indicated that the cause of the woman in red's demise was excessive longing. As a traveler who had indulged in countless thrilling games, Song Qing's mind immediately conjured several possibilities. Firstly, it was conceivable that the woman in red sought to celebrate her daughter's birthday through this particular quest, fulfilling some unfulfilled wishes. Secondly, Jiao's death might be intertwined with this amusement park, and the woman in red could have succumbed to despair over her daughter's passing, ultimately transforming into a vengeful spirit to retaliate against the living. Thirdly, it was plausible that the woman in red desired assistance in uncovering the truth behind Jiao's death, seeking either vindication for herself or revealing the reality to the world. At that moment, Jiao was gently resting her head against the woman in red's hand, which was pale and almost bluish, feeling remarkably cold. Suddenly, a melodious chime resonated as if emanating from the heavens. A surge of intense unease surged within Song Qing, while simultaneously a blood moon hung ominously in the night sky, casting a crimson hue over the entire Nanshan amusement park. In the southwest corner of the amusement park, outside the adventure house, Sun Wang and his companions rested after vanquishing all the malevolent spirits within. A sudden tolling of bells startled everyone. "Look, the blood moon has descended," someone exclaimed, pointing at the moon, prompting all to gaze upward. At that moment, Qin Long, who was briefing Sun Wang, immediately recalled Song Qing's earlier warning upon witnessing the blood moon and hearing the ominous bells tolling. Heaven forbid, could it truly unfold as he predicted? He pondered, casting a glance at Sun Wang, suspecting whether he had brought the eye of the malevolent spirit with him. If, as Song Qing suggested, the malevolent knight would slay anyone possessing this object, he would undoubtedly steer his subordinates away from Sun Wang without hesitation. As for aligning with Song Qing, Qin Long sensed it was not yet the opportune moment. He resolved to wait until Song Qing had navigated this crisis. Old 4. Ensure the brothers remain vigilant. If we encounter any knight-like malevolent spirits, flee without hesitation. Do not engage unnecessarily. Understood? Qinlong quietly instructed over the intercom. Huh? What about Sun Wang? Came to reply. Qinlong scoffed. That fool can fend for himself. I won't be his servant any longer. Afterward, he glanced at Sun Wang, who appeared oblivious to his presence, and discreetly led a few subordinates away. As the blood moon descended, Song Qing meticulously inspected the entire fairy tale castle, primarily to familiarize himself with its layout, where the rooms and staircases were located. This knowledge would enable him to better ascertain which areas might be susceptible to the onslaught of malevolent spirits. Due to Sun Wang's lack of cooperation and his confiscation of the prop necessary for the final task, Jiojio's friend was unable to activate the castle's protective measures. Consequently, Song Qing had to shoulder the responsibility of safeguarding both the castle and Jiojio's mother. If the evil spirit knight were to reach her and bestow a kiss, the game would come to a definitive end. At that moment, the voice of Wang Dazhuang crackled through the intercom. Songge, we've made a discovery in the artificial lake. It seems to be the kind of evil spirit knight you mentioned. A knight clad in armor is emerging from the water. Song Qing quickly seized the intercom and inquired, how many knights are there? Just one. What? Only one? Are you certain? Are there no others in sight? No, just one. Songge, look at this. All right, I understand. Continue to observe and inform me of any developments. Yes. After the communication ended, Song Qing sighed deeply, an unexpected worry for Sun Wang and his group creeping into his mind. Just then, a sudden rustling sound crackled through the intercom. Brother, it's Qinlong. A crisp sound of hooves echoed as a horse approached the direction of the adventure house. One of the closest lackeys suddenly caught sight of a towering figure emerging ominously from the blood-red haze. Upon realizing the identity of the rider, the knight raised his long sword and gently waved it in greeting. In an instant, a chilling force seized the lackey's mind. The next moment, he sprang to his feet, his eyes transformed into a ghastly shade of crimson. Kill! He bellowed, drawing his dagger and lunging at his companions. A piercing scream followed, and chaos erupted among Sun Wang's men. Someone's been possessed. The utterance sent the scene into pandemonium, followed by a cacophony of gunfire as they all unleashed their fury upon the distant evil spirit knight. The possessed lackey was swiftly turned into a target, riddled with bullets. Countless rounds flew towards the knight, yet none inflicted any damage. With each swing of the knight's sword, a companion would fall under his control, becoming one of his minions. Those who perished would rise once more, joining the ranks of his followers and pursuing the living. Observing his dwindling number of subordinates, Sun Wang finally succumbed to panic. Damn it! Run! In an instant, the crowd scattered in all directions, desperately trying to evade the knight's relentless pursuit. Yet, despite the knight's leisurely pace, he consistently managed to keep up with them, unhurried yet inexorably close. The malevolent knight swung his sword once more, and suddenly, Sun Wang's loyal follower trembled violently, drawing his long knife and lunging at Sun Wang. With a swift slash, blood gushed from Sun Wang's arm. Are you out of your mind? Sun Wang exclaimed, clutching his arm and retreating hastily. A glance over his shoulder revealed that his once loyal companion had transformed into a murderous fiend. What on earth is happening? Where did Qinlong disappear to? Wincing from the pain, Sun Wang fired 2 shots, eliminating his erstwhile ally, while questioning the unfolding chaos. At that moment, the walkie-talkie clipped to his waist crackled to life with Qinlong's voice. Sun Wang, it appears your situation is rather dire. Enraged, Sun Wang retorted. What did you just say? Have the audacity to repeat that. Don't forget, your family is in my grasp. Wake up, Sun Wang. You're barely clinging to life. Yet you still dare to threaten me. In light of your previous assistance, I shall offer you a chance at survival. Upon hearing Qinlong's words, Sun Wang glanced down at his injury, suppressing his fury as he replied, Fine, speak. If you save me, I shall ensure you receive ample rewards once we escape. Sun Wang, you never fail to promise the impossible. Unfortunately, I cannot be certain of my survival, so I require something tangible. Damn it, what do you want? 100 magic crystals. I will save you. What? 100 magic crystals? Have you lost your mind? Do you comprehend what that amount signifies? Heh, look around at how many brothers remain. Do you truly believe your life is worth less than 100 magic crystals? Witnessing several more of his comrades fall under the control of the malevolent knight, Sun Wang felt a pang of despair, thinking of his own fate. Gritting his teeth, he finally relented. Very well, I accept your terms. Haha, splendid. Come to the fairy tale kingdom. I shall await your arrival. In the fairy tale kingdom, Qin Long ended the communication and turned to Song Qing. Boss Song, have Sun Wang deliver the 100 magic crystals shortly. Are you satisfied with this arrangement? Song Qing smiled, a look of contentment gracing his features. Not bad. Bring your men to the second floor. Chapter 16. How naive you are. 7th floor of the fairy tale kingdom. After inspecting his gear, Song Qing couldn't help but glance at Jiao. The little girl remained seated beside the coffin, gently holding the cold hand. Witnessing this scene, Song Qing felt an urge to uncover what had transpired with Jiao. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden barrage of gunfire echoed from downstairs. Instantly, Song Qing snapped back to reality and peered out the window. Below, on the platform, a tide of monstrous beings surged forth. Among them were not only humans controlled by the evil knights, but also surrounding malevolent spirits summoned by them. The fairy tale kingdom seemed on the verge of collapse under the weight of the advancing army. Qin Long, save me. A frantic figure dashed towards the hall of the fairy tale kingdom. Qin Long abruptly appeared at the staircase leading to the second floor, blocking Sun Wang's path. Wait, where's the item? Sun Wang, cradling his numbed arm, cursed angrily. What the hell is this? Let me go up first. No, without the magic crystal, we will all be driven out. This crystal is meant for Brother Song Qing. Sun Wang suddenly recalled the unfamiliar name, memories flooding back. That kid seems to know something, but how can you be sure he can protect you? Qin Long retorted coldly. I don't know if he can protect me, but I know you certainly cannot. How dare you? Sun Wang was infuriated, yet utterly helpless. Fine, remember this. You traitorous scoundrel. He then painfully handed over a card. A nameless 100 magic crystal storage card. Any trading post can redeem it. Qin Long took the card without hesitation, inspected it, and only then allowed Sun Wang to ascend to the second floor. Casting a glance at the malevolent spirits outside, Qin Long's expression turned grave. Shut the door. Several subordinates swiftly closed and locked the door, barricading it with everything they could find in the room. Qin Long made his way to the top floor, presenting the magic crystal card and the evil spirit eyes to Song Qing. Everything is here. I can assure you this magic crystal card will definitely yield 100 magic crystals. Song Qing nodded, casually stowing the magic crystal card in his pocket before retrieving all the evil spirit eyes. Phew, we've gathered them, but time is running out. I wonder if they still be useful. He then approached the coffin, bringing several evil spirit eyes with him. Upon hearing the footsteps, Jiao turned to look at Song Qing. Uncle, you're a bit late with the delivery. Song Qing shrugged in resignation. Is it still useful? She pouted. It should be, but I can give it a try. However, the knights outside are quite formidable. Uncle, you must do your best. Hearing this, Song Qing let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to turn away, Jiao spoke up again. Uncle, if you could protect my mother, I will reveal a secret to you. Observing the seriousness in the other's expression, Song Qing felt assured that she would indeed share an astonishing secret. Therefore, he nodded in agreement. Very well, I promise. Heard the playful giggles. Little bear, I have come to find you. Jiao seized 7 wicked spirit eyes and stuffed them into the pockets of the little bear. Then, she embraced the plush toy and began to hum a tune. However, her melody resembled more of an incantation. Moments later, a cacophony erupted from downstairs, followed by signs of revival in the large teddy bear. Jiao glanced downwards, her face lighting up with delight. All right, my friend may take a little longer to awaken, but you must ensure that the malevolent knight does not come upstairs. Song Qing nodded and, accompanied by Dudu, descended the stairs. At that moment, Qin Long and several others were restraining a teammate tainted by the wicked knight's influence. This contamination referred to being ensnared by the malevolent spirit's mental control, leading to a complete awakening of murderous intent, ultimately resulting in death. Damn it, hold him down quickly. Take away his weapon. We must not let him harm anyone. A few more individuals managed to pin down the contaminated teammate. They were brothers who had fought side by side for a long time, making each one vital to the others. Although they had long prepared for death, the gravity of such situations often proved unbearable for some. Sun Wang stood nearby, directing his subordinates to tend to their wounds while observing the struggle to subdue the tainted comrade. Hey, what are you doing? He is already contaminated. Do you really intend to keep him? Be careful, or we might end up getting killed ourselves. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals were instantly incensed, encircling him. This is our brother through thick and thin. Dare you say that again? You scoundrel! Do you believe I won't end your life? If you dare harm my brother, I'll deal with you first. Yet, Sun Wang remained unfazed by the hostility, retorting, What? Is my opinion not permitted? Am I wrong? Can any of you cure him? In the end, it will only take a bullet to resolve this. Sun Wang's words rang true. No one could save him, and ultimately, they would have to eliminate their own brother. Just then, a sweet voice echoed from upstairs. Who says he cannot be cured? I can. This declaration sent ripples of astonishment through the room, all eyes turning towards the staircase. There stood Song Qing, accompanied by a porcelain doll-like girl on the second-floor landing. Surely you don't naively believe a child's words, do you? Do you understand the game you're playing? Sun Wang said sarcastically, inciting the ire of those around him. Upon hearing this, Dudu's expression hardened, hands on her hips as she approached him. Did you just say I'm playing house? You must apologize immediately. Sun Wang couldn't help but chuckle at Dudu's adorable countenance. Little girl, are you sure you're not just playing house? Children shouldn't lie. Oof. I'm not lying at all. I can heal that uncle. As Dudu uttered these words, the surrounding crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. This is impossible. I have never heard of a child possessing such abilities. Indeed, this little girl appears to be only 4 or 5 years old. How could she possess such formidable powers? Absolutely impossible. There exists a type of enhanced individual capable of purifying corruption, yet it requires a substantial number of enhancement stones for cultivation. Ordinary people cannot achieve this. Precisely. Only certain super conglomerates can afford such enhanced individuals. How could she possibly be one of them? The crowd speculated. Yet only Sun Wang understood the true rarity and strength of those who could purify corruption. Suddenly, a clever idea struck him, and he turned to Dudu, saying, Little one, you claim you can heal him. How about we make a wager? Dudu gazed at him and promptly nodded. Sure. What shall we bet on? How about this? If I lose, I'll gift you a complete set of tickets to Disneyland and a full collection of Barbie dolls. What do you think? However, if you lose, your father must return my belongings. Upon hearing this, the crowd cast scornful glances at Sun Wang, believing he was taking advantage of the little girl's ignorance regarding the value of magic crystals. Just as they were about to enlighten Dudu on the worth of magic crystals, she suddenly spoke up. You wicked man, your thoughts are quite fanciful. If you lose, you must give my father a complete set of those items as well. Is that agreeable? Sun Wang's lips twitched slightly, yet he still remained skeptical of a little girl's abilities. He promptly nodded, Deal. Let us seal it with a pinky promise. Dudu glanced at him. You are quite childish. Chapter 17. Do not steal the monsters. Although he had been ridiculed, Sun Wang remained largely unfazed. In his view, Dudu could never fulfill this wager. At least within his understanding, there had never been a 4 or 5-year-old enhancer. To become an enhancer, one must first endure the excruciating pain of marrow cleansing, a trial that ordinary individuals could scarcely withstand, let alone this 4 or 5-year-old girl. Sun Wang found it utterly implausible that she could endure such torment. Song Qing, arms crossed, observed silently, seemingly detached from the situation, harboring no concern that Dudu might fail. Qin Long, despite sensing that Dudu's earlier words were likely jest, found himself incredulous upon witnessing Song Qing's demeanor. Could it be? Could this little girl truly purify their contaminated brethren? The thought stirred a wave of excitement within him. Dudu leisurely retrieved a lollipop from her pocket, popped it into her mouth, and ambled toward the youth who was incessantly biting his companions. Oh, this person looks quite frightening. You all better hold him down and make sure he doesn't bite me. Qin Long hastened over to assist, firmly restraining the increasingly aggressive teammate. Rest assured, I won't allow him to bite anyone. With a nod of assurance, Dudu gently placed her hand against the young man's forehead. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The previously frenzied individual abruptly fell silent. Instantly, everyone gasped in astonishment, their faces lighting up with joy. Qinglong exclaimed, "It worked. It truly worked." The teammates beamed, watching as the bulging veins in the neck of the tainted youth gradually receded, resembling a peacefully slumbering infant. Sun Wang, witnessing this spectacle, felt his smile freeze in disbelief. How could this be possible? At that moment, Dudu suddenly rose and announced to the crowd, "All right, he has recovered." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement, expressing their gratitude in unison. Qinglong, filled with elation, bowed deeply to Dudu, saying, "Thank you. Thank you, little friend." Dudu flashed a grin, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth, and mimicked Song Qing's gesture, waving her hand dismissively. "It's nothing, just a small favor." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Only Sun Wang wore a face of despair, muttering, "Impossible. He hasn't woken up yet. When he does." Before he could finish his sentence, the man on the ground suddenly opened his eyes. "What happened to me? Long ago, why am I here?" At that moment, Dudu extended her hand towards Sun Wang, declaring, "You lost. Now hand over the goods." Sun Wang, with a crafty glint in his eye, began to feign innocence. "Little friend, I was merely joking. How could you take it seriously?" Just then, Qinglong strode over, brandishing a glinting dagger at Sun Wang's neck. "You're even bullying a child? Humph. If you don't comply today, I'll toss you out." Upon observing Qinglong's serious demeanor, Sun Wang reluctantly gritted his teeth and handed over another magic crystal card, feeling a pang of anguish. After the farce was resolved, Song Qing stood by the window, gazing at the continuously gathering evil spirits outside, his expression grave. "Qinglong, hurry and bring back those brothers who have been tainted." Qinglong had long wished to enlist Song Qing's assistance, and now, with the latter's proactive offer, he felt a surge of gratitude. "Thank you, my brother." Song Qing waved his hand dismissively. His concern was not for those individuals, but rather for the potential failure of his own mission. Thus, the group began to exploit the flaw in the evil spirit's inability to cross the relatively high windowsill, successfully retrieving all their comrades. In an instant, Dudu's status among them soared, gratifying the little girl's sense of vanity. Meanwhile, Song Qing continuously shot at the evil spirits outside, managing to reduce their numbers. Yet, as he surveyed the situation, he found himself calculating the issue of spiritual energy. "There are rather too many monsters outside. I wonder if I can withstand them." Just as he pondered, a sudden crimson light pierced the clouds from the distant sky, reaching the ground. Where the red light fell, the evil spirit knight began to undergo a transformation. Its already towering stature grew even more immense. 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters. Its height continued to escalate, instilling a profound sense of oppression among all present. Ultimately, the evil spirit knight reached a terrifying height of around 10 meters, roughly equivalent to that of a 3-story building. My heavens, this evil spirit knight is colossal. How on earth do we fight this? Can we even contend with it? Contend with it? What a joke. It's so enormous that our guns wouldn't even suffice to scratch it. Gasps of disbelief echoed among the crowd, and Song Qing, too, wore a grave expression as he activated the system's inspection feature. LV-20 Evil Spirit Knight, Elite Boss, possesses formidable attack power, exhibits rapid movement speed, and is adept at utilizing skills. Special Ability 1. Mental Control causes confusion in the target through potent mental prowess, enabling control over them. Special Ability 2. Summon can summon up to 200 evil spirits to assist in battle at once. Special Ability 3. Demonization rapidly increases size, amplifies strength and defense, but significantly reduces mobility. Special Ability 4. Death Decay, a powerful spell that, once unleashed, will annihilate all individuals within the instance. Casting requires a 10-minute incantation. Upon reading the description of the evil spirit knight, Song Qing immediately felt a sense of unease, especially regarding the last ability, which sounded utterly despairing. However, he was more concerned with the latter part of the description, annihilating everyone within the instance. At first glance, It appeared hopeless. Yet, the crucial detail was that the final casting of the spell required 10 minutes. Moreover, it appears that the malevolent knight is adhering to a certain pattern, methodically unleashing his skills. He is currently in a state of demonic transformation. At this pace, it seems the malevolent knight will charge forth with the dark spirits, resorting to the death decay only when confronted with difficulties. I wonder if attacking him at this moment would yield any effect. With this thought, Song Qing redirected his aim and unleashed a shadow arrow towards the distant malevolent knight. Whoosh! A silver gleam flashed by. To Song Qing's astonishment, the knight's form seemed to waver like a mere phantom, the arrow sailing right through him. What? Could it be that the malevolent knight is temporarily unable to retaliate? Contemplating this, Song Qing glanced once more at the distant figure. He observed that the knight had ceased summoning dark spirits, and the square of the fairy tale kingdom was now teeming with all manner of malevolent entities. At that moment, the malevolent knight suddenly raised his long sword towards the heavens. In an instant, all the aimless dark spirits in the square turned their attention towards the fairy tale kingdom. Attack! The knight pointed his sword, and the multitude of dark spirits surged towards the fairy tale kingdom like a relentless tide. Witnessing this overwhelming horde, a sense of dread gripped the hearts of everyone within the kingdom. Qianlong instinctively tightened his grip on his gun, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Inform all the brothers to prepare themselves. He then approached Song Qing and whispered, "Brother, are we truly going to stand our ground here? Is there no alternative location we could retreat to?" However, at this moment, Song Qing had already grasped the situation and turned to Qianlong. "You need not concern yourself with this matter. Inform your comrades and Sun Wang's men to refrain from engaging for now." Qianlong, upon hearing this, thought he had misheard. "Huh? What did you say, brother?" I said, "Just observe for now and do not interfere with my targets. Save your ammunition for that formidable foe ahead." Chapter 18. One level short, the subordinates were fully prepared for battle. They were all seasoned professionals from a renowned hunting company, so handling such situations posed little challenge to them. The only source of their trepidation was the towering 10-meter-tall evil knight. However, when Qianlong instructed everyone not to fire their weapons, bewilderment was etched across each face. "What? Nogan Fayed? A multitude of evil spirits is approaching. Indeed, Brother Long. What exactly is going on? Please enlighten us. Are we considering surrender? Is there an escape route we are unaware of? Surely, we aren't abandoning our position here, right? Wasn't it agreed that we would come to this place?" Observing the growing anxiety among his comrades, Qianlong glanced towards Song Qing and then turned to address the group. "Ahem, why the inquiries? Do you not trust Brother Song Qing's abilities?" Upon hearing this, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Qianlong was acutely aware of their thoughts, yet Song Qing had already spoken, and he believed that the latter possessed a strategy to handle the situation. At that moment, Song Qing stood on the balcony of the second floor, his crossbow continuously unleashing luminous arrows towards the approaching evil spirits. Ding! Level 3 evil spirit slain 1. Ding! Level 5 evil spirit slain 1. Ding! Level 1 evil spirit slain 1. The system's notification echoed incessantly in his mind, yet Song Qing maintained an expression as stoic as a mountain, his bolts accurately striking down each evil spirit. His reasons for this approach were deliberate. He needed to level up to combat the evil knight. Since the beginning, he had not hunted a significant number of evil spirits, resulting in a low level that barely reached 5. A level 5 demon hunter versus a level 20 evil knight boss. The outcome was all too predictable. Hence, Song Qing required abundant experience. This was why he refrained from ordering an immediate attack on the evil spirits and instead allowed the knight to summon more of his minions. As he observed the evil spirits collapsing one after another at the entrance below, Song Qing's precision in his actions grew ever sharper. Ding! Host's current experience is maxed out, leveling up to level 6. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited within Song Qing as he adeptly continued to eliminate the evil spirits. 200 evil spirits summoned by the knight, combined with others that had wandered over, amassed into a disconcerting sight. Fortunately, the system had a rewarding mechanism for slaying monsters. Each evil spirit defeated not only granted experience, but also offered additional spiritual power, which explained why Song Qing could consistently hunt the evil spirits outside. Dudu stood nearby, savoring a lollipop, continuously alerting him to the evil spirits attempting to breach the fairy kingdom from various directions. Ding! Host current experience is maxed out. Leveling up to level 7. Ding! Host current experience is maxed out. Leveling up to level 8. As time progressed, the number of evil spirits below diminished at a visibly rapid pace. The individuals stationed on the first floor were utterly dumbfounded. My goodness, it appears we are not needed after all. How foolish of me to have been anxious for so long. Good heavens, this enhanced being is truly formidable. It surpasses our firearms in efficacy. After all, it is an enhanced entity, specifically designed to combat evil spirits, and possesses far greater lethality than our weapons. Moreover, it is inherently strong. I find myself envious. If only I could become an enhanced being, my life would be immensely worthwhile. Qin Long, cigarette in mouth, displayed a similar envy upon witnessing the distant, dazed evil spirit knight, yet a profound unease surged within him. It seems he did not wish for us to waste our ammunition. However, I wonder if we can contend with this colossal foe. At that moment, Qin Long suddenly spotted a furtive figure stealthily making its way towards the room behind him. Upon closer inspection, he immediately recognized the individual. What on earth is that rascal Sun Wong up to? With that thought, he followed after him. Approaching the room, Qin Long stealthily peered inside, only to see a figure laboriously attempting to climb towards the window. So he intends to flee. Without hesitation, Qin Long prepared to push open the door and pursue him. Meanwhile, upstairs, Song Qing seized the opportunity presented by the temporary retreat of the evil spirit below to check his level. Level 9. Yet why have I not acquired any new skills? As he pondered this, a system notification suddenly resonated in his mind. Host will unlock a job change upon reaching level 10, gaining powerful specialized skills. Upon hearing this, Song Qing momentarily froze, followed by a surge of elation. Huh! I knew it. I knew there would be reward upon reaching a certain level. I knew there is always a path to salvation. He had awaited this moment eagerly. After utilizing his skills for so long, he had developed a keen understanding of their damage output. With his current skills, it seemed nearly impossible to confront the distant evil spirit knight. Nevertheless, Song Qing believed the game designers would not introduce a flaw at such a critical juncture. There must be a solution embedded within the system. As he suspected, he was correct. Level 10. I must strive to reach it swiftly. Thus, without further hesitation, Song Qing raised his arm once more and began to shoot at the evil spirits below. One by one they fell, and the number of evil spirits in the small square diminished at a visibly rapid pace. When the last evil spirit was dispatched, only the evil spirit knight remained in the square. Song Qing was momentarily taken aback and promptly checked his status bar. Host, Song Qing Spirit Power, 5,7,900 level. Level 9 Demon Hunter, Experience Points, 68,680 100,000. Evil Spirits Slain. 15 current equipment. This cannot be. I still require 40,000 experience points. This is absurd. Just then, the distant evil spirit knight subtly stirred. Everyone witnessed this scene, their hearts brimming with anxiety. Behold, the malevolent knight approaches. Prepare yourselves, everyone. It has arrived. It truly has come. Quickly, check the road for ZY. In an instant, chaos enveloped the scene. Qin Long frantically ascended the stairs, panting as he turned to Song Qing. Brother, the malevolent knight is upon us. Should we not launch an offensive now? Song Qing remained silent, raising his hand to release an arrow towards the distant knight. Yet, the arrow merely passed through the creature's form, failing to inflict any harm. Could it be that, suddenly, the introduction of the malevolent knight flashed in Song Qing's mind? I understand now. He then lifted his gaze once more to the approaching malevolent knight, drawing closer to the kingdom of fairy tales. As the knight neared the gates of the kingdom, it abruptly halted, reaching out to touch the entrance. Witnessing this peculiar behavior, Qin Long was taken aback. What is it doing? Meanwhile, Song Qing narrowed his eyes. It intends to annihilate us all, then ascend. What? Qin Long was astounded, gazing incredulously downstairs. Song Qing swiftly scooped up Dudu and turned to Qin Long, commanding, "Notify everyone to unleash a full barrage. Spare not a single bullet." The others, momentarily stunned, quickly regained their composure and shouted towards downstairs, "Fire! Unleash everything!" Chapter 19. The transformation into a night demon hunter, Song Qing sprinted fervently towards the artificial lake, accompanied by Dudu. At that moment, the voice of Wang Dazhuang crackled through the intercom. "Brother Song, several evil spirits have emerged from the artificial lake." "Understood," Song Qing replied, already reaching the edge of the lake. "Sweetheart, please wait here for Daddy, all right?" Dudu obediently gazed at him. "Daddy, are you going to slay many monsters?" she inquired. "Indeed, time is of the essence. I must hurry." With that, Song Qing set Dudu down and swiftly drew his crossbow, releasing a volley of arrows toward the distance. The silver glimmers flashed as several evil spirits were dispatched almost instantaneously. Arriving at the lakeside, Song Qing focused intently on the water surface, prepared to unleash an arrow at any evil spirit that dared to surface. Yet, the number of malevolent entities appearing from the lake was disappointingly sparse, hardly enough to engage. Song Qing seized the intercom once more, inquiring where Wang Dazhuang might locate a larger concentration of evil spirits. Observing her father's anxious demeanor, Dudu shook her head. "Why doesn't Daddy ask me if I have a solution? It seems I must assist him." Suddenly, Dudu began to chant in an unfamiliar tongue. Moments later, a radiant glow emanated from her hands, which she gently placed behind Song Qing. In the next instant, the artificial lake began to bubble tumultuously, as if boiling over. Alarmed by the spectacle, Song Qing instinctively took a step back. "Dudu, be careful," he exclaimed, scooping her up into his arms. However, Dudu burst into laughter. "Daddy, don't be afraid. This is all my doing." As Song Qing was about to inquire further, a realization dawned upon him, and he slapped his forehead in astonishment. "Goodness, I completely forgot about your remarkable abilities." Dudu beamed with pride as she looked at Song Qing. "See, Daddy, you shouldn't always think of me as a burden. I can be quite formidable." With a hearty laugh, Song Qing planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. "Yes, my dear daughter, from now on, you shall be my ally." Subsequently, Song Qing checked Dudu's status and was elated to discover that she had advanced to level 5. Even more thrilling was the awakening of a new skill. Skill 3, Enchanting Trap. A trap can be laid within a 100-meter radius, which, upon triggering, will attract all evil spirits, excluding boss, within that range for 5 minutes, with a cooldown period of 2 hours. Upon reading the details of this skill, Song Qing was overwhelmed with joy. It was a perfect match for him. He would no longer have to worry about leveling up. Unable to contain his excitement, he kissed Dudu's cheek once more. "Let's begin." Just moments ago, as Song Qing engaged in conversation with Dudu, malevolent spirits emerged from the riverbank like bees drawn to nectar. Upon witnessing these sinister entities, Song Qing wasted no time and raised his arm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A multitude of evil spirits fell by the river's edge, and Song Qing's experience points surged. Ding! The host's current experience is full, leveling up to level 10. Notice, the host must undergo a job change to continue gaining experience. A wave of excitement coursed through Song Qing's heart. A job change. Please select a new profession. Night Demon Hunter, Light Demon Hunter. Song Qing blinked in surprise. Then perused the descriptions of the two classes. Night Demon Hunter focuses on stealth, single target burst damage, possesses immense attacking power, wields melee weapons, and excels in one-on-one boss encounters. Light Demon Hunter possesses powerful area attack skills, adept in range combat, boasts superior mobility, wields ranged weapons, and inflicts devastating splash damage, ideal for farming experience for minor foes. After reviewing the two professions, Song Qing felt a pang of disappointment. What a pity. This transition seems to shatter my aspirations. It appears that I have only one viable choice. How unfortunate it is that I cannot select both. Host, upon reaching level 100, you may choose a secondary profession to enhance your abilities. Oh, is it possible to do so? Song Qing understood, and the slight disillusionment in his heart was finally alleviated. I choose the Night Demon Hunter. Initiating job change. Please wait. Moments later, Song Qing felt an overwhelming surge of power. His body became more coordinated, and his strength multiplied. Job change successful. Current host profession, Night Demon Hunter. Acquired main weapon, Night Demon Blade, X1. Acquired exclusive skill for Night Demon Hunter, Bloodstrike Assault. Received a complete set of Night Demon Hunter starter equipment. A flurry of notifications left Song Qing in a state of exhilaration. Incredible. It turns out that reaching level 10 is truly a watershed moment. This is where the game truly begins. He quickly examined his main weapon, Night Demon Blade, LV1, upgradable, enhanceable, starter equipment for Night Demon Hunter, possessing formidable armor-piercing capabilities, inflicting significant damage on malevolent spirits. Consequently, Song Qing promptly drew the Night Demon Blade. In his hand appeared a short blade, entirely black in hue. Measuring 50 centimeters in length, it appeared small and exquisite, yet emanated an unsettling aura. Next, Song Qing swiftly glanced at his exclusive skill, Bloodstrike Assault, LV1 exclusive skill, consuming 500 mana points, unleashing a deadly 10-hit combo on the target, with each hit inflicting double the damage of the previous strike, ignoring enemy armor, boasting a 10% chance to execute the target, not exceeding the host's level 20, with a cooldown period of 5 minutes. Upon witnessing this skill, Song Qing could hardly contain his excitement. Is it truly this powerful? A mere 10% chance to execute the enemy? In other words, I have the opportunity to eliminate the malevolent knight instantly? The thought sent a surge of excitement through Song Qing's heart. He quickly glanced at the time. Phew, there's still 2 minutes left? It should be sufficient. With that, Song Qing dashed towards the fairy kingdom, accompanied by Dudu. At this moment, the bullets of everyone within the fairy kingdom had nearly run out. Dragon Brother, what shall we do with so few bullets? Indeed, Dragon Brother, I am out of ammunition as well. What should we do? We can't resort to close combat, can we? Look, the crimson moon in the sky seems to be shining even brighter. We won't encounter any trouble, will we? Having emptied his last magazine, Qianlong wore a helpless expression. As he gazed at the blood-red moon, a wave of despair washed over him. Silently, he ignited a cigarette and placed it between his lips, softly addressing the fourth brother. It appears we may not have a chance. If anyone wishes to leave, now is the time. The fourth brother was momentarily taken aback. Dragon Brother, go on. I will remain here in silence. An amalgamation of emotions stirred within the fourth brother, leaving him distressed yet powerless. He informed the others to prepare for evacuation, but none made a move. They all understood that escape was no longer an option. Qianlong sighed and cast a glance into the distance, still unable to spot Song Qing. Just as he was about to turn away, a flicker of ethereal light caught his peripheral vision, seemingly a figure. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the individual cradled a child in their left arm. Is it him? What would he be planning? Chapter 20. Slaying the boss in a stealthy manner. Song Qing held a short dagger, lurking not far from the evil spirit knight. However, when he finally revealed himself, an eruption of power surged through his body. Sudden blood strike. The Dark Knight Hunter's skill erupted with ferocity, propelling his form like a streak of light directly towards the back of the evil spirit knight's head. Just as Song Qing was about to close the distance in midair, the knight unexpectedly turned his head, locking eyes with him. What a handsome visage it was. Little one, are you planning to make a move against me? The words flowed forth as if from the depths of an abyss, striking fear into the hearts of those who heard it. The inhabitants of the fairy tale kingdom were paralyzed with despair upon hearing the evil spirit knight speak. It's over. It's not the corruption of the evil spirit we fear, but its ability to articulate. The evil spirit knight has spoken. Damn it. A 3-star dungeon is indeed formidable. We're doomed. Here we thought we were merely hitching a ride on a powerful ally, only to find that the ally might falter first. The evil spirit knight is about to counterattack. Everyone flee. In an instant, panic swept through all those within the building. On the 7th floor, Jiao peered out the window, her mouth agape in excitement. Mommy, it seems like Dudu's sister will soon come play with me. After saying this, she glanced back at the coffin. To her astonishment, A woman clad in an elegant white evening gown was slowly rising from within. She emanated an aura of grace. Gently lifting Jiao to gaze out the window. That man is quite formidable. Upon hearing the woman's words, Jiao turned to look at her. So, mommy, does that mean you want to die? That he can't stay to play with me? The woman shook her head, a tender smile adorning her face as she cradled Jiao's cheeks. Of course not. Though he is powerful, he is still not as strong as a knight. Oh, that's wonderful. By the way, I wonder if little bear has awakened. Just as she spoke, a thunderous roar echoed from below. Jiao's face lit up with joy as she dashed to the railing, calling out to the teddy bear below, "Little bear, go teach that knight a lesson for me." Roar. At this moment, Song Qing had crossed the point of no return, his gaze filled solely with a fierce intent to kill. Make a move? I shall take your life. In the next heartbeat, Song Qing's figure vanished from sight. The evil spirit knight seemed to sense an imminent danger and immediately halted its powerful attack. Just as it prepared to evade, a dagger, shimmering with an eerie light, appeared at the back of its neck. Boom! The blade of the Dark Knight Demon Blade, infused with immense power, pierced deep into the evil spirit knight's massive head. Slash! 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 A series of 9 consecutive strikes followed, each more ferocious than the last, leaving the evil spirit knight with no option to evade. It endured the onslaught of all 9 blows. At that moment, the evil spirit knight felt as though it could withstand Song Qing's assault and prepared to retaliate. The long sword was drawn, poised to withstand Song Qing's final strike, and then to pierce the opponent's heart. Alas, it overlooked the fact that Song Qing was no ordinary individual. Furthermore, it was utterly unaware that Song Qing's ambush blood strike possessed the capability to annihilate it in an instant. With a sharp thrust, the final blow sank deeply into the opponent's neck. In the next moment, a system notification resonated in Song Qing's mind, triggering ambush blood strike execution ability. Ding! Defeated level 20 Evil Spirit Knight Boss 1. Gained experience points 100,000. Gained spiritual power 200. Gained unidentified equipment 3. A cascade of notifications filled Song Qing with exhilaration. Is this truly possible? A 10% chance to trigger the execution mechanism. And I managed to do it on my very first attempt. Haha. On the second floor of the fairy tale kingdom. Qin Long was so astounded by the scene outside that he dropped his cigarette without even realizing it, his eyes wide with disbelief. Not only he, but everyone else was equally astonished. My heavens, what on earth is happening outside? If I'm not mistaken, he has just vanquished the evil spirit knight boss. Is this still a mere human? How incredibly formidable. It was only then that Qin Long noticed a hole burned into his clothing by the cigarette and immediately shouted to the crowd, "Brothers, the crisis has been averted. No need to flee." Upon hearing this, those who had yet to escape halted in their tracks, erupting into applause. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Jiao suddenly pointed toward the ground and exclaimed, "Mom, look, that uncle has killed the bad knight." Hearing Jiao's words, the woman was momentarily taken aback, then descended to take a look, her eyes filled with incredulity. An ordinary person could actually slay an evil spirit knight. This individual is extraordinary. Soon after, her gaze shimmered with unshed tears, as if recalling something poignant. Jiao, could you please invite him up? Jiao turned to the woman and nodded enthusiastically. Of course, no problem at all. Saying this, Jiao climbed onto a small stool by the window and leapt down. In the small square below, Song Qing gathered the equipment, materials, and clues dropped by the evil spirit knight. The onlookers gazed at him with a mix of envy and astonishment. Qin Long was equally bewildered, uncertain of Song Qing's true identity and the source of his extraordinary prowess. Among the crowd, Sun Wang was profoundly shocked. He had witnessed the entire scene clearly. Song Qing, cradling a child, had effortlessly leapt 10 meters into the air, delivering 10 swift strikes that felled the evil spirit knight. Though he had only ventured into a few 3-star dungeons, he knew well the formidable nature of the creatures within. Particularly, the boss-level evil spirits were so powerful that they could induce sheer terror. Countless individuals had perished within, including many exceptionally strong enhancers. Although Sun Wang does not possess a company dedicated to enhancers, his passion for the industry has compelled him to conduct extensive research. The recent performance of Song Qing has undoubtedly demonstrated the prowess of a one-star enhancer, perhaps even exceeding that threshold. While the notion of a one-star enhancer may seem insignificant, it is, in fact, a celestial existence compared to those without any star ranking. The cultivation of a one-star enhancer necessitates the expenditure of thousands of magic crystals, underscoring the formidable nature of Song Qing's abilities. Pondering this, Sun Wang lightly stroked his chin, deep in thought. Who exactly are Song Qing and his little girl? They are remarkably powerful. How I wish they could join my company. Just as he contemplated how to entice Song Qing and his daughter to become part of his enterprise, he suddenly felt a tug at his clothing. Whipping around, he was met with the sight of a little girl in a red dress beaming at him. However, her wide grin, stretching to the roots of her ears, abruptly erased all coherent thoughts from his mind. With a shrill scream, he bolted away. The onlookers, witnessing Sun Wang's abrupt retreat, exchanged glances. What a strange fellow. What was that all about? TCH, perhaps he is simply envious of their strength. Amidst the crowd, Song Qing, cradling Dudu, was about to leave when he noticed Jiao perched on a stone pillar at the top of the steps in the distance. Uncle, my mom is looking for you. Can you come over? Song Qing paused, quickly grasping the situation. All right, let's head upstairs. Chapter 21. The pact with the woman in red. Song Qing was not surprised by the woman in red approaching him. On the contrary, he was eager to engage in a meaningful conversation with her. Although he did not expect her to assist him in clearing the level, he believed he could glean some insights indirectly. Upon reaching the top floor, he spotted the woman in red, elegantly clad in a white evening gown. When she turned to see Song Qing and the little creature in his arms, a look of astonishment crossed her face. I heard you were looking for me. Is there something you wish to discuss? Song Qing inquired directly as he walked towards her. The woman in red nodded. Indeed, time is of the essence, so I shall not beat around the bush. I am here for a specific purpose. If you have any requests or questions, feel free to voice them, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate you. Very well, I wish to collaborate with you. Upon hearing her proposal, Song Qing was momentarily taken aback. Collaborate with me? How do you envision this cooperation? What could we possibly achieve together? The woman in red sighed in resignation, glancing at the little creature beside her. I wish for you to end my life. Song Qing was momentarily stunned. What do you mean? You want me to kill you? Given your current state, it seems I'm incapable of doing so. The woman in red was equally surprised that Song Qing recognized her current state as impervious to death. She explained, Indeed, you cannot kill me in my present form. However, I do not wish for you to kill me as I am now, but rather in my vengeful spirit form. Vengeful spirit? Yes. The story is quite long. Ever since the little creature perished in this park, I have been searching for answers here, only to succumb to despair and die. Yet, due to the intensity of my resentment, I lingered on as a vengeful spirit after my death. She proceeded to share more about her experiences following her demise. Essentially, the woman in red did not desire to become a vengeful spirit, but her overwhelming bitterness forced her into that existence. For years, she had battled against the vengeful spirit within her, yet her own power was far too feeble to resist its influence. Thus, she sought Song Qing's help to end her life while she was in that vengeful state, allowing her to leave behind a fragment of her soul. This way, she could be eternally united with her daughter. Through their conversation, Song Qing also learned another crucial detail. In the realm of the quest, various spirits and apparitions were classified into different tiers. The lowest tier consisted of the malevolent spirits they often encountered, which lacked significant spiritual attack capabilities. Above these malevolent spirits were the vengeful spirits, who possessed formidable spiritual attacks, making them more potent than mere physical assaults. According to the woman in red, above the vengeful spirits lay even more formidable ranks, such as the ghost generals and ghost kings. Song Qing continued to inquire about the hierarchical structure, realizing that these entities were categorized into levels, with each 100 levels representing a rank, and each 10 levels further subdivided into star grades. For instance, the malevolent knight that Song Qing had previously slain was a 2-star evil spirit. Upon realizing this, Song Qing furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "So that is how it is. However, resolving your predicament will prove to be quite challenging. According to your account, the ghost level has reached an astonishing 100. Yet, the woman in red discerned a glimmer of hope in his words. Does that mean you're willing to assist me? I can help, but you must cooperate with me. No problem. However, soon the ghost will re-emerge, and I will be unable to control it. No worries. At least it hasn't manifested yet. I need to clarify a few matters." "Certainly. Ask away." Thus, Song Qing, without hesitation, posed all the questions he had in mind, primarily concerning the potential malevolent spirits and their levels that he might encounter next. Although the woman in red did not possess the answers to every inquiry, she shared all the pertinent information she had with Song Qing. Through this exchange, Song Qing gleaned some essential knowledge he sought. "Are there any more questions?" The woman in red glanced at the moon outside, her expression tinged with concern as she inquired. "It is about to arrive." Song Qing shook his head. "I cannot think of any more questions for now, but the information you have provided is sufficient." Upon hearing this, the woman in red breathed a sigh of relief. "That is splendid. By the way, you must remember not to worry about me being killed. I'm not so easily dispatched." Song Qing nodded nonchalantly, replying, "Understood. Rest assured, I guarantee your demise." However, after uttering those words, he felt an odd sensation. Subsequently, the woman in red glanced at the playful duo, Jiao and Du, her face softening into a tender smile. "There is one more favor I wish to ask of you." Understanding her request, Song Qing nodded. "I will ensure Jiao is well cared for." Upon hearing this, the woman in red displayed an expression of gratitude. "Thank you." Song Qing raised a hand to interrupt her. "I apologize, but you seem to have misunderstood. I can take care of Jiao, but it will not be without compensation." The woman in red paused momentarily, then promptly nodded. "Mr. Song, please feel free to state your demands. Over the years, you must have accumulated a considerable amount of magic crystals within this realm. I require those crystals." Are you referring to these?" The woman in red then extracted from her pocket a sphere radiating a dark luster. Upon seeing this orb, Song Qing was momentarily taken aback. Magic crystals, treasures originating from harrowing realms, are deemed priceless in the outside world. However, many are unaware that magic crystals are also categorized by levels. They are classified from 1 to 9, based on the amount of energy contained within. The only crystals commonly found in the market are of the first rank, while those of the second rank and above are likely exclusive to major corporate entities. Although both the first and second grade magic crystals are birthed from malevolent spirits, they differ vastly in value. Second grade magic crystals predominantly originate from 5-star malevolent spirits, each possessing a value beyond measure. According to the circulation tiers in the black market, a single second grade magic crystal is equivalent to 1,000 first grade magic crystals. The crimson-clad woman revealed a second-grade magic crystal in her possession. As Song Qing gently caressed the crystal, a wave of excitement surged within him. "How many of these do you have?" he inquired. The woman sighed, shaking her head. "I do not possess many of these magic crystals, merely over 10, all acquired during hunts against those malevolent spirits. They hold little significance for me." Consequently, Song Qing proposed, "Very well. In exchange for safeguarding Jiao, you shall relinquish all the magic crystals to me." Agreed. The crimson-clad woman then provided Song Qing with an address where she had concealed the magic crystals. After finalizing their arrangement, Song Qing turned to the woman. "By the way, I have yet to inquire about your name." The woman hesitated briefly before replying, "And Wenjun." Song Qing was momentarily taken aback, recalling a shocking incident from over a decade ago that had captivated the entire Nan City. "You are the Wenjun who fell from the roller coaster?" The crimson-clad woman did not respond. Instead, she emitted a sudden, anguished scream, her form beginning to shift. In the next instant, Song Qing sensed an ethereal presence emanating from her, as her face became obscured by her cascading hair. Shortly thereafter, the woman pivoted and vanished into thin air. Chapter 22. This person is quite annoying. Upon returning downstairs, Song Qing was immediately surrounded by Qin Long and his companions. "Brother Song Qing, we are immensely grateful for saving our lives. We all owe you a debt of gratitude." They clasped their hands in a gesture of respect, their expressions filled with sincerity. Observing this scene, Song Qing smiled softly, waving his hand slightly. "There is no need for such formality. I did it not solely for you, but also for my own sake." Then, addressing Qin Long, he inquired, "By the way, Brother Long, could you assist me with something shortly?" Without hesitation, Qin Long nodded in agreement. "Of course. Just let me know what you need, as long as it's within our capabilities." Song Qing chuckled. "I want to ask for your help without compensation. I shall provide you with the usual reward." Upon hearing this, Qin Long's expression shifted to one of displeasure as he waved his hand dismissively. "Brother, do you regard us as outsiders? Let us not forget that I, Qin Long, possess a certain reputation in Jiangnan City. Your words are akin to slapping my face." The others around him echoed in agreement. "Indeed, Brother Song Qing, we were initially blind to your merits. Consider this a gesture of apology. Yes, you saved us once. It is only fitting that we assist you in return." They chimed in unison. Observing their enthusiasm, Sun Wang felt a surge of irritation and pushed his way into the crowd, exclaiming, "What is going on here? Do not forget what company you belong to. You are on a mission with me. Did I ask for your help?" He then approached Song Qing, a mischievous smile gracing his face. "Brother Song Qing, this seems rather unfair. I am their employer. You should consult me before making decisions, lest you disregard my authority." Song Qing, fully aware of Sun Wang's intentions, coldly retorted, "Disregard you? Are you saying that I must concern myself with you?" Sun Wang's expression soured at Song Qing's reaction. "What do you mean? Are you truly going to forcefully take them? Don't blame me for not warning you. Once we exit, I will seek arbitration from the Hunters Guild. You may find yourself losing everything." Upon hearing this, Qin Long stepped forward and seized Sun Wang by his collar. "Son, let me make this clear. This is my freedom. We will fulfill the tasks you requested, but you have no right to dictate our actions." Instead of being angered by Qin Long's response, Sun Wang appeared somewhat pleased, relishing the reaction. "What is this? Are you afraid? Don't forget, it was you who sought out our company, and your name is clearly signed on the contract. Once we enter the instance, all actions will be under my command." After Sun Wang's words, Qin Long was visibly furious. "Son, are you even human? Brother Song Qing just helped us. How can you act this way?" Sun Wang, however, remained utterly unconcerned. "You may do as you please, but if you refuse to heed my words, your houses and wealth will ultimately belong to me once we exit the dungeon. Moreover, you shall be expelled from the Hunters Guild, rendering you incapable of securing employment." Standing silently nearby, Song Qing observed, while Du, innocent and naive, gazed up at him. "Daddy, that person is so wicked." Song Qing chuckled softly, yet a sinister thought took root in his mind. Indeed, does Du wish to punish this villain? Upon seeing her father smile, Du instantly understood and eagerly approached him. "Daddy, quickly tell me what Du should do." Thus, Song Qing leaned in to whisper his plan into his daughter's ear. After hearing it, a radiant smile illuminated Du's rosy cheeks. "Daddy, that bad person is in for a tough time now. Hey, daughter, we mustn't reveal our intentions prematurely. Rest assured." However, Du felt there was still something amiss. Song Qing raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Oh, do you have any better ideas, Du?" Nodding, Du leaned closer to whisper her improved plan to Song Qing. Upon hearing his daughter's suggestion, Song Qing furrowed his brow and replied, "No, that is too perilous. After all, he is an adult." Just as he spoke, Jiao, standing nearby, grinned widely. "I can protect Sister Du." Song Qing was taken aback, gazing at the excited Jiao. "You?" The other party promptly nodded. "Uncle, don't forget, I am a ghost." Song Qing was momentarily stunned. "Can you control him?" "Yes, I can control him for a short time." Du tugged at Song Qing's arm, pleading, "Daddy, I beg you. Let me go." With no other choice, Song Qing finally relented. "All right, but you two must be extremely cautious." "Haha, understood, Daddy." Subsequently, Song Qing rose and addressed Sun Wang. "Mr. Sun, how about we collaborate?" Upon hearing Song Qing's invitation, Sun Wang's face broke into a cunning smile. "Collaboration means we all must contribute, and the spoils will be divided according to our efforts. Is that agreeable to you, Mr. Song?" Song Qing nodded. That is indeed correct. So what do you propose? Huh. Then let us see how you intend to collaborate. Song Qing began. My plan is to have Qin Long and several brothers accompany me to tackle the next boss, as I need to concentrate fully. Therefore, I wish for my daughter to remain within your party. Upon hearing this, Sun Wang's heart surged with elation. Ha ha! Fortune is smiling upon me. Just as I was contemplating how to take this little girl away, you present her to me on a silver platter? You truly understand me. If this can be sold to the consortium, then I would possess the capability to venture into the realm of enhanced individuals, wouldn't I? He could not help but glance at Dudu's porcelain-like cheeks, his excitement difficult to conceal. Nonetheless, he feigned calmness and spoke. Haha, Brother Song Qing, it seems so simple. No worries, just take it over. Leave the child to us, and you can rest easy. As for the spoils, we can discuss that later. Upon witnessing Sun Wang's demeanor, Qin Long could not resist leaning closer to Song Qing and whispering, Brother Song Qing, isn't this a bit inappropriate? This fellow is aware of your daughter's abilities. Song Qing, however, waved his hand and replied with conviction, since we are partners in this endeavor, how could I harbor doubts about our collaborator? Let's not dwell on this. Seeing Song Qing's steadfastness, Qin Long displayed a helpless expression. He wanted to say more, but noticed Song Qing gently patting Dudu's arm. My dear, you shall accompany that uncle shortly. Chapter 23. A narrow path between rivals after vanquishing the first boss, the malevolent knight. A respite of several hours ensues. However, Song Qing has no intention of resting. Rather, he is determined to meticulously strategize for the next game. Just moments ago, the enigmatic Lady Anwen, clad in crimson, had elucidated the overarching concepts of the 3 levels within the haunted amusement park. While she remained uncertain about the final level, she had previously experienced the first, allowing her to provide a detailed explanation of the second. The second level is yet another reimagined fairy tale, Cinderella. Naturally, given the horror-themed nature of the game, a blissful ending akin to that of Cinderella is utterly implausible. Throughout the entirety of the dungeon, all players must assume various roles dictated by the game rules. They might find themselves as servants at the ball, esteemed guests, or even members of the Prince's Guard, among other characters. This time, the player's objective is to thwart Cinderella's pumpkin carriage from reaching the ball, thereby sabotaging the event. Failure to do so would result in catastrophic annihilation. Furthermore, within this game, they are obliged to heed the commands of the high-ranking figures portrayed by specters. Disobedience would lead to expulsion from the game, a fate that could be as harrowing as dismemberment or, at worst, a gruesome death. This mission features 3 pivotal bosses, a swarm of crows, a tree spirit, and a witch. To successfully navigate through these mini-boss encounters, players must locate specific quest items. However, Song Qing has no intention of following this path. After all, the previous encounter with the boss had rewarded him with substantial experience points and several unidentified pieces of equipment. If he were to pursue the quest items, it would hinder his enjoyment of monster slaying and leveling up. Thus, he resolves to delegate this task to Qin Long and the others. Even if he himself fails to defeat the boss, as long as Qin Long and his team procure all the necessary items, they will still be able to advance to the second level. During the interlude, Song Qing finds a secluded spot with Qin Long and succinctly outlines their upcoming endeavors. Once the game commences, your responsibility will be to locate these specific items: a glass slipper, a golden gown, and a crystal tiara. As for the rest, leave it to me. Upon hearing this, Qin Long and the others are left in a state of astonishment. Brother, do you know how to clear the level? Song Qing nods affirmatively. Indeed, I am aware of the items required for the second level, but the third level looms ahead, presenting the true challenge. Therefore, you must assist me in finding these items for the second level. Seeing that Song Qing has not withheld any information, incredulity washes over their faces. It is essential to understand that although the realm of horror games may feature numerous identical dungeons, the tasks within them are invariably distinct. With unwavering confidence, Song Qing asserted his understanding of the task at hand, which could only imply one thing. He had acquired crucial clues pertaining to the mission. Immediately, Qin Long patted his thigh and exclaimed, Brother Song, rest assured, we will ensure that this matter is handled flawlessly. After delegating all responsibilities, Song Qing took Dudu to seek out Chen Feng and Wang Dazhuang. After all, the system mandated that Song Qing guarantee a survival rate exceeding 50% for players following the hunt for the red-clad woman. The ordinary players, lacking any combat prowess, became Song Qing's primary concern. Upon seeing Song Qing approach, Wang Dazhuang's face lit up with excitement, especially upon hearing that he would be taken to a safe location, prompting a flurry of gratitude. However, upon arriving at the gathering point of Chen Feng and his companions, an unpleasant incident unfolded. Everyone quiet down. Is it really necessary to squabble over a mere item? Let us not forget that survival is our utmost priority. Chen Feng shouted from a vantage point, attempting to quell the chaos below. Yet, several individuals immediately rose in opposition. Chen Feng, do you truly believe yourself to be our leader? On what grounds do you claim the right to distribute these spoils? One protested. Indeed, these rewards should be entrusted to the strong. Who do you think you are? If you have the guts, let us settle this in the arena. Whoever wins claims the goods. In the midst of the standoff, several individuals clutched tightly to an object resembling a long blade. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a security uniform stepped forward. Everyone calm down. We have successfully navigated this crisis, and we owe a debt of gratitude to that young brother over there. Wasn't it he who entrusted Chen Feng with our leadership? Is this really the appropriate way to act? No sooner had he spoken than a burly man emerged, delivering a sharp kick to his midsection. Who do you think you are to speak here? Just as he prepared to throw another punch, a powerful hand seized his wrist. Who the hell is stopping me? He growled, only to look up and find himself face to face with Song Qing, causing him to break into a cold sweat. You, what are you doing here? Song Qing regarded him with a chilling gaze. Why shouldn't I be here? The man struggled to free himself from Song Qing's grip, but found it futile, his anxiety mounting. Let go. What do you intend to do? What do you think? At that moment, several others encircled them, their expressions menacing. Song Qing, I advise you not to meddle. This is none of your business. A bespectacled man stepped forward. Song Qing instantly recognized him as Zhou Yang, the manager from his former company. Upon seeing him, a wave of intense disdain surged within Song Qing. He had once been on the path to becoming the company's manager, only to have this scoundrel sabotage him, revealing his project proposal to a rival firm. Regrettably, Song Qing lacked any evidence to prove that Zhou Yang had betrayed him. Ultimately, Song Qing was dismissed from the company, becoming a pariah within the industry, unable to secure even a semblance of employment. It was at that moment that his life began its downward spiral. In order to survive, he found himself delivering takeout for countless hours each day, striving to earn money for Dudu's treatment. Little did he anticipate that his adversary was also present in this scenario. Zhou Yang, so you are here as well. Sensing the unusual tone in Song Qing's voice and recognizing his formidable abilities, the other party swiftly issued a warning. Song Qing, although this is a horror game scenario, you must not resort to personal vendettas. The eyes of the public are keen, and surveillance is omnipresent. Do not abuse your newfound items. Song Qing merely responded with a cold laugh. Personal vendetta? Huh, do we have any enmity between us? Do not overestimate your significance. With that, he disregarded Zhou Yang and turned to Chen Feng. Very well, if they desire the items, let's provide them. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng leaned in closer and whispered urgently, Brother Song, this is not acceptable. That item is a ghost artifact. It holds immeasurable value. Yet, Song Qing remained unfazed. Ghost artifact? What tier? It's merely a low-tier ghost artifact, Chen Feng replied, scratching his head, bewildered by Song Qing's inquiry. After all, the rarity of ghost artifacts far surpasses that of magic crystals. Possessing one grants ordinary individuals the capability to combat malevolent spirits. Nonetheless, Song Qing continued to dismiss it nonchalantly. Such trifles, and you still contend for them? Whoever performs well later, I shall reward with something better. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang couldn't help but scoff. Song Qing, you have not shed your tendency to boast. Since you refuse it, we shall express our gratitude. Song Qing addressed the crowd. Those willing to follow me may depart now. If you wish to remain with them, I shall not compel you. As his words fell, A brief commotion erupted within the throng. Some chose to stay, yet the majority opted to follow Song Qing. Zhou Yang smiled at him. You see, not everyone is a fool. They naturally discern strength from weakness. Is that so? Let us wait and see. With a grand gesture, Song Qing led his followers away. Before departing, he meticulously counted Zhou Yang's group in his mind. 32 individuals. There remained a considerable distance to reach the 50% mark. Chapter 24 New Game. Cinderella at 6 in the morning, the color of the sky abruptly shifted. The blood-red sky vanished suddenly, replaced by a hazy gray expanse, with ashes continuing to fall incessantly. The surrounding air grew damp and chilly, shrouded in a thin mist that enveloped the entire South Mountain amusement park. After a night of rest, all the survivors had also enjoyed a brief respite. However, at this moment, the survivors had divided into two factions. One was led by Song Qing, representing the survivor camp, while the other was spearheaded by Sun Wang. For his own safety, Zhou Yang had joined Sun Wang's ranks that very night, bringing along over 30 individuals he had previously incited. As the others gradually awoke and beheld the scene outside, they instinctively tightened their thin garments against the chill. The first night had finally passed. Just as they were reflecting on their ordeal, a familiar hollow, cold voice echoed from the sky. I never imagined you would be fortunate enough to survive. But the game has only just begun. The upcoming challenges shall be far more intriguing. The second game has been meticulously prepared for you. Cinderella, I hope you shall enjoy it. In this game, you will assume various roles, and each one of you must adhere to the rules. Those who disobey will have a random part extracted from their bodies as punishment. Now, let the drawing for your new identities commence. As the voice faded, darkness enveloped everyone, and they found themselves in a small, dark room. Moments later, an object resembling a lottery box appeared within the confines of the room. Come forth and draw your roles for this game. Remember, the ghosts in this game possess absolute authority. While they cannot indiscriminately eliminate you, those who fail to cooperate will be disqualified and face punishment. Amidst the rising panic, everyone could only fervently hope for a suitable role. However, only Song Qing was aware that the principal characters in this game would be portrayed by the ghosts, while most of the survivors would be relegated to minor roles. At that moment, Sun Wang boldly approached the lottery box. I shall go first, he declared, reaching in to draw a black card. Upon revealing it, a broad smile spread across his face. I'm done. You may continue. He did not disclose his identity, instead regarding the others with an air of mystery. With no other option, the group reluctantly stepped forward to draw their roles. Oh, I drew a role as a ballroom extra. What a splendid character. I received the villager role. I wonder what benefits this entails. I'm part of the prince's guard. I can't believe it. What does it mean to be the witch's assistant? Is there really a witch? As everyone claimed their roles, Song Qing approached the lottery box, cradling Dudu in his arms. Dudu extended her delicate, rosy hand and grasped a black card from the lottery box, while Song Qing also retrieved the card. Upon opening it, Dudu was momentarily taken aback. Daddy, I want to stay in the village. Song Qing chuckled softly, gently pinching her cheek. It's all right, my dear. Staying in the village is quite nice. Then, Song Qing opened his own card. The prince's guard. It appears I can devise a way to resolve this predicament. After speaking, Song Qing meticulously tied the new equipment, the cloak of night, around Dudu, stating earnestly, my dear, go on. I will have to part with you soon. But this cloak will protect you. The new cloak of night not only possessed the ability to render its wearer invisible, but also provided a measure of protection. Dudu looked at Song Qing with utmost seriousness. Daddy, rest assured, Dudu can take care of herself. Just as she finished speaking, Diogeo, holding a teddy bear, giggled. I will protect my sister. At that moment, Qin Long arrived with several companions. Brother Song Qing, I also drew a villager. I wonder what you got? Song Qing did not hesitate to reveal his role. That's wonderful. I'll entrust Dudu to your care. Qin Long nodded immediately. Don't worry. My brothers and I will certainly keep her safe. Song Qing responded with a satisfied hum. By now, nearly everyone present had drawn their respective roles. In the next instant, all light in the dark room vanished. After a brief moment of blindness, when the surroundings illuminated again, it became apparent that everyone had donned the costumes of their characters. The group found themselves in the appropriate setting of their roles. In the dilapidated village, amidst the confusion and ignorance of the crowd, a sudden bell chimed from the village entrance. Gather round, all villagers to the village entrance. In a state of surprise and panic, the crowd moved toward the entrance. And upon seeing a figure standing beneath the large tree, realization dawned upon them. No wonder Sun Wang had been grinning so brightly. He was playing the role of the village chief. Oh no, now we must heed his commands. This fellow won't pull any tricks on us, will he? Qin Long, alongside Dudu, arrived at the village entrance and immediately spotted Sun Wang's smug expression. Why him? Qin Long thought to himself, feeling a sense of foreboding. Then looked down at Dudu. I will protect you. Don't worry too much. However, Dudu looked up and smiled. Shouldn't he be the one worried? Seeing Dudu's fearless demeanor, Qin Long was at a loss for words and could only add helplessly, just be cautious. I promised your father I would keep you safe. Thank you, uncle. At this moment, Sun Wang, standing on the platform, declared, indeed, I am the village chief of this small village, and from now on, everyone must obey my commands. His gaze then fell upon Qin Long and Dudu. Dudu, your father entrusted you to me before he departed. From this moment forth, you shall accompany me to my home. Upon hearing these words, Qin Long was immediately alarmed, positioning himself protectively in front of Dudu. What do you intend to do, son? Sun Wang erupted into laughter. What do you think? I am the village chief. According to the game's rules, here you must heed my commands. I doubt you can care for that little girl properly. Is there an issue with that? With that, Sun Wang turned to his subordinates, flanking him, and ordered, Go, drag him aside. If he dares to resist, deal with him according to the rules. Two burly villagers rolled up their sleeves and approached Qin Long. Yet, Qin Long stood resolute, as unwavering as a mountain, shielding Dudu. Step aside. One of the villagers shouted at Qin Long, reaching for his shoulder. However, Qin Long's strength proved greater, hurling the man aside effortlessly. The other villager, witnessing this, brandished a stick, ready to engage in a brawl with Qin Long, when suddenly a sweet voice interrupted. Uncle Qin, thank you for protecting me. I think I should go find the village chief. At this, Qin Long halted his actions immediately. Dudu, what are you saying? He is a bad person. Sun Wang, however, reveled in Dudu's words. Ha, little one, it seems you remember our agreement. Come now. Dudu turned to Qin Long. Then you can't make things difficult for Uncle Qin, all right? Sun Wang stroked his chin, a mischievous glint in his eyes. That will depend on your cooperation. Hee. Dudu blinked her adorable eyes, nodding earnestly. The teacher's said to be a good child, so I will certainly listen to the village chief. Good, come here, and I shall not trouble him. Sun Wang's face was alight with smug satisfaction, while Qin Long and the others, feeling utterly helpless, could only resentfully mutter under their breath. Yet found themselves powerless against Sun Wang. As they watched Dudu being led away by Sun Wang, a profound worry gripped Qin Long and the others. This is bad. The little girl has fallen into Sun Wang's grasp. Surely, there will be no good outcome for her. Who would have thought Sun Wang was the village chief? Can we kill him? Don't be ridiculous. He is a confidant of the village witch. Opposing him could lead to dire consequences. Qin Long's heart sank. Sun Wang was particularly interested in Dudu's abilities, and if he was not mistaken, he would undoubtedly make Dudu sign a contract. Old C, who had been listening, was momentarily taken aback. But Dudu is only a 4-year-old girl. Would any contract even hold weight? Qin Long shook his head, stating, Enhanced individuals are not limited by age. Chapter 25. The quest for the crystal shoes. Qin Long's conjecture proved correct when Dudu followed Sun Wang to his residence. The smile on Sun Wang's face vanished instantly, replaced by a smug expression. Little girl, come, sign this document, Sun Wang declared, presenting a pre-prepared contract before Dudu. Curious, Dudu took the contract and began to examine it. There are so many words I don't recognize. Is there a dictionary? I want to check. Sun Wang, growing impatient, snatched the contract back and placed it once more in front of Dudu. This contract isn't for you to read, it's for you to sign. Do you see the spot at the bottom? Just write your name there and then leave your thumbprint. Observing Sun Wang's impatient demeanor, Dudu pouted and muttered under her breath. Why are you being so fierce? I never said I wouldn't sign. With that, Dudu took out a pen and began to focus on writing. Seeing her engrossed, Sun Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief, his heart swelling with joy. However, a minute passed, and Dudu had yet to finish. Sun Wang furrowed his brows. "Hey, are you done yet?" As Dudu was completely absorbed in her task, she obscured the contract from Sun Wang's view. Hearing his prompt, she replied earnestly, "Don't disturb me. I'm almost finished." Sun Wang could only grumble in resignation. Children are truly bothersome. If only she would sign this contract quickly, then haha. While he was lost in dreams of the company he would one day establish, Dudu's voice broke through. "I'm done." Instantly snapping back to reality, Sun Wang hurriedly grabbed the contract. But when he saw the signature at the bottom, his heart nearly stopped. "What on earth is this?" Dudu lifted her adorable little face and replied, "It's my signature." "What kind of signature is this?" Sun Wang frowned at the squiggles that resembled a child's doodle. Dudu, however, spoke with utmost seriousness. "It's my exclusive signature." Sun Wang chose not to inquire further about the nature of her exclusive signature. Instead, he pointed to the ink pad nearby. "Now leave your thumbprint. It must be a clear fingerprint." "What is a fingerprint?" "It's the circular patterns on your finger." "But I don't have that on the back of my hand." "I meant the tip of your finger, not the back." "Oh, is that how it is?" Didn't I just say the fingerprint must be clear? Don't you think this is cuter?" After chatting with Dudu for a few minutes, Sun Wang felt it was nothing short of a miracle that he had managed to keep his composure. Gritting his teeth, he took Dudu's small hand and pressed her fingerprint onto a new contract. "There, you can go play for a while." Gazing at the few contracts on the ground that had been ruined, Dudu's face broke into a smug smile. "Sister Jiao, could you assist me with that contract?" Jiao chuckled and waved her hand, saying done. Sun Wang had no time to indulge Dudu's antics. After acquiring the contract, he hurried off to attend to the witch. Half an hour later, Sun Wang returned from the witch with an order, and his expression had shifted from previous elation to one of concern. Zhou Yang and a group of others promptly surrounded him. "Brother Sun, why do you look so grim? What occurred?" Sun Wang settled into a nearby chair and produced a parchment from his pocket, placing it on the table. "Damn it. The witch demands we retrieve the heroine's glass slipper before noon." Zhou Yang was taken aback, glancing at the parchment, his astonishment palpable. "The glass slipper is located in Count Charles' castle?" Sun Wang rubbed his temples and nodded. "Indeed, this task is formidable. If we wish to obtain the slipper before noon, we must enter this cave. It is infested with bloodthirsty bats. Alas, it seems we may have casualties this time. Not to mention, Count Wells' castle poses an even graver challenge." Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of trepidation. Suddenly, a nefarious idea took shape in Zhou Yang's mind. "Brother Sun, I am aware of the bloodthirsty bats' abilities. They will swarm anyone who passes nearby." Upon hearing this, Sun Wang instinctively glanced at the people behind him, causing their hearts to race with unease. "Brother Sun, you can't target your own comrades." "Yes, we are your steadfast brothers. Such an act would be disloyal." "Brother Sun, the barrel should be pointed outward." Sun Wang rolled his eyes. "What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? I merely wonder whom we should send." At that moment, Zhou Yang envisioned Song Qing, and another cunning plan emerged. "I believe Song Qing's daughter would be particularly suitable." The surrounding individuals fell silent, internally cursing Zhou Yang, but refraining from voicing their thoughts. Sun Wang immediately interrupted. "You speak nonsense. That little girl is very important to me." However, Zhou Yang smiled and clarified, "Brother Sun, you haven't heard my full idea yet. You will understand once I finish." Observing Zhou Yang's self-assured demeanor, Sun Wang furrowed his brow. "Go on." "As far as I know, the bloodthirsty bats pose little threat to enhanced individuals, and they are even more attracted to them. If that little girl goes, she can draw all the bloodthirsty bats toward her, allowing us to reach the castle and complete the task. Brother Sun, do not forget, what is more important, life or money?" Hearing Zhou Yang's words, Sun Wang hesitated momentarily, but soon clarity dawned upon him. "Indeed, you are correct. Just like you, I am uncertain whether this little girl is a reinforced individual, and this opportunity is perfect for a thorough examination." The two were in perfect accord. Subsequently, Sun Wang returned to his abode and found Dudu, who was engrossed in her drawings. "Come, I shall take you to a place." Dudu paused, her brush poised in midair as she turned to him. "Where are we going?" "To the Earl Charles Castle." Just as Dudu was filled with confusion, her companion, Jiao, suddenly brightened, letting out a gleeful laugh. "It's that old man. I haven't been there in ages. Dudu, let us go." Upon hearing Jiao's words, Dudu wasted no time and promptly nodded at Sun Wang. "All right, I adore playing at the castle." However, this conversation was overheard by the butler at Sun Wang's residence. Seizing the moment during a break, he hurried to Qin Long's home. "Brother Long, it's terrible. Dudu has been taken to the castle by Sun Wang." Upon hearing this, Qin Long could no longer remain composed. "What? He took Dudu to the castle? Damn it. This scoundrel must intend to use her as bait. That rascal. I must swiftly inform Brother Song Qing." In this Cinderella-like scenario, there are no communication tools such as telephones or intercoms. Thus, the only means of conveying messages was by horseback. Fortunately, one of Qin Long's subordinates was a stableman, making the journey to the city permissible. So he set off with the message. Chapter 26. Encounter in the Bloodthirsty Bat Cave. After much effort, I finally located Song Qing and conveyed the matter to him. Upon hearing this, Song Qing was momentarily taken aback, then promptly inquired, "Was it Dudu's own choice to go?" "Indeed," I replied. "Brother Long mentioned that it was that scoundrel Sun Wang who deceived her, and the young girl simply acquiesced. What do you think we should do?" However, to my surprise, Song Qing merely smiled faintly upon learning of the situation. "Since Dudu consented, there is no cause for concern. I appreciate your effort in bringing me this news." Seeing Song Qing's nonchalant demeanor, the messenger grew anxious. "Brother Song Qing, you cannot genuinely believe that Sun Wang is a good person, can you? That fellow is nothing but a money grubber. Your girl is in grave danger if he has taken her to that place." Yet, Song Qing smiled again. "There is no need for worry. I believe Dudu is capable of handling these matters." Frustrated by Song Qing's obstinacy, the messenger stamped his foot. "Fine. If you refuse to listen, just remember, if trouble arises, do not regret it." He then turned and departed. Watching the messenger leave in exasperation, Song Qing felt a twinge of helplessness. He was well aware of Dudu's capabilities, and they had devised a plan together. Although it diverged somewhat from his own expectations, he still trusted Dudu to find a solution. Furthermore, Dudu had Jiao accompanying her, thus minimizing potential issues. After all, Jiao was the daughter of a red-clad woman, a mere 6-year-old girl, or rather, a little specter. Yet, who was the red-clad woman? She was the formidable boss of the entire scenario. Therefore, Song Qing harbored little concern regarding Dudu's ability to manage the situation. At the moment Song Qing received the news, Sun Wang had already set off towards Count Charles's castle, accompanied by more than 10 individuals and Dudu. The carriage jolted through the dim forest, creaking ominously, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt, and Sun Wang instantly opened his eyes. "Brother Sun, we have arrived at the Headless Cliff." Upon hearing this, Sun Wang glanced at Dudu, seated across from him in the carriage. "Hehe, ti metu desembarque, Dudu." "We've reached our destination." After a soft response from Dudu, she leapt down from the carriage. Upon alighting, she immediately noticed a dark mountain obstructing their path, with a bridge-like structure perched atop it. "Cough, cough, Dudu, did your father instruct you to heed my words during our journey?" Dudu tilted her head and scratched her cheek. "Did he? When did my father say I should listen to you?" Sun Wang cleared his throat. "Your father asked me to take care of you, which means you should follow my instructions." "That's not the case. My father never said such a thing." Seeing Dudu's stubborn expression, Sun Wang furrowed his brow, unwilling to waste time arguing with her. "Regardless of that, the path ahead is blocked, so we must traverse a cave. To ensure your safety, you need to lead the way." Dudu paused for a moment, lifting her gaze towards Sun Wang. "Are you certain? It is to safeguard my safety?" Sun Wang coughed awkwardly again, of course. Dudu could sense the deception in his words, yet she chose not to confront him. Instead, she turned to look at Jiao beside her. Jiao, clutching a teddy bear, pointed into the distance and said, "I used to play in that cave often. There's so many bats inside, it's quite thrilling." Upon hearing Jiao's words, Dudu's adventurous spirit was ignited. "I want to see it too." The moment she uttered this, Sun Wang felt a sense of unease. Are you talking to me?" Realizing her mistake, Dudu offered no explanation and merely nodded. Yes. When do we set off? Observing Dudu's palpable excitement, Sun Wang furrowed his brow. Aren't you afraid? However, Dudu had already started running ahead. The caravan included not only Sun Wang's men, but also several subordinates of Qin Long. Seeing Dudu advance, they promptly called out to her, "Dudu, don't go. It's dangerous ahead." Yet Sun Wang tightened his belt, his voice tinged with arrogance. "I am the village head now. Anyone who disrupts the rules should not blame me for exercising my authority." Upon hearing this, Qin Long's subordinates fell silent. After all, the rules concerning the supernatural were daunting. Moreover, they were unarmed and unable to mount even the most basic resistance. As they watched Dudu approach the ominous cave, a sense of dread tightened within all their hearts. Alas, it's over. How could anyone harm such a delightful girl? It's inhumane. May the heavens punish them. Oh, poor little girl. The bloodthirsty bats within will turn a person into jerky within minutes. One could only wonder what Brother Song Qing was thinking, to have entrusted his daughter to someone like Sun Wang. Yet, there was no alternative. Even if the little girl wished to accompany them, it was impossible, as each person's role was predetermined and immutable. Amidst the collective sighs, Dudu had already entered the dark cave. Fortunately, a kind-hearted individual from the caravan had given her a torch for illumination before she entered. Holding the torch, Dudu walked slowly into the cave. As soon as she stepped inside, a shrill cry echoed, resembling a woman's terrified scream. Had Dudu been alone, she might have felt fear. However, with the loquacious Jiao by her side, any semblance of fear dissipated. "I used to come here often. Sometimes those people are so foolish they can't even pass the first trial, and I would just stay here for the remainder of the time. My mother often erupts in anger when she cannot locate me. The last time she found me was after a month, and in her fury, she set the cave ablaze for an entire month. You see, remnants of the fire still linger here. Many bloodthirsty bats perished, and countless magical crystals fell, all of which I have collected." Under the introduction of Dudu, Jiao surprisingly began to explore this place, showing no signs of fear. Suddenly, a chilling, eerie screech echoed from within the cave, followed by a rush of sounds emanating from its depths. At that moment, those outside the cave heard the commotion, their faces paling as they gazed inside. "It's over. The bloodthirsty bats are coming." Oh, the poor little girl. How regrettable it would be for her father to know. Words fail me. No one could save her now. Among the crowd, Sun Wang frowned, his face etched with a mix of helplessness and anguish. "If I had known your words were false, I would have taken matters into my own hands." This statement was directed at Zhou Yang, as the idea originated from him. Upon hearing this menacing remark, Zhou Yang nodded vigorously. "Brother Sun, rest assured, I can guarantee with utmost certainty, she is an enhanced human. Even if she perishes, the magical crystals can revive her." Seeing Zhou Yang's resolute expression, Sun Wang discreetly took out his mobile phone. He opened an application, revealing the location where Dudu currently resided. Zhou Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother Sun, you were able to bring something in?" Sun Wang let out a cold laugh. "Did you truly think I was foolish enough to trust you blindly?" He adjusted the screen for clarity, allowing them to discern the situation inside the cave. "Goodness, this little girl possesses remarkable courage, daring to enter alone." Even Sun Wang couldn't help but admire her boldness. At that moment, within the cave, they saw clusters of red light approaching the camera. "What is that?" "Bloodthirsty bats," Yo Yang exclaimed in alarm. Just as he spoke, the screen displayed a swarm of massive bats, their eyes glowing red, lunging toward Dudu. Witnessing this scene, Sun Wang helplessly shut his eyes. It's over. Chapter 27. The bloodthirsty bats with a lack of purpose. At this moment, many members of the cavalry noticed that Sun Wang was still holding a mobile phone, and they gathered around to take a look. When they saw the crimson-eyed bats, their sizes resembling that of hawks, swooping down towards Dudu with their mouths agape, a chill ran down their spines. However, upon witnessing Dudu standing her ground without a hint of fear, even extending her right hand, they were left bewildered. What on earth was she doing? Why did it seem as though she harbored no trepidation? Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Doesn't it appear as if she is attempting to greet those bats? My goodness, it truly seems like she is. Listen, it sounds as though she is addressing the bloodthirsty bats with a cheerful, "Good morning, Mr. Bat, Mrs. Bat." Good heavens, could she genuinely believe she is merely playing house? Alas, the poor girl. She will likely soon cry out in agony from the pain, and I cannot bear to witness such a thing. Just as everyone lamented the impending doom of the adorable little girl, those bats on the screen abruptly halted as if they had collided with an invisible wall. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, Dudu had merely picked up Gio's teddy bear. Upon catching the scent of the toy, the bloodthirsty bats immediately reacted as if they had encountered an extraordinarily fearsome creature, collectively ceasing their movements. Gio stood nearby, a touch of pride illuminating his face as he remarked to Dudu, "How about that? My teddy bear is quite impressive. Isn't it?" Dudu couldn't help but beam with delight, exclaiming, "Hee, it truly is wonderful." Then, as if struck by a particularly delightful idea, she called out to the bats attempting to flee, "Come back." To everyone's astonishment, those bats that had been poised to flee obediently halted in their tracks. "It's too dark in this cave. Could you perhaps make your eyes shine a little brighter and illuminate the path for me?" No sooner had she uttered these words than the bloodthirsty bats began straining to emit light from their eyes. In an instant, the cave was aglow as if adorned with crimson light bulbs. Though the atmosphere was undeniably eerie, the sincerity of the bats was evident. Remarkably, these bloodthirsty creatures willingly acted as illuminators, fluttering ahead of Dudu. Outside the cave, everyone struggled to comprehend the scene before them. Wasn't it said that these bats were vicious bloodsuckers, destined to transform humans into jerky? What on earth were they doing? Zhou Yang, in particular, could hardly believe his own eyes, tugging at his hair in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. These are bloodthirsty bats. How could they possibly heed the words of this little girl? Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of cold laughter and derision arose from those around him. Perhaps that little girl has discovered some sort of prop. Indeed, a grown man targeting a child for revenge? Do you even consider yourself human? Fear not, for the spirits here shall not spare such a person. Upon hearing the scorn and chatter of those around her, Zhou Yang let out a discontented hum. Yet, as if struck by a thought, she erupted into laughter. I am indeed the villain. So what? That little girl will meet her end regardless. At this proclamation, those nearby were momentarily taken aback, and Zhou Yang, unfazed by her own musings, spoke without restraint. That little girl must be possessed by some form of high-level malevolent spirit, which explains her peculiar behavior just now. Did you not notice? Her words immediately stirred the crowd's awareness. They began to recall Dudu's recent actions, which indeed had been rather strange. From her soliloquy as if conversing with someone beside her, to her bizarre gesture of raising her hands. All these actions serve as a stark reminder that Dudu seemed to have fallen under the control of a sinister entity. The thought of such a possibility caused the collective heart of the group to constrict once more, just as they had begun to relax. To further provoke their anxiety, Zhou Yang continued, "Do not be deceived by her current evasion of the bloodthirsty bats. The true peril lies ahead. The reason these malevolent spirits chose not to let the bats harm her is that they prefer to feast upon the tender flesh of children. Her recent antics were merely a means to safeguard their choice morsel." The gravity of her statement sent a chill through the hearts of her listeners. Logically, in the game they were engaged in, aside from the witch and the woman in red, the most formidable spirit should be Count Charles. Seemingly attuned to their thoughts, Zhou Yang casually added, "Oh, by the way, Count Charles is a Western aristocrat who relishes using knife and fork. She is likely to be served in several portions." As Zhou Yang's description unfolded, vivid images began to form in the minds of the onlookers. The notion of the adorable Dudu meeting such a fate stirred a sense of sorrow within each of them. Not far away, Sun Wang had also begun to grasp Dudu's potential fate, prompting a grim reflection. Damn it, she doesn't seem to be enhanced. Otherwise, she wouldn't have succumbed so easily to possession. He then glanced at the time. It was getting late. Taking advantage of the absence of the bloodthirsty bats, he urged, "Let's hurry into the cave." As the group entered the cave, a chilling gust swept through, raising goosebumps upon their skin. Outside, they had sensed an eerie atmosphere through their phones, but upon stepping inside, the uneven rock walls and the sharp stalactites looming everywhere sent a shiver down their spines. They finally realized the immense courage Dudu must have possessed to venture in alone. Meanwhile, Dudu, aided by the bloodthirsty bats, had reached the end of the cave. Upon exiting, she was immediately captivated by the sight of a distant, ominous castle. Wow, what a beautiful castle! It must hold countless wonders within. Beside her, Jiao nodded while clutching her teddy bear. Indeed, there are numerous toys inside. Charles specifically gathered them for me. Let me take you there. Upon hearing Jiao's words, Dudu immediately exclaimed with excitement, "Then let us hasten over." Without delay, Dudu dashed toward the distant castle. However, the bloodthirsty bats were unable to leave their cave. Upon seeing Dudu depart, they swiftly turned back into the depths of the cavern. The lead bloodsucker caught a whiff of human scent, emitting a piercing shriek that summoned all the bats to return to the cave. Moments later, anguished cries echoed from within the cavern. While Sun Wang and his companions endured the onslaught of the bloodthirsty bats, Dudu and Jiao had already arrived at the entrance of Count Charles' ancient castle. Gazing at the towering wrought iron gates, Dudu scratched her head. "It's too high. I can't reach it. I need to find a stone." Her eyes then fell upon a large blue stone nearby. "That stone is just perfect." Dudu approached the blue stone and gently grasped one side. With a slight exertion of her delicate arms, the several hundred-pound stone was surprisingly overturned with ease. After a few rolls, she positioned the blue stone beneath the grand iron gate. Standing atop the stone, Dudu reached out and pressed the doorbell. To her astonishment, the castle, which appeared to have been abandoned for at least several centuries, resonated with a melodious chime. "It has been far too long since we had visitors." Guoming, a deep voice, reminiscent of a presence looming behind, beckoned. Subsequently, the grand door swung open before Dudu, still holding the extinguished torch that had been dim for an unknown duration. She approached the castle's hall step by step. Creak! As the castle door opened, a man clad in a gray suit revealed himself. Oddly enough, he had only half a head. Upon seeing him, Dudu quietly inquired, "Are you Count Charles?" Just as her words left her lips, a chilling breeze swept past her. Bang! The door slammed shut instantaneously, plunging the room into darkness as all the lights extinguished. To her horror, a pair of bat-like wings unfurled from behind the man with half a head, and his teeth grew alarmingly sharp. "Ha ha ha! It has been ages since a child graced my doorstep. Such tender skin. Your blood must be exquisite." Chapter 28. The young lady of the copy, upon witnessing the peculiar demeanor of the individual before her, Dudu felt not a trace of fear, but rather an exhilarating thrill. "Wow, sister, you were telling the truth. It truly resembles a vampire. Look at those wings and those teeth." Her exuberant reaction left the gentleman with half a head momentarily speechless. "Little girl, cease this charade. There is no one here but you and me." He then extended his sharp claws towards Dudu's face. Just then, an overwhelming sense of pressure surged from behind her. "I see you have no regard for your remaining half of a head, do you?" "Who?" The suited man with half a head was taken aback, swiftly turning around, only to find himself kneeling on the ground, pleading, "My lord, never anticipated you would awaken. I was merely jesting with this young lady." With that, he retreated a step, unwilling to approach Dudu any closer. Dudu had now noticed the tall figure clad in an exquisitely tailored high-neck suit. His stature was imposing, and his demeanor exuded elegance. However, his skin was unnaturally pale, and his teeth were exceedingly sharp. He held a goblet aloft, directing a frosty gaze towards the half-headed gentleman. "You wretched insect of a steward, should I catch you indulging in my delicacies again, you shall know the consequences. Begone." "Why, yes, my lord." With that, the half-headed steward hastily fled the grand hall of the castle. Subsequently, Count Charles turned his attention to Dudu, a hint of amusement gracing his features. "My dear child, I hear you seek me." At that moment, Dudu had quelled her playful spirit, for she realized that Didi had vanished without a trace. Alone, a flicker of fear began to creep into her heart. After all, she had understood the conversation between the Count and the steward. This dapper nobleman had referred to her as a delicacy. I heard there is an amusement park here, and I wish to play for a while. But perhaps it is best if I do not anymore." Ha ha ha. What an adorable little girl. Count Charles set down his goblet and scrutinized Dudu with a discerning gaze, revealing a look of regret. Alas, the castle has its own rules, and since you have entered, you must obey its demands. Dudu gazed up at the Count with pleading eyes, softly inquiring, if I leave now, will I still have time? Witnessing her distressed expression, the Count erupted into another hearty laugh. Leave? No, no, no. You need not depart today. You must complete a task to earn your exit. However, given your undeniable charm, I shall bestow upon you an additional gift. With that, the Count produced a key from within his attire. You were destined to undertake a mission here. Yet it appears your companions are currently engaged in merriment with my little pets. Thus, I believe it is only fitting that I entrust you with the task's apparatus. Dudu was taken aback. What apparatus? Ah, are you not aware? The crystal shoe of Cinderella. Such a pivotal artifact. Suddenly, Dudu recalled how Song Qing had emphasized the significance of this crystal shoe when narrating the task to Qianlong. She had not anticipated discovering such an essential item so soon after stepping out. Observing Dudu's contemplative expression, Charles poured himself another glass of crimson blood wine. Now, I am merely imparting a rule, not presenting you with a multiple-choice dilemma. There are no options for you. With that, he downed the blood wine in one gulp and placed the glass before Dudu. Do you see this cup? If you can fill it with your own blood, I shall consider your task completed. Upon hearing this, Dudu was instantly frightened to tears. I don't want to be pricked and bleed. I want to go home. I want my daddy. Wah. With that, Dudu turned to flee, but Charles was quicker, grasping her firmly. Ah, Run. Little girl, there is nowhere to escape. But fret not. My cup isn't very large. It only requires half the blood in your body. He then drew his knife, preparing to cut into Dudu's wrist. In that instant, Charles felt as though someone was standing in his peripheral vision. Old man, how dare you bully my sister? Today, I shall pluck every one of your teeth. At the sound of the child's voice, a cold sweat trickled down Charles's back. I miss you. You're here? Dudu did not respond, but threw her teddy bear to the ground and approached Charles with a large pair of iron pliers. Open your mouth. No, miss. I did not know she was your sister. When did you get a sister? I said, open your mouth. Please, miss, spare me. No. A cacophony of screams echoed from the castle. Outside, in the graveyard, the half-headed butler shuddered at the sounds emanating from within. The Count had not encountered a child in ages. This time, it appeared grim for her. What a pity, such tender flesh, such exquisite blood. With a shake of his head, he returned to his grave digging. Finally, the screams from the castle ceased, plunging the entire estate back into silence. Charles, clutching his mouth, writhed in agony, with a few bloodied teeth scattered on the floor, a sight most horrific. Dudu tossed the pliers aside, clapped her hands, retrieved her teddy bear, and took Dudu's hand. Sister, come, I'll take you to the amusement park upstairs. Dudu wiped her tears and finally broke into a smile. At the amusement park, Dudu was filled with joy. Meanwhile, in the cave of the cliffs of decapitation, Sun Wang clutched his arm, now stripped of all flesh, nearly fainting from the pain. Zhou! Yo Yang! I swear, I will kill you. This is you. Your abominable suggestion. At this moment, Zhou Yang's condition was utterly pitiful. He had lost all the flesh from his thigh and much of the skin from his back due to the vicious bat attack. Hearing Sun Wang's scolding, he let out a bitter laugh. Mr. Sun, is this really the time for such remarks? We should focus on how to complete the task ahead. Otherwise, we might all perish. Upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, Sun Wang was reminded of the mission entrusted to them by the witch. Failure to accomplish the task would only lead to dire consequences. They were already in such a miserable state. If they were to lose another part of their bodies, what would be the meaning of survival? The instinct for survival ignited a powerful force within him once more. Although still alive and able to move, follow me, exhausting every ounce of strength. Sun Wang and the others finally arrived at the ancient castle. The butler, upon seeing Sun Wang and the others, who were barely intact, lost all interest in them as sustenance. The mission items have already been taken. You may leave. With that, the butler slammed the door shut. Sun Wang and the others stood frozen in place. What? The items have been taken? Who took them? Soon, someone in the crowd exclaimed, could it be? That little girl, did it took the items? Dudu and Jiao perched on the back of Count Charles, their faces tinged with melancholy. They had found the first item, but what about their father? Was he in danger? After a moment, she whispered to Jiao, "Can we fly even faster?" Jiao immediately plunged a dagger into Count Charles's back. "My sister wants to go faster. Can't you hear?" At that moment, Count Charles was at a loss, feeling utterly helpless against Jiao, who seemed to be his nemesis. Is this really how you should be violating the game's rules? I will be the one punished. Yet, the thought of Jiao's pincers made his mouth ache, compelling him to soar towards the city with his two young companions. Chapter 29. Dudu's capture in the city. Song Qing had just completed a patrol with a group of individuals, ensuring that the prince's ball would proceed without any mishaps. This task was essential, as Song Qing needed to ascertain the prince's whereabouts to prevent any surprise attacks from the sorceress. After attending to all duties, Song Qing returned to the palace to report to the captain of the guards. The captain, a formidable embodiment of a high-ranking malevolent spirit, was clad in an ill-fitting tailcoat. He held a goblet aloft, a smug expression gracing his face as he regarded Song Qing. "Have all inspections been completed?" Song Qing nodded, responding with composed assertiveness. "Indeed. Everything has been checked. Should the prince encounter any difficulties, you shall bear the brunt of the responsibility. Rest assured, I shall shoulder all responsibilities." The sinister spirit laughed heartily, lowering his goblet and leaning in closer. "I hear you are quite the fighter." Song Qing narrowed his eyes, a hint of defiance evident. "Indeed, such bravado. Very well. I have a task for you. Retrieve something for me." Upon hearing the spirit's words, Song Qing felt an unexpected surge of excitement. He feared not the difficulty of the task, but rather the absence of one. "No problem. Just tell me where to go." The spirit casually produced a map from his attire and laid it before Song Qing. "According to our intelligence, Count Charles at the Headless Cliff possesses a pair of crystal shoes. To prevent them from falling into the hands of others, I require you to acquire them for me." Song Qing paused momentarily, realizing that Dudu was headed in that direction. "Very well. I shall go see how Dudu is faring." With that thought, he took the map and departed. As Song Qing galloped swiftly out of the city, Dudu, under Count Charles' guidance, approached the outskirts. "My dear young ladies, we have arrived at the royal city. May this old servant take his leave now?" Dudu found the Count's subservient demeanor quite amusing. "Sister Jiao, I believe we can manage entering the city on our own. Let him return first." Jiao nodded in agreement. "All right, you may go. But should you ever dare to bully my friends again, do not blame me if I set your castle ablaze. I assure you such a thing will not happen again." "Well then, off you go." Jiao waved dismissively, her attention largely absorbed by the opulent structures of the royal city. Upon hearing this, Count Charles turned and fled, utterly devoid of grace. Dudu, with a small bear backpack slung over her shoulders and a candy box in hand, wore an expression of eager anticipation. "Hooray, I can finally see Daddy. Let us go." Jiao responded affirmatively and immediately followed suit. However, upon reaching the gates of the royal city, a tall guard wielding a spear suddenly blocked Dudu's path. "Little one, this is the royal city. You cannot enter." Dudu halted, gazing up at the guard. "Why not?" According to the game's rules, to enter the royal city, one must be adorned in splendid attire. Your coarse fabric clothing is insufficient for entry." The guard, a subordinate of Zhou Yang, instantly recognized the young girl before him as Song Qing's daughter and deliberately sought to make things difficult for her. Faced with the obstruction, Dudu felt quite troubled. But I have no other clothes, uncle. Could you possibly make an exception? I merely wish to see my father for a moment, and then I shall leave. Would that be acceptable?" The guard scrutinized Dudu from head to toe and suddenly recalled that Song Qing was not an ordinary figure within the realm. He smiled and replied, "Well, this could be arranged, but you must pay an entrance fee first." Upon hearing this, Dudu scratched her head and murmured, I have no money. Could you allow my father to pay you later?" The guard immediately adopted a stern expression. "No money? What do you mean by that?" "I do not have the time to accompany you inside to find your father." Just then, several patrolling guards spotted the scene and rushed over. "It's Dudu." Dudu, upon seeing the patrolling guards, leapt with joy. "Uncle, I've seen you before. Could you help me pay the entrance fee? I promise my father will reimburse you shortly." "All right, The patrolling guard was momentarily taken aback. Entrance fee? Since when has there been an entrance fee here? The gate guard, puffing his chest, looked disdainfully at the patrolling officer. I am the captain of the gate guards. If I say there's a fee, then there is. The patrolling guard, infuriated by this arrogance, retorted, this is a violation of the rules. However, the gate guard nonchalantly pointed to a nearby notice. Violation of rules? Huh, what a joke. The notice clearly states that the entrance fee is to be collected at the discretion of the gate guards. What? Do you have an objection? The patrolling officer, feeling helpless, glanced at Dudu's hopeful expression and inquired, fine, how much do you want? I have it. As he spoke, he produced a bank card and handed it to the guard. There are 200,000 here. That should suffice for the entrance fee, right? To his astonishment, the gate guard showed no interest whatsoever. Please, this is a game instance. You think you could trade with outside currency? What are you thinking? Then what do you want? 10 magic crystals. Upon hearing this, the patrolling guard gasped in disbelief. What? 10 magic crystals? Are you out of your mind? The guard laughed derisively. Poor thing, if you're broke, don't pretend otherwise. He then turned back to Dudu, a faint smile gracing his lips. Little one, if you wish to enter the city, it is not impossible. How about this? Let me take a look inside your little bear backpack. If there are any valuable items, I might consider making an exception. As soon as he finished speaking, the patrolling guard stepped forward and seized the gate guard. Are you even human? Are you trying to rob a child? The guard, suddenly seized, forcefully pushed the assailant away, exclaiming, what do you think you are? Do you dare to challenge me to send you packing? At these words, the patrolling soldier became flustered, compelled to silence. Observing the guard's aggressive demeanor, Dudu, with a touch of resignation, unlatched her backpack. As the zipper opened, a pair of translucent blue crystal high heels emerged, rendering the guard momentarily speechless. He abruptly seized the small bear backpack. This is... Before he could finish, the patrolling soldier also stood in shock. Dudu, isn't this the crystal shoe from a mission? Wasn't it in the possession of that vampire count? How did it end up in your hands? Dudu, with a glimmer of hope, inquired as she walked towards the city. With this item, will it allow me to see my father? The guard, taken aback, suddenly conceived a sinister thought and called out to Dudu, stop. Dudu trembled, halting her steps and looking at him with a hint of vulnerability. Uncle, I've given you the crystal shoes. Please let me meet my father. I beg you. Upon hearing this, the patrolling soldier displayed a look of astonishment. No, I can't. This item is too crucial to relinquish. However, before he could elaborate, the guard swiftly drew his sword. Do you dare challenge me? I could arrest you now for disturbing the peace. It must be said that authority weighs heavily. The guard was the captain at the city gate, several ranks above the ordinary patrolling soldier, leaving the latter with no room to retaliate. Seeing the patrolman fall silent, the guard immediately commanded the nearby city guards, come, seize this little girl. I suspect she has stolen valuable items with the intention of threatening the royal city. In an instant, 2 guards apprehended Dudu. No, these crystal shoes were given to me by the count. Given? What nonsense is this? Take her away to the dungeon first, and we will deal with her later. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Dudu was taken away. The patrolling soldier, frantic with anxiety, dashed off to find someone to inform Song Qing about Dudu's capture. Chapter 30. Leveling up in the bloodthirsty bat cave in the castle of Count Charles, he gazed sorrowfully at the broken fang resting in his palm, tears welling in his eyes. For their kind, the fangs represented their identity, a significant symbol of their lineage. Although it was merely an old tradition, the growth of these fangs was exceedingly slow, and it would take many years for them to return to their former glory. As he sat in his chamber, lamenting his dental misfortune, a sudden surge of potent energy startled Charles from his reverie. What brings the crow here? He pondered, carefully stowing away the broken tooth before descending the stairs. Upon entering, he beheld a figure clad in a flowing black robe, seated quietly in a chair, awaiting his arrival. Charles furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping into his thoughts. This individual would not venture here without cause. Surely, it pertained to the evening's banquet, likely concerning the crystal slipper. With this realization, Charles rubbed his temples, striving to maintain an air of nobility. What brings you here? The man in the chair rose slowly. a hint of reverence gracing his features. "Greetings, Count Charles." However, upon observing Charles's appearance, the crow hesitated momentarily. "Ah, Count, your fangs." Charles instinctively touched his teeth, clearly reluctant to delve into the matter. "Enough. It's a minor issue. Now, tell me why you have come." The crow straightened, his demeanor turning serious. "Count, I have been dispatched by the witch." Charles nodded slightly. "What does she require of you?" "I am here to retrieve the artifact." "The crystal slipper?" "Indeed. I apologize, but according to protocol, I cannot relinquish the artifact to you." The crow's brows knitted together in dismay. "This is an item intended for Her Majesty. Is there a problem with my retrieving it?" Upon hearing the crow's tone and attitude, Charles spun around abruptly, a flash of crimson igniting in his gaze. "Are you instructing me?" In an instant, a chilling wind swept through the room, an immense pressure weighing down upon the crow, rendering him unable to lift his head. "I apologize, Count. My attitude was at fault. Please forgive me." Charles let out a cold huff. "Return and inform the witch that I operate independently. I do not require her oversight. Otherwise, do not blame me for the consequences." "Show him out." Though humiliated, the crow felt a surge of anger within, yet he dared not resist. After all, Charles was a high-ranking dark spirit, while he was merely a common one, separated by an entire tier in their hierarchy. Over the course of their long evolution, the realm of spirits had established a rigid ranking system. Each major tier consisted of 100 levels, further divided into 3 categories representing distinct statuses. 1 to 3 stars signified the low rank. 4 to 6 stars represented the ordinary, and those exceeding 6 stars were deemed high rank. These 3 ranks signify not only the presence of malevolent spirits, but also encompass vengeful ghosts, ghost generals, and even higher echelons of power. The Raven has merely transcended to the 40th level, thus becoming an ordinary malevolent spirit, which pales in comparison to Charles. Upon departing from Count Charles's castle, a sense of indignation grew within Raven, compelling him to return and inform the witch. After all, the witch holds a status equivalent to that of the adversary, making it more prudent to entrust such matters to her. Meanwhile, Charles, feeling somewhat resigned, exhaled deeply as he gazed out at the ominous clouds, remarking, "Mister, this is where my assistance ends. I hope you refrain from extracting my teeth again." At the headless cliff, Qing observed the distant, dark mountains, tightening his grip on his weapon. "Vampires, I am coming." With that declaration, he leaped from his steed and ventured towards the cave. Upon entering, he sensed an aura of danger lurking within. Could it be the blood-sucking bats? After traversing a short distance, a powerful stench of blood assaulted his senses. Why is the scent so pungent? It seems a battle has transpired here. As Qing possesses a bond with Dudu, he is privy to her status. Although unaware of her exact location, Dudu's condition appeared quite favorable, alleviating his concerns. He directed his torch towards the ground, revealing mottled bloodstains. Crouching down, he delicately touched a drop. Fresh blood? It seems it has been shed not long ago, just as he was about to rise. A piercing scream echoed from the depths of the cave, followed by the sound of countless bats seemingly swooping towards him. In the dim light of the torch, he beheld numerous red glimmers advancing through the darkness. Blood-sucking bat, a low-level bloodthirsty creature, adept at swarm attacks, swift in motion, and exceptionally agile in dark environments. Special ability, can initiate a death swarm attack, relentless in pursuit, with overwhelming numbers. Upon seeing the system notification indicating their vast numbers, a look of satisfaction spread across Qing's face. One immense wave of experience points. Splendid. With that thought, he unceremoniously returned his Night Demon Blade to the system repository and retrieved the Hunter-Apprentice crossbow once more. I hope to swiftly attain level 100 and unlock a secondary profession. Otherwise, acquiring formidable area of effect skills will be quite troublesome. Having checked his equipment, the blood-sucking bats had already arrived before him. The screeching of the bats was piercing, akin to metal scraping against glass. Their numbers were staggering, their crimson eyes forming a lengthy band of red light stretching for dozens of meters. Enveloped in thoughts of the potential experience points to be gained, Qing eagerly exclaimed, "Come forth." Upon finishing his statement, Song Qing swiftly pulled the trigger towards the bloodthirsty bats that were a mere 10 meters away. Whoosh! The silver arrows soared into the midst of the bat swarm, and immediately a cacophony of notifications echoed in Song Qing's mind. Ding! Hunted 1 level 5 bloodthirsty bat. Ding! Hunted 1 level 8 bloodthirsty bat. His fingers danced with agility, and his legs moved back and forth, ever vigilant to evade the onslaught of these ravenous creatures. Under his formidable assault, the ground soon became a macabre display, littered with the carcasses of various bloodthirsty bats. Though they were merely low-level beings, the experience gained was not substantial. Nevertheless, to Song Qing, even the flesh of bloodthirsty bats was still flesh. Just as he reveled in the exhilarating hunt, Count Charles in the ancient castle sensed an inexplicable attack on his cherished pet. Bang! How dare that wretched crow slay my little companion? Butler! With a furious roar, Charles summoned his butler, whose head was barely intact. My lord, how may I serve you? You must immediately go to the bat cave and teach that crow a lesson. The butler hesitated, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Pardon me, my lord, but what exactly has transpired? That fiend has slain my pet. He must be punished severely. Bring him back at once. The butler quickly grasped the situation and nodded with resolute understanding. That accursed crow. I sensed something amiss with him just moments ago. Fear not, my lord. I shall swiftly attend to this matter. With that, the butler hastened towards the direction of the bat cave. Chapter 31. The two forces after an exhilarating hunt lasting several minutes. Song Qing's level ascended to 11. However, this experience imparted a crucial revelation prior to his job change. Slaying monsters for the sake of leveling up had seemed as simple as child's play. Yet past level 10, each advancement demanded an immense amount of experience, leading Song Qing to perceive that being a warlock was rather formidable. Could it be true? After such an extensive time vanquishing the bloodthirsty bats, he had only gained a single level. Alas, what I truly require now is the area attack skill of the Radiant Demon Hunter. Gazing at the distant, dark mass of bloodthirsty bats, fatigue suddenly washed over him. Although the damage inflicted by these bats was nearly negligible, their overwhelming numbers posed a significant threat. A mere bite from each of these thousands of bats could prove perilous. To conserve energy, Song Qing reduced his movement frequency, striving to maximize his rate of fire. Minutes slipped by, and the corpses of the bloodthirsty bats nearly filled the cavern before him. At that moment, he sensed a presence far more formidable than the bats emerging from the far end of the cave. Could it be a boss? The thought ignited a flicker of excitement within him. After all, bosses yield far greater experience. He resolved to investigate, continuing to eliminate the relentless swarm of bats as he advanced. Upon entering the cave, the steward was immediately enveloped by a palpable aura of death. This ominous essence emanated from the remnants of the fallen evil spirits. Hiss! Is that crow out of its mind? Does it not fear the Count's wrath? Yet, I am no match for that crow. What if it decides to eliminate me? The steward's pace instinctively slowed. No, if this carnage continues, the Count will surely be displeased. With that, he hastened his steps. Just as he reached the midpoint of the cavern, the menacing crow suddenly vanished. Has it fled? The steward, puzzled, peered ahead when an overwhelming presence surged from behind him. No. Spare me, Mr. Crow. Let us converse amicably. In an instant, he felt a lethal intent closing in, compelling him to kneel. Song Qing had his dagger poised at the steward's throat. Yet he was taken aback when the latter knelt and referred to him as the Crow. Do you recognize the Crow? Song Qing refrained from dispatching him immediately and instead inquired softly. The steward was taken aback. You're not Mr. Crow? Who are you? With the dagger resting against his neck, he dared not move, thus failing to perceive Song Qing's true visage. However, he was certain that his adversary was far superior in strength, as evidenced by the mountain of bloodthirsty bat corpses nearby, which stood as a testament to his prowess. Song Qing did not respond to the other party's words, tightening his grip slightly. I am the one asking you a question. The butler felt as if the dagger was slicing into the skin of his neck, prompting him to hastily reply, I know the Crow. Then why do you think I'm the Crow? The butler, fearing for his life, recounted the reason for his presence here. As Song Qing single-handedly slaughtered the bloodthirsty bats. He listened to the butler's explanation, feeling a twinge of surprise. Are you saying that the Count did not give the artifact to the crow? Why? The butler was unaware that the Count had entrusted the crucial crystal shoe to Dudu, so he pondered for a moment before responding. In truth, the relationship between the Count and the witch is rather strained. They are both subordinates of the Red Queen. I believe it is due to this poor relationship that he chose not to give it. Song Qing nodded slightly and then addressed the butler. Since you are the Count's steward, you must have some control over these bats, correct? Yes. Send these bothersome creatures away. I will continue my hunt upon my return. Upon hearing Song Qing's command, the butler wasted no time, pinching his fingers together. Instantly, a wisp of green smoke burst forth from his hand, slowly permeating the cave. The blood-red eyes of the bats dulled upon detecting the smoke, and they soon fled the area. With the nuisance of the bloodthirsty bats gone, Song Qing finally found a moment to rest. Seizing this opportunity, he engaged the butler in further conversation regarding the relationship between Count Charles and the witch. Through the butler's narration, along with Song Qing's prior knowledge of this character, he gleaned information previously unknown to him. For instance, the Red Lady and Wenjun was an entirely different person before and after being possessed by the malevolent spirit. And Wenjun had been cultivating her own power long before the possession, with the vampire Count Charles as one of her aides. After the malevolent spirit took over, the Red Lady nearly dominated all the specters within the realm. Yet she possessed several significant flaws. For example, she could not remain in Wenjun's body for extended periods and would only manifest at critical moments. Additionally, while the Red Lady was immensely powerful, reaching the level of a malevolent spirit and overpowering all other entities in the realm, each of her attacks demanded a considerable expenditure of energy, which was drawn from those who entered the realm. Upon discovering these vulnerabilities of the Red Lady, Song Qing formulated his own strategies. Determined to acquire the crystal shoe, he urgently instructed the butler, "Take me to the ancient castle now. Do not try any tricks." Hearing this, the butler felt a rush of exhilaration. He was elated that he still had value to the other party, and once they reached the castle, the Count would be able to protect him. As for the other party's intentions, it was of no concern to him. Thus, he eagerly nodded in agreement and led Song Qing through the back cave, arriving at the ancient castle of the Count. Upon reaching the castle, the butler gestured towards the imposing, pitch-black edifice, stating, "This is the castle of Count Charles. He resides within. Shall I fetch him for you?" Song Qing nodded, not intending to enter the castle, as it was the domain of the other party, and he felt the need to exercise caution. Although he and Wenjun were in a collaborative relationship, Charles was, after all, one of Wenjun's subordinates. Yet, one could not rule out the possibility of betrayal, for the chasm between humanity and the supernatural was insurmountable. Within mere minutes, Song Qing suddenly sensed a formidable danger creeping toward him. Suddenly, the sky darkened with ominous clouds. The windows of the castle swung open, and countless bloodthirsty bats surged forth, swooping down upon Song Qing. Chapter 32. An unfamiliar encounter. The Earl of Charles was genuinely enraged this time. Had the steward informed him that it was a raven responsible for the demise of his beloved pets, he might have calmly engaged in a discussion regarding compensation. However, upon discovering that it was a human who had exterminated thousands of his cherished creatures, he felt a profound sense of humiliation. As a dignified vampire lord, when had he ever endured such indignity, especially at the hands of a mere mortal? Moreover, Charles perceived today as his day of suffering, a veritable calamity. This morning, he had mistakenly offended Giorgio, resulting in a loss of several teeth. Then, the raven returned, exhibiting an indifferent demeanor toward him. He felt that his misfortunes had reached their peak, only to be further compounded by yet another human tormenting him. Do you all perceive me as a feeble cat simply because I refrain from displaying my ferocity? Determined to teach this ungrateful human a lesson, Charles unleashed a horde of bloodthirsty bats from the castle. After all, if the adversary could effortlessly dispose of his thousands of pets, he could not afford to be careless. His current status and power were not easily attained. Thus, he initiated a strategy by sending his minions to harass the opponent before making his own move. As the bloodthirsty bats charged toward the human, he raised his hand and unleashed a volley of crossbow bolts. With a series of swift thuds, the bats fell lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing the demise of his minions, sorrow pierced Charles's heart. "How dare you retaliate?" he exclaimed, raising his cloak and enveloping a multitude of bats as he lunged toward Song Qing. Yet, Song Qing remained unperturbed in the face of the overwhelming swarm of bats. The inadequacies of the light demon hunter's area attack skills became painfully evident, particularly in such an open expanse, rendering him unable to contend with the bloodthirsty bats effectively. "Stop! Stop!" With no retreat left, Song Qing hastily raised his hand to call for a halt. From the swirling black mist above, a gruff voice resounded. "Having slain so many of my pets, you think you can simply call for a pause? Today, I shall drain every drop of your blood." As the proclamation echoed, several sharp claws emerged from the darkness, lunging towards Song Qing's neck. In that critical moment, Song Qing suddenly drew a short dagger from behind him. With a fierce growl, his figure vanished from sight. Charles, cloaked in the black mist, was suddenly struck by a chilling sensation from behind. Surprise blood strike, 10 consecutive hits. With a series of piercing sounds, the razor-sharp blade penetrated Charles's body. He let out a wretched scream. Realization dawned upon him. The damage from each successive strike was escalating alarmingly. By the fourth strike, he was already on the brink of collapse, acutely aware that the next blow could very well be his last. "No, if this continues, he may truly kill me. Who is this individual, truly? Could he possibly be a high-level hunter? Yet, it seems implausible. What purpose would such elite hunters serve in a low-level dungeon? What could they gain from it?" Charles, wary and cautious, summoned his resolve and ignited a portion of his own essence, transforming his form into a wisp of black smoke that vanished instantaneously. As Song Qing's fifth strike met with nothing but air, he swiftly retracted his blade, searching for Charles' whereabouts. "Enough of this. Who are you, really?" When Charles reappeared, he found himself atop a distant castle turret, 100 meters away. He scrutinized Song Qing closely, only to realize that he could not decipher the man's true nature. The more elusive Song Qing appeared, the greater the sense of peril Charles felt. Song Qing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile gracing his features. "I am not someone you can provoke lightly. Do not be so arrogant, boy. This is my territory. Are you not afraid of death?" Upon hearing these words, Song Qing erupted into laughter. "What a joke. You cannot even secure your own safety, yet you threaten me? Do you truly believe you can intimidate me?" Charles, perched atop the rooftop, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Who were these people he encountered today? A mere girl who could not fend for herself was one thing, for she was a friend of the Red Queen's daughter. The crow's condescending demeanor was also troubling. After all, it was a servant of the witch, and now was not the time to sever ties. Yet now, an unidentified, formidable human had emerged, daring to confront him directly. This was nothing short of the utmost insult. What troubled him further was the fact that this individual showed no fear of him. During their brief skirmish, he had sensed the difficulty in dealing with Song Qing. Of course, as a high-ranking malevolent spirit, he could indeed eliminate this foe if he truly desired, but it would come at a significant cost. The price was steep enough that, even should he vanquish his opponent, he would find himself in a state of considerable weakness. Given his understanding of the witch, he was certain she would seize any opportunity to eliminate him. Thus, engaging in a battle was not a viable option. He could not afford such a risk. Consequently, Charles quickly devised a strategy to extricate himself from the situation. Boy, do not be so presumptuous. The task's item is in my possession. Should you fail to complete the mission, you too will meet your demise." Upon hearing this, Song Qing laughed once more. "I believe you are mistaken. I have no intention of completing this game through the acquisition of any item." Charles was struck with disbelief. "What? You do not plan to clear this game by obtaining the item? How then do you intend to succeed?" With nonchalance, Song Qing sheathed the Night Demon Blade. "By defeating the 3 major bosses, I can still disrupt this game. Are you not aware of the rules?" At this revelation, Charles finally grasped the ambition that drove Song Qing. Yet he remained skeptical of the man's capabilities. Cautiously, he inquired, This is utterly impossible. How could you possess such strength? You must understand that the witch's two subordinates are no trifles. Song Qing merely smiled in response. Then I suppose I shall embrace a vegetarian lifestyle? Even if, hypothetically speaking, I lack the capacity to vanquish them, I can still eliminate you and seize the item. Charles finally began to show signs of strain. You, kid, are you truly certain you wish to proceed with this? The item is in my possession, and you may not be able to defeat me. Noticing that her attempt to intimidate Charles had failed, Song Qing couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. If it came to a confrontation, she was undoubtedly at a disadvantage, for the opponent's level far exceeded what she could comprehend. Just then, a sudden clatter of hooves echoed in the distance. Song Qing, it's terrible. Dudu has been captured. At the sound of this, Song Qing was momentarily taken aback, turning to look behind her. There, Qin Long, with a face full of panic, was brandishing a long knife to fend off the dwindling hordes of bloodthirsty bats while sprinting towards her, shouting frantically. Chapter 33. Collaboration with the vampire. Upon hearing the news, Song Qing was momentarily taken aback. What did you say? What happened to Dudu? His daughter was the apple of his eye, and the revelation that Dudu had been captured nearly sent him into a frenzy. Qin Long tightened his grip on the reins, swallowing hard before hastily explaining. It seemed she was apprehended for stealing a highly significant prop, the crystal shoe. At these words, Song Qing was momentarily stunned, turning to gaze at Count Charles atop the ceiling. The crystal shoe prop is not in your possession? Upon receiving the news of Dudu's capture, Charles was also taken aback, then looked at Song Qing upon witnessing his reaction. You are the father of that little girl? Song Qing furrowed his brows slightly. Indeed, I am Dudu's father. Did you give her the crystal shoe? Charles finally sighed in relief. So it was all a misunderstanding. I had no idea you were that little girl's father. You should have mentioned it sooner. With that, he touched the wound on his chest, which had been pierced. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Song Qing scrutinized him closely. What exactly transpired? Speak quickly. Charles sighed again and recounted the event in detail, of course, fabricating a plausible excuse to gloss over the incident involving Dudu pulling out his teeth. Song Qing had no interest in Charles's dental misfortune. However, he was astonished to learn that Dudu had ventured to the royal city with a genuine crystal shoe. Brother Song Qing, I believe we should hasten to rescue her. Yet, Song Qing was not overly concerned, as he could see through the system's team panel that Dudu was still in remarkably good condition. Charles pondered for a moment, then realized a highly advantageous condition for himself. Although he was not actively involved in the affairs outside the precipice, he had some rapport with the lord of the royal city. As long as he presented a token to the lord, he was certain to receive a favor. Moreover, he believed that with Dudu accompanied by Jiao, they would surely turn adversity into fortune. Thus, he was determined to make the most of this opportunity. With a smile playing on his lips, he addressed Song Qing. I can assist you with this matter. Upon hearing this, Song Qing regarded him with suspicion, instantly recognizing the ulterior motives behind his words. Nevertheless, in the interest of swiftly rescuing his daughter, he steeled himself and inquired, What are your conditions? Charles cleared his throat twice and smiled awkwardly. Naturally, there are conditions. You must agree to help me obtain the soul lamp from the witch, and I will assist you. Song Qing was momentarily taken aback. The soul lamp? Yes, this object may hold no value for you, but it is immensely beneficial for us spirits. The soul lamp is a ghostly artifact created from the souls of those who perished in the instances collected by the witch. If I can acquire this artifact and refine its power, I should be able to transcend the realm of malevolent spirits. Upon hearing Charles's words, Song Qing could not help but sneer. What makes you think I would assist you? Cough, cough, we're on the same side after all. Your help will be beneficial for you as well. Observing the cunning Count Charles, Song Qing shook his head in resignation. Firstly, we are not on the same side. I merely have a cooperative relationship with Wenjun. Secondly, I may not possess the capability to eliminate the priestess. And let me ask you this. Do you take me for a fool? Dudu is right by my daughter's side. She certainly will not encounter any trouble. As for you, attempting to scheme without any effort is quite naive. With Song Qing exposing his hidden motives, Charles's face flushed with embarrassment. Song Qing continued, "However, I am open to collaboration, provided you cooperate with me. I could consider assisting you in obtaining the soul lamp." Upon hearing this, Charles became visibly excited. "Yes, of course. Just tell me how we shall collaborate." Not wanting to waste any time, Song Qing replied directly, "You must first demonstrate some sincerity. Then I will inform you of the next steps for us to join forces against the priestess." Charles's eyes gleamed with understanding as he nodded eagerly. "All right." He then removed a ruby ring from his finger and handed it to Song Qing. "The Lord of the Royal City owes me a favor. With this ring, you can certainly rescue Dudu. Moreover, you can communicate with me through this ring." Taking the ring, Song Qing slipped it onto his finger and immediately felt a connection to Charles's thoughts. "All right, await my message." Just as Charles was about to say more, he noticed that Song Qing had already turned to leave. "I hope this partner does not disappoint me." In the desolate mountains behind the nameless village, a raven gazed gloomily at the priestess's departing figure. "Is this truly not feasible? If we do not restrict Charles, he will undoubtedly pose a threat to us in the future." The priestess, with her long black hair cascading down to her waist, turned her back to the raven and spoke slowly. "Charles? He is merely a minor character. It is not yet time to act against him. But he disregards our commands. Are we to simply swallow our pride? Of course not. Since he insists on this course, you shall teach him a lesson." With that, the priestess raised her hand, and a black torch floated gently before the raven. "Take this with you and set fire to his bat cave. Let him feel some pain." The raven accepted the ghostly torch, excitement illuminating his face. "Rest assured, my lady, I shall complete the task." The priestess gave a slight nod, and her figure gradually vanished into the air. With the intermediate ghostly artifact in hand, the raven could hardly contain his eagerness to test its power. He waved his hand, and a blaze erupted forth. "Ah, what a powerful artifact, far superior to my little knife." After sheathing the ghostly torch, the raven leapt gracefully, transforming into a sleek, ebony-feathered crow, soaring towards the precipice of the beheaded cliff. In a bid to reach the royal city expeditiously, Song Qing informed Qin Long of the location of his steed, then mounted the latter's mount and galloped towards the royal city. However, upon his arrival at the Bat Cave, he was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming wave of searing heat emanating from within the cavern. What was happening? As soon as he uttered these words, bloodthirsty bats shrieked, darting towards the entrance. Soon after, Song Qing beheld a figure clad in black, wielding a torch, relentlessly pursuing him. Instinctively, he assessed the opponent's prowess. LV-41 Raven, evil spirit boss, possessing formidable offensive capabilities, capable of high-speed flight, adept at concealing its presence, and skilled in ambush. Special abilities, stealthy assault, flight. Song Qing was momentarily taken aback. The Raven? Wasn't this one of the three pivotal bosses? Yet, upon scrutinizing its level information, a grave expression crossed his face. This creature's level was rather daunting. His bloodstab attack could annihilate foes up to 20 levels higher than himself, but this adversary surpassed him by a significant margin. While he pondered, the Raven also detected Song Qing outside the cave, initially displaying a hint of surprise, which quickly morphed into exhilaration. Alone, empowered human? Who would have thought such an opportunity would arise today? With that, the figure approached Song Qing. Chapter 34. The Hunt for Crows. Although the enhanced individuals possess formidable abilities and are adept at combating malevolent spirits, frequently hunting them for various items, their remarkable powers are also coveted by these very spirits. In the eyes of the crow, encounters with enhanced individuals within the 3-star dungeon are exceedingly rare. Thus, he naturally did not regard Song Qing as a formidable opponent, considering that his own level classified him as a significantly powerful evil spirit within the dungeon. With a torch in hand, he approached Song Qing, entirely unconcerned about the possibility of the latter fleeing. Song Qing wore an expression of caution, acutely aware that his adversary's level was considerably higher than his own, rendering his strongest skills inadequate. Furthermore, the crow's ability to fly meant that even attempting to escape would be futile. Nevertheless, he remained composed, gently rubbing the ring on his right hand. "Young man, judging by your attire, You must be one of the royal city escort. What brings you here? The crow stood before Song Qing, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. He had the capability to strike, yet according to the rules of the game, he needed to fabricate a charge against Song Qing to justify his actions. Song Qing, maintaining his poise, replied, I am indeed a member of the Royal City Guard, and I am not obliged to report my mission to you. The crow, undeterred, leaned closer, his voice dripping with intrigue. Oh, you refuse to cooperate? TSK. Are you aware that in this game, you are bound to obey the commands of evil spirits? Is that so? Song Qing retorted, his confidence unwavering. Yet I distinctly recall that characters in the game must adhere to a hierarchy. I am a guard of the royal city, while you are merely a subordinate of the village, which, by rank, you hold no authority to command me. Upon hearing this, the crow erupted into hearty laughter. Young man, you are indeed exceptional for recognizing the witch. However, if you naively believe that your role can offer you protection, you are sorely mistaken. As he spoke, the crow circled behind Song Qing, lightly tapping his shoulder and lowering his voice conspiratorially. There is another rule, one I suspect you are unaware of. If an evil spirit inadvertently kills a human, the most they face is a punishment from the game, and that punishment is administered by a spirit of a higher level. Thus, even if I were to accidentally slay you, my penalty would be minimal, while you would forfeit your very life. With that, the crow laughed uproariously once more. By the way, I am inherently compassionate, so I shall offer you a chance. Surrender your weapon to me, and I may consider sparing your life. Upon hearing the crow's words, a cold sneer crept across Song Qing's mind. The crow's intentions were transparent. He sought to disarm him, thereby eliminating him effortlessly. However, Song Qing remained unfazed, his gaze steady and resolute. And what if I decline? In an instant, the crow's smile vanished, replaced by a glint of sinister red in his eyes. Sharp black feathers sprouted from his arms. Then I shall take your life. As the words fell, the air around thickened with a pungent scent of blood, and a chilling wind began to howl ominously. The raven's form vanished before Song Qing in an instant. With an expression of grave concern, Song Qing brandished the dark night blade before him, extending his consciousness to remain vigilant of his surroundings. Yet, the raven's formidable strength far surpassed his own. He could sense the creature's presence permeating the air around him. Damn such swiftness! Although Song Qing would not submit, he was nonetheless intimidated by the other's overwhelming power. This extraordinary speed was certainly beyond his capacity to contend with. The raven could effortlessly eliminate him. Suddenly, a sharp wave of murderous intent surged from behind him, prompting Song Qing to dodge hastily. However, he was still a moment too late. The raven's silhouette materialized slowly in the air, a short blade piercing into Song Qing's shoulder. Kid, your defiance is rather unwise, the raven taunted, twisting his wrist, causing blood to spurt from Song Qing's wound. Does it hurt? Come on, utter another harsh word for me. I relish your rebellious spirit. It fuels my sense of conquest. Unexpectedly, Song Qing chuckled. I never imagined you had such a peculiar sense of humor. TSK. By the way, there's something I wish to convey. The raven, exhibiting no urgency to slay Song Qing immediately, chose instead to toy with him like a cat with a mouse. All right, I'm all ears for your last words. Feel free to share your final wishes as well. If I'm in a good mood, I might just relay them. Song Qing sighed slowly, lifting his right hand to reveal a ruby ring adorning his middle finger. Villains often perish from their own verbosity. I find your ramblings rather excessive. Were I in your position, I would not hesitate to eliminate my opponent rather than engage in idle chatter. Upon glimpsing the ring, the raven was momentarily taken aback, failing to absorb Song Qing's words. Where did you acquire that ring? He recognized the piece. It was inconceivable for the miserly Count Charles to bestow such a significant item upon a mere human. An idea flashed in the raven's mind. Could this individual have vanquished that man? However, he quickly dismissed the notion, unable to fathom that any human could defeat Charles. Although he harbored disdain for Charles, he still respected the Count's power. Then, another thought struck him. Could it be a gift from him? Just as he was about to voice this speculation, a violent tremor coursed through his body, and a hand emerged from his chest. The raven turned in disbelief, his eyes wide. A swirling mass of black mist began to materialize behind him, and from within this darkness, Charles, clad in a black evening suit, emerged. You guessed correctly. He is my partner. Raven, you truly deserve to die. Upon finishing his words, Charles waved his hand dismissively at the butler behind him, who promptly handed him a pristine white towel. As he wiped the stains from his hands, Charles lamented, "Moreover, I have long advised you not to meddle with my little pet. Why do you persist in ignoring my counsel? Setting fire to things? You must be tired of living." Subsequently, he tossed the towel onto the ground and addressed Song Qing, saying, "I leave this person in your care. Expedite the process and do not let it disrupt our collaboration." Watching Charles's retreating figure, Song Qing sighed helplessly, thinking to himself, "This guy is even better at acting than I am." At that moment, the crow was filled with regret, having found himself at Song Qing's mercy, and quickly begged for forgiveness. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I beseech you, spare me." Song Qing touched the wound on his shoulder and retorted, "Spare you? First, enlighten me on where you went astray." The crow was taken aback, not expecting Song Qing to genuinely inquire. He promptly racked his brain to elucidate his errors. I was wrong to trouble you. And what else? Also, I should have shown you more respect. I will certainly amend my ways next time." "Well, what more?" The crow was flabbergasted, unable to conceive of any further missteps. Song Qing sighed in exasperation. "All right, let me enlighten you. Your mistake lies in squandering so much breath on me. In your next life, as a ghost, spare me the chatter." With that, he plunged the dagger of the night into the crow's chest. "You." The crow's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Song Qing. "Furthermore, in your next life, do not harbor such naive thoughts that your enemies will let you off the hook. Now be gone." Ding. Slain level 40 Evil Spirit 1. Gain 150,000 experience points. Ding. Host current experience is full, leveling up to level 12. Ding. Host current experience is full, leveling up to level 13. Ding. Host current experience is full, leveling up to level 15. Ding. Gain skill point 1. A series of notifications resounded incessantly within Song Qing's mind. Chapter 35. Dudu's imprisonment. A formidable level 40 evil spirit boss bestowed an overwhelming amount of experience upon Song Qing. However, it was unfortunate that the equipment and magical crystals belonging to the crow had been seized by Charles. At this moment, Song Qing finally discerned Charles's capabilities. Yet he remained curious as to why his adversary had refrained from delivering a fatal blow during their last encounter. With a minor interlude concluded, Song Qing mounted his steed and galloped towards the royal city. In the royal city prison, Dudu stood before a stool that towered over her, her face a portrait of grievance as she gazed at the warden seated behind the desk. "Uncle, I truly did not steal the item. It was a gift from a count," she implored. Yet, the warden merely scoffed. "Child, do you take me for a fool? Your lie is so rudimentary. A distinguished vampire count would entrust such a significant item to a mere girl? Huh, who would believe that?" Dudu earnestly defended herself, but the warden remained unconvinced, nearly bringing the young girl to tears. "I am not lying. Everything I said is true." At that moment, a guard station nearby interjected, "Sir, this little girl's father has slain numerous evil spirits. You must not show her any leniency." The warden was momentarily taken aback, and the guard proceeded to recount Song Qing's impressive feats in detail. Upon hearing the guard's words, astonishment flickered across the warden's face. Is there truly such a powerful human? Could it be that a high-level hunter has entered our midst? The guard quickly shook his head. Not at all. It's merely a stroke of luck that he acquired such formidable items. Only then did the warden relax slightly, casting a mocking glance at Dudu. "Little girl, I never expected you to have such a father. Now that you have fallen into our grasp, you can only blame your father for shedding too much of my kin's blood. This vendetta shall be placed upon your shoulders." Dudu was filled with dread, tears brimming in her eyes. The guard, witnessing her distress, felt a surge of satisfaction, envisioning how he could impress Sun Quan. He continued to stoke the flames, pointing at Dudu. "Warden, this girl is not ordinary. She possesses some abilities." "What abilities?" The warden, intrigued, regarded the little girl, who appeared no older than 4 or 5, and seemed far from enhanced. The guard, well versed in Dudu's capabilities, revealed, "It turns out this little girl has such abilities. It seems she cannot be left alive." With that, the warden commanded the nearby guards, "Bring her to the lowest cell and deliver her to the octopus monster." "Yes, warden." A guard then shoved Dudu forward. "Move." Tears nearly spilling over, Dudu protested, "I truly am not lying. Woe is me." Upon witnessing Dudu's sorrowful demeanor, the warden and the other evil spirits erupted into laughter. "Little girl, do not be so naive. Are you still unaware of whom you have offended? At this juncture, it would be prudent to obediently enter and await your punishment. Perhaps a touch of sweetness in your words might mitigate your suffering." Upon hearing the guard's words, Dudu wept even more fervently. Witnessing her tears, the guard felt a surge of delight, contemplating how he would soon relay this good news to Sun Wang. Others may not grasp the significance of the lowest level of the prison, but as a city guard, he was acutely aware. The lowest tier houses the most ferocious of malevolent spirits, those who have long been deprived of sunlight, belonging to a particularly savage breed of evil entities. Though their ranks may not be high, they are among the most ruthless of fiends, reveling in the torment of humanity. They are confined there for fear that their release could disrupt the very fabric of the game. The guard knew that once Dudu was imprisoned, her chances of survival would vanish entirely. As they traversed the dim, damp path leading to the deepest cell, the temperature dropped with each step. Countless cells lined the route, each containing varying degrees of wicked spirits. Whenever they caught a whiff of Dudu's scent, they would uncontrollably crash against the iron bars. The cacophony of growls and the relentless banging of iron sent shivers down one's spine. Meanwhile, the companion, Jiao, felt a pang of frustration as she patted the little bear in her hands. "This is infuriating. My powers are suppressed in the royal city. But do not fear, dear sister. I shall devise a means to rescue you." With that declaration, Jiao opened her mouth wide and expelled a dark, glimmering orb. "With this, those malevolent spirits shall be unable to harm you." Dudu's hands were bound, rendering her helpless as Jiao placed the orb into her pocket. "I will find a way to save you. Consider it a game." Dudu suddenly felt a surge of trepidation, ready to speak, but Jiao had already vanished from sight. Alone, Dudu's fear intensified. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, and suddenly, the path ahead came to an abrupt halt. Before her loomed a pitch-black cell, devoid of any visibility within. "Enter." The jailer brusquely shoved Dudu into the deepest recess of the prison. Bang! The cell door slammed shut, and Dudu immediately heard the rustling sounds emanating from within. Then, a chorus of sinister laughter filled the air. What tender morsel we have here. It has been ages since we feasted on such fresh prey. Oh, it seems the warden has decided to treat us today. Is it a special occasion? Have they sent us such a delectable young lady?" Dudu observed the grotesque spirits. Some missing eyes, others with gaping mouths, or heads smeared in blood, and terror gripped her heart. "Do not eat me. Woo-woo." Yet, the more she cried, the more elated the surrounding spirits became, their revelry growing ever more unrestrained. One of the female spirits reached out towards Dudu's face. However, just as her fingertips were about to make contact, a sudden cough echoed from the depths of the cell. The gathered malevolent spirits trembled in fear, rendered speechless. The female ghost swiftly retracted her hand, hastily retreating into the crowd. At that moment, the only sound in the room was Dudu's sobbing. Following this, the dragging sound of chains scraping against the ground filled the air. A beam of light pierced through the cell door, allowing Dudu to finally discern the source of the sound. Before her stood a man covered in tentacles, his body slick with a foul-smelling slime, his eyes glimmering with a ravenous hunger. Upon sighting this creature, all the wicked spirits quaked with terror. They were all terrified of the octopus monster, for within this prison, they were all mere prey to it. This malevolent being was the most formidable of all within the prison. Although the octopus monster was not of particularly high rank, it was exceptionally ferocious, with even the evil spirits included in its diet. It was immensely powerful and a crucial subordinate of the Lady in Red. making it a being that even the warden could not casually deal with, relegated instead to the lowest depths of the prison. Oh, how long has it been since I encountered such tender prey? It seems the warden still remembers me. A tentacle, drenched in blood, extended towards Dudu's face. Witnessing this scene, the malevolent spirits could only sigh in resignation. Such delectable and exquisite sustenance was likely beyond their reach. However, a silver lining remained. Once this octopus monster had satiated its hunger, it would momentarily refrain from targeting them. In the nameless village on the back mountain, Sun Wang and several key members knelt on the ground, pleading fervently with the shamaness. Yet at that moment, the shamaness had just received the news of the death of her most loyal subordinate, the crow, stirring tumult within her heart. A few nearby malevolent spirits urged the shamaness. Great shamaness, why not simply eliminate these weaklings? It would be an act of vengeance for Brother Crow. The shamaness remained silent for a while, and then a sudden idea sparked in her mind. She tiptoed over to Sun Wang and Zhou Yang. To slay you would be quite simple. Yet I have conceived of a more fitting game that would allow you to continue living. Would you care to hear it? Sun Wang and Zhou Yang exchanged glances, then immediately knelt down, exclaiming, "We are willing, great shamaness. Whatever conditions you propose, we shall accept." The shamaness nodded in satisfaction, squatting before Sun Wang and lifting his chin with her sharp nails. "Offer yourself as a sacrifice, become mine, and I shall bestow upon you immense power. I guarantee you eternal life in this realm." Upon hearing this, Sun Wang and the others broke into a cold sweat. Was this not still a death sentence? However, the shamaness continued, "Alternatively, I could kill you, extract your souls, and refine them, causing you to be utterly obliterated." It seemed a choice devoid of options. As Sun Wang hesitated, Zhou Yang immediately prostrated himself. "I am willing." The priestess nodded with satisfaction and said, "Very well. I shall bestow upon you my power and grant you eternal life, but you must assist me in completing a certain task." Zhou Yang immediately raised his head to look at the priestess and inquired, "What task?" "Capture the girl named Dudu. I want to make Song Qing regret her actions." Chapter 36. Begging to be a servant within the confines of the prison, Dudu was seized by an overwhelming fear, her cries echoing in the darkness. Yet, the malevolent spirits surrounding her reveled in her despair, their delight growing with the intensity of her sobs. The visage of the octopus monster was etched with a cruel grin, as he contemplated how to dispose of the frightened child before him. However, just as one of his tentacles grazed a single strand of Dudu's hair, a powerful surge of energy abruptly severed his appendage. It struck him like a jolt of electricity, startling and unexpected. My hand!" The octopus monster shrieked in agony, watching helplessly as his severed tentacle fell to the ground. The surrounding fiends were rendered speechless, astonished at the unfolding scene. What just happened? How did Octopus Brother lose a tentacle? What was that shocking sensation? Is there electricity here? No, I distinctly felt a formidable force. Could it be this little girl? The spirits exchanged bewildered glances and turned their attention to Dudu. Meanwhile, the octopus monster retrieved his severed tentacle with his remaining appendages, acutely aware of the lingering powerful energy within it. As he recognized this formidable and somewhat familiar power, terror washed over his face, disbelief etched in his features. Who are you?" Dudu was too frightened to respond, consumed by the horrifying surroundings as she continued to wail for her father. Observing her distress, a flicker of anger ignited within several of the malevolent spirits. This little girl was clearly uncooperative. "Octopus Brother, allow me to deal with this little brat." A ghoul, cloaked in green moss, licked his lips and lunged toward Dudu. At that moment, a tentacle adorned with suction cups swiftly dispatched him, twisting his head with lethal precision. "Did I permit you to move?" The dying ghoul gazed at the octopus monster in astonishment. "Octopus Brother, I was trying to help you." With a cold glare, the octopus monster retorted, "Unnecessary." He then unleashed a stream of green liquid from his suction cups, dissolving the ghoul into nothingness. The remaining spirits exchanged glances, perplexed by the octopus monster's evident fear of the little girl. "Octopus Brother, she's merely a human child. Why are you protecting her so fiercely?" Another spirit questioned. Indeed, the green moss ghoul was only trying to assist you. Is this not a bit disheartening? Another chimed in. Could it be that this little girl possesses some hidden background? Despite their trepidation towards the octopus monster, the spirits pondered their ability to unite against him should he become too unpopular. The octopus monster scanned the group with a cold gaze. Are you fools? I, being so powerful, had a tentacle severed in an instant, and you still dare approach her? Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he pointed at Dudu's bulging pockets, inquiring about their contents. Little girl, do you have a bead in your pocket? Seeing Dudu still weeping, the octopus creature quickly spoke up. Please stop crying. I promise I won't eat you. Can you answer my question? At that moment, Dudu, exhausted from her tears, nodded softly through her sniffles. The octopus creature asked the same question again. Dudu, with no intention of hiding, took the bead out of her pocket. However, as she revealed the bead, an overwhelming wave of power surged forth. Upon the release of this formidable energy, all the evil spirits felt as if doomsday had arrived. The cries of anguish, wails, and pleas for mercy echoed throughout the cell. Even the mightiest among them, the octopus, felt a heart-stopping force upon seeing the bead. He knelt before Dudu, prostrating himself on the ground. All his tentacles trembled uncontrollably as he summoned every ounce of strength to withstand the oppressive force. So, you are the daughter of the Red Queen. I apologize. I was wrong. Can you put the magic bead away and spare us our lives? Dudu, somewhat astonished, gazed at the spirits bowing and pleading before her. Huh? What is wrong with you all? Dudu looked on with curiosity, puzzled by their behavior. The octopus, trembling slightly, knelt again and implored, please, put away your magic bead. We were in the wrong. The other evil spirits, while wailing, echoed his pleas, each appearing so terrified, as if they were the humans and Dudu the malevolent entity. Dudu glanced at the bead in her hand and recalled what Jiao had previously told her. She then looked at the malevolent spirits in the cell and declared, So, you promise not to eat me again? The spirits bowed their heads repeatedly, and only then did Dudu stow the bead away, her face lighting up with joy. As the magic bead was returned to her possession, the evil spirits gasped for breath as if they had been freed from a noose, swaying weakly within the cell. When the octopus creature looked at Dudu again, his eyes reflected a myriad of complex emotions. Subsequently, he knelt before Dudu. My lady, I, the octopus creature, wish to be your servant forever. Please accept this humble servant of yours. I shall guard you for all eternity. Witnessing the octopus's actions, the other evil spirits finally reacted, each vying to kneel before Dudu. My lady, we wish to be your most loyal servants, never betraying you for all eternity. My lady, accept me. I vow to shield you with my body forever. My lady, have mercy on us. We pledge to protect you for all lifetimes. Dudu, observing the spirit's fervent reactions, found herself at a loss. I do not require any servants. Perhaps you should wait for my father to arrive before proceeding. Upon hearing her words, the multitude of spirits fell into a stunned silence. What, young lady, your father is also coming? Dudu nodded earnestly, indeed. I came here with my father. The malevolent spirits began to murmur amongst themselves. Father? That is impossible. The husband of the woman in red never entered, as he is said to have perished long ago. Could it be she is an impostor? The octopus monster, upon hearing Dudu's declaration, initially entertained similar thoughts. However, upon further reflection, he concluded that even if Dudu were not the young lady, the magical orb she possessed was undeniably genuine. Regardless of her true identity, she must hold a position of significant esteem. Thus, he immediately turned his serious gaze towards the other malevolent spirits. Regardless of whether she is the young lady or not, as long as I, the octopus monster, am present, no one, be they human or spirit, shall dare to harm her. The spirits finally came to their senses and promptly suppressed their thoughts. Yes, indeed, regardless of her status, we have already sworn our eternal loyalty to you. In the warden's office, Sun Wang and Zhou Yang, clad in black robes, have become the subordinates of the witch. Warden, We have heard that you recently captured a young girl. Please hand her over to us." Upon finishing his statement, Sun Wang placed a red hairpin upon the warden's desk. The warden paused momentarily. "Why didn't you mention this sooner? She has already been sent to the lowest level. By now, she is likely reduced to mere bones." At this revelation, Sun Wang and Zhou Yang exchanged bewildered glances. "What? Sent to the lowest level? When did this happen?" The warden shrugged helplessly. "It has been about an hour. The octopus monster should be savoring her flavor by now. You might inquire if he can describe the taste of the little girl." Upon hearing the warden's words, Sun Wang burst into laughter. "Huh, if that is the case, Song Qing must be furious." Zhou Yang, however, thoughtfully stroked his chin. "I believe we should see her alive or dead. Even a bone should be examined." Sun Wang wholeheartedly agreed, nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, we must confirm this for a proper report." Subsequently, they stood and addressed the warden. "We would appreciate your assistance in allowing us to verify this matter." The warden, unable to contend with the higher-ranking malevolent spirits, could only acquiesce with a resigned nod, leading the two to the depths of the prison. Chapter 37. My daughter is still in the Lord's mansion under the guidance of the sinister spirit guards. Song Qing arrived at the threshold of the Lord's office. The Lord of the city was a formidable level 70 high-ranking sinister spirit, a powerful entity within the entire instance. Upon hearing that a human sought an audience with him, he was momentarily taken aback. "A human seeks me? Isn't this game supposed to have nothing to do with me? Why would a human come looking for me? Could it be that someone is plotting mischief again? Overestimating oneself. Let him in." The door swung open, and the guard ushered in Song Qing, who was clad in a similar guard's uniform. "What brings you here?" the Lord inquired. Without unnecessary preamble, Song Qing extended his right hand, revealing the ruby ring on his middle finger. "You should recognize this ring." The Lord was slightly taken aback, a perplexing expression crossing his face. "How did you come by Charles' ring? Where did you acquire it?" Song Qing smiled. "Naturally, he gifted it to me. How else could I have obtained his belongings?" The Lord nodded slightly, dismissing any improbable thoughts from his mind. He then turned to Song Qing and asked, "So, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Song Qing recounted, in detail, the incident involving Dudu's capture and expressed his desire for the Lord's assistance in rescuing her. Upon hearing Song Qing's request, the Lord furrowed his brow. "Human, do you realize how significant a favor is to me? You dare to ask me to rescue a mere child? I would consider it reasonable if you sought my help to navigate this instance. Does Count Charles know that your purpose in seeking me is for such a trivial matter?" Song Qing met the Lord's gaze earnestly. "First and foremost, I wish to convey that that little girl is my daughter. She is the most important person in my world. Secondly, could you refrain from being tedious? By receiving this ring from Count Charles, you essentially owe me this favor. Understand?" Seeing Song Qing's audacious demeanor, the Lord's assistant was poised to reprimand the impolite individual, yet the Lord burst into hearty laughter. "Young man, as you wish, I shall accompany you. However, once this opportunity is missed, you shall lose this favor." "Understood. Shall we proceed?" "Let's go." With that, the Lord promptly led Song Qing towards the prison. In the depths of the prison, Dudu was in fits of laughter at the jokes shared by the specters. "That was hilarious. Did that donkey finally get the carrot?" As Dudu relished the ghostly humor, the prison warden swung open the cell door and addressed Zhou Yang and Sun Wang, who stood behind him. "I told you both that the little girl is surely gone. The stench inside is overwhelming. I shall not accompany you. You may go on your own. I will wait for you above." Exchanging glances, Sun Wang and Zhou Yang could only nod before stepping down towards the cell. As they ventured halfway through, the cacophony of wails emanating from the malevolent spirits surrounding them sent shivers down the spines of both. Sun Wang swallowed hard, valiantly suppressing his urge to relieve himself. Should we continue?" Zhou Yang, though equally terrified, did not wish to lose face in front of Sun Wang and stifled his fear. "What are we afraid of? After all, we are now spirits ourselves, and, as subordinates of the witch, these malevolent beings dare not harm us." Upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, Sun Wang could only tighten his resolve and press onward. The deeper they descended, the colder the air became. Sun Wang muttered, "What if that little girl is devoured and left with not a single bone?" Zhou Yang pursed his lips, Even if we only make this descent, we can still claim we have fulfilled our task, making it easier to report back. All right, but I truly believe that little girl is surely dead. Indeed, these spirits are so famished they would devour us both, let alone that little girl. While they conversed, a sudden melodious laughter echoed from below the cell. Sun Wang paused, momentarily believing he had misheard. Straining to listen closely, he nudged Zhou Yang. Did you hear that sound? Zhou Yang, equally unnerved by the laughter, responded, I heard it. Do you think it could be that little girl's resentment manifesting as a spirit? As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wang's body involuntarily shuddered. Don't say such things. How could a mere child harbor such heavy resentment? Perhaps it is just other little spirits laughing. Yes, let us not frighten ourselves. We should hasten to check it out and leave. Thus, the two hastened their steps. At long last, Sun Wang and Zhou Yang reached the lowest level of the prison. The earlier laughter had faded away, leaving the cell shrouded in impenetrable darkness, rendering them unable to see anything. With a spark, Flint ignited a flickering flame, illuminating the surroundings. It seemed as though the temperature around them had risen several degrees, gradually revealing the scene within the cell. Inside the expansive chamber, dozens of various malevolent spirits appeared, instilling a profound sense of dread. The urgency of Sun Wang's earlier discomfort returned with a vengeance. Zhou Yang's expression soured as he glanced at Sun Wang, then quietly asked, How should we inquire? You ask. Sun Wang, overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere, retorted angrily, At such a moment, you tell me to go? Why don't you go instead? Otherwise, I want to share a single asset with you. Reluctantly, Zhou Yang stepped forward to pose the question. I wish to inquire if there's a little girl here, about 4 or 5 years old. He stood at a distance, too frightened to approach, fearing the spirits might reach through the bars and seize him. Yet, the spirits ignored his inquiry, instead revealing their ravenous expressions as they stared at him. Zhou Yang swallowed hard, a lump forming in his throat. Excuse me, I heard the warden mention that a little girl was brought down here. I wonder if she is still here? At that moment, a female spirit gently brushed aside her disheveled hair and extended her tongue, measuring around 20 to 30 centimeters. To lick the bars. Why not step closer to ascertain for yourself? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang felt a surge of trepidation and retreated a step back. I think I shall pass. I will take my leave now. With that, Zhou Yang turned to depart when a low voice echoed from the depths of the cell. Miss, someone is seeking you. Sun Wang and Zhou Yang were momentarily taken aback and peered into the cell. There, amidst the gloom, stood Dudu, clutching a lollipop and sporting a small backpack. Were you looking for me? Outside the prison, the warden stifled a yawn. Why are these two taking so long? Are they ever coming out? He then handed the keys to a nearby guard. If they emerge, close the door and return the keys to my office. I need a rest for a while. Yes. Warden. The warden strode outside with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon arriving at his office, he was taken aback to find 2 individuals seated within. One was human, while the other, facing away from the door, revealed only half of his head. Who are you? Are you not aware of where you are? Call for help. However, before he could finish, the man in the chair turned around. Upon seeing him, the warden felt his legs weaken. Master, what brings you here? The master, clad in resplendent attire, replied with a hint of impatience. I have heard that a little girl is confined here. Bring her to me at once. The warden, drenched in cold sweat, realized that he had sent Dudu to the lowest level, where she might have been consumed entirely. I. Noticing the warden's stammering, the master furrowed his brow. What? Is there a problem? Why must it be so troublesome for a mere child? No, the girl. She has been sent to the lowest level. What? The master erupted in fury, slamming his palm on the table as he stood. What gives you the right to send someone to the deepest recesses of the prison? It seems you no longer wish to remain warden. The warden, bewildered by the master's sudden interest in Dudu, dared not inquire further and immediately knelt in supplication. Please spare me, master. I shall never do so again. At that moment, Song Qing spoke up. Let's first check below. My daughter is still there. Chapter 38. Waves of rescuers. Upon hearing Song Qing's words, the prison warden scrutinized him closely, a flicker of disdain igniting within him. Nevertheless, he chose to disregard Song Qing, directing his gaze instead towards the city lord. "My lord, you must be aware that the lowest level houses the octopus monster." As he uttered these words, the warden's eyes remained fixed on the city lord's expression, subtly reminding him that he was not alone in this matter. The city lord's countenance darkened as he glanced at Song Qing. "I understand you may find this difficult to accept, but I must inform you that being confined to the lowest level of this prison signifies death. Do you comprehend this? Especially for a young girl." He then turned his attention back to the warden, his expression tinged with dissatisfaction. "Should I hear of you carelessly consigning anyone to the lowest tier again, you shall face the consequences." The warden exhaled a sigh of relief. Yes, I understand. I assure you it will not happen again." The city lord nodded slightly and addressed Song Qing. "I extend my condolences. I have been unable to assist you in this matter. Thus I owe you a favor. Perhaps you could contemplate something more advantageous, such as aiding you in successfully navigating this predicament." However, Song Qing turned to the warden and implored, "If you do not believe me, may I at least have a moment to look inside?" Witnessing Song Qing's tenacity, the city lord furrowed his brow. "I have already stated that your daughter has no chance of survival. The horrors of the lowest level are beyond your imagination." Song Qing, gazing earnestly at the city lord, felt a sense of helplessness. "I have already told you, my daughter is truly unharmed. Why will you not allow me to enter?" The warden glanced at Song Qing and chuckled softly, offering an explanation. "The city lord is concerned for your well-being, fearing that the scenes within may be too much for you to bear. I also advise against it. You truly would not be able to withstand it. The lowest level is home to merciless fiends, starved for years. If they see your daughter, they would undoubtedly succumb to their instincts." Realizing he had perhaps misspoken, the warden promptly fell silent. The city lord then turned to him. "By the way, why would you send a young girl to prison, let alone to the lowest level? Were you instructed to do so?" Instantly, the warden began to deflect blame, shifting responsibility onto the guards of the city gates. Consequently, the city lord addressed Song Qing. "Every grievance has its origin. Seek out that individual. When the time comes, you may resolve this matter, thereby settling the debt." Had it not been for Song Qing's possession of team system, he might have genuinely been persuaded by them. With an air of resignation, he looked at the city lord and the warden. "How about this? Grant me 5 minutes just to take a glance inside. If my daughter is not there, I shall remain silent, and you may pursue your inquiries without hindrance. Would that suffice to settle the favor?" The city lord ultimately sighed in resignation. "Very well, I shall accompany you." Thus, the city lord led Song Qing towards the depths of the prison. The warden had initially intended to accompany them, but the lord of the city, upon seeing him, expressed his annoyance and instructed him to await further instructions above, leaving the warden with no choice but to remain there in resignation. As he watched the figures of the lord and Song Qing fade into the dimly lit corridors of the prison, the warden began to ponder the situation. Alas, had he known, he would not have involved himself in this affair. Who exactly is this man that even the Lord owes him a favor? If that young girl were to perish, it seemed likely that someone would accompany her to the grave today. Fortunately, this matter was not under my direction. Phew, that was close. Just as he contemplated how to handle the impending developments, an overwhelming pressure suddenly enveloped him. He turned abruptly, only to behold a white horse galloping towards him, bearing a strikingly handsome man clad in a white ceremonial outfit. The sight of this man sent chills down the warden's spine, causing him to kneel and bow deeply in reverence. "I have the honor of meeting His Royal Highness." "Long live your highness." The man dismounted gracefully, and upon touching the ground, his imposing presence evoked an instinctive sense of veneration. This individual was none other than Prince Joseph, the pivotal male protagonist of the entire narrative. Though he played a role, his influence was undeniably formidable, particularly as he shared scenes with a red-clad woman, whose prowess was equally formidable. Within the confines of the storyline, his strength rivaled that of the Witch and Count Charles, fluctuating between levels 90 and 100. Furthermore, these three figures were all on the cusp of reaching the 100-level threshold, poised to become the second formidable spirit following the red-clad woman. Upon hearing the prince's inquiry about a captured young girl, the kneeling warden was taken aback, sweat cascading down his forehead. What a turn of events. Why is everyone seeking this girl today? What is her and her father's true identity? Are they elite hunters? That cannot be. Had they been elite hunters, we would have perished long ago. How could we still be alive? First, the witch's people came. Then the Lord arrived with his entourage. And now the prince himself has graced us with his presence? What the warden did not realize was that perched on the prince's shoulder was an invisible little girl named Dudu. Dudu tugged at the prince's ear and commanded, "My friend is in danger. Why are you not hurrying? If anything happens to my dear friend, I shall pluck every hair from your head today." The prince, startled, nodded vigorously and directed a kick towards the stammering warden. "Enough of this nonsense. Open the door." The warden, daunted, dared not utter another word and promptly rose to unlock the prison door, allowing the prince to enter. Meanwhile, deep within the bowels of the dungeon, Song Qing was taken aback to find Sun Wang and Zhou Yang. What surprised him even more was their current identities as malevolent spirits. Upon seeing Song Qing, anger ignited within Sun Wang and Zhou Yang. Were it not for Dudu, they would not have found themselves in this predicament. Were it not for Song Qing, Dudu would not even exist. Thus, they naturally attributed their animosity towards Song Qing. What a twist of fate. Who would have thought you would dare to venture to this place? An enemy delivered right to their doorstep. "Mr. Sun, today, you need not hold back." Had Song Qing and his companions arrived a few minutes earlier, perhaps Sun Wang and Zhou Yang would not have been so audacious. The reason they now spoke so boldly to Song Qing was that they realized the malevolent spirits within the cell posed no threat to them. Although the evil spirits were immensely powerful and willing to protect Dudu, they were nonetheless powerless to intervene. However, the very design of the lowest level of the prison was intended to contain them, preventing any violent outbursts and enhancing the sealing capabilities. Thus, upon seeing Song Qing, their spirits soared even higher. If they could eliminate Song Qing upon their return and recounting the tale to the witch, they might earn even greater rewards. Song Qing furrowed his brow as he regarded these two individuals who had willingly embraced the path of evil spirits, finding the situation somewhat amusing. "Ah, I spared you before, considering various factors, yet here you are, eager to be slain." Upon hearing Song Qing's words, Sun Wang and Zhou Yang were momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. "Huh, kill us? Song Qing, have you lost your mind or are your eyes deceiving you? We are no longer mere low-tier evil spirits. We are esteemed mid-tier evil spirits. So take a good look." Song Qing had long perceived their rank, a power acquired at the cost of their very lives, rendering them stronger than typical evil spirits. But what of it? He stepped back a couple of paces and called out to Dudu within the cell. "Do not fear, my darling. Daddy is here." Dudu had long ceased to be afraid, especially upon seeing Song Qing, and waved her hands excitedly. "Daddy, I knew you would come for me." Song Qing smiled reassuringly, saying, "Rest assured, Daddy will always protect you." With that, he turned again to the direction behind him and declared, "I wish to utilize that favor." Chapter 39. The endless cries for help the city lord felt quite powerless, akin to a mere enforcer brought by Song Qing. He had no desire for this role, thus casting a resentful glance at Song Qing. "First and foremost, let me clarify that I am not your subordinate. Refrain from barking orders at me. Secondly, to waste a favor on such insignificant beings, do you not feel insulted?" "I certainly do." To his astonishment, another figure emerged from the shadows, leaving Sun Wang and Zhou Yang momentarily stunned. "Well, Song Qing, I must say, you possess quite the audacity to bring someone along." He scoffed. "Given your status, what sort of assistance could you possibly procure? Let us dispense with idle chatter and conclude this swiftly." Thus, Sun Wang and Zhou Yang disregarded the city lord's authority entirely, advancing towards Song Qing. Observing their reckless behavior, Song Qing could only find it amusing. "I truly wonder how you two have survived this long, so brazenly fearless." Turning to the city lord, he added, "Rest assured, my intention in utilizing this favor is not to belittle you. In truth, Song Qing's concern did not stem from doubts about his ability to contend with Sun Wang and Zhou Yang, but rather the exhilarating sensation of having a high-ranking ally resolve his troubles felt utterly invaluable. With Dudu now safely ensconced in the prison and appearing to be in good health, he deemed the favor well spent. Upon hearing Song Qing's words, the city lord let out a resigned sigh. If Count Charles were to discover how recklessly you squandered his favor, it might just infuriate him to death. He then retrieved a short knife from his pocket, only to reconsider and return it. It seemed unnecessary to employ a blade against such trifling opponents. Thus, he decided to proceed directly. Sun Wang remained unabashedly arrogant, entirely dismissive of the city lord. Yet Zhou Yang suddenly sensed an unsettling shift. Wait, you just claimed to know Count Charles. Who exactly are you? The city lord sneered disdainfully at Zhou Yang while donning gloves. Who am I? What relevance does that hold for you? The dead need not be burdened with excessive knowledge. Upon uttering these words, a chilling glint flickered in the city lord's eyes as he thrust his hands forward. Whoosh! It felt as though the surrounding air had been vacuumed away. Sun Wang and Zhou Yang, caught off guard, found themselves propelled uncontrollably forward, their necks ensnared by the city lord's powerful grip. Panic set in as they realized the dire situation, desperately struggling to escape his clutches. However, as the pressure intensified, they began to experience difficulty breathing, their strength rapidly waning. In this moment of desperation, Sun Wang cried out for mercy, while Zhou Yang clutched the city lord's hand with all his might, gasping for words. Please, do not kill us. We are confidants of the witch. As he spoke, he struggled to roll up his sleeves. As soon as his entire arm was revealed, the lord's grip immediately ceased. You truly are the confidants of the witch? Damn it. With that, the lord unceremoniously cast Sun Wang and his companion to the ground. Witnessing such an action, Song Qing was momentarily taken aback. What does this mean? The lord clapped his hands, removed his gloves, and tossed them aside, stating, Confidants of the witch, I do not wish to invite trouble upon myself. I'm sorry, but I cannot assist you with this. With that, the lord turned to leave. Feeling somewhat vexed, Song Qing grasped the lord's arm and inquired, Why is that? They are merely two scoundrels who have allied with the witch. The lord turned back, pointing at Zhou Yang's tattooed arm. That totem tattoo symbolizes something entirely different. The witch has bestowed her power upon them. They are, in essence, a part of her. Do you understand? Watching the lord depart, Song Qing sighed in frustration. It seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands. Meanwhile, Sun Wang and Zhou Yang were filled with exhilaration, astonished that they had become confidants of the witch. What an honor it was! Even the lord dared not lay a hand on them. It appeared that no one could thwart their efforts to eliminate him now. This is exhilarating. Let us not waste time. Let us strike. Exchanging a glance that spoke volumes, Sun Wang and Zhou Yang revealed smug smiles before drawing their knives and advancing toward Song Qing. Resigned, Song Qing brandished his own weapon. Damn it! When this is over, I will surely inform Count Charles of this favor, and you will forever owe me. In the prison, Dudu, witnessing the sudden turn of events, urgently addressed the other malevolent spirits. Dear uncles and aunts, could you please assist my father? Although the spirits were eager to help, they lamented the fact that the iron cage possessed sealing powers, rendering them powerless. I'm sorry, young lady, but we truly cannot aid Mr. Song. Indeed, if someone could open the prison door, we would certainly not remain idle. They echoed. Yes, once the door is opened, rest assured, your father need not lift a finger. All the malevolent spirits understood the formidable nature of the prison and focused their attention on the door. They had been confined for far too long, and each spirit yearned for freedom. Upon hearing their words, Sun Wang felt a surge of anxiety and cautiously asked Zhou Yang, That prison door, it should be secure, right? Zhou Yang chuckled coldly. What do you think? Do you not realize the cost of releasing those malevolent spirits? Rest assured, they will not be freed. Suddenly, a set of ancient keys clattered to the ground from above. I may not be able to directly help you eliminate them, but the spirits within are unafraid. Open the door and let them assist you, came the voice of the Lord from above. In an instant, Zhou Yang and Sun Wang were rendered speechless. The slap of reality came too swiftly. Unable to contain himself, Song Qing looked at Zhou Yang. They want to be freed? Are you certain? Upon finishing his words, he immediately reached for the keys. Meanwhile, Sun Wang and Zhou Yang's pupils tightened, and they swiftly extended their hands to seize the keys. Although Song Qing intended to divert their attention with words, he was a fraction too slow. He managed to grasp one end of the key, but the other end was firmly in Sun Wang's grasp, who held the keys with a glimmer of cold light in his eyes. Zhou Yang, eliminate him. Zhou Yang wasted no time, drawing a dagger and lunging towards Song Qing's neck. Di Song King. The dagger gleamed ominously as it aimed for Song Qing's throat. Frowning slightly, Song Qing immediately released his grip and stepped back. Zhou Yang's dagger missed its target, and although Sun Wang had fallen to the ground, he was elated to possess the keys. Ha, I've got the keys. There's nothing to fear now. Zhou Yang, with a face full of excitement, looked at Song Qing, his grip tightening around the dagger. You're still too naive to challenge us. D. With that, he lunged again with the dagger towards Song Qing. Just then, a voice echoed through the corridor. Your Highness, what brings you here? Chapter 40. Complete break upon hearing the voice of the city lord. Everyone inside and outside the prison cell momentarily froze. Song Qing was the first to react, his eyes fixated on the key in Sun Wang's hand as he lunged for it. However, Sun Wang's reflexes were astonishingly swift, and Song Qing failed to seize it. Damn it. So you want to snatch the key, huh? How impressive of you. Song Qing sighed helplessly, never anticipating that the witch would grant them such formidable abilities. In a one-on-one scenario, he might have had a chance to defeat either Sun Wang or Zhou Yang. Yet, facing two opponents at once, his strength felt insufficient. Was this truly the moment he would concede to them? A wave of frustration washed over Song Qing. His plans had been unfolding meticulously, only to encounter such an unexpected turn of events. If he chose to flee now, the duo would undoubtedly be unable to apprehend him. Meanwhile, Dudu was safeguarded by those malevolent spirits within the cell, posing no immediate threat to her life. However, if he did not resolve the situation with the two of them, it would likely hinder the progress of his forthcoming tasks. If only a powerful ally could swiftly eliminate both of them. With a slight sigh, Song Qing murmured to himself and assumed a defensive posture. Come on, let's not waste any more time. Zhou Yang, wary of unforeseen complications, resolved to join forces with Sun Wang to eliminate Song Qing immediately. Sun Wang nodded, pocketing the key, and they began to close in on Song Qing. Everyone seemed to dismiss the city lord's words as mere jest. After all, what status did a prince hold, and how could he possibly be here? Song Qing's expression became serious as he continuously scrutinized Sun Wang and Zhou Yang. Attack! With Zhou Yang's command, the two sprang into action. Song Qing, not daring to underestimate them, prepared to dodge and counterattack. Just then, he suddenly sensed a powerful surge of energy approaching. With a thud, Sun Wang and Zhou Yang collided with an invisible barrier as if they had run into a wall. Ouch! My nose! My face! What the hell is going on? Song Qing was momentarily taken aback and turned to see a man in a white suit standing behind him, his eyes filled with exasperation. Perched on his shoulder was a petite girl, Jiao. She grinned at Song Qing, her wide mouth somehow appearing less menacing. Uncle, I brought help to rescue my sister. Song Qing nodded, yet his mind raced with thoughts. This wish fulfillment is astonishingly precise. However, he also realized a crucial issue. He was lamentably weak and needed to train diligently. Sun Wang and Zhou Yang stood dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. What was happening? How had another ally arrived? Damn it, what kind of item had Song Qing acquired to garner such support? Subsequently, Zhou Yang cast a glance at the prince across from him, a hint of flattery gracing his visage. Your Highness, we are both of the dark spirits. Is it not unreasonable for you to assist him so? Sun Wang, realizing the situation, promptly rolled up his sleeves, revealing the totem tattoos adorning his arms, nodding in agreement. Indeed, we are both allies of the witches. By lineage, we stand united. However, before they could finish their statement, the prince abruptly interrupted. Impudent! Do you dare to compare your standing with mine? Moreover, do not forget that we currently find ourselves in opposing factions. You, witches, dare to venture into the royal city. Is sheer folly. With that, the prince raised his hand, unleashing a wave of dark energy. Sun Wang and Zhou Yang were taken aback, and in the instant they inhaled the dark mist, their bodies immediately stiffened. Damn it, this! Sun Wang cursed under his breath. But before he could finish, he transformed into a stone statue. Song Qing exhaled in relief and bowed respectfully to the prince. "Thank you for your rescue, your highness." The prince waved his hand dismissively, an air of arrogance surrounding him. "There is no need for gratitude. I acted solely out of consideration for the young lady. Furthermore, as a guardian of the royal city, I have irrevocably offended the witches. They will not accept defeat lightly. The difficulty of this game is bound to escalate. I hope you can withstand it." After speaking, the prince turned and departed, seemingly having completed a significant task. Song Qing glanced at the city lord before approaching Sun Wang, producing the key to the prison. With a click, the doors swung open, and Du dashed out first, a beaming smile illuminating her face as she ran into Song Qing's embrace. "Daddy!" Song Qing lifted Du, pressing a kiss upon her cheek. "I'm sorry, Du. It was my failure to protect you." Du shook her head, her face aglow with joy. "I knew you would come, so I waited for you." With a blissful smile, Song Qing held Du close, eliciting envious glances from those around them. At that moment, the city lord's voice resonated from behind. "The prince just shared something with me that I believe you should know." Turning to face him while cradling Du, Song Qing inquired, "What is it?" The city lord sighed, gesturing towards the stone statues of Sun Wang and Zhou Yang. To slay Sun Wang and Zhou Yang would signify a formal declaration of war against the witches, which is why I refrained from assisting you in eliminating them before. However, now, it is best you tread carefully. If I am not mistaken, the witches are likely preparing to retaliate against you. Be ready for battle and procure the other vital artifact, the golden silk garment, to weaken the red-clad lady's power. Otherwise, even with Charles and the prince's combined might, victory in this game is uncertain. With that, the city lord turned and departed. Upon hearing his words, Song Qing's gaze flickered with a grave intensity. He realized the truth in the city lord's statement. The game had reached a point of irrevocable opposition. Suddenly, a thought struck Song Qing. "Damn it, we must immediately evacuate the villagers. If my intuition serves me right, the priestess will likely compel them to offer sacrifices to become her followers." At that moment, a man adorned with tentacles approached. Song Qing instinctively tensed, but he soon relaxed as the man introduced himself. "Daddy Du, we can assist you in delivering the message." After a moment of contemplation, Song Qing nodded slightly. "Then I appreciate your efforts. Be cautious on your journey. Rest assured, you have granted us our freedom. This small favor is well within our means." Behind the mountains of the nameless village, the priestess furiously shattered a magic crystal in her hand. Bastards! It seems they no longer wish to play by the rules. With that, she rose and turned towards a water vat behind her. "It is your turn to take the stage. Capture everyone in the village. I intend to make them sacrifices to become mine." No sooner had her words left her lips than ripples surged through the calm water of the vat. Then a damp, moss-covered hand emerged from within. "Ah, finally, I can emerge and enjoy some comfort." Subsequently, tendrils began to extend from the vat, withering all the surrounding plants at an astonishingly visible pace. Chapter 41. The Redeemer of the Nameless Village, Qin Long, gazed at the octopus creature before him, its body entirely covered in writhing tentacles, and felt a chill of dread creep into his heart. "This, esteemed one, do you have any commands for me?" The octopus creature surveyed its surroundings, then lifted the teacup from the table and drank it in one gulp. "Inform everyone in the village to assemble." Qin Long was momentarily taken aback. Why? Faced with this formidable and sinister entity, coupled with its terrifying appearance, the only thought that crossed Qin Long's mind was that it intended to annihilate everyone. The octopus creature cast an impatient glance at Qin Long. "Why so much pointless chatter? Hurry up, unless you wish to meet your demise." Seeing the creature's arrogance, Qin Long struggled to suppress his rising fear. "No, the rules of the game are clear. I cannot comply." Suddenly, the octopus creature broke into laughter. "So you seek death, then?" With that, a sharp sound sliced through the air. Qin Long let out a horrified scream as a tentacle constricted around his neck, pulling him to the ground. "You're violating the rules of the game. I will report you." The octopus creature approached him, towering over him with an imposing presence. "I am sent by Song Qing. If you wish to live, you will come with me now." After watching the video, Qianlong finally believed that the octopus creature was indeed sent by Song Qing. The creature also recognized that Qianlong was trustworthy enough. Thank you. Qianlong expressed his gratitude to the octopus creature. The creature waved its hand dismissively. No need for such trifles. Quickly gather the villagers. I shall lead you to the royal city. Understood. Moments later, Qianlong assembled all the villagers, briefly explaining the situation, which immediately incited panic among them. The octopus creature rose and pointed towards the village entrance. We must leave at once. They are coming. Upon hearing these words, the villagers were taken aback and hurriedly ran towards the entrance. Yet their speed proved insufficient. The trees at the village's edge withered rapidly before their eyes. Suddenly, countless vines erupted from the ground, obstructing their path. The villagers halted, their faces etched with astonishment. Witnessing this scene, a grave expression crossed the octopus creature's face. We are too late. Everyone, prepare for battle. With a commanding voice, the octopus creature lined up all the malevolent spirits from the depths of the prison to shield the villagers. Meanwhile, the vines parted slowly to reveal a narrow pathway. A man, entirely covered in green moss, emerged. Octopus, long time no see. I didn't expect you would escape from prison. The octopus creature's eyes glinted with a cold light as it regarded the man. Tree spirit, I once saved you. Today, you shall repay that debt. However, as soon as the words left its mouth, the tree spirit erupted into laughter. Octopus, do you still consider yourself the once mighty entity of the royal city? A debt of gratitude? Haha, how utterly amusing. After being ridiculed by the other party, the expression on the octopus monster's face faltered slightly. So, you intend to confront me directly today, do you? No, it's not a confrontation, but rather a warning for you to refrain from meddling in our affairs. Otherwise, you shall meet a most dreadful fate. Upon the tree spirit's words, the surrounding vines began to grow wildly. A glint of cold light flashed in the octopus monster's eyes. Charge at me. In a cave at the rear of the nameless village, at its deepest point, a crystalline ice coffin lay, exuding a misty vapor. A witch, clad in black, knelt not far from the ice coffin. Your Majesty, there seems to be a slight issue with the script. The woman in red within the ice coffin gently sat up, her face displaying dissatisfaction. What seems to be the problem? The witch, with a sense of helplessness, recounted the events. Upon hearing this, the woman in red's face contorted with displeasure. How could you let things come to this? How did you manage to ruin such a splendid game? The witch, kneeling on the ground, spoke with a tone of grievance. There has always been someone causing trouble. Who? Your daughter. A faint smirk appeared on the woman in red's face upon hearing the witch's words. It seems she is still unwilling to give up, desiring to compete with me. In that case, there is no need for pretense. Spare the villagers for now. Inform that song. His name is Song Qing. Yes, him. Let him redeem the captives with items. 1 item for 10 people, until all are redeemed. If they refuse to abide by the rules, then let there be no mercy. The witch felt a weight lift from her heart and immediately conveyed the message to the tree spirit. Following a battle, the octopus monster and his companions finally recognized the disparity in strength between themselves and the tree spirit. The octopus monster was now covered in wounds. Tree spirit, show some mercy. You will regret this if you persist. The tree spirit chuckled mockingly. Humans are nothing but our sustenance. I cannot fathom how you have fallen to the level of collaborating with such fodder. In the face of the tree spirit's derision, the octopus monster helplessly lowered his head. The tree spirit ceased the banter and unleashed countless thorny vines toward everyone present. In an instant, the captives found themselves devoid of any capacity to resist. It's over. We are utterly doomed. Woe is me. I do not wish to die. Save me. Why, despite our earnest performance, must we still face death? Just as everyone believed their end was nigh, the tree spirit furrowed its brow and waved a hand. Damn it. That old woman always interrupts me at the most critical moments. Subsequently, the tree spirit retracted all its vines, casting a cold gaze at those within. A bunch of useless fools. I have an announcement for you. You need not perish just yet. Upon hearing this, everyone thought they had misheard. What? Will he not die? As the crowd lingered in confusion, the tree spirit extended its vines, binding Qing Long directly. I shall offer you a chance. Go to the royal city and inform Song Qing that one artifact can be exchanged for 10 lives. I shall await him in the dark marshes. The deadline is set for 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Upon finishing, Qing Long was flung from the confines of the vine prison. The vine cage, woven by the tree spirit, emitted a thick green mist before vanishing from sight. In the royal city, upon hearing Qing Long's words, Song Qing furrowed his brow. Isn't it true that what one fears often comes to pass? Alas, we are a step too late. Qing Long, his face etched with urgency, implored, Brother, what shall we do next? Song Qing, gently stroking his chin in contemplation, replied, For now, you must return and convey that I will retrieve the artifact. Urge him not to act rashly. Qing Long hesitated, but there are over 100 people in the village. Can we truly procure that many artifacts? Song Qing lightly patted Qing Long's shoulder. Do you doubt my capabilities? At this, Qing Long felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Very well, I shall return to inform him. After bidding farewell to Qing Long, Duda looked up at Song Qing and asked, Father, must we truly seek the artifacts? Song Qing chuckled softly. Seek artifacts? No, we shall not pursue artifacts. We are in search of a person. Whom shall we seek? Dudu inquired. Count Charles. Chapter 42. Why the urgency? The castle of Count Charles. Count Charles gazed at Song Qing with a face full of resentment, for Song Qing had just posed a rather absurd question to him. This is a secret realm I have dedicated years of effort to cultivate. Can you not consider an alternative approach? Song Qing interjected, There is no time to waste. Let's not forget our initial agreement. I would assist you in acquiring the Soul Lantern. Do you not aspire to ascend to the ranks of a formidable ghost? Ultimately, Charles was swayed by Song Qing's words, and with a reluctant sigh, he conceded, Very well, I shall trust you this once. Follow me. Charles led the way to a basement within the castle. As he opened the door, a powerful surge of energy immediately enveloped them. This secret realm harbors hundreds of malevolent spirits. Is this truly of such significance to you? Song Qing chuckled, nodding affirmatively. It is of utmost importance. Charles could only nod in agreement, his heart aching painfully. What Song Qing desperately needed was experience points and levels. Spirits that were too high in level were beyond his capability to defeat, while those too low yielded insufficient experience. Initially, he had contemplated abandoning his plan for immediate advancement, until he learned from Giorgio that Charles had been nurturing a clan of vampires. These vampires, steeped in blood for years, possessed high levels but lacked any combat experience. Upon receiving this information, Song Qing immediately recognized that these vampires represented a rare opportunity for him to level up. Thanks to Giorgio's timely warning, he was spared from taking unnecessary risks. Surveying the dimly lit room before him, Song Qing called to Dudu. Let us proceed, my dear. Yes, father, let us go. The father and daughter stepped into the chamber, teeming with malevolent spirits. Upon entering, Song Qing activated the lights, and as they illuminated the space, he was met with the sight of numerous vampires fixated upon him. Ah, splendid. They appear to be of commendable quality. Utilizing the system, Song Qing assessed the vampires and found their levels hovered around 30. However, each vampire exhibited sluggish movements, lacking any combat prowess. Truly, they were the perfect fodder for leveling up. Without further hesitation, Song Qing brandished his Night Demon Blade and charged forth. With a single strike, he swiftly dispatched a level 30 vampire spirit. Ding! Defeated a level 30 malevolent spirit 1. Gained 10,000 experience points. A satisfied smile spread across Song Qing's face. So effortless. Let the formal proceedings commence. After a brief test of their capabilities, he resolved not to squander any more time. The Night Demon Blade sliced through the air like the scythe of death, relentlessly harvesting the vampires. As seconds turned into minutes, the number of vampire corpses littering the ground increased, and Song Qing's experience points continued to soar. Ding! Host experience points are full, leveling up to level 16. Ding! Host experience points are full, leveling up to level 17. At last, When Song Qing reached level 20, the final vampire in the room collapsed. Transformation, LV1 skill, auxiliary skill. Upon slaying monsters, one can refine and absorb their essence for personal use. When accumulated to a certain extent, it can be released actively, inflicting massive damage on the target. Another new skill. Transformation sounds rather promising, allowing the absorption of energy from slain monsters, which can then be stored for self-preservation. Quite commendable. Previously, he had promised Charles to hand over all the magical crystals from the vampires, so Song Qing merely absorbed the energy from the vampires within the room. After absorbing, he felt an inconspicuous orb within himself. This must be the essence stored from the transformation skill. However, it seemed he could not release it yet. Next, Song Qing opened the system to check his status and, without hesitation, upgraded his ambush blood spike to level 2. Ding! Ambush blood spike upgraded to LV2. Ambush blood spike. LV2 specialized skill, consuming 1,000 spirit points with each release, launching a lethal 10-hit combo against the target. With each hit, dealing double the damage of the previous one, ignoring enemy armor, and possessing a 10% chance to execute the target, not exceeding the host level 20. With a cooldown of 3 minutes, the skill appeared as unadorned as ever, still boasting that 10% chance to execute the target. It seemed the damage had indeed increased. The consumption had risen as well, but the cooldown had been reduced to 3 minutes. Acceptable enough. After upgrading his skill, Song Qing turned his attention to his equipment. His gear had not been upgraded for a long time, primarily due to his initial lack of magical crystals. Additionally, he had not changed classes before and was uncertain of the upgrading process. Subsequently, he checked the required number of magical crystals for upgrades. LV1 Dark Night Blade, currently upgradable to LV20 Dark Night Blade, requiring a total of 600 first-grade magical crystals. Then, Song Qing glanced at the other 5 pieces of equipment, each requiring 600 first-grade magical crystals for an upgrade. Altogether, that amounted to 3,600 first-grade magical crystals. According to the exchange ratio between first-grade and second-grade magical crystals, this equated to needing 3 second-grade crystals and 600 first-grade ones. Song Qing had always possessed a surplus of magical crystals. During his previous collaboration with the Crimson-clad in Wanjun, she had generously provided him with 13 second-grade magical crystals, more than sufficient for his needs. Without hesitation, he pressed the upgrade option. Ding! Dark Knight Blade upgraded to LV20 Dark Knight Blade. Ding! Dark Knight Cloak upgraded to LV20 Dark Knight Cloak. Ding! Dark Knight. Following a series of notification sounds, Song Qing's equipment and skills have been fully upgraded. Phew, it is time to move on. Behind the nameless village in the dark marshes, with less than 10 minutes until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the group still awaited news of Song Qing's rescue. An air of trepidation enveloped everyone as they gazed upon the distant figure of the tree spirit, now manifesting as a humanoid entity, leaving them in a state of uncertainty. What shall we do? Is it possible that Song Qing will not come to our aid? The hushed whispers among the crowd only intensified the already charged atmosphere. At this moment, Qianlong found himself at a loss regarding how to navigate the impending situation. Just 5 more minutes. However, it seemed increasingly unlikely that the young man would arrive. Therefore, you must form an orderly line. Let us avoid chaos, for I am not one to tolerate inconvenience. As the tree spirit's voice resonated, the crowd was struck with sheer terror, leaving several women in such distress that they broke down in tears. Observing the panic-stricken faces before him, the tree spirit erupted into a hearty laugh. Who shall be the first? Upon hearing the spirit's words, the throng began to stir restlessly. Qianlong promptly stepped forward. The rules have not yet been established. You cannot proceed in such haste. The tree spirit responded with a derisive chuckle. Rules? I am to rule. With that, he pointed towards the crowd. Just as he seized a young girl who was already sobbing uncontrollably, a voice echoed from not far away. Why the urgency to strike when the time has not yet come? In an instant, the crowd turned their gaze towards the path through the marsh, where father and daughter appeared, reigniting their flickering hope amidst despair. Chapter 43. Counterattack. Upon hearing Song Qing's voice, the treant inwardly cursed. The more one wishes to avoid something, the more likely it is to occur. Damn it. Subsequently, The treant rose and approached Song Qing. As the crowd beheld the father and daughter duo, a spark of hope reignited within them. Qin Long immediately addressed the assembly, proclaiming, "With Brother Song Qing here, there is no need for fear. We shall undoubtedly escape this instance alive." The crowd nodded in agreement, their gazes fixed on Song Qing. The treant carelessly discarded the girl onto the ground, its eyes glinting with malice. "Well, I did not expect you to acquire those items in such a short time. You must possess some skill. Come now, 1 item for 10 lives. Choose wisely. Retrieve the item first." Song Qing smiled lightly, casually producing a box and deliberately tossing it before the treant. "Take it. The contents are within." Seizing the moment, Song Qing swiftly examined the treant's information. Treant, LV-90, boss-level malevolent entity, capable of siphoning vitality from plants for its own use, summons vines for attack, possesses formidable strength and speed. Special Ability 1, Vine Whip, wields thorny vines to assault foes, inflicting tearing damage. Special Ability 2, Resilient Bark Armor, grows bark to protect itself. Special Ability 3, Vine Frenzy, consumes its own life essence to summon additional vines for assaulting enemies. As Song Qing scrutinized the treant, it was evident that the latter was infuriated by Song Qing's demeanor. "Do you realize you are courting death? This is a transaction. Why concern yourself with such trivialities? Just tell me if you want or not." Seeing Song Qing's arrogant expression, the treant seethed with rage, yet commanded a vine to coil around the box on the ground. However, just as the vine was about to open the box, the treant sensed something amiss within. Click! The instant the box was opened, it appeared as though a mechanism had been triggered. At that moment, Song Qing swiftly drew his shadow blade and lunged at the treant. Caught off guard, the treant's focus was diverted to the box's mechanism, and by the time it reacted to evade, it was too late. Boom! A violent eruption of flames shot into the sky. The treant's vine was blown into several pieces, causing beads of sweat to form on its forehead. "Damn it! You seek your own demise." With that, the treant hastily employed its other vines to counter Song Qing's lethal assault. Yet, Song Qing was no longer the same as before. Having upgraded his equipment and skills, his strength had significantly increased. With a thunderous roar, Song Qing unleashed a surprise blood stab. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. His attack speed had more than doubled, and his lethality against the treant was considerably enhanced. After merely 3 strikes, the treant sensed the peril. He had initially activated his resilient bark armor to withstand the enemy's assault, yet Song Qing's 3 strikes effortlessly pierced through his defenses. "Damn, why is my bark ineffective?" The tree spirit felt a surge of panic within, enduring excruciating pain as he attempted to distance himself from Song Qing. However, a faint smile crept upon Song Qing's lips as he realized that his skills could bypass the opponent's armor, rendering the tree spirit's bark utterly useless against him. He immediately closed the gap to continue his relentless assault. Another 2 strikes penetrated the tree spirit's bark, and now he was truly alarmed. "Who the hell are you?" Song Qing's smile widened slightly. "I am merely a survivor. Is there a problem?" "Damn it, you are definitely not just a survivor. You must be a high-level hunter." With that, the tree spirit swiftly lashed out with several vines to fend off Song Qing while attempting to escape to a distance. Thus, the scene unfolded with Song Qing cradling Dudu in one arm and wielding his blade in the other, pursuing the tree spirit. Everyone present was left in utter disbelief. My goodness, how is Brother Song Qing so formidable? Qin Long could hardly believe his eyes, considering they were in a 3-star dungeon. And the tree spirit was a notably powerful boss within it. Not only was Song Qing holding his ground, but he was also relentlessly pursuing the foe. Absurd. This is simply outrageous. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and flee. Yes, yes, run. Quick, run. Brother Song Qing has given us this precious opportunity. To the royal city. Instantly, everyone dashed toward the royal city, seizing the moment. The tree spirit lamented his plight, despite the potency of his vines. Once Song Qing closed in, his strengths were rendered ineffective. Now, he could only dodge Song Qing's attacks, completely unable to inflict any significant damage. As Song Qing drew nearer, the tree spirit gritted his teeth and dashed into the depths of a shadowy swamp. Vines rise and block him. The tree spirit roared, summoning countless vines from the ground. Facing these vines, Song Qing, with his armor-piercing abilities, sliced through them effortlessly, as if he were slicing through octopus limbs. In a cave on the back mountain, the woman in red and the priestess, relying on their formidable spiritual awareness, observed the duel between Song Qing and the tree spirit. Witnessing the tree spirit's frantic retreat, the woman in red wore a grave expression. It appears the tree spirit is no match for him. Damn, why is this human so powerful? The priestess found herself at a loss for words, yet sensed a chilling aura of murderous intent slowly permeating the air. My queen, I shall assist the tree spirit. However, in the next instant, she felt her body grow rigid. Unbeknownst to her, the woman in red had silently appeared behind her, gently placing her icy hand upon her shoulder. You cannot even manage such a trivial task. You have wasted too much of my time. Do you possess no sense of awareness? The priestess was momentarily paralyzed with fear, nearly collapsing to the ground in a plea for mercy. However, her body was already slipping beyond her control. My queen, spare me, she cried. In the next instant, her body convulsed violently as the woman in red plunged her fingertips into the priestess's back. A stream of pure, malevolent energy was inexorably siphoned away, causing the priestess's form to wither at an alarming rate, ultimately reducing her to a mere piece of human skin. The woman in red delicately licked her fingertips, as if savoring a sumptuous feast. What a bunch of imbeciles. It seems I must take matters into my own hands, she exclaimed. And when June, I must admit, your fortune is rather remarkable, encountering such a gifted hunter. Alas, the rules of this game are dictated by me. Prepare yourself, as I shall slowly feast upon your soul. Ha ha ha. With that, the woman in red exited the cave and snapped her fingers towards the heavens. Before long, an exquisite carriage materialized outside the cave. With a graceful wave of her hand, her attire transformed into a stunning white evening gown. She proceeded to the carriage, setting off for the royal city to attend the grand banquet. Chapter 44. The final 3 hours in the dark marshes. Song Qing relentlessly pursued the treant alongside Dudu, determined to hunt down the elusive creature. The treant's formidable defense relied predominantly on its bark armor, while Song Qing's skills conveniently bypassed such protections. Thus, having encountered a high-level malevolent spirit that matched his capabilities, Song Qing was not about to let this opportunity slip away. Do not flee. Let's sit down and converse, he called out, though the disparity in their levels presented a significant challenge, compounded by the treant's choice of the marshy terrain, making it difficult for Song Qing to close the gap. The treant, bolting ahead, nearly stumbled into the mud upon hearing Song Qing's voice. Whirling around, it bellowed back, "If you possess the ability, then catch me. There is no chance I will stop for you." In response to the treant's taunts, Song Qing lamented, "Please, let us not be adversaries. Our encounter is fate. We could have a meaningful discussion, but if I catch you in a fit of rage, I fear I may not be able to restrain my strength. If you halt now, we might reach an agreeable resolution." The treant felt its pride wounded by such humiliation. "You insolent brat, do not be so arrogant. Once I regain my breath, I shall deal with you," it retorted, rising to its feet and continuing to run while hurling insults. "Damn it, I have never endured such indignity. To be hunted by a mere human is a profound disgrace." As it spoke, the treant swung its arm towards Song Qing, commanding vines hinder him. The released vines shot towards Song Qing, but he was no longer the inexperienced novice he once was. Each vine fell to his blade with ease, granting him a modicum of experience points. However, the treant felt a diminishing strength with each vine severed. Gradually, the treant realized its stamina was waning. "I cannot persist like this. Eventually, he will outlast me." During a brief respite, it glanced back at Song Qing, who was still in hot pursuit. "This cannot continue. I must retreat to the cave and seek the Queen's assistance." With that, the treant swiftly altered its course towards the cave. Meanwhile, Song Qing was acutely aware of his own dwindling spiritual energy, worrying that he might soon falter. Although Dudu possessed a spiritual energy aura that enhanced recovery, its low level rendered this ability insufficient. The energy consumed in combating the relentless vines far exceeded the recovery afforded by the aura. Just as Song Qing dispatched the final wave of vines, he suddenly noticed the treant had vanished from sight. Where has that creature gone? He wondered, quickly scanning the area. Thanks to the demon hunter's keen perception of malevolent spirits, he swiftly located the treant once more, heading towards the village. It appeared the treant intended to seek out the shaman or the woman in red. I cannot allow it to succeed. Thus, Song Qing quickened his pace to catch up. In the royal city, Qin Long, accompanied by a group of followers, trailed the tentacled monster into the fortress. As they entered, the outer gates were abruptly sealed shut. Witnessing this scene, all present wore expressions of astonishment. What was happening? Why had the gates suddenly closed? Were they on the brink of calamity? Indeed, look, the malevolent spirits had already ascended the ramparts. Surely, something grave was afoot. An ominous premonition lingered in the air. Could it be that the tree spirit had caught up with them? At that moment, Qin Long was equally bewildered. He could not fathom one particular matter. How was it that Song Qing, all alone, could pursue and slay several of the top bosses within the dungeon, leaving them utterly defenseless? It was simply absurd. Just then, the tentacled creature leading the group abruptly halted, casting a sudden glance toward the outside of the city. Something was amiss. The queen was approaching. Upon hearing this, the others were left puzzled, glancing at the octopus-like monster. What did it mean that the queen was coming? Wasn't this dungeon themed around Cinderella? Surely, there was no queen involved? Qin Long could not help but inquire. The tentacled creature shook its head with a sigh. The queen I speak of is the malevolent spirit portraying Cinderella. No, not merely a malevolent spirit, but a vengeful specter. She is the most formidable entity within this dungeon. At her zenith, not even all the malevolent spirits combined could rival her strength. The onlookers' eyes widened in shock. What? The combined might of everyone in the dungeon could not match her? Was she truly that powerful? Indeed, if she were to enter the royal city, who could possibly stand against her? This is dire. She wouldn't be planning a massacre in the royal city, would she? Suddenly, Qin Long realized a pressing concern. Wait, it seems the Red Queen has not acquired sufficient items. Has she? Wouldn't that be a breach of the rules? No sooner had he voiced this thought than another malevolent spirit scoffed derisively. Rules? Nonsense. In this entire dungeon, the rules are dictated by her. Who could possibly hold her accountable? At this proclamation, silence fell over the crowd. Indeed, the Red Queen was the most powerful entity within the dungeon. None could withstand her might. Yet the tentacled creature shook its head. Although the Red Queen is immensely powerful, she must still adhere to the rules. These are not her rules, but rather the laws of the celestial order, which no one can contravene. Upon hearing this, Qin Long's eyes widened as he suddenly grasped a crucial point. If that is the case, how did she arrive without the necessary items? That seems to contradict the rules. Does it not? The others nodded in agreement. The countenance of the octopus-like creature darkened. Her presence in the royal city could stem from two possibilities: obtaining the items or eliminating a slightly weaker, malevolent spirit to absorb its powers. Qin Long slapped his thigh in realization. Are you suggesting that she slaughtered her own subordinate? The octopus-like creature nodded. Yes, if I'm not mistaken. The witch has likely perished. At that moment, the sky suddenly shifted in hue. The previously misty heavens transformed once more into a deep crimson. A chilling laughter resonated from the firmament above. Indeed, you have impressed me by accompanying me to this point. However, the forthcoming challenges shall not be so straightforward. According to the rules of the game, there remain 3 hours until the ball begins, yet I lack my dancing shoes and evening gown. Thus, it falls to you to provide them. Should the time elapse, and I still be without these essential items, I shall enter the city and eliminate you all. Ha ha ha. The game is afoot. Chapter 45. Journey to the Abyss. At this moment, the royal city was shrouded in an ominous cloud of fear. Not only the humans, but even the malevolent spirits within felt an overwhelming dread. The oppressive aura emanating from the woman in red was palpable, rendering any notion of resistance futile. After all, she was the sole entity in this realm whose level surpassed that of the evil spirits, having ascended to the status of a formidable, ghostly woman. Who could possibly remain unafraid in her presence? This time, apart from the father-daughter duo of Song Qing, all the humans trapped within the dungeon had gathered in the royal city. What shall we do? We can only rely on Song Qing and his daughter. But how could they possibly accomplish this daunting task? I fear for our lives. It's over, it's over. Last time, when the trance sought the item, he failed to present it, leading to a chase that left us in the dark about his whereabouts. This time, the queen will undoubtedly not afford him such an opportunity. Oh no, I do not wish to perish. 3 more hours have passed. What should we do? Surely there must be some items within the royal city. Let's search for them. Perhaps we can prolong our lives a little longer. What are you thinking? The queen has entered the city, and the aura surrounding her can transform individuals into malevolent spirits. Do you truly believe her entrance is merely for the purpose of attending a ball? What? Is that so? No wonder everyone is so terrified of the queen. It turns out she can turn people into evil spirits. The crowd whispered in horror about this revelation, and even the malevolent spirits within the city felt an overwhelming sense of despondency. The prince, too, was deeply troubled, surrounded by panicking courtiers. Your Highness, I believe our immediate priority should be to resolve our predicament swiftly. We cannot accompany these humans to their demise. Indeed, Your Highness, if the woman in red wishes to play, let us indulge her, but there is no need for us to join in the burial. I propose we negotiate with the queen, surrender these humans, and plead for her mercy. Upon hearing their suggestions, the prince could not help but let out a derisive laugh. You do not comprehend the queen sufficiently. She is a madwoman obsessed with her game, strictly adhering to its rules. Otherwise, we would have perished long ago. Thus, any attempt to disrupt her game will lead to our doom. At the prince's words, the grand hall fell into an oppressive silence. Does that mean we have no way to escape this place? We can only place our hopes on that human outside. The prince sighed, moving to the window to gaze outside. Indeed, we can only rely on him now. In the cave behind the nameless village, the treant fled in a state of panic, his condition utterly dismal. Gazing at the wounds upon his body, a surge of fury welled up within him. I shall kill you one day. After uttering this fierce vow, the treant leaned against the rocky walls of the cave, making his way deeper inside. However, when he reached the innermost part of the cave, he was met with an empty crystal coffin. Where is she? With this thought, he quickly glanced around, and suddenly, by a pool not far away, he spotted a lifeless corpse. The treant rushed over to support the body, turning its head only to discover that it was the corpse of the witch. How could this be? Continuing, the tree spirit glanced over the body of the shrine maiden, only to find not a single wound marring her form. In an instant, clarity dawned upon the tree spirit. He understood who had taken her life. It appeared that reaching the royal city was no longer an option for him. At that moment, a box on the ground suddenly captured his attention. The tree spirit reached down, retrieved the box, and upon opening it, discovered a slip of paper inside. After reading the contents of the note, a wave of agitation swept through him. He pressed his lips together, intending to leave the cave, when suddenly a familiar presence enveloped him. Song Qing stood before the small palace within the cave, observing the tree spirit. Run. Just keep running. The corners of the tree spirit's mouth twitched slightly as he inwardly cursed Song Qing. Yet when he spoke, his resolve faltered. Wait. No need to run. I believe we can sit down and have a proper discussion, can't we? Song Qing sat down, a playful smile gracing his face. At this moment, suggesting to sit and chat made him question whether he was being regarded as a fool or if he was indeed the foolish one. With that, Song Qing drew forth his dark night blade. Enough with the chatter. I have matters to attend to, so I shall guide you on your final journey. The tree spirit's heart tightened, and he hastily interjected, Hold on. You cannot kill me. Song Qing paused, puzzled. Why can't I kill you? Because I possess crucial information. If you take my life, you will never learn this information. The tree spirit spoke with unwavering conviction, yet Song Qing merely responded with a derisive laugh. Apologies, but I have no interest in your information. Therefore, I will expedite your departure. With that, Song Qing lunged forward, knife poised to strike. The tree spirit let out a shriek, pleading desperately, No. Wait, I will tell you. The queen has slain the shrine maiden. and she is currently waiting outside the royal city. She has issued a demand. Within 3 hours, you must gather all the artifacts to find her, or she will annihilate everyone within the city. I know where those artifacts are. Just spare my life, and I will reveal their locations to you. Truly. With that, the tree spirit presented a box to Song Qing. A golden silk evening gown. Can you trust me on this? Song Qing shot a glance at the tree spirit, discerning that he did not seem to be deceiving him. He accepted the box and opened it. Inside lay a magnificent evening gown woven from golden threads. Song Qing confirmed that this was indeed an artifact, but he was even more astonished that the Red Queen had slain the Shrine Maiden for power. After all, she was her most trusted subordinate and the second strongest within the entire instance. Contemplating this, a chill crept into Song Qing's heart. This Red Queen was no ordinary foe. However, he doubted his ability to gather all the artifacts in such a short span of time. Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, the tree spirit suddenly spoke again. I can help you procure the other artifacts. Just grant me my life in exchange, shall we? Song Qing smiled slightly, inquiring further. Then you must present something genuine. There are indeed numerous props. Upon hearing this, the tree spirit eagerly interjected. I know where to find the other props, which are quite easy to locate. However, there is one exceedingly important item, the crown, whose whereabouts I am aware of. Do not keep me in suspense. Speak. The final prop is within the abyss of sorcery. I am certain it resides there. The tree spirit confidently disclosed the location of the last item and proceeded to elaborate on its significance. After listening intently, Song Qing felt assured that the other party was not deceiving him, and he nodded in agreement. All right, lead the way. Consequently, the tree spirit promptly ventured toward the cave's exit, guiding him to the abyss of sorcery. Meanwhile, outside the royal city, on the carriage, the Red Queen set down her mirror, revealing a disdainful expression. This fool is truly naive, unaware of his own sale. Perfectly convenient for the tree spirit to dispose of him. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly become an immense nuisance. With that, she stretched languidly and smiled at her reflection in the mirror. And when June, this time, you shall face utter failure. Chapter 46. The conspiracy in the abyss. The abyss is not far from the village, nestled deep within the mountains behind. Upon traversing the thicket, the treant pointed towards a cavern resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast. There lies the abyss. Song Qing nodded, extending his consciousness, instantly sensing a formidable aura emanating from within the cave. He then turned to the treant. You wouldn't be luring me here with the intent to ambush me, would you? The treant immediately shook its head. No, I would never dare. Rest assured, I shall remain right beside you. I promise not to stray. Song Qing replied. You had better keep that promise. He then glanced down at his daughter. Are you afraid, my dear? Dudu initially shook her head, but then, feeling somewhat insincere, nodded slightly. A little. Song Qing chuckled heartily. Fear not, for your father will protect you. Nothing will go awry. Dudu nodded, and together they ventured into the cavern. As they entered, a series of chilling howls echoed through the darkness, unsettling their minds. The further they progressed, the lower the ceiling became, necessitating that Song Qing sometimes crouched to pass through. After approximately 100 meters, Song Qing sensed a multitude of malevolent spirits rushing towards them. The treant, eager to demonstrate its utility, exclaimed, Be cautious. There are malevolent spirits ahead planning an ambush. Allow me to handle this. However, just as the treant prepared to act, it felt a sudden tug at its collar. No need. I shall take care of this myself. In matters of experience, Song Qing would not permit another to intervene. He sheathed his night demon blade and drew his secondary weapon, the night crossbow. Although less potent than the night demon blade, the crossbow still possessed the capability to unleash triple arrows, ideal for dispatching lower-tier malevolent spirits. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The gleaming silver bolts soared like locusts towards the cavern's depths. The frenzied malevolent spirits fell to the ground before they could close the distance. Ping. Level 10 malevolent spirit killed X1. Experience gained. 1,000. Spirit power gained. 20 as the notifications rang out. Song Qing suddenly realized that the spirit power he had expended while chasing the treant was gradually being replenished. After a moment's contemplation, he understood the mechanism at play. Each bolt consumed 5 points of spirit power. Even with the triple arrow capability, it amounted to merely 15 points. The reward for vanquishing a malevolent spirit typically hovered around 20 points, with some even reaching 30. Thus, his spirit power continued to increase with each encounter. Upon discovering this pattern, Song Qing felt he had unearthed an efficient method to replenish his spirit power. Fueled by this revelation, he grew increasingly fervent in his pursuit, and before long, they found themselves in the midst of the abyss. Upon reaching this location, the number of malevolent spirits had significantly diminished, yet their levels had notably increased. As they approached a fork in the path, the tree spirit suddenly spoke up. Ahead lies a bifurcation, perhaps. Perhaps we should separate to hasten our progress? Hearing the tree spirit's suggestion, Song Qing did not hesitate, pointing towards a cave teeming with more malevolent spirits. I shall take this route. You head in that direction, but do not even think of fleeing. I can capture you at any moment. The tree spirit chuckled awkwardly. How could I? I am a person of my word. You'd best be so. With that, Song Qing turned and advanced towards the left cave. Watching Song Qing depart, the tree spirit swiftly made its way to the right cave. After an indeterminate amount of time running, the tree spirit suddenly felt encircled. Tree spirit, long time no see. A voice echoed, causing the tree spirit to tremble and look up. There, at the cave's apex, a massive head loomed, adorned with a sinister smile. The tree spirit promptly managed a smile. I didn't expect to find you here, Ghost King. I've been searching for you quite arduously. The Ghost King, however, showed no appreciation, his smile evaporating, replaced by a menacing expression. You seek to lead the human to me, intending to extinguish my existence, do you not? Upon hearing the Ghost King's words, the tree spirit hastily waved its hands. No, no, no. Ghost King, you misunderstand. I too am a captive. I approached you to forge an alliance against him. The Ghost King couldn't help but scoff. A mere human, and you wish to enlist my aid? This is uncharacteristic of you, with no other recourse. The tree spirit recounted the peculiarities of Song Qing. The Ghost King's brow furrowed slightly. Is he truly that formidable? Indeed, if you do not believe me, observe. The tree spirit, concerned that the Ghost King might doubt its words, revealed its still healing wounds. The Ghost King extended his head for a closer inspection, nodding slightly. This individual is no ordinary foe. He has managed to bypass your bark armor, which is your most vital defense. Indeed, therefore, for our survival, we must join forces to eliminate him. Otherwise, your brethren within this infernal lair will be slaughtered. The Ghost King licked his lips, detaching his head from the repulsive flesh adorning the cave ceiling. He is indeed formidable. I do not wish to provoke him. However, I possess a few strategies to contend with him. With that, the Ghost King unveiled his complete plan. This task shall be entrusted to you. Upon hearing this, the tree spirit was momentarily taken aback, then hesitantly replied, however, he is exceedingly vigilant. I believe it would be prudent to present something substantial to ensnare him. The Ghost King regarded the tree spirit with a cold smirk. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. Should you fail, do not blame me if I do not spare you. With that, the Ghost King opened his mouth and spat out a box. The tree spirit promptly opened it, revealing a beautifully crafted crown within. Very well, I shall proceed at once. I assure you I will accomplish this task. The treant, unwilling to squander time, swiftly turned and headed in another direction while clutching a box. At that moment, Song Qing, accompanied by Dudu, was on the verge of penetrating the left cave, having ascended from level 20 to 24. However, Dudu's progress was exceedingly sluggish, remaining at level 9. After inquiring with the system, Song Qing learned that he was the team leader, primarily responsible for vanquishing the malevolent spirits, while Dudu, as a companion, was merely reaping experience, hence the slower level advancement. With this clarification from the system, Song Qing harbored no further concerns, feeling rather elated that at least Dudu was leveling up. Although he himself had advanced 4 levels without any upgrade rewards, it was evident that his damage output had significantly increased. The malevolent spirits encountered were rarely able to withstand more than 3 of his strikes. Worn out from the battles, Song Qing sought a spacious area to rest with Dudu. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from behind. The trance soon approached, exclaiming, "Brother, brother, I have made a new discovery." Song Qing was taken aback, observing the trance's expression of excitement and anxiety. "What discovery?" he inquired. "I found clues to the crown in the right cave." "Look," the trance stated, presenting a box to Song Qing. Upon examining the box, Song Qing indeed sensed the presence of an item within, though he felt something was amiss. Why are the box and the item separate? The trance, having pondered this along the way, replied, "If I am not mistaken, the item is likely being guarded by one of the malevolent spirits. We must not delay. Let's hasten there." Song Qing glanced at the time, realizing there was little left. He was determined not to jeopardize his mission due to the number of survivors in the dungeon falling below 50%. Without further ado, he followed the trance toward another cave. Soon, they arrived at a rather eerie corner. The trance pointed inside, declaring the item clues were discovered right here. Nodding, Song Qing released his spiritual sense and indeed detected the item within. "It's ahead," he announced, leading Dudu forward, where they found the crown beneath a stone pedestal. Just as he grasped the crown, a loud bang resonated from the entrance, followed by the trance's laughter. "Ha ha ha! Did you expect this? I still had a trick up my sleeve. Oh, I forgot to mention, this cave is inhabited by a vengeful spirit. I hope you enjoy your time here. Ha 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 ha." As the trance's voice faded, Song Qing immediately sensed something was amiss within the cave. Fresh food, a rarity in his experience. From the depths of the cave, a chilling voice emerged, followed by a blood-soaked figure in white approaching Song Qing and Dudu. Chapter 47. Desperation upon catching sight of the blood-soaked man deep within the cave. Dudu was so frightened that she instinctively hid behind Song Qing. Cursing under his breath, Song Qing furrowed his brow and began to retreat with Dudu, utilizing the system to assess the capabilities of their adversary. LV-101 Malevolent Spirit, Blood Demon, Sealed, Bloodthirsty, possesses formidable lethality, revels in the slaughter of its targets. Boasts robust physical defenses, yet its powers are significantly diminished while sealed, and it harbors a fear of light. Special Ability 1, Blood Tracking, can trace targets through the scent of their blood. Special Ability 2, Merciless Strangulation, a passive ability allowing it to strangle targets with its overwhelming attacking power. Special Ability 3, Undying Body, in the face of powerful enemies' attacks, can sacrifice parts of its body to resurrect. Special Ability 4, Pool of Flesh and Blood, can gather slain targets into a cultivation pool, absorbing their flesh and blood for its own use. Upon reading this alarming description, a shiver ran down Song Qing's spine. This entity was extraordinarily powerful. Although sealed, its level was capable of effortlessly overpowering him. He could hardly conceive of any ability he possessed that might counter this foe. "Run." With that, Song Qing urged Dudu to seek an alternate escape route. Behind them, the blood demon let out a chilling laugh, its voice echoing ominously. "Little ones, you cannot escape. Come fort. I can grant you a swift end." Glancing back, Song Qing noted that the speed of the malevolent spirit was not particularly swift, just as he believed they could maintain their distance. The creature suddenly opened its gaping maw and unleashed a feral roar. Roar! The sound reverberated, impacting directly upon Song Qing's psyche. Fortunately, Dudu possessed a purifying ability that effortlessly alleviated the effects on him. "We cannot waste time here." With urgency, Song Qing propelled Dudu toward another direction within the cavern. As he ran, he pondered strategies, but the memory of the blood demon's abilities instilled a sense of powerlessness within him. After all, this was no trivial adversary. It was a low-level malevolent spirit, an entire realm above him. At that moment, Dudu suddenly spoke. "Daddy, I feel as though I am about to become stronger again." Taken aback, Song Qing could only see Dudu's level, but not her experience bar. However, the fact that Dudu could sense her impending upgrade indicated that she was merely a hair's breadth away from leveling up. So he scrutinized her intently. "My dear, are you referring to that invigorating sensation of gaining strength? Like an abrupt surge of superhuman ability?" Duda nodded vigorously. Yes, Daddy, that is precisely it. I feel that if I defeat just a few more monsters, I will become stronger. Very well. Daddy will take you to hunt monsters. At that moment, with no viable method to confront the malevolent spirit, Song Qing resolved to flee while simultaneously aiding Dudu in her ascension. What delightful surprises might Dudu bring upon her upgrade? In the cave, the tree spirit and the ghost king observed the disheveled figure of Song Qing reflected in the ghostly mirror, bursting into hearty laughter. Brother Ghost King, you are truly remarkable. By the way, how is it that you have such a formidable ghost here? You never mentioned it before. The Ghost King scooped a handful of unknown entrails from a platter and stuffed them into his mouth. As he chewed, blood dribbled from the corners of his mouth onto the ground. You certainly wouldn't know about this formidable ghost. He was originally vying for the position of dungeon leader against the Red Queen, but due to his insufficient strength, he was sealed here after being injured by her. It has been a long time. Ah, I see. It appears that the Red Queen possesses formidable strength. The Ghost King wiped the corners of his mouth, a flicker of apprehension gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, the Red Queen is the most powerful ghost I have encountered to date, bar none. Suddenly, the Ghost King noticed Song Qing and Dudu burrowing into another cave through the ghostly mirror and erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, this lad has certainly wandered into the wrong place. The tree spirit, unfamiliar with the cave's layout, inquired, wandered into the wrong place? Is it a dead end? The Ghost King nodded, anticipation dancing on his face. Yes, it is indeed a dead end. Once he reaches here, there will be no escape. Ha ha ha. The blood demon will surely tear him to shreds and devour him piece by piece. Upon hearing this, the tree spirit finally felt a sense of relief. That's good. As long as this lad is eliminated, everything will be fine. I can return to report to the queen. The Ghost King patted the tree spirit's shoulder. Rest assured, this lad will undoubtedly not emerge alive. The blood demon is no ordinary ghost. After being sealed for so long, he will not let them escape. Cool, let me take you for a delightful meal. The tree spirit, unable to resist the Ghost King's kindness, followed him away. Meanwhile, Song Qing and Dudu traversed the cave, vanquishing monsters along the way. Unfortunately, Dudu still showed no signs of upgrading. Dudu, how do you feel? Have you acquired any superpowers? Dudu pouted slightly. It should be soon. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Song Qing surveyed the cavern, strewn with the bodies of fallen spirits. I've slain most of the evil spirits here. I should be leveling up soon. Daughter, you mustn't let your father down. Dudu nodded vigorously. Father, I swear, I'm not letting you down. All right then. Song Qing glanced around and pointed ahead. It seems there are still a few evil spirits over there. Let us proceed. Just as they moved forward, a rustling sound emanated from the ground behind them. The blood demon, having been sealed and thus hindered in his abilities, moved at a sluggish pace. His primary strength lies in his formidable offensive capabilities. Thus, upon witnessing Song Qing enter the dead end, he felt a sense of assurance and did not pursue too hastily. Run on, young one. Let us see how far you can flee. The blood demon's voice carried a hint of fatigue, having expended a considerable amount of energy during the chase. Today, I shall savor you bit by bit. With that, he continued to move, dragging a long trail of blood behind him, an ominous sight indeed. At that moment, within a hollow at the cave's end, a sound akin to a gentle hum emerged. Daddy, I feel as though I have acquired superpowers. Soon after, Song Qing's voice, brimming with excitement, followed. Really? Splendid. What powers do you possess? Do give them a try. All right, Daddy, let me take a shot at it. Be cautious, my dear. Do not harm yourself. Understood, Daddy. Upon hearing their exchange, the blood demon sneered. Trivial skills, mere pretense. I am eager to see what you... Before he could finish, a blinding golden light erupted from within the hollow, illuminating his form as if a potent laser had seared his flesh. The blood demon's body began to emit wisps of smoke, his skin progressively dissolving and peeling away. What is this? It hurts. Stop. Seeing the effect, Song Qing was immediately filled with elation. Daughter, the holy flame's effect is truly remarkable. You have not disappointed me. Keep him illuminated while I handle the rest. Be careful, Daddy. Song Qing nodded, brandishing her night blade as she charged toward the blood demon. Assault blood thrust. The 10 successive strikes pierced the blood demon's form. However, having reached the level of a vengeful spirit, he remained a formidable opponent, even when sealed. Stab after stab. Song Qing lost count of how many times she executed the assault blood thrust until her spiritual energy was entirely depleted. At last, the anticipated notification sound echoed in her ears. Ding! Defeated a level 111 blood demon 1. Experience gained. 500,000. Spiritual energy gained. 2,000. Current host experience is maxed. Level increased to 25. Current host experience is maxed. Level increased to 26. Current host experience is maxed. Level increased to 30. Chapter 48. The demise of the blood demon. Gazing upon the lifeless form of the blood demon and the plethora of generous rewards presented by the system, Song Qing felt a surge of astonishment within his heart. Through this recent upgrade process, he had gleaned some insights. For instance, after every 5 levels gained, the system would bestow upon him a skill point, and after every 10 levels, a special upgrade package would be awarded. Furthermore, with each increment of 10 levels, the experience required for subsequent upgrades would significantly increase. Once he comprehended these details, Song Qing approached the corpse of the blood demon, observing the charred remains. Reduced to a mere lump of blackened ash by Dudu's newly acquired skill, Holy Flame, he couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. Had it not been for Dudu's upgrade and the new skill, both he and his daughter might have perished in this encounter. This reflection ignited a simmering resentment towards that scoundrel, the tree spirit. This vendetta, he vowed, must be avenged. With that thought lingering, Song Qing rummaged through the blood demon's remains and extracted a second-grade magic crystal. Is this truly all? He mused, bemused that such a formidable foe yielded only a single second-grade crystal. With a resigned sigh, he pocketed it. It was better than nothing, at least. Subsequently, Song Qing, accompanied by Dudu, set about searching for an exit while simultaneously strategizing the allocation of his skill points. Upon reaching level 30, he was granted yet another new skill, Arrow of Soul Fire, a secondary equipment skill. He opened the skill description to examine the details. Arrow of Soul Fire, LV1 secondary equipment skill, consuming 100 spirit points with each use. Hitting the target inflicts a persistent burning damage effect, low damage, and slightly reduces the target's movement speed, which cannot be dispelled, lasting for 10 seconds. Upon reading the skill's details, Song Qing felt a thrill of excitement. This skill was indeed beneficial. It could slow foes and had an undispellable effect. Yet, the damage output was minimal. Thus, he resolved not to squander the remaining 2 skill points on this ability. Instead, he decisively allocated both points to the skill, Blood-Piercing Assault. After all, he had experienced the exhilaration of defeating formidable bosses through such overwhelming prowess. Without this skill, he feared he might not even escape the royal city. Beep, Blood-Piercing Assault has been upgraded to LV4, Blood-Piercing Assault, LV4 specialized skill, consuming 2,000 spirit points upon release, unleashing a lethal 10-fold strike on the target. Each successive hit doubles the previous damage, ignoring the enemy's armor. With a 15 chance of executing the target, not exceeding the host level of 30, and a cooldown period of 3 minutes. Upon reviewing the skill's description, Song Qing was immediately filled with exhilaration. The execution probability had risen from 10 to 15, which was splendid. However, the 2,000-point consumption was rather daunting. He glanced at his current spirit pool, which stood at a mere 3,000. This meant he could only unleash Blood-Piercing Assault once before he would have to flee. Is this not rather awkward? He pondered. System, is there no alternative solution? The host can enhance equipment to obtain a boost in spiritual power. Oh, such an ability exists? It was only after reaching level 30 that Song Qing noticed the emergence of certain attributes in his equipment. Dark Night Blade, LV20, current level cannot be upgraded. Can be enhanced. Attack increase 10, armor penetration bonus 10, special ability, none. Upon seeing this information, Song Qing suddenly understood. So that is what it was. The system had just prompted him about activating equipment enhancement. This must be it. He immediately checked his other pieces of equipment. He possessed a total of 6 items: one main weapon, one offhand weapon, a cloak, a chest armor, boots, and a necklace. Among them, the main weapon primarily boosted attack and armor penetration, while the offhand weapon offered slowing and blinding effects. The cloak enhanced agility and stealth. The chest armor increased defense and resistance. The boots boosted agility and movement speed, and the necklace augmented mental resistance and spiritual power. After comprehending all the abilities of his equipment, Song Qing promptly chose to enhance the necklace. Dark Knight Necklace, LV20, current level cannot be upgraded, can be enhanced. Mental resistance 0, spiritual power bonus 0, special ability, none. The current LV20 Dark Knight Necklace can be enhanced up to level 3. Each enhancement requires 10 first-grade magic crystals, with a chance of failure. Would you like to proceed with the enhancement? Upon reading this, Song Qing was momentarily stunned. There's a chance of failure? How high could that be? Before the first transition, the failure rate for enhancing equipment from levels 1 to 3 is 10. After seeing this information, Song Qing let out a sigh of relief. That's not too high. A 10% failure rate is manageable. Let us begin. Fortunately, he still had 11 second-grade magic crystals, equivalent to 11,000 first-grade magic crystals. Ample resources for his endeavors. Enhance. Ping. The Dark Knight Necklace has been successfully enhanced to level 1. Once more. Ping. Enhancement of the Dark Knight Necklace failed. Please try again. Upon witnessing the failure of the enhancement, Song Qing was infuriated to find that the necklace had lost even its level 1 enhancement attribute. He felt an urge to curse. Seriously? A failed enhancement results in a drop in enhancement level? Failure in enhancing equipment will cause a drop in enhancement level. Please proceed with caution. After upgrading equipment, the enhancement level will be reset. Please enhance with care. Upon receiving these belated prompts, Song Qing was left utterly speechless. There was no choice. He had to enhance it regardless. After all, his current level only allowed him to enhance it to level 3. Thus, after a series of enhancements, he finally succeeded in raising the necklace to level 3. Dark Knight Necklace 3. Level 20. Current level cannot be upgraded or enhanced. Mental resistance 30. Spirit value bonus 30. Special ability, none. Subsequently, Song Qing glanced at his spirit value, which had indeed increased from 3,000 to 3,900. How frustrating, just 100 points short. System, is there any way to directly enhance my spirit value? Apologies, host. Currently, apart from leveling up and enhancing equipment, there are no other means to increase spirit value. Upon hearing the system's response, Song Qing could only sigh in resignation. It seems upgrading is the only solution. He then looked around and realized that this secluded cave was utterly devoid of life. No, it should be devoid of ghosts. He then glanced at Dudu and remembered that after Dudu reached level 10, he acquired the new skill, Holy Flame, which he had yet to examine. Thus, he accessed the team options and found Dudu's personal information. Holy Flame. Release the skill to scorch enemies, inflicting intense burning effects and dealing greater damage to dark beings. Upon seeing this notification, Song Qing suddenly understood why Dudu's Holy Flame skill rendered that blood demon utterly helpless to resist. It was a complete counter. Song Qing then picked up Dudu and said, "All right, we have settled the battle here. It is time to head out." Dudu nodded and looked at Song Qing, asking, "Are we going out to teach that liar a lesson?" A smile crept across Song Qing's lips. Indeed, liars are the most despicable. In a palace within the demon cave, the tree spirit and the ghost king were thoroughly intoxicated. Suddenly, a scream echoed from outside, jolting the tree spirit to a semblance of sobriety. When the world happened, the ghost king, barely opening his eyes, chuckled softly. "Don't worry, brother. How could anything go wrong? Just wait to collect that kid's corpse soon." Reassured by the ghost king's words, the tree spirit nodded. After all, venturing into the blood demon's territory and emerging alive was akin to climbing to the heavens. The tree spirit then lifted his cup once more, preparing to indulge. Suddenly, a tremendous crash resonated from outside, followed by the crash of a malevolent spirit's corpse flying into the hall, landing squarely on the table before the tree spirit. "Tree spirit, come out." The tree spirit trembled, nearly losing control of himself. How is that kid still alive? Chapter 49. Song Qing. He is late again. Upon seeing Song Qing, the tree spirit was instantly jolted awake from its stupor. It even began to question whether it had indulged too much in drink, leading to a vivid hallucination. After all, the entity sealed in that place was a formidable ghost, second only to the red-clad queen in strength within the entire dungeon. Although sealed, its power remained formidable, necessitating the Ghost King to station numerous subordinates to guard it. Yet, how had it survived all this time? A cold sweat broke out on the tree spirit's back as it awkwardly rose, forcing a smile at Song Qing. That was all a misunderstanding. I had little to do with it. It was the Ghost King here who compelled me to act. Meanwhile, the Ghost King was blissfully intoxicated, completely oblivious to the betrayal unfolding beside him. However, Song Qing had no intention of letting this individual off the hook. He raised his crossbow menacingly, aiming it at the tree spirit. You'd best be compliant. I can grant you a swift end, or else do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Seeing the crossbow in Song Qing's hands, the tree spirit grew increasingly anxious. No, please. I was coerced. This truly has nothing to do with me. The tree spirit attempted to flee, only to find every escape route blocked by Song Qing. Realizing that there was no way out, it immediately adopted a submissive demeanor, pleading for mercy. Yet, Song Qing merely scoffed and glanced at the time. It seems you've spent quite some time talking. However, I have graciously allowed you a few extra minutes to live. Now, I shall send you on your way. As soon as the words left his lips, Song Qing's figure vanished before the tree spirit's eyes. This time, he was even more powerful and his movements more elusive than before. A scream pierced the air, and the tree spirit collapsed to the ground. Song Qing swiftly gathered the various equipment and items that had fallen from his adversary. Unexpectedly, he discovered a small booklet among the spoils. Upon seeing the booklet, Song Qing instantly regretted not having dealt with the tree spirit sooner, for it contained records of all the locations of the items. So that's how the tree spirit knew the locations of those items. It had found a crucial guide. I must hasten to retrieve them. Thus, Song Qing proceeded to eliminate the remaining malevolent spirits within the abyss before hastily making his way to the locations of the other items. Outside the royal city, the red-clad queen sat leisurely in her carriage, gazing disdainfully at the city through the window. It appears I have overestimated this fellow. He is merely a weakling, foolishly aspiring to partner with an Wenjun. What a farce. Yet, I cannot help but feel a tinge of concern. He does possess some skill, but ultimately, he is just a paper tiger, heavily reliant on luck. This time, I shall see how he intends to break the deadlock. This game is becoming increasingly intriguing. After a moment, she glanced at the time and shook her head lightly. At this hour, still out there slaying monsters. Humph, a mere brute, but a brute nonetheless. With that, she dismounted from her carriage, directing her gaze towards the royal city. As time grows late, I hope you have composed your final letters, for perhaps your descendants may one day behold the farewells you have penned. Upon hearing the words of the woman in red, a profound sorrow enveloped the hearts of all within the city. In the Lord's mansion, the prince occupied the elevated position, surveying the assembly below. Esteemed guest, he announced, the woman in red has spoken. It is time for you to make a choice. Will you side with her or with the mother of the child? At this proclamation, a murmur rippled through the crowd. This is an exceedingly difficult decision. A misstep could cost us our lives, even should we choose the woman in red. The child, Diogeo, will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon us. It is merely a matter of dying sooner or later. Indeed, Princess Diogeo has already warned us. Should we disobey, her wrath would spell our doom when she comes of age. That little girl is no ordinary child. Her strength already surpasses that of the Lord. If we wait a few more years, she will surely eclipse the woman in red. Let us not dwell on the others. How will you choose? I believe we should side with the woman in red. Better to endure a miserable existence than to perish outright. Let us survive, and we may yet address the rest later. Yes, I concur. Living offers us a chance, for if we do not, we shall have no opportunity whatsoever. Just then, a deep voice resonated through the hall. I believe Song Qing will arrive in due time. Let us wait a while longer. At this remark, all eyes turned towards the Lord, their faces betraying a strange expression. The prince, too, appeared grave. "Do you comprehend the gravity of your words?" he queried. The lord nodded. "Of course I do. However, I surmise that Song Qing is currently engaged in slaying monsters, intent on enhancing his strength." Upon hearing the lord's words, the prince could not help but emit a resigned chuckle. Enhancing his strength? Last-minute efforts. Do you truly believe there is hope? We have labored for years to reach our present state. The assembly nodded in agreement. The lord pressed his lips together. Deep down, he too harbored doubts regarding Song Qing's ability to contend with the woman in red at this juncture. Yet from their first encounter, he sensed there was something extraordinary about Song Qing. Although he held considerable faith in him, reality loomed large, compelling him to nod silently in acquiescence. At that moment, the prince suddenly approached the window, gazing down at the survivors in the city. "We cannot sacrifice our lives for theirs." At this declaration, the wavering hearts of the assembly were resolutely steered. Indeed, we must not forfeit our future for these mere humans. Precisely. The factions of humans and demons are irreconcilable. How could we possibly aid them? Let us seek out the woman in red and lay our cards on the table. We shall join her ranks. In an instant, the atmosphere within the meeting ignited with fervor. The assembly rose collectively, preparing to venture forth from the city to convey their decision to the woman in red, hoping for clemency. Meanwhile, all within the city stood in stunned disbelief, akin to chickens ensnared in a coop, utterly powerless to shape their own destinies. In an instant, the expressions of the crowd were marked by sheer panic. A few women huddled together, quietly weeping. "It is over. We are utterly finished. Song Qing must be fleeing for his life. He has deceived us. We should never have trusted Song Qing. He has led us into this predicament. Yes, it is indeed Song Qing who has betrayed us." Upon perceiving the gravity of the situation, Qin Long immediately glanced towards the distressed individuals, recognizing them as subordinates of Zhou Yang. He swiftly approached them, reprimanding, "What are you doing at a time like this, spreading such negativity? Is the chaos not sufficient for you?" The individuals, disgruntled, shot him disdainful glances. At this point, you still choose to defend him. Are you a dog? Continuously licking his boots. Others joined in with scathing remarks. Enraged, Qin Long found support from several survivors who had been rescued by Song Qing. The opposing group, undeterred, moved forward to confront them. Just as a confrontation seemed inevitable, a shout echoed from the distant city tower. "Look, he has arrived." At this proclamation, both the survivors and the malevolent spirits within the royal city were momentarily taken aback. "He has truly come." Chapter 50, Didu called Mother outside the city, in front of the carriage. The woman in red caught sight of Song Qing in the distance and couldn't help but smile. Who would have thought she would actually dare to come? "I admire your courage." Song Qing, holding Dudu in one hand and a box in the other, flashed a beaming smile. "Of course I had to come. Such an entertaining game. It would be a shame not to join." The woman in red glanced at the time, her gaze playful as she regarded Song Qing. "Why are you so fond of arriving just on time?" "Oh, it's a habit I developed in school. I never entered the classroom until the bell rang. And the same goes for work. I never clocked in until the last second, just like some authors." "Umph. Well, this time you timed it perfectly. Do you know that the people in the city are terrified because of you?" Song Qing looked towards the royal city and shook his head helplessly. "It's fine, after all. It's just a game. The sense of participation is crucial. Otherwise, if I go out alone to farm for gear, their involvement would be minimal." The woman in red sneered. "After killing so many of my subordinates, do you really think you stand a chance of surviving here?" Song Qing gazed at the woman's exquisite features and smiled. "Why do you say that? Since I dare to come here, it's certainly to survive, unless you no longer wish to continue the game." Upon hearing this, the woman in red burst into laughter. "Very well, show me what items you brought." Song Qing tossed the box toward her, and with a flick of her finger, it gracefully floated into her hands. As she opened the box and beheld its contents, a glint of coldness flickered in her eyes. "You are playing with fire." With that, she threw the box to the ground. At this moment, the battlements of the royal city were crowded with people and malevolent spirits, all fixated on the distant confrontation between Song Qing and the woman in red. When a head tumbled out of the box, a collective tension gripped everyone as hearts. "Damn, What is he doing? Is he provoking the woman in red? This is disastrous. How can we continue now? That head looks so familiar. If I'm not mistaken, it's the head of the blood demon. The crowd turned their eyes to the prince, who sighed in resignation and briefly recounted the fierce battle between the woman in red and the blood demon. Upon hearing the prince's words, everyone gasped in shock. This is impossible. Prince, are you saying that human killed a formidable spirit? The prince shook his head. The blood demon's strength has likely diminished beyond that of a formidable spirit, but he is still significantly more powerful than I. With this revelation, the crowd was even more astonished. The woman in red's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Do you realize you are playing with fire? Song Qing chuckled. I have no particular hobbies. I simply enjoy playing with fire. Very well, foolish one. If that is the case, then prepare to meet your demise. With that, the woman in red raised her right hand, ready to strike at Song Qing. Upon witnessing the initial movement of the woman clad in red, the prince instinctively shut his eyes. He was doomed. As these words echoed, the crowd relinquished all hope. Just then, the crimson clouds that had gathered in the sky began to disperse once more. At this moment, the city lord's lips twitched slightly as he pointed shakily into the distance, exclaiming, "Prince, look, the little princess has emerged." The prince was momentarily taken aback, opening his eyes to see Song Qing leading out a figure. How could the little princess appear? Emerging behind Song Qing was a young girl in a pink dress. It was Jiao. Yet, she was no longer the same as before. The wound on her mouth had vanished. Her disheveled hair was now neatly styled into two delightful pigtails, swaying adorably as she moved. The moment the woman in red laid eyes on Jiao, a sharp pain surged through her head. How did you manage to bring her forth? She gasped. Song Qing glanced down at Jiao, then back at the woman in red, and suddenly declared, "An Wenjun, your daughter is ready to accompany me out of the instance." Upon hearing this, the woman in red felt the sealed soul within her begin to writhe violently. You must not shout. Take her away from me." Observing the woman's expression of agony, a faint smile crept across Song Qing's face. He gently urged Jiao, "Call her mama." With remarkable obedience, Jiao shouted toward the woman in red, "Mama, get lost." The woman in red shrieked, collapsing to the ground, clutching her head. The mere utterance of "mama" made her feel as if her head would explode, and her face twisted into a grotesque grimace. Seizing this opportunity, Song Qing lunged forward with his long knife aimed at the woman in red. On the city tower, the onlookers instantly comprehended the unfolding events. The prince, witnessing Song Qing's audacity, felt a jolt of surprise. Was this fellow always so courageous? Though Qianlong's strength paled in comparison to these malevolent spirits, he couldn't help but smile at Song Qing's actions. He had always been a beacon of hope. From now on, I shall waver no more. With an unwavering resolve, Song Qing charged toward the woman in red. This was his final opportunity. If he failed to eliminate her this time, his own life would be forfeit. Thus, he could afford no mistakes, not even the slightest. As the dagger pierced the woman's chest, a piercing scream erupted from her lips, followed by a surge of black vapor rising around her. Without hesitation, Song Qing continued to stab at her relentlessly. The enhanced blood stab, imbued with unparalleled power, posed a dire threat to the woman's life. Meanwhile, she found herself ensnared in a dual onslaught, one from Song Qing's fierce attacks. On the other hand, it was the presence of Jiao brought by Song Qing that provoked the dormant soul of An Wenjun sealed within her body. The woman in red was compelled to subdue An Wenjun. Otherwise, she would lose control over her own being. At that moment, she sensed imminent danger. Song Qing's power was undeniably peculiar. The damage inflicted by each successive strike was increasing exponentially, and she found herself unable to withstand it any longer. "You little brat, you truly are formidable. I shall ensure your demise here." Upon uttering these words, the woman in red's body trembled violently before collapsing motionlessly to the ground. In that instant, a red mist erupted from An Wenjun's body, merging with the dark smoke and vanishing without a trace. Song Qing furrowed his brow slightly and promptly ceased his assault. As the woman in red departed this vessel, the malevolence etched on An Wenjun's face began to fade away. Cough! a violent fit of coughing erupted, and gradually, and Wenjun opened her eyes. Upon witnessing and Wenjun's awakening, Song Qing felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Phew, I thought I had killed you. And Wenjun smiled, albeit with a hint of shyness. Could you possibly get off me first? Song Qing was momentarily taken aback, realizing that their intertwined position was indeed rather intimate. Chapter 51. The thoughts of Song Qing within the royal city. Sentiments oscillated between joy and sorrow. Some felt that although Song Qing's cunning scheme had succeeded in driving away the woman in red, it had also incurred her wrath. Based on their knowledge of her, she would undoubtedly seek revenge. When the woman in red lost her sanity, even the malevolent spirits would not be spared. However, a greater number of individuals were filled with gratitude that Song Qing had once again saved them. More significantly, than Wenjun had returned. Although her powers were largely derived from the woman in red, she remained an imposing force. In the conference room of the Lord's Manor, and Wenjun, accompanied by Jiao, occupied the seat of honor. Her gaze swept across all present, including the malevolent spirits. As the dungeon's time had yet to conclude, we must not allow ourselves to be complacent. The woman in red will undoubtedly continue her vengeance against us. Our current course of action should be to unite and resist her. Otherwise, we shall face the grim fate of being slain by her. The atmosphere grew serious among the attendees, and Wenjun turned to glance at Song Qing, continuing to address the assembly. This is no longer merely a battle against demons. We are all bound together in our struggle against the woman in red. It is thanks to Song Qing that I have been liberated from her control. I am profoundly grateful. Song Qing merely waved his hand and smiled. It is nothing. We are here to support one another. Yet, and Wenjun shook her head in earnest. It is different. You have resurrected my daughter, and I must express my gratitude properly. Seeing in Wenjun's sincerity, Song Qing hesitantly replied, This is rather inappropriate. Jiao looked up at Song Qing, her face radiant with joy. Uncle, thank you for saving me. Did you not mention wanting to obtain the rights to a dungeon? At these words, the room fell into an immediate silence. Qin Long, standing behind Song Qing, felt his heart nearly cease at the mention of dungeon rights. The concept of dungeon rights was known to very few. Essentially, possessing dungeon rights equated to owning a private dungeon, granting the holder absolute control over it. All items produced within the dungeon could be utilized at will, and most crucially, all malevolent spirits within would be compelled to obey the owner. Furthermore, the owner could also draw forth valuable items acquired from other dungeons to nourish the spirits within. As the spirits grew stronger, they could assist in forging even more powerful ghostly artifacts, creating a mutually beneficial relationship. Nonetheless, given the inherent enmity between humans and spirits, how could they possibly sit together and converse peacefully? Let alone the notion of the weaker human faction proposing to seize the rights to a dungeon. It was akin to a fanciful dream. However, Qin Long was aware that there indeed existed individuals within the world who could possess such rights, albeit they were exceedingly rare. After all, setting aside the formidable nature of the spirits, simply entering a dungeon was an incredibly daunting endeavor. Surviving smoothly has become the expectation of all, and if one could acquire a prop or a ghostly artifact, it would indeed be akin to ancestral graves emitting green smoke. However, to relinquish the operational rights of a dungeon would signify an acknowledgement of their own weakness by the ghostly faction. As anticipated, before Song Qing could utter a word, dissenting voices arose immediately. How absurd! Who do you think you are to dream of claiming the dungeon's operational rights? I oppose this. Soon, others joined in the chorus. I too oppose this. We are a dungeon. Why should we cede our rights? None of us in the ghostly clan have even acquired a single ghostly artifact. Indeed, such an impudent request should remain unspoken, lest all gathered ghosts express their dissent. Absolutely. This concerns our dignity. It is utterly unacceptable. I vehemently disagree. The conference hall erupted into a cacophony of objections, with every vocal ghost expressing their opposition. Song Qing became the target of their ire, yet he remained unperturbed, wearing a faint smile as he glanced at Jiao. Jiao, how could you voice Uncle's innermost thoughts? Jiao, however, replied with utmost seriousness. I believe such trivial matters should pose no issue. Upon hearing Jiujiu's response, Song Qing could not help but chuckle. At that moment, and Wenjun lifted Jiujiu on her lap and surveyed the assembly. Is there anyone else with differing opinions? The room fell silent. Just when everyone assumed no ghost would agree to such a loss of dignity, a voice emerged from outside. I, for one, believe a collaboration with Mr. Song Qing could be advantageous. The crowd froze, turning their gazes toward the entrance, where Count Charles, clad in an exquisite evening gown, stepped inside. Long time no see, everyone. As Charles entered, the expressions of all present shifted, watching in astonishment as he took a seat opposite Song Qing. At this juncture, the previously silent prince finally spoke. May I inquire why Count Charles believes the operational rights of this dungeon can be entrusted to Song Qing? Does he possess any extraordinary capabilities? This question struck a chord with many wavering souls. After all, the current situation within the dungeon had become exceedingly ambiguous, particularly with the division of the red-clad woman's forces. Should Wenjun's faction prevail, those who aligned with her would undoubtedly reap considerable rewards, while those who opposed her would be scrutinized during the reckoning. Of course, all of this hinged on Wenjun's potential victory. Conversely, if the red-clad woman were to triumph, the implications would be dire. She could annihilate every being within the dungeon at will to augment her own power, having completely severed ties with Wenjun and free to pursue her desires without constraint. Thus, everyone finds themselves without options, yet unwilling to offend Wenjun. They can only await Charles's remarks. Charles glanced at Song Qing, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. What would you think if I suggested that Brother Song Qing holds the key to resurrecting our ghostly kin? Upon the utterance of these words, a profound silence enveloped the room. Each individual became acutely aware of a pivotal question. How had Wenjun's daughter, Jiujiu, returned to life? The prince, being one of the more seasoned members in this narrative, suddenly recalled a crucial point. Unless he had procured all the necessary items. A collective gasp echoed through the assembly, their gazes shifting toward Song Qing. In a similar vein, Qin Long also experienced a moment of clarity. He had been pondering why Song Qing never revealed the items when handing over the wicked spirit tools. It dawned on him that it was not due to a lack of items, but rather a strategic choice to reserve them for other purposes. As this possibility lingered in the minds of the crowd, Song Qing rose and softly declared, "Indeed, I have acquired all the items, with the sole intention of resurrecting Jiujiu." Chapter 52. As night falls, the corpse bugs attack. When Song Qing finished speaking, the conference hall fell into an oppressive silence. Each gaze was filled with astonishment and disbelief. However, Wenjun revealed a slight smile, gently grasping Jiujiu's hand and addressing the crowd. "I have long been aware of this matter, so I would like to inquire once more. Are you willing to collaborate with Mr. Song Qing?" As soon as her words lingered in the air, the prince interjected, "Collaboration is not out of the question, but how can Mr. Song Qing assure us that we will all be revived?" Song Qing turned to the prince with a smile. "Let me clarify. If you entrust me with this instance, I will arrange for individuals to undertake trials within it. As long as the tasks are completed according to the instance's rules and all items are acquired, a chance for revival will be afforded to you. Of course, revival may not be everyone's desire. Some may find greater comfort as malevolent spirits. Therefore, I shall also introduce items obtained from other instances to enhance the overall strength of this one. I assure each of you who collaborates with me that you will become even more formidable." Had Wenjun not previously mentioned this matter to him, Song Qing would not have pressed it so fervently. He was pleasantly surprised that his maneuvers had indeed borne fruit, feeling as though he had claimed this instance as his own, realizing its potential. Securing the management rights of an instance would allow him to continuously strengthen himself through it. Upon hearing Song Qing's response, a flicker of excitement illuminated the prince's face. "If what Mr. Song Qing says is true, I agree to transfer the management rights of the instance to him." No sooner had he spoken than the lord of the city, visibly stirred, nodded in agreement. "Count me in. I too consent to handing over the rights to Brother Song Qing." Soon, numerous malevolent spirits rose to express their support for Song Qing. In no time, The majority of the assembly stood in favor of granting the management rights to him. Observing that the moment had arrived, and Wenjun stood and proclaimed, "Well, since everyone has agreed, I announce that if Mr. Song Qing can prevail in this competition, the management rights of the instance shall be bestowed upon him." The crowd erupted in applause. Song Qing felt a surge of excitement, while Qin Long was utterly astonished. He could hardly believe that Song Qing had truly managed to persuade these malevolent spirits. He felt assured that his allegiance had indeed been wisely placed. Just as the assembly contemplated their future, the crimson mist that had recently dissipated began to creep back in from outside. Seeing this ominous haze, and when Jun's expression turned grave, "The revenge of the woman in red is upon us." With that, she glanced at Song Qing. "From here on, it may be up to you. We might be unable to assist." Song Qing chuckled lightly, nodding dismissively. "Fear not." No sooner had he spoken than everyone felt the very fabric of the space begin to twist. Soon, the piercing laughter of the woman in red echoed in everyone's ears. "Ah, who would have thought that I am still alive while you have already begun plotting the future of the world? Quite impressive, seeing you all so joyfully engaged. I shall join in the game. Song Qing, since you aspire to be the savior, I shall grant you another chance. I will imprison all the survivors within my cage, and we shall see what opportunity you have to save them this time." With that, the entire world transformed into a blood-red haze, and in the next instant, all the survivors vanished from the royal city. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a dark, damp prison cell. Tension gripped everyone, while Song Qing was cast into an unknown, deep forest. Surrounding him were various venomous creatures and an innumerable array of tombstones, perhaps a burial ground. Dudu, feeling anxious, grasped Song Qing's hand tightly. "Daddy, this place is so frightening." Song Qing smiled gently, patting his daughter's hand. "It's all right. If you feel scared, just think of the fun times we shared, and you won't be afraid." Dudu tried hard to recall those memories, but the incessant wails around them made it impossible to concentrate. "Daddy, I tried, but it doesn't seem to work." Song Qing chuckled heartily and embraced Dudu. "Now that Daddy is holding you, you surely won't be afraid, right?" Dudu instantly felt a surge of security. "Yes, I'm not scared anymore. Where shall we go next?" Song Qing gazed up at the dimming sky. "If I am not mistaken, it seems we will have to spend the night here." Upon hearing this, Dudu burrowed deeper into Song Qing's embrace. "I don't want to stay here overnight, Daddy. I'm scared." Looking at Dudu nestled in his arms, Song Qing felt a pang of sympathy, yet he recognized that this was a trap set intentionally by the woman in red. If he attempted to leave with Dudu, he would only expend his strength unnecessarily, for he had no knowledge of this place and could not hope to escape. The best course of action was to remain here. He leaned closer to Dudu's ear and whispered a few words. After hearing him, Dudu's face brightened with a smile. "Really, Daddy?" Song Qing nodded earnestly. "Of course it's true. Now, you should rest well. Otherwise, you'll be too tired for our adventure tomorrow." Dudu immediately expressed her desire to sleep. Thus, Song Qing fashioned his cloak into a makeshift sleeping bag and placed Dudu inside it, gently patting her back while softly singing a lullaby. After a long day without rest, Dudu quickly fell asleep. Once Dudu was asleep, a wave of fatigue washed over Song Qing, but he dared not succumb to slumber. Who knew if the woman in red would launch a surprise attack? He had to remain vigilant by Dudu's side. The forest was filled with chilling winds and various eerie sounds. In the stillness of an indeterminate hour, a rustling sound emanated from the distance. Song Qing furrowed his brow and glanced at Dudu, who was sleeping soundly. After confirming her peaceful slumber, he rose to gaze into the distance. Holding a torch aloft, he shone its light ahead, revealing a grave expression upon his face. Before him, countless black beetles surged forth from the depths of the jungle like an overwhelming tide. Advancing towards him, observing the swarm of insects, Song Qing could not help but look back at Dudu. "Dear daughter, sleep well. Father shall take care of these vile pests." With that declaration, he strode towards the advancing horde. Meanwhile, in the conference hall of the royal city, and Wenjun employed his ghostly abilities to project Song Qing's current predicament onto the central space. As the assembly witnessed the multitude of disconcerting black beetles, an involuntary shiver ran through them. A look of grave concern etched itself upon the prince's visage. Curse it, if memory serves me correctly, those are corpse beetles. And Wenjun's countenance mirrored the gravity of the situation as he nodded slightly. Indeed, they're corpse beetles. If Song Qing cannot endure until dawn, he may not survive the night. The others exchanged puzzled glances. These little insects do not appear particularly formidable, do they? One could simply crush them underfoot. At this remark, Count Charles, seated in the corner, chuckled softly. Not formidable? Huh, what a jest. Though these corpse beetles may seem harmless, they're far more dangerous than my bloodthirsty bats. They are utterly fearless of death. Moreover, they show no aversion to fire. At this revelation, the crowd fell silent, taken aback. What? They are unafraid of fire? How then can Song Qing eliminate these insects? Count Charles shook his head in resignation. Unless he possesses some form of explosive device, of course. But it must be suitable for combating the ghostly clan. Hearing his words, the assembly exchanged wary glances. Previously, when Song Qing had contended with them, had he ever employed explosives? They all shook their heads in unison. They then turned their gaze back to the projection, despair settling in. Does this mean he cannot endure through the night? Chapter 53. Nighttime in the forest with the corpse-eating bugs as Song Qing gazed upon the dense swarm of insects before him. A grave expression settled on his face. LV-1 corpse bug. A lowly creature unafraid of death. It thrives on corpses, possesses formidable attacking power, fears neither death nor fire, and delights in consuming flesh and blood. Upon reading the information regarding the distant black beetles within the system, Song Qing couldn't help but furrow his brow. Level 1 corpse bugs? Does this mean that defeating one would yield less than 10 experience points? Surely not. Could it be that the woman in red has deliberately summoned these repulsive insects to attack me upon discovering that I level up by slaying monsters? Unfazed by flames, it was clear that fire would be of no use. He needed to devise an alternative strategy. Suddenly, Song Qing recalled the numerous items gifted by the system during his upgrade stored within his inventory. After a brief search, he retrieved a box from the system. This item seemed to have been bestowed upon him upon reaching level 20, though its purpose remained a mystery. However, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a firecracker. Glancing at his daughter, he mused, I hope my little girl doesn't wake up. With a click, Song Qing opened the box and extracted a black orb. Explosive Spirit Orb, a small-scale destructive device. The user expends 5 points of spiritual energy to infuse it. Throwing it will produce an explosion that harms targets within a 5-meter radius. Please use with caution. Song Qing pursed his lips as he surveyed the multitude of explosive spirit orbs within the box. With so many at his disposal, he should be able to sustain himself for quite some time. Thus, he infused spiritual energy into the orb and hurled it towards the swarm of corpse bugs. The orb traced an arc through the air, landing precisely amidst the mass of insects. At the moment the explosive spirit orb struck the ground, Song Qing was momentarily blinded by a brilliant flash. Then, a deafening explosion erupted, the light produced illuminating the sky itself. Song Qing felt as though his ears would be rendered deaf by the sheer volume of the blast. Notifications from the system echoed relentlessly in his ears. Yet Song Qing's concern lay elsewhere. His daughter had likely been roused. Casting a glance over his shoulder, he confirmed his suspicion. Dudu had emerged from her blanket, rubbing her eyes as she looked at him. How could you, Daddy? Sneaking off to play with firecrackers without me. Humph, I am upset. Seeing Dudu's adorable pout, Song Qing felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. My dear, I'm so sorry. I had no idea that exterminating these bugs would create such a commotion. If you return to sleep, I promise to keep the noise down. However, Dudu resolutely shook her head, her little lips jutting out defiantly. No way. You've already scared me awake. How could I possibly fall back asleep? Understanding his daughter's little scheme, Song Qing conceded. All right then, how about this? Daddy will play with you, and you won't be upset anymore, okay? Sure enough, upon hearing his offer, Dudu's face lit up with joy. Yay. Thus, Song Qing retrieved the box containing the explosive spirit pearl and, accompanied by Dudu, began to ascend towards the heights of the trees. Given Dudu's limited strength, It was prudent to avoid any mishap where the pearl could potentially harm them if dropped. Upon reaching a lofty branch, Song Qing imparted the method of activating the explosive spirit pearl to Dudu. So, my dear, if you can manage to detonate this pearl, we shall enjoy ourselves together. Otherwise, it will be a solitary endeavor for your father. Dudu, filled with anticipation, nodded eagerly. All right, I will give it a try. With that, Dudu mimicked Song Qing's earlier actions, cradling the pearl in her palm and rubbing it gently before casting it towards the swarm of insects in the distance. The moment the pearl landed amidst the writhing mass, a brilliant flash of red light erupted, followed by a deafening explosion. The area where the explosion occurred was instantly cleared. Witnessing Dudu's ability to activate the explosive spirit pearl, Song Qing could not help but speculate that she must have been aware of her latent powers all along. After all, it was her purification abilities that once dispelled the tainted individuals, and she had also unleashed the sacred flame at critical moments. Dudu, captivated by the explosion's luminous display, clapped her hands in delight. How beautiful, Daddy! Can I have some more of those firecrackers? Seeing Dudu treat the explosive spirit pearl as mere firecrackers, Song Qing could only smile helplessly as he filled her pockets with the pearls. Thus, the father and daughter began their playful antics amidst the depths of the jungle. In the Royal City-esque conference room, astonishment gripped the attendees as they gaped incredulously at the projection of Song Qing and his daughter. This is utterly absurd. How can they be playing right now? One exclaimed. Indeed, they appear to be having a marvelous time. Are they serious in such a grim setting? Another added. If one didn't know better, one might think they were setting off fireworks. Someone remarked, noting the joy on their faces. Honestly, I find it remarkable that they refrained from using this against us initially. Their mercy is astonishing. Yet another chimed in. One pearl can clear such a vast area. Its power is truly immense. And Wen Jun, who had previously harbored concerns for Song Qing, now found himself at a loss for words. Just moments ago, he had thought Song Qing was at his wit's end, yet here he was conjuring something entirely new in the face of adversity. Simply ludicrous. The prince chuckled wryly, glancing at Charles nearby. You knew all along how formidable he was, didn't you? Charles shook his head, exhaling deeply. I knew he was impressive, but I never anticipated such extraordinary prowess. Thankfully, I didn't resist to the bitter end. Otherwise, you might not have seen me again. The atmosphere in the royal city lightened somewhat, yet in a dungeon deep within the jungle, the woman in red was far from pleased. The corpse bugs were painstakingly nurtured pets, yet they were effortlessly slain by Song Qing, inciting her fury to the brink of explosion. Fine, you may have an abundance of tools, but I shall eagerly await the dawn when the game commences to witness how you intend to save everyone. With that, she pivoted and commanded the lurking malevolent spirits in the shadows. Ignite the flames of the corpse furnace. Once dawn breaks, I shall commence the burning. Yes, my queen, replied the crimson-clad woman, raising her hand to wave a few times in the air. The swarm of corpse bugs that had been surging forth from their lair immediately ceased their advance upon receiving the signal. In the thicket, Song Qing and Dudu were reveling in their play. However, just as Dudu prepared to toss an explosive spirit orb, she noticed the corpse bugs retreating. Instantly, her smile vanished, and she tugged at Song Qing's arm, pouting, Daddy, look, why are they leaving? Dudu hasn't finished playing yet. Song Qing sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Yet, upon seeing Dudu's tearful eyes, he knew that if he refused, she would surely burst into tears right then and there. Thus, he gritted his teeth and declared, Let us go. Daddy will take you to chase them. Upon hearing Song Qing's words, Dudu's frown transformed into a radiant smile. Okay, without delay, Song Qing leaped down from the tree with Dudu in tow, pursuing the retreating corpse bugs while hurling explosive spirit orbs. The gathered crowd in the royal city watched this spectacle with twitching lips. Has anyone ever done this before? The prince and Wen Jun shook their heads in unison. Ridiculous. Who would dare to court death like this? They're corpse bugs. Though low in level, they're typically invincible to the average person. Ah, mister. Song Qing is the first I have ever seen to treat corpse bugs as toys. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, The crimson-clad woman was nearly driven to the brink of madness by Song Qing's actions. "You bastard! What do you take my corpse bugs for? Damn it! You truly deserve to die." Chapter 54. A visit to the underground with Sun Wang. It is uncertain how long they had been running, but dawn had broken. Song Qing and Dudu had finally exhausted the explosive spirit pearls contained within the box. Song Qing was oblivious to the number of corpse insects they had vanquished or the distance they had traversed. The last explosion of the spirit pearl faded slowly from their ears. Dudu finally turned to Song Qing with a grin. "Father, can we play this again next time?" With a sigh of resignation, Song Qing nodded. At that moment, both noticed a peculiar mountain not far away. "Father, it seems there are words written on that mountain," Dudu exclaimed. Song Qing nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, I see it. Let us approach and take a closer look. If my conjecture is correct, it should be where the survivors are imprisoned." Thus, the father and daughter made their way toward the mountain. The sky grew increasingly bright. Dudu stood at the base of the mountain, gazing up at the inscriptions, reading intently. "Wuxing Daila," she declared. "Father, there are some smaller characters beneath. Can you read them to me? There are many words I do not recognize." Song Qing nodded and meticulously read each character. It turned out that the inscription detailed the game rules established by the woman in red. The Wuxing Daila was divided into 9 layers, each containing a handful of survivors who were currently enduring inhumane torment. Should they falter, they would be sent to the crematorium on the lowest level, reduced to ashes. As the savior, Song Qing was tasked with liberating these survivors, layer by layer. The crematorium, situated at the very bottom, subjected its inhabitants to the most severe abuse. Thus, Song Qing had to navigate through each level with utmost urgency. Otherwise, those at the bottom would surely succumb to their suffering. Upon absorbing the rules, Dudu's smile vanished. "Father, we cannot afford to waste any time, can we? Is Jiao's sister imprisoned in the lowest level?" Song Qing nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, we must not delay. Let us hurry inside. Otherwise, Jiao's sister will not endure." With that, Song Qing led Dudu toward the entrance. As they pushed open the heavy door, a wave of decay wafted forth, reminiscent of an ancient tomb, making it nearly impossible to breathe. The moment the door swung open, a chorus of anguished cries echoed from within. Startled by the wails, Dudu quickly hid behind Song Qing, too frightened to glance further. Gently, Song Qing took Dudu's hand and descended into the dungeon. As they proceeded, Song Qing sensed malevolent spirits encroaching upon them. By now, he could discern the strength of their adversaries through their aura. The spirits on the uppermost layer possessed the weakest power. Without hesitation, Song Qing raised his hand crossbow and pulled the trigger into the darkness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several gleaming arrows flew through the air, striking the malevolent spirit, which collapsed instantly. Song Qing continued onward, guiding Dudu ahead. Torches flickered dimly upon the dungeon walls, casting a meager light that barely illuminated a distance of 10 meters. After vanquishing numerous malevolent spirits along the way, Song Qing finally arrived at the interrogation room. Upon opening the heavy door, 2 sinister entities lunged forward. With a swift motion, Song Qing dispatched them, the stench of blood from within the chamber assailing his senses. Against the walls of the room, several survivors hung, bloodied and battered. Seeing their plight, Dudu immediately raised her hand and dispelled the dark forces, rescuing the tainted souls. Observing their condition, Song Qing pressed his lips together and retrieved some healing potions from his system, tossing them to the rescued individuals. "Hurry, get out of here!" Grateful, the liberated survivors knelt in reverence to Song Qing and Dudu. Yet they had no time to accept their gratitude, as they turned swiftly to descend to the lower levels. The previous floors posed little challenge, dealing with the spirits akin to slicing through vegetables with ease. Song Qing wasted no time, continuing his descent. Upon reaching the 5th level, a chilling scream pierced the air, mingled with desperate cries. "Song Qing, where the hell are you? Please stop. I have crucial information. Your daughter is a rare enhancer, young and tender. Spare me, and I will lure her here so we can eliminate her together. Please don't kill me." Hearing this, Song Qing could only shake his head in resignation. How could one contemplate betrayal in such dire circumstances? Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. If this wretch sought to sell him out, he must relish the company of malevolent spirits. Dudu, shall we grant them their wish? Duda nodded. She detested villains. Without hesitation, Song Qing pushed open the door. As it creaked ajar, several spirits surged forth. This time, Song Qing sheathed his dagger, opting to confront them with bare hands. Despite being of similar levels, the spirits were no match for his strength. With a single punch, he distorted one S skull and shattered another S leg with a swift kick. After his flurry of strikes, the spirits were rendered incapable of pursuit, yet remained fiercely aggressive. Meanwhile, the survivors within the interrogation room heard the commotion outside, igniting a glimmer of hope. It's Song Qing. He has come to save us. Quickly, Song Qing. We're here. Please, hurry. We can barely hold on. If you don't rescue us soon, we may perish. As their voices clamored, the door to the interrogation room swung open. Song Qing grasped Dudu's hand and walked in, only to be immediately confronted by several malevolent spirits in the interrogation room. In that instant, Dudu unleashed the sacred flames, momentarily subduing the wicked entities. Witnessing Song Qing and Dudu swiftly vanquish the spirits, the survivors bound to the rack erupted in jubilant exclamations. Hooray! We are saved. We are saved. Ha ha ha! Song Qing, you are magnificent. I knew you would come to our rescue. How splendid. Once we are free, I shall reward you handsomely. Hearing their enthusiastic voices, Song Qing smiled, pleasantly surprised that they still remembered his kindness. By the way, you were with Zhou Yang, weren't you? Upon hearing this, the individuals assumed Song Qing had intervened out of regard for Zhou Yang and eagerly nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Brother Yang has a good rapport with us. We will certainly speak highly of you in his presence. Exactly. You have saved us, which is akin to saving Brother Yang. We shall surely sing your praises before him. Absolutely. This matter must be discussed thoroughly. Oh, and I have a good relationship with General Sun Wang as well. I shall be able to speak on your behalf. As they fervently boasted about their connections with Zhou Yang and Sun Wang, Song Qing's understanding deepened. No wonder these individuals were so arrogant. They were indeed Zhou Yang's accomplices. However, they remained blissfully unaware that Zhou Yang and Sun Wang had long since met their demise. With a knowing smile, Song Qing remarked, "What a delightful coincidence to meet familiar faces. Allow me to escort you to Zhou Yang and Sun Wang." Instantly, the group nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Please release us. Thankfully, I endured just now. Otherwise, I might have perished. Indeed, let us down quickly. Ah, Brother Song Qing, what do you mean by opening the door? As Song Qing opened the door, permitting the malevolent spirits to surge in, the group began to feel a sense of dread. With a smile, Song Qing reassured them. Did I not mention? I am taking you to meet Zhou Yang and Sun Wang. The group, momentarily perplexed, displayed expressions of astonishment. Unwilling to squander time, Song Qing promptly declared, Zhou Yang and Sun Wang are already waiting for you below. So, please convey my regards. With that, Song Qing, accompanied by Dudu, deftly evaded the spirits and closed the door behind them. The realization dawned upon the individuals within, leading to a chorus of anguished cries. Subsequently, the sounds of flesh being torn and blood-curdling screams filled the air, while Song Qing continued onward, unperturbed, toward the depths below. Chapter 55. The Illusion of the Lady in Red. Soon, Song Qing arrived at the 8th level. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by the anguished cries and curses of Qianlong. Give me a break, come on. Let me tell you, my brother Song Qing is here, and you are all doomed. Ah, damn you. If you have guts, come at me. Song Qing stood outside the door, letting out a helpless sigh. To endure in such dire circumstances truly demonstrated his fortitude. If he emerged from this ordeal, he would undoubtedly handle the company without issue. In fact, during yesterday's meeting in the hall, Song Qing had contemplated establishing a company outside the instance. After all, if he succeeded in this dungeon, he would obtain the rights to manage it. With such rights, numerous external matters would necessitate someone to oversee them. Initially, his relationship with Qianlong had not been particularly favorable. However, after several days of interaction, he had come to appreciate Qianlong's loyalty. More importantly, Qianlong possessed extensive knowledge about the dungeon and had navigated this circle for many years, establishing a solid network in Jiangnan City. Thus, Song Qing pushed open the door, swiftly vanquishing the malevolent spirits within, and proceeded directly to the interrogation room where Qianlong and several others were being tortured. Qianlong lifted his battered face, and upon seeing Song Qing enter, he managed to muster a pained smile. "Mr. Song Qing, thank you. Thank you for coming to save us." Song Qing nodded, glancing at the approaching malevolent spirits before looking at Dudu. Dudu immediately understood and raised his hand to unleash the holy flame. Empowered by the holy flame, the malevolent spirits momentarily halted, emitting anguished cries. Without hesitation, Song Qing charged forward, executing several of the spirits with swift precision. Afterward, he freed the individuals bound to the rack, raising a hand to silence their expressions of gratitude. "Enough! Do not say anything now. Qianlong, quickly take this healing potion and lead everyone above. Oh, and do not include the 5th floor." Qianlong nodded vigorously, stuffing the healing potion into his mouth as he declared, "Mr. Song Qing, do not worry about us. I assure you I will complete the task. I will go now. Yes, survive, for you will be of great use once we escape." Upon hearing Song Qing's words, Qianlong felt a surge of excitement and shouted towards Song Qing's retreating figure, "Yes, boss." A faint smile graced Song Qing's lips as he descended to the final level. This last tier housed the greatest number of captives, and it was here that Jiao was imprisoned. The environment of the 9th underground level starkly contrasted with that above. A massive furnace blazed fiercely, its odor nauseating. Beside the furnace lay a grim heap of over a dozen bloodied corpses, individuals who had succumbed to the brutal tortures. Song Qing felt helpless in the face of such horror. Yet he understood that the paramount objective was to rescue the remaining captives to ensure the completion of the system's task. At that moment, a chilling scream echoed through the air. Song Qing immediately felt Dudu's hand tremble slightly, prompting him to grasp her tiny hand tightly. "It's all right, Daddy is here." Dudu, however, lifted her head to gaze at Song Qing, her eyes brimming with tears. "Daddy, it's the voice of Sister Jiao." Song Qing recognized it as the voice of a little girl. "Yes, let us go rescue Jiao. Thus, the father and daughter made their way toward the distant furnace. As they advanced, the heat radiating from the furnace intensified, causing Song Qing to break into a sweat. At that moment, Jiao's agonizing cries suddenly ceased, and the voice of a woman in red emerged from behind the furnace. "Song Qing, I've heard you are quite formidable. Everyone admires you, calling you their savior. It's been ages since I encountered someone as powerful as you." Song Qing halted in his tracks, pulling Dudu closer as he addressed the direction of the furnace. "If you recognize my prowess, then surrender. I have already arrived here. It seems there is little challenge left." At this juncture, the woman in red emerged from behind the furnace, holding a child whose fate was uncertain. Upon seeing the child in the woman's grasp, Dudu nearly burst into tears. "Siste, Dudu." Song Qing tightened his grip on Dudu's hand and continued to gaze at the woman in red. "What do you intend to do?" The woman looked down at the barely conscious Jiao and burst into laughter. "What do you think? Ha ha ha. I certainly intend to make you pay a price." Song Qing scoffed coldly. "Those who spoke to me in such a manner before have perished. Are you certain you can make me pay a price in your current state?" The woman in red shook the child in her hands with a smile. "Why do you say that? Are you not concerned I might kill her?" Song Qing chuckled lightly. "I am not familiar with this little girl. Do as you wish." The woman in red, of course, found his words hard to believe. "Enough with the theatrics. If I were you, I wouldn't waste time like this." Song Qing, with his hands in his pockets, pointed toward the sky. "Indeed, let us dispense with the nonsense. I intend to finish you off swiftly and depart this place. I still have laundry at home." You certainly have a sharp tongue." The woman in red was not at all provoked. Rather, she found it amusing. "Very well, since you have entered my realm, let us engage in something thrilling. How shall we play? Hith. Do you not sense that this place feels different?" Song Qing glanced around, nodding slightly. "Yes, it is indeed different. I have noticed that." "What of it?" Youngster, it seems you're still a bit green. Have you not realized that you have stepped into the illusion I have crafted?" Upon hearing this, Song Qing furrowed his brow. The woman in red then tossed Jiao before him as if discarding refuse. Take a look for yourself. Once you do, you will understand what is truly happening. Song Qing furrowed his brow and turned Daodu's body over, only to discover that what had just been Daodu now resembled a tattered sack before him. Ha ha! Amusing, isn't it? Song Qing rose to his feet and gazed at the woman in red before him. So, you are also a mere illusion? The woman in red suddenly swept her hair aside, revealing a grotesque, bloodied visage. Give a try. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Qing drew his blade and struck. As expected, the woman in red transformed into a cloud of smoke in midair. Ha ha ha! Amusing, isn't it? Be more cautious in your next life. A wave of dread washed over Song Qing as he glanced down at Daodu, only to find that Daodu had inexplicably morphed into a strange child. Suddenly, the child opened its mouth wide, exposing a mouthful of fangs, and lunged at Song Qing's leg. Meanwhile, within the royal city, and Wenjun observed the projection of Song Qing, her expression turning grave. Damn it, something's gone awry, she thought. I have released the illusion, but if Song Qing cannot escape within the hour, there will be dire consequences. Her words sent a ripple of alarm through the assembly. The prince turned to Wenjun and inquired, You are most familiar with the woman in red. Do you know how to escape this illusion? And Wenjun shook her head in resignation. I do not know. She has taken measures to guard against me, and I have only gleaned scattered clues from her memories. However, one thing I can confirm is that during this hour, the woman in red will exploit various flaws to seize control of Song Qing's body. The prince was taken aback and quickly turned to Wenjun. Is it the same as when she possessed you? And Wenjun nodded. Indeed, from here on, he must rely on himself. Chapter 56, A Fine Performance. But do not act again at this moment. Although Song Qing had already entered the illusion created by the woman in red, he remained remarkably unperturbed. He first surveyed his surroundings, committing the locations of all the scenery to memory before aimlessly wandering about. As Song Qing approached the edge of cliff, a sudden cool breeze swept past him from behind. Upon turning, he found that the landscape had entirely transformed. A slight furrow creased his brow as he glanced down at the ground beneath his feet. Concrete? Wasn't this a mountain path just moments ago? He crouched down, gently touching the surface, confirming its solid texture. Looking around, he was taken aback to discover an overwhelming familiarity with this place. Indeed, this was the bus stop near his university. Just as he was contemplating this realization, a bus across the street slowly approached, coming to a halt right in front of him. A window slid open, and a striking girl with flowing black hair leaned out, waving enthusiastically. Song Qing. The sight of the girl rendered Song Qing momentarily speechless. His heart raced. Could it be his wife? Indeed, the girl waving at him was none other than Dongman, the mother of Dudu. This scene mirrored the moment he first met her back in university. Hearing Song Qing affectionately refer to her as his wife caused a blush to grace Dongman's cheeks. You naughty rascal, what are you babbling about? This is the last bus of the day. Are you coming or not? It was only then that Song Qing snapped back to reality, hurrying towards the bus. Meanwhile, in the conference hall outside the illusion, the atmosphere grew tense as onlookers witnessed Song Qing actually boarding the bus. Expressions of concern spread across their faces. What was happening to him? Hadn't he already realized this was an illusion? How could he still be so easily ensnared? Beside them, the prince observed Wenjun's grave demeanor and spoke up. As the saying goes, the bystander sees clearly. You, not being within the illusion, cannot comprehend its profound nature. The power of the woman in red is formidable. Her illusions are not easily resisted. This particular illusion appears to have subtly infiltrated Song Qing's memories. If I am not mistaken, the scene that just unfolded is a significant fragment from his past, he added, and Wenjun nodded slightly, continuing from the prince's words. He is correct. The greatest strength of an illusion lies in its ability to ensnare one without awareness. Even the mightiest individuals cannot maintain unwavering focus indefinitely. Song Qing has just endured numerous battles, and it is entirely natural for him to succumb to such an illusion. Hearing the prince, and in Wenjun expressed their concerns only deepened the unease among the others. Is there a chance for Song Qing to escape from the illusion? The prince glanced at Wenjun, but remained silent, for he too was uncertain whether Song Qing could truly emerge. According to the hierarchy of strength, the disparity between Song Qing and the woman in red was so vast that survival seemed utterly implausible. After a moment of contemplation, Wenjun spoke. There is a chance to escape, provided one can break free from the illusion at a critical moment. Upon hearing her words, the prince let out a sigh. Breaking free from the illusion? How exceedingly difficult that is. Once ensnared in the illusion, it is akin to sinking into a quagmire, with the depths only becoming more profound. Furthermore, the woman in red would seize control of his body when his psychological defenses were at their most vulnerable. As he finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the room, all eyes turning to Wenjun. After all, she was the only one present who had previously been possessed by the woman in red, and thus understood the situation best. And Wenjun remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to the prince's assertion. The atmosphere in the meeting room, which had once been quite amiable, grew increasingly oppressive following their conversation. At this moment, within the illusion, Song Qing and Dong Man had disembarked from their vehicle and were strolling side by side along the tree-lined path of the campus. It was now dusk, and Dong Man glanced at Song Qing, a hint of shyness gracing her features. With the exam approaching, how confident are you? Song Qing, unperturbed, chuckled lightly. Oh, my grades have always been stable, so there's no need to worry. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Dong Man playfully pinched his arm in discontent. You rascal, speak properly. What do you mean by stable? Stable at the bottom, perhaps? Song Qing looked at her, shrugged, and replied, well, there has been an event in the game recently, and I thought I might gather some equipment during this time and sell it for some money. Dong Man, hearing this, became somewhat irate. Do you genuinely believe that university is merely a casual endeavor? If that is your attitude, then perhaps we shouldn't TB together anymore. With that, she turned to leave, but Song Qing swiftly grasped her arm. Wait, I will study harder. It's just, I haven't learned much in several classes, so cramming at the last minute might be a bit challenging. Observing Song Qing's reaction, Dong Man sighed in relief and contemplated for a moment before saying, how about this? I'll help you review your lessons over the next few days. Upon hearing this, Song Qing's spirits lifted instantly. Really? Of course. But you must pay attention, as I will be testing you. Haha, I promise to complete the task. Stop grinning like that. Hurry back to fetch your books, and I'll grab my notes. Let us head to the study room. At that moment, Song Qing suddenly realized something. If we go to the study room at this time, there probably won't be any seats available. Hearing this, Dong Man's expression fell. Indeed, it's rather late. It seems there won't be any study rooms left. What shall we do? Song Qing's eyes flickered, and a smug smile graced her face. I know a place. Where? The city library. Won't it be closed at this hour? Of course, the main entrance will be locked, but the CAF on the third floor remains open until midnight. Just in time for me to treat you to coffee. Upon hearing this, Dong Man hesitated briefly before looking at Song Qing. You better focus on studying. Of course. I am an exceptionally diligent student. After agreeing, the two hurried back to their respective dormitories to gather the necessary books and notes, and then made their way to the CAF on the third floor of the city library. The CAF featured small cubicles, and Song Qing and Dong Man settled into one to begin their studies. Leaning closer to Dong Man, Song Qing inhaled her fragrant hair, enveloped by a feeling of affection. Time slipped away, and after completing the last unit of their course, Dong Man finally checked the time with a weary expression. Oh no, it's 11 o'clock. We can't go back. Song Qing was momentarily taken aback, then glanced at Dong Man. Can't go back? Dong Man nodded. Yes, the dormitory supervisor locks the doors after 10:30. If we return late, we'll certainly face consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Song Qing suggested, the hotel across the street is having a grand opening promotion. Shall we check if their beds are comfortable? Upon hearing this, Dong Man blushed instantly and playfully scolded. What are you saying? If you keep this up, I won't talk to you. Song Qing chuckled and playfully wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Come on, we've already established our relationship. What is there to fear? Besides, I am a man of integrity. I swear I won't make any moves. Let us go. After much hesitation, Dong Man finally nodded. All right, but we agreed to each have our own room. Song Qing laughed heartily and nodded. No problem. Let us hurry. If we delay, there might be no rooms left. With that, they rose and descended the stairs, heading to the hotel across the street. 2 rooms, please. The attendant looked at Song Qing and Dong Man and shook his head apologetically. I'm sorry, but tonight there is only one single room available. Looking at the blushing Dong Man, Song Qing quietly remarked, See, there's only one room left. How about you make do with me? I can sleep on the floor. Dong Man fidgeted, her hands entwined, and subtly nodded. Song Qing waved his hand grandly, producing his ID to the attendant. Half an hour later, Song Qing emerged from the bathroom, towel drying his hair. He glanced at Dong Man, who sat at the head of the bed, her hair still damp and a rosy hue on her cheeks, and his heart raced. Sitting before her, he inhaled the sweet scent of her body mingled with the fragrance of the shower gel, feeling a surge of excitement. Yet, he maintained his composure. Finally, unable to resist any longer, Dong Man leaned over and nestled into his embrace, her eyes dreamy, her cheeks brushing against him. At that moment, the atmosphere was perfectly charged, brimming with unspoken emotions. Song Qing, without hesitation, directly pushed Dong Man down. In the grand hall of Wang City, the onlookers could only sigh in exasperation. It is over. Utterly finished. The woman in red is exceedingly cunning, transforming into his wife. Who could withstand such a ploy? Alas, one can only say that the timing chosen by the woman in red was impeccable, striking right at Song Qing's vulnerability. At that moment, and Wen Jun's complexion flushed slightly. Suddenly, the situation displayed on the projection took a dramatic turn. The prince, astonished, pointed at the projection and exclaimed, Look! The crowd turned their gazes. In the projection, as Song Qing leaned over, a dagger unexpectedly appeared in his hand. With a swift thrust, it plunged deeply into Dong Man's chest. Woman in red. Your performance was commendable, but do refrain from such theatrics in the future. Chapter 57. So you've been acting all along. In the grand hall of the royal city, the crowd was left utterly astonished by Song Qing's actions. What is happening? Has he discovered that his wife is masquerading as the woman in red? Wasn't he already trapped in an illusion? Indeed, isn't it exceedingly difficult to escape once ensnared? How can this be? Did he not just remark on the performance being commendable, suggesting that the act should cease? Could it be that he has always been aware of his girlfriend's deception? And Wen Jun, seated at the head of the table, was particularly unsettled. Others might not grasp the formidable nature of the illusion conjured by the woman in red, but she had experienced its potency firsthand. Once ensnared, it was nearly impossible to escape, with one often forgetting events that transpired mere moments before, becoming wholly immersed in the experience, rendering resistance nearly futile. Even more terrifying, the woman in red could simulate the deepest memories within her target's mind, making it all too easy for them to become lost in the illusion, allowing her to seize control of their body. However, at this moment, Song Qing appeared transformed, devoid of the previous deep affection, his gaze now filled with disdain. Dongman, pierced and racked with pain, looked at Song Qing in disbelief. You, Song Qing, why? Why must you kill me? Song Qing twisted the dagger in his hand slightly, intensifying Dong Man's anguish. Continue your charade. Blood trickled from the corners of Dong Man's mouth as she gazed at Song Qing, her face contorted with agony. Dongman. Song Qing, why are you doing this? Do you no longer love me? With a deep sigh, Song Qing coldly retorted, Woman in red, is this truly amusing to you? Upon realizing her identity had been unveiled, Dong Man's visage began to twist grotesquely. In mere moments, her appearance morphed into that of the woman in red, though she now appeared gravely weakened, evidently wounded by Song Qing's strike. Why, how could you discover this? Song Qing laughed heartily. Are you still oblivious? From the very beginning, I was laying a trap for you. It's a pity you failed to see it. The woman in red gazed at Song Qing in anguish. What? You knew from the start? Then why did you board the bus? Song Qing regarded the woman in red with confidence as he withdrew the dagger. Puffed. The woman in red spat out blood. Incredulity etched across her face as she looked at herself. What? What have you done to me? What? Why has my power vanished? Seated beside her, Song Qing pulled a tissue from his pocket, gently wiping his dagger as he spoke. It's a long story. Allow me to recount how I meticulously ensnared you step by step. I believe you would find it quite intriguing. The woman in red, now weak and gasping, lay on the ground, her breath shallow as she looked up at Song Qing. You truly possess a cruel disposition. Before meeting my demise, I wish to know the intricacies of the trap you laid for me. Song Qing, with a sense of ease, began to polish his dagger as he elucidated his various maneuvers. In truth, when I entered the 9th level, I sensed something amiss. The woman in red paused, bewildered. What do you mean? What was amiss? Firstly, I had already resurrected Jiao, yet she remained with the spirit clan and was not taken outside. While you brought her in, this deviation from the rules made me wary of you. Consequently, I was prepared for your unexpected actions, and fortunately, I had made ample preparations. With that, Song Qing sheathed the dagger and continued. Moreover, the illusion was not sufficiently seamless. The transitions were rather abrupt. Do you take me for a fool? Do you believe I possess the memory of a goldfish, able to forget events in an instant? I must express my gratitude to you for allowing me to relive the experience of love, albeit with minor flaws in the process. But such matters are inconsequential. The woman in red was profoundly shaken. So, you have always been aware it was an illusion yet. Why did you choose to cooperate with me? Song Qing smiled softly and lowered his gaze upon her. If I had not cooperated, how would you have revealed your vulnerabilities? Moreover, I too sought your weaknesses. Only through my cooperation could you lower your guard, correct? Upon finishing, Song Qing gestured towards the wound on her chest. The woman in red found herself at a loss for words, gazing at Song Qing as if he were some monstrous being. So, you have been playing me all along. You are despicable. Thank you for the compliment. With this response, the woman in red ceased her resistance. With her remaining breaths, she inquired once more. But I could distinctly sense your deep emotions for the role of my wife. Why then was your hand so decisive? Were you not fearful of slaying the real her? Song Qing rose and stretched lazily. Because I have maintained consistently excellent results. Yet you mistakenly believed my performance to be subpar. Regarding this, I can assure you, throughout my 4 years of university, I received full academic scholarships each year. The woman in red completely surrendered. You have triumphed. You are indeed formidable. With those words, her form began to fade, gradually becoming transparent until she vanished entirely. At that moment, the once dim sky transformed into clarity. The withered trees and flowers began to blossom with vitality. Suddenly, an electronic synthesized voice resonated through the air. Congratulations to all survivors for clearing the 3-star dungeon, Nanshan Amusement Park. Please collect your rewards and proceed to the plaza portal to exit the dungeon in 30 minutes. In an instant, Song Qing heard the distant cheers of the crowd. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Upon hearing the prompt ding, congratulations, host. You have completed the task and received a passage gift pack. Please check your rewards. Song Qing finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The sky above began to resonate with various announcements of rewards. Survivor Zhou Chuan successfully completed the 3-star dungeon, receiving a C-grade rating and rewards. Survivor Su Chong successfully completed the 3-star dungeon, receiving a C-grade rating and rewards. Survivor Wang Xiaoshun successfully completed the 3-star dungeon, receiving a C-grade rating and rewards. The survivors erupted in cheers, astonished that they had not only survived but also achieved rated rewards. It was beyond their wildest imagination. Qin Long, filled with excitement, scanned the surroundings and called out to the group, "Where's Mr. Song Qing? We must find him quickly." The crowd echoed in agreement. Yes, without Mr. Song Qing, we might not have made it through this dungeon. What if something happened to Mr. Song Qing? Don't speak ominously. Let us hurry and search for him. Mr. Song Qing is bound to be safe. We must find him. We cannot let Mr. Song Qing miss the opportunity to leave, or he may truly be trapped. Thus, everyone began their anxious search for Song Qing. At that moment, Song Qing arrived in the royal city with Dudu, and Wen Jun stood respectfully before him with the formidable spirits from the dungeon. "Mr. Song Qing, congratulations on completing the task." Song Qing waved his hand dismissively. There is nothing to celebrate. It was merely a 3-star dungeon, nothing to boast about. And Wenjun displayed a faint, resigned smile and presented a prepared black jade talisman to Song Qing. With this talisman, you shall be the master of this dungeon. Please safeguard it well. With it, you may enter the dungeon once each day. Song Qing took the talisman, feeling its warmth and an unusual power emanating from it. He tucked it into his pocket, letting out a sigh of relief. All right, for now, do not allow others to challenge your dungeon. Focus on recovery. Await my instructions. Then, turning to Dudu, he gently patted her shoulder and asked Wenjun, will you let Dudu come with me, or shall she remain here? And Wenjun pondered for a moment and replied, I wish for Dudu to stay in the dungeon and train well. This way, she can assist you in future dungeons. Song Qing nodded in satisfaction and patted Dudu's shoulder. Go ahead. I will bring Dudu to visit you when I have time. Upon hearing they were leaving, Dudu felt a pang of reluctance and embraced Dudu tightly. Sister. Dudu extended her hand, offering her little bear to Dudu. Thank you, Dudu's sister, for spending the happiest 3 days of my life with me in this dungeon. The little bear shall henceforth be entrusted to you, serving as your guardian. Subsequently, the two young ladies continued their conversation for a while. In that moment, and Wenjun gazed earnestly at Song Qing and declared, Master, we shall forever be your loyal subjects. Following her proclamation, the individuals behind and Wenjun knelt upon the ground, chanting in unison, Master, we shall forever be your loyal subjects. Witnessing this scene, Song Qing felt a surge of excitement within, though he maintained a composed demeanor, merely responding with a gentle acknowledgement. Please rise, it is getting late, and I must take my leave. I shall visit you again when time permits. With that, Song Qing turned a glance at Dudu and Dayudiyu beside him. Let us depart. As the group stood up, Song Qing suddenly recalled an important matter. He retrieved a box from his pocket and tossed it towards Charles. As promised, I am handing over the witch's soul lamp to you. I almost forgot. Charles caught the box, overwhelmed with gratitude, and knelt once more to express his thanks profusely. At that moment, as Song Qing reached the city gate, Qin Long and his entourage, positioned outside the gate, had just witnessed the extraordinary scene. They could scarcely believe their eyes. These formidable evil spirits were willingly acknowledging Song Qing as their master, a truly absurd sight. Mr. Song Qing, it is getting late. We should take our leave. Qin Long respectfully addressed him. Just then, a prompt echoed through the sky once more. Survivor Song Dudu has successfully completed the 3-star dungeon, achieving an SS rating and receiving SS rewards. Survivor Song Qing has successfully completed the 3-star dungeon, achieving an SSS rating and receiving SSS rewards. The faces of the onlookers were illuminated with expressions of envy. Chapter 58. The sensation of Nanshan City upon hearing the notification sound. Song Qing felt a surge of joy within him. Meanwhile, Qin Long and the others beside him displayed expressions of sheer excitement. An SS rating and an SSS rating were utterly astonishing. It is well known that even for a standard 1-star dungeon, achieving a rating above S is quite a formidable challenge. Yet, here were Song Qing and Dudu, one attaining an SSS rating and the other an SS rating, inciting envy that was almost palpable. Congratulations to Mr. Song and little Dudu. Qin Long was the first to react, promptly offering his compliments. Soon after, others joined in to express their congratulations. Just as Song Qing was about to speak, Dudu looked up at him and inquired, Daddy, is SS and SSS the lowest rank? Song Qing was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Dudu with confusion. Why do you ask that? Our kindergarten teacher said that A is the best, and the further you go down, the worse it gets. I have an SS rating, and you have an SSS rating. Doesn't that mean we're the two lowest? Dudu then earnestly continued, Daddy, let us work hard next time to strive for an A, okay? Upon hearing Dudu's words, Qin Long and the others couldn't help but cover their faces. They were utterly mortified, achieving the highest 2 ranks and yet expressing a desire for more. Aiming for an A? Well, it was just the innocent musings of a child. Song Qing chuckled heartily, gently ruffling Dudu's hair as he replied, All right, let us aim for an A next time. Dudu then broke into a wide smile. Yes. But Daddy, can we go home now? Of course we can. Let us go. Upon reaching the square, all the survivors had yet to leave, seemingly awaiting his arrival. As Song Qing approached, the crowd erupted in unison. "Thank you, Mr. Song, for guiding us through the dungeon." Song Qing glanced at Qin Long, who shrugged in response. "This wasn't taught by me." With a resigned smile, Song Qing bowed slightly to the crowd. "You're too kind. It was all for survival. I was just fortunate this time. It's getting late. We should prepare to leave." At that moment, the area surrounding Nanshan Amusement Park was brimming with people. Various luxury cars and media interview vehicles lined the nearby roads. Many prominent figures, usually less visible in Nanshan City, had also gathered today. The reason was straightforward. It was the day the dungeon at Nanshan Amusement Park concluded, and everyone was eagerly awaiting the appearance of the survivors from the dungeon. This time was different from before. Previously, it was assumed to be a one-star dungeon. Hence, it did not garner much attention. However, when the dungeon manifested, everyone realized it was actually a 3-star dungeon. It is noteworthy that there had only been 5 occurrences of 3-star dungeons since the onset of the horror phenomenon in Nanshan City. Furthermore, this particular dungeon had commenced without any prior preparation. Thus, the outcome of this dungeon was of immense significance to everyone. If indeed someone could emerge from within, they would undoubtedly be an exceptionally formidable presence. At that moment, several military vehicles escorted a black sedan to the parking lot in front of Nanshan Park. As the vehicle came to a halt, soldiers from the military trucks swiftly occupied the surrounding high ground, each one poised for potential confrontation. From the black sedan emerged a man with graying hair, followed promptly by his secretary from the passenger seat, who handed him a tablet. Subsequently, the leaders of Nanshan City, who had been waiting patiently, were finally permitted to approach the middle-aged man after undergoing security checks. This man, with his hair showing signs of gray, was the mayor of Nanshan City, the cornerstone of the entire municipality. He perused some documents on the tablet when his gaze suddenly landed on a photograph of a 4-year-old girl. Song Dudu, age 4, a student of the strawberry class at Rainbow Kindergarten. At such a tender age, she had somehow managed to enter the instance. With a sigh, the mayor turned to his secretary and instructed, "Record the details of this little girl's family. We must provide them with adequate compensation." Upon hearing this, the secretary also sighed. "Mayor, she entered alongside her father, who is her only relative." After speaking, the secretary handed the tablet back, and the mayor glanced at the image of Song Qing and Dudu, shaking his head in resignation. "Ah, what a delightful child, and now, just like that, she is gone. We must ensure thorough investigations next time." "Yes, Mayor, I will certainly urge all departments to conduct comprehensive investigations to prevent such occurrences." The surrounding leaders expressed their agreement. "Mayor, this was a lapse in our duties. We assure you it will not happen again." The mayor set down the tablet and raised his wrist to check the time. There seemed to be only 10 minutes left in the instance. Why had no one emerged yet? Could it be? The secretary pursed her lips and glanced toward the amusement park. In the past, there have been 5 instances of 3-star difficulty, with the highest survival rate being the last one, yet it still fell short of 30%. 3-star instances are exceedingly challenging, and this time, we were utterly unprepared. Hearing this, the mayor rubbed his forehead. We must conduct a thorough review upon our return, and we must placate the emotions of the families of those inadvertently caught up in this. Compensation must be provided." "Yes, Mayor." Just as the group was conversing, a sudden cheer erupted from the distant crowd. Upon hearing the jubilant sounds, the mayor's face lit up with excitement. Could it be that a survivor had emerged? "Moments latte," an official exclaimed. "Mayor, a survivor has come out." Thus, the mayor, under the protection of his secretary and several soldiers, made his way to the entrance of the amusement park. At this moment, reporters, hunters from various companies, and individuals from related organizations were eagerly anticipating the arrival of survivors emerging from the instance. Lo and behold, they've emerged. 1, 2, 3, and more yet. By the way, how many entered this time? 184, if I recall correctly. This is the largest number yet, and most of them are ordinary citizens. Incredible. How many have come out so far? 30 or 40. They keep coming. 73, 74, 75. Good heavens, how do they look so well? Indeed, it is perplexing. Not a single one appears injured. As the survivors reached the entrance of the passage, a throng of people surged forward, eager to interview them, hand out business cards, or extend lucrative job offers. Each survivor from this Level 3 instance was a rare gem, coveted by numerous companies. Meanwhile, the mayor, witnessing the continuous stream of survivors, was left in astonishment. So many survivors? How on earth did they manage this? This is a Level 3 instance. Could there have been an error in the investigation? Is this truly a Level 3 instance? Surrounding officials shared his incredulity, prompting them to seek information. At that moment, the mayor suddenly spotted a familiar face in the crowd. It was the little girl. She had somehow survived. How is this possible? He exclaimed, turning to his secretary. Please, find out what level of rating that little girl has received, and her survival rate. Yes, the secretary replied, hastily making his way through the crowd. Soon, he acquired a list of ratings. Upon seeing the presence of an SS rating and an SSS rating, he felt as though his eyes were deceiving him. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he checked the details once more. Indeed, it was confirmed, an SS and an SSS rating. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the SS rating was awarded to Dudu. His mind struggled to comprehend the implications, and he quickly seized the arm of a soldier nearby. Are these figures authentic and reliable? The soldier glanced back, affirming with a resolute nod. 100% reliable. Unable to contain his astonishment, the secretary scrutinized the data once more, overwhelmed by the implications, before rushing to the mayor's side. Other officials gathered around as well. When they discovered that the SSS-rated survivor was named Song Qing and the SS-rated survivor was Song Dudu, they were rendered speechless. A 4-year-old girl received an SS rating? Surely there must be some mistake. She is only 4 years old. By the way, isn't Song Dudu's father Song Qing? What on earth is the background of this father and daughter duo? In an instant, all the officials were left astounded, gazing at the contents of the table. Meanwhile, the mayor's heart was stirred by a tempest of emotions. This father and daughter duo was anything but ordinary, particularly the remarkable Song Qing. He then glanced at the topmost statistic, a survival rate of 70%. Utterly absurd. Consequently, he leaned closer to his secretary and whispered, "Investigate this Song Qing. If the opportunity arises, inquire if he would be willing to join the Advanced Hunter School of Jiangnan City. Remember, tread lightly to avoid alarming him." "Yes, Mayor. I shall attend to it immediately." Chapter 59. Changyu Group in a taxi. Song Qing gently cradled the peacefully slumbering Dudu in his arms, his gaze suffused with happiness. Having once despaired over his daughter's illness, he found that after the harrowing ordeal of the recent dungeon, his life was on the cusp of transformation. Thus, he resolved to embark on a new journey for both himself and Dudu. Although Dudu's condition remained unresolved, the acquisition of the magic crystals alleviated Song Qing's worries for the time being. Moreover, with his newfound experience and skills in conquering dungeons, he believed that the treatment for Dudu's ailment was merely a matter of time. After enduring 3 exhausting days of challenges within the dungeon, Song Qing longed to return home for a refreshing shower and a restful sleep. The vehicle gradually came to a halt outside a dilapidated old community in Jiangnan City. Embracing Dudu, he stepped out of the car and, with a light-hearted stride, made his way inside. Meanwhile, the mayor's secretary, who had been trailing behind, was taken aback upon witnessing where Song Qing resided. How could he possibly live in such a place? Unable to contain his curiosity, he glanced around the neighborhood, noting the myriad of windows and the pervasive stench of refuse. A thought swiftly crossed his mind. It appeared that Song Qing's family circumstances were not particularly affluent. If I wished to approach him, perhaps this avenue would prove fruitful. Continuing to follow Song Qing, he arrived at a rundown building just as Song Qing ascended the stairs with Dudu. The secretary promptly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Secretary Chun, please assist me in investigating any upscale properties available in our vicinity. Identify a few commendable options for me. Additionally, ensure that these residences aren't overly ostentatious. A few villas would be ideal. Also, arrange an event, perhaps recognizing the top 10 outstanding individuals in Jiangnan City, with the first prize being a villa? Yes, make it happen, and ensure no errors occur. It will be best to generate some buzz in advance." After ending the call, The secretary exhaled a sigh of relief. He then contacted the mayor to report the recent developments. The mayor responded with enthusiasm. Well done. Create opportunities, but do not be overly hasty. We have already secured his information, so there is no need to worry about competing companies poaching him. Upon returning home, Song Qing gently placed Dudu in a small room before opening the rewards obtained from the completed dungeon. Aside from enhancing his physical abilities, the reward included an exclusive box. The SSS grade reward box stood out from the rest, adorned in a resplendent golden hue, exuding an air of opulence, with Song Qing's name inscribed upon its surface. Upon opening the box, he discovered 10 first-grade magic crystals, 1 second-grade magic crystal, a vial of antidote, and 3 ghostly artifacts. As Song Qing casually examined the items, a frown creased his brow. Ghost Thorn, level 20, medium-grade ghost weapon, cannot be strengthened, cannot be upgraded, attack amplification 10, special ability, none, magic crystal necklace, level 20, medium-grade ghost weapon, cannot be strengthened, cannot be upgraded, mental resistance 10, special ability, none, ghost symbol ring, level 20, medium-grade ghost weapon, cannot be strengthened, cannot be upgraded, agility 10, special ability, none. The rewards were utterly disappointing, far inferior to my own equipment. However, Song Qing soon realized that his own system was exceedingly powerful, rendering the rewards from the dungeon incomparable. Nevertheless, he thought that selling these items would likely fetch a handsome price. Lacking direct experience in this industry, he did not possess extensive knowledge regarding the value of these ghost weapons. Yet, he understood that the emergence of such items would undoubtedly incite a frenzy. Aside from the equipment, the antidote held little significance for Song Qing. The only item of true utility was the magic crystal, which essentially served as the currency of the dungeon world and was a crucial tool for his enhancement. Next, he glanced at Dudu's rewards, which also consisted of 3 pieces of equipment, an antidote, and 10 first-grade magic crystals. While he received 1 less second-grade magic crystal, her equipment was of a lower grade, being inferior ghost weapons. Nevertheless, such rewards remained highly enticing, though they seemed less beneficial for Dudu. Song Qing resolved to procure a complete set of equipment that would suit her perfectly. After gathering all his belongings, he took a shower and then went to bed. Although the South Mountain Amusement Park dungeon had concluded, the excitement it generated in Jiangnan City had not yet abated. Qin Long, as the sole captain of the hunter team in this dungeon, had become the focal point of the entire event. Despite his desire to inform everyone that their survival was not due to his efforts, but rather the commendable actions of Song Qing, he had to keep silent, as Song Qing had explicitly instructed all survivors not to disclose his identity. Thus, he bore the burden alone. By the time they emerged from the dungeon and the evening's banquet concluded, it was already midnight. The streets of Jiangnan City were still bustling with people who had yet to return home, meandering about. Qin Long, slightly intoxicated, swayed to the roadside to hail a taxi. Just then, a luxurious black sedan came to a halt in front of him. He paused momentarily, intending to move to another spot when the car window lowered, revealing a face he recognized all too well. Qin Long, long time no see. Upon hearing the greeting, a jolt ran through Qin Long, sobering him instantly. It was Sun Xiao, the younger brother of Sun Wang. Qin Long was well aware of Sun Xiao's status, although he lived in Jiangnan City. His identity and position far exceeded those of his brother, serving as the vice president of the Chanyu Group in Jiangnan City. The Chanyu Group stands as one of the few formidable conglomerates in the entire Jiangnan City, with its diverse industries encompassing various sectors, effectively commanding a substantial portion of the city's economic landscape. Moreover, it is the sole entity in Jiangnan City boasting a hunter company capable of successfully escaping from a 3-star dungeon. This illustrates the extraordinary strength of the Chanyu Group. Sun Xiao, the vice president of the hunter division under the Chanyu Group, is a remarkably formidable hunter. He led the previous escape from the 3-star dungeon, marking him as one of the elite in Jiangnan City. Qin Long sensed that Sun Xiao must have caught wind of something, otherwise he would not have sought him out. As anticipated, Sun Xiao wasted no time on pleasantries and addressed the matter directly. It is indeed a cause for celebration that you managed to escape from the dungeon, but I recall my brother entered alongside you. How is it that you alone emerged? Upon hearing this, Qianlong paused for a moment before responding. I regret to inform you that Sun Zong met with misfortune within the dungeon. Sun Zhao's reaction to the news of his brother's demise was surprisingly composed, indicating he had already been aware of the situation. Expressing regret? Is that the extent of your apology? Sun Zhao's eyes glinted with a cold light as he fixed his gaze on Qin Long. Qin Long realized that escaping unscathed today would be a challenge. He was not a match for Sun Zhao, who was notorious for his vengeful nature. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to maintain his composure. I am merely a team leader, not Sun Zong's bodyguard. Thus, his death has no bearing on me. However, no sooner had these words left his lips than Sun Zhao delivered a powerful punch to his face. No bidding? You think a mere dismissal will absolve you? Oomph. Qin Long, you truly do not comprehend the gravity of your situation. After being struck, Qin Long fell to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth and several teeth knocked out. Shakily, he rose to his feet, his eyes still reflecting defiance. I have stated, this matter has no connection to me. Furthermore, I am no longer affiliated with the Sun family company. I ask that you show some respect. Sun Zhao let out a cold laugh. Respect? You, a mere dog, believe you deserve such consideration? Today, I shall first end your life, and then deal with your master. At this declaration, Qin Long's heart raced with alarm. So, you are aware? Sun Zhao kicked Qin Long several meters away and laughed maniacally. Indeed, I wanted to see if you, this dog, could remain honest. It turns out you are not a mere dog, but a treacherous wolf. My brother truly was blind. With that, Sun Zhao drew a sharp dagger from his waist and advanced toward Qin Long. Let us settle this today. I do not wish for disobedient dogs to continue living. As Sun Zhao approached with an air of lethal intent, Qin Long felt a surge of panic and suffocation. Do not act recklessly. This is Jiangnan City. Sun Zhao scoffed. Do you think I care about such trivialities? Do not presume that a fleeting moment of glory grants you immunity. In Jiangnan City, the act of extinguishing your life is as effortless as crushing an ant beneath one's foot. Just as Sun Zhao approached with a knife in hand, two figures, one large and one small, emerged from the alleyway beside the street. Is that so? Is it truly easier to take a life than squash an ant? Such audacity. Chapter 60. A remedy for illness. The sudden appearance of Song Qing left both Qin Long and Sun Zhao momentarily stunned. Upon seeing Song Qing, a look of surprise blossomed on Qin Long's face. Boss, save me. Sun Zhao, hearing Qin Long's voice, furrowed his brow. Boss. He then turned his gaze to Song Qing, a flicker of anger passing across his features. What a twist of fate. I hadn't even sought you out, yet you've come knocking at my door. Very well. Today I shall deal with you both. Rising to his feet, Qin Long approached Song Qing, anxiety evident in his demeanor. Boss, this is Sun Zhao, the younger brother of Sun Wang, and the vice president of the Hunter Company under Changyu Group. Song Qing raised a hand to interrupt him. I'm already acquainted with him. During his quest to find a way into the dungeon, Song Qing had perused relevant materials and had garnered some insight into the formidable figures of Jiangnan City, particularly the Hunter Company under Changyu Group. Sun Zhao had been affiliated with the group for quite some time and was regarded as one of the top-tier powerhouses in Jiangnan City. However, Song Qing was no longer the soft target he once was, easily manipulated by others. Confronting Sun Zhao was well within his capabilities. Sun Zhao's expression turned smug upon hearing that Song Qing recognized him. Since you know me, don't expect me to hold back. You bear part of the responsibility for my brother's death. Today, I shall grant you a swift end, and in return, I shall spare your daughter. Qin Long, upon hearing these words, furrowed his brow and stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Song Qing and Dudu. Sun Zhao, your brother's demise has nothing to do with us. It was the malevolent spirit within that killed him. Do not indiscriminately cast blame. Get lost. Who do you think you are to speak here? Keep talking, and I'll end your life right now. Sun Zhao showed no respect for Qin Long, glaring fiercely at Song Qing. You have 1 minute to settle your affairs. After that, I shall take action. Upon witnessing Sun Zhao's demeanor, Dudu pouted in confusion. Daddy, what does he mean? Song Qing crouched down and gently pinched Dudu's cheek, a smile gracing his lips. Do not be afraid, Dudu. This uncle is not feeling well. and Daddy is going to help him with his illness. Dudu looked at Song Qing with some confusion. Is that so? Indeed, that's right. He asked me to let you know and to help him with his ailment. You just wait here for Daddy and don't wander off. I'll be back shortly. All right? I'm all right, Daddy. You go ahead. I'll stay right here and won't go anywhere. After affectionately squeezing Dudu's cheek, Song Qing turned to Qianlong. Take good care of my daughter. I will return shortly. Qianlong glanced at Dudu and then quietly said, Boss, you. Song Qing shook his head. Enough. No need to say more. I happen to have something to discuss with you. Just wait for me here. Understood. With that, Song Qing stood and strode towards Sun Shao. Sun Shao observed Song Qing approaching, a hint of derision etched on his face. What's the matter? Afraid of losing face in front of the child? Or do you truly believe I would let you off the hook? Song Qing glanced back at Dudu, then turned to face Sun Shao. This is not the place for confrontation. There are cameras everywhere. Let's speak in the alley. Upon hearing Song Qing's words, Sun Shao felt no trepidation. Very well. It seems you still think yourself formidable. Today, I shall enlighten you on the concept of being narrow-minded. With that, Sun Shao strode ahead into the alley. Song Qing followed closely behind, his steps steady. Qianlong, witnessing Song Qing's retreating figure, felt a surge of panic. If something were to happen to Song Qing, it would indeed spell trouble. He couldn't help but glance down at Dudu, who was squatting on the ground, counting the tiles, his mouth twitching slightly, yet he restrained himself. Never mind. If Mr. Song were to encounter any misfortune, I would certainly raise his daughter as my own. He clenched his teeth, silently swearing an oath. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from within the alley. Qianlong's body tensed, ready to rush forward, but he heard Dudu blinking her large, innocent eyes and asking, Uncle, does it hurt a lot to treat someone? That uncle sounded so miserable. Seeing the glistening eyes of Dudu, Qianlong felt a pang of compassion, forcing a smile. Yes. Well, that uncle's illness is quite severe, so he needs thorough treatment. Oh, how pitiful. But when will my daddy learn to treat people? Qianlong was momentarily at a loss for words, yet seeing Dudu, he awkwardly smiled. Maybe you learned while you were asleep. All right, I shall learn to heal like Daddy. The screams from within grew more chilling, sending shivers down Qianlong's spine. Minutes later, the cries gradually subsided. Unable to contain himself any longer, Qianlong turned to Dudu. The treatment should be nearly complete. Let us hurry over. Dudu immediately sprang to her feet, nodding, okay. Thus, Qianlong hurriedly led Dudu towards the alley. However, just as they reached the entrance, they saw Song Qing wiping blood from his hands with a tissue. Boss, you. Song Qing casually crumpled the tissue and tossed it into a nearby trash bin. It's nothing. The treatment is complete. You should be able to recuperate well for a while. Upon hearing this, Dudu's face lit up with admiration. Daddy, you are truly amazing. Song Qing smiled, then pulled out a small bag from his pocket and handed it to Dudu. That uncle mentioned he didn't have enough money, insisting on giving some magic crystals as a consultation fee. What a good person. Dudu, take these magic crystals and buy some candy later. Dudu beamed with joy as she carefully tucked the small bag into her messenger bag. I want to save up to buy a nice outfit for Dad, she exclaimed, laughter spilling from her lips. Indeed, you are a good daughter of your father. All right, you keep saving, and when you have enough, you can buy him clothes. Meanwhile, Song Qing's conversation with her daughter left Qianlong utterly dumbfounded. He could hardly believe his eyes as Song Qing emerged from the alley as if nothing had happened. Did that mean the earlier cries had belonged to Sun Shao? If so, how formidable must Song Qing be? In the dungeon, Qianlong had no frame of reference to gauge the strength of the evil spirits, nor did he understand Song Qing's prowess. However, he was well aware of Sun Zhao's abilities, and the stark contrast between them became immediately apparent. Song Qing's strength remained an unreachable pinnacle for him, evoking an overwhelming sense of awe. At that moment, Song Qing suddenly turned to him, saying, By the way, I happen to have something I want to discuss with you. Let us find a place to talk. Qianlong nodded eagerly, suddenly reminded of something. Boss, how did you know I was here? Song Qing waved her phone. Who in Jiangnan City doesn't know your information? Qianlong's face flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his head. Well, isn't that a bit too enthusiastic? Boss, I just can't understand why you would hand over the person who leads everyone through the dungeons to me. Song Qing sighed. I prefer to stay out of the limelight, which is precisely why I sought you to establish this company. Qin Long straightened his posture and replied earnestly, Boss, rest assured, I will not let you down. Song Qing nodded, glancing around before pointing to a 24-hour McDonald's across the street. Let's head over there. Do, and I haven't had dinner yet. Sleeping until now is so much more comfortable outside the dungeon. Thus, the trio made their way to the fast food restaurant across the road. Meanwhile, a series of anguished cries echoed from within the alley. Help me. I'm at 3rd Avenue. Over here. On the other end of the line, surprise erupted. Mr. Sun, what happened? Is everything all right? Don't waste time with questions. Hurry over. As Sun Xiao spoke on the phone, a man in a car at the end of the alley discreetly picked up his phone and dialed. Mayor, there's no need to send the security team. Mr. Song Qing's strength exceeds anything we've encountered. Sun Xiao is no match for him. A gasp came from the other end. What? Sun Xiao isn't his equal? Indeed, Sun Xiao can't even touch the hem of his clothing. Mr. Song Qing is truly formidable. It appears I did not misjudge him. Continue to follow him. Report any updates to me immediately. Understood. Chapter 61. Selling magic crystals and buying stylish clothes for Dad, the fast food restaurant was nearly empty. Song Qing purchased some fries and hamburgers, munching on them while inquiring about the process of establishing a company with Qin Long. After all, he had acquired the rights to operate a 3-star dungeon, and having a company would significantly aid him in managing dungeon-related matters. Additionally, Song Qing was rather indolent and did not wish to squander time on corporate affairs. Thus, he decided to entrust everything to Qin Long. Qin Long expressed his confidence in navigating the intricacies of starting a business and assured Song Qing that he could handle it effortlessly. Song Qing harbored no doubts about Qin Long's loyalty, so he refrained from delving deeper into the topic. He then took a final bite of his hamburger and, with a mouthful, mumbled a question. By the way, did you discover anything during tonight's dinner gathering? Upon hearing Song Qing's question, Qin Long's interest peaked. He glanced around and leaned closer, speaking in hushed tones. Boss, didn't you mention before that you wanted to continue searching for dungeon opportunities? I actually have some news. Song Qing's curiosity was immediately ignited, prompting him to inquire eagerly. What is it? The divination master, Stardust, recently revealed that a new 3-star dungeon may emerge in Jiangnan City. This has been confirmed. However, not many are aware of this, and I also uncovered a crucial piece of information. Entry tickets will be required for this dungeon. Song Qing's intrigue deepened. What do you mean? Entry tickets? Such a type of dungeon exists? Indeed, though they are rare. Typically, such dungeons only manifest at 5 stars or higher. However, for reasons unknown, this one is set to appear in Jiangnan City. Qin Long spoke with palpable excitement, taking a large sip of his drink before continuing. Moreover, there is a possibility of an exceptional defensive ghost artifact appearing within this dungeon. Song Qing's interest was instantly captured. Is it possible to predict such occurrences? Master Stardust has never been wrong. I believe the credibility of this information is exceedingly high. Seeing Qin Long's earnest demeanor, Song Qing picked up a fry and, with a soft voice, asked, How can we obtain these entry tickets? With a gleam of excitement on his face, Qin Long retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket. Here are the details of the auction, the time and location. Boss, take a look. Song Qing glanced at the paper. Beishan Auction House. Thursday tomorrow? Yes, that's right. However, I believe you should prepare yourself mentally for one thing. Song Qing nodded. Go on. Entry tickets for this dungeon are extremely scarce, so several prominent families in Jiangnan City are likely to participate in this auction. I've heard that some of these families have already secured many tickets, and the ones that may flow into the auction house could be countable, or perhaps even non-existent. Upon receiving this news, Song Qing furrowed his brow. How credible is this information? Very credible. All right, I understand. Since that is the case, I truly must take a look. Song Qing is particularly interested in the exquisite ghostly artifact that Qin Long mentioned. After all, it is a defensive high-grade ghostly artifact, and Song Qing has always wished to procure a superior piece of equipment for Dudu. If this equipment proves to be exceptional, Song Qing feels it necessary to give a try. Subsequently, Qin Long discussed some prominent figures encountered at the banquet, and Song Qing encouraged him to engage with them as much as possible. After all, a towering tree attracts the wind, and it is prudent to establish one's network of connections swiftly. Preferring not to take the lead, Song Qing deemed it most suitable to delegate this task to Qin Long. After a satisfying meal, Song Qing returned to their residence with Dudu once more. The following morning, Dudu awoke early to a rich aroma wafting through the air. Rubbing her eyes, she padded into the kitchen in her bunny slippers, a smile breaking across her face at the sight of Song Qing preparing breakfast. "Daddy, your breakfast smells amazing." Song Qing chuckled heartily and turned to gently kiss Dudu on the cheek. "Go wash your face. Daddy will take you shopping soon." Dudu giggled, feeling the tickle of Song Qing's stubble, and scampered away. After finishing their breakfast, Song Qing took Dudu to a dungeon trading center. This establishment is the largest hub for secondary item transactions in Jiangnan City and is renowned for its equitable dealings. Dudu gazed around in curiosity at the bustling crowd and the opulent decorations. "Daddy, aren't we supposed to be buying something? Why are we here?" Song Qing smiled and replied, "We have no money, so we are here to exchange for some." "Exchange money?" Dudu queried, intrigued but puzzled about the process. Song Qing approached a counter and addressed the well-dressed attendant. "Hello, I would like to exchange some magic crystals for cash." The attendant nodded politely. "Certainly, sir. How many magic crystals would you like to exchange?" Song Qing glanced at the rolling display showing the current exchange rates for magic crystals and responded, "Let us start with 100. The attendant hesitated slightly, then cautiously asked, Sir, did you say 100? "Yes, is there a problem?" Song Qing inquired. Noticing the attendant's discomfort, the attendant appeared somewhat embarrassed. "Sir, 100 magic crystals is a rather large quantity for us to handle here." Upon hearing this, Song Qing furrowed his brow. "You can't process 100 magic crystals? Where am I supposed to trade then?" The attendant pointed to a man not far away. "Sir, perhaps I should take you to the manager. Typically, transactions exceeding 50 qualify for VIP treatment." With no other option, Song Qing nodded and followed the attendant with Dudu in tow toward the manager's office. "Manager, a customer wishes to sell 100 magic crystals." The manager, engaged with another client, was momentarily irritated by the interruption. "What? Who wants to sell 100 magic crystals?" The attendant pointed to Song Qing. "It's this gentleman." The manager paused, turning to assess Song Qing and Dudu with keen interest. Although the father and daughter both possess remarkable appearances, their attire unmistakably betrays its origins as cheap market fare. "Zhou Xiaoyu, are you jesting at my expense?" Song Qing retorted, incredulous at the insinuation that this individual could possibly be in possession of 100 magic crystals. "Can't you see I am preoccupied?" At the sound of mocking words, Song Qing furrowed her brow slightly. "What do you mean? Are you implying that I lack 100 magic crystals?" The lobby manager chuckled derisively. It seems you are quite obsessed with magic crystals. Do you understand what 100 crystals signify?" "What do they signify?" "Identity. Status. Look at your appearance. How can I believe you possess 100 magic crystals?" If you can produce 100, I will pay you double." Infuriated by the blatant discrimination in the manager's words, Song Qing was about to retaliate when her daughter, Du, unexpectedly interjected, "Is that true?" The lobby manager glanced down at Dudu, a smirk playing on his lips. "Indeed. Would you like to make a deal with your uncle? However, if you cannot produce them, you shall not leave here today." Upon exchanging a glance with Dudu, Song Qing quickly grasped her intention and added, "Will you accept any quantity as long as it exceeds 100? Crossing his arms, the manager replied, "As long as it surpasses 100, I will take whatever you have." "Show me." Turning to Dudu, Song Qing inquired, "My dear, do you wish to sell yours?" Dudu nodded vigorously, "Yes. Let us sell them so Daddy can buy a handsome outfit." With that, Dudu opened her small bag and flung its contents onto the floor, clattering to the ground. A cascade of black magic crystals spilled everywhere. The crowd was left utterly astonished. Chapter 62. Buying a car for Dad. The once cheerful lobby manager was rendered speechless upon spotting the magical crystals scattered on the ground. This is impossible. How could a mere child possess such an abundance of magical crystals? He swiftly picked up one crystal from the floor, scrutinizing it closely. Indeed, It was genuine. Panic ensued, his hands trembling slightly. The surrounding guards rushed over, dispersing the crowd to prevent anyone from seizing the opportunity to steal the crystals. Whispers filled the air. What is happening? Such valuable items entrusted to a little girl? What careless parents? Surely, there must be at least 80 crystals here. How could they just be left lying around without fear of theft? No way, it must be a hoax. Who would entrust such precious items to a child? Indeed, it is undoubtedly a deception. If there were that many magical crystals, I would livestream myself doing a handstand while defecating. The manager had appeared rather anxious moments ago. Could it be that the crystals are real? Surely, among these many crystals, some must be fake. It must be that the manager, by sheer luck, stumbled upon one genuine crystal. Such a quantity is impossible for an ordinary person to possess. Merely surviving an instant's dungeon is already a feat. Hunting evil spirits to acquire magical crystals? What are they thinking? Most onlookers doubted that Song Qing could truly own such a vast number of magical crystals. In their eyes, one would either need to own a large corporation or possess a formidable hunting team to amass such wealth. However, the large businesses and teams in Jiangnan City are limited. If they held magical crystals, representatives from the trading center would likely come personally to collect them. The crowd, with a sense of morbid curiosity, watched the unfolding drama, arms crossed, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. The manager promptly instructed his staff to gather the crystals and place them in a box. I wish to examine each one. Song Qing shrugged nonchalantly. Go ahead. As the onlookers collected all the magical crystals and placed them onto a tray, the manager immediately summoned a professional apparatus for testing. Beep. Current purity of the magical crystal, 90%. Pass. Beep. Current purity of the magical crystal, 95%. Pass. The device continued to emit approval tones. The manager was now sweating profusely. When the last magical crystal was tested, Dudu leaped for joy. They are all real. Huh. Now I can buy Dad some stylish clothes. Song Qing smiled gently and turned to the manager. You said you'd offer double the buyback. The manager's lips quivered as he feigned composure, slapping the table. Wait a moment. The agreement was for over 100. You have only 95 here, 5 short. Song Qing shrugged. No problem. I'll make up the difference. With that, Song Qing retrieved a larger bag from her backpack, filled with even more magical crystals that gleamed with a dark luster. With a flourish, the magical crystals cascaded onto the tray, forming a small mountain. Come on, Manager Wu, let us continue the inspection. Manager Wu, unable to withstand the pressure any longer, fainted on the spot. Ultimately, the vice president of the trading center stepped in, repurchasing 381st-grade magical crystals at double the price. Before departing, the vice president respectfully handed a shimmering golden card to Mr. Song. Mr. Song, I sincerely apologize for this incident. It was entirely our oversight. Please do not be upset. This is a top-tier VIP card. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. Mr. Song merely acknowledged with a nonchalant HM, tucking the card into his back pocket. All right, I understand. With that, Mr. Song left the trading center with Dudu in tow. However, once he departed, the trading center erupted in chaos. The revelation that someone had sold nearly 400 magical crystals in one go surpassed the entire trading volume of the center for a week. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. In no time, the entire Jiangnan City was abuzz with speculation regarding Mr. Song's identity. Yet, Mr. Song intentionally concealed his identity, rendering it even more enigmatic to the onlookers. As for Manager Wu from the trading center, he was dismissed on the spot and was required to compensate the center with a substantial sum. With the commotion concluded, Mr. Song and Dudu ventured to a car dealership. Once upon a time, Mr. Song owned a car, but he had sold it to fund Dudu's medical treatment. Afterward, Dudu often felt guilty for her father's lack of a vehicle, longing to ride in their own car while singing to him. Gazing at the splendid array of automobiles, Dudu boldly declared to Mr. Song, Daddy, today I want to buy you a car. Choose whatever you like. Mr. Song chuckled. It's not just any random choice. Today's trading price for magical crystals is 2 million per piece, and we sold over 380 of them, originally valued at over 700 million. Due to the wager, We received a total of 1.5 billion. From a young age, Mr. Song had given Dudu a children's savings card to store her red envelope money. Thus, the 300 million obtained from Dudu's 95 magical crystals was safely deposited onto that card. Hearing Dudu's words warmed Mr. Song's heart. This is your gift to Daddy, so you should choose. I will wait here for you. Once you've made your selection, surprise me, all right? Dudu, excited by Mr. Song's suggestion, nodded eagerly. Yes, but Daddy, you mustn't peek. With that, she dashed to the central display of car in the showroom. Excuse me, can you wrap this car for me? I want to gift it to my daddy. The car salesman chuckled awkwardly and pointed to the price tag displaying 30 million, saying, Little one, this car is quite expensive. Perhaps you should ask your parents to come over. However, Dudu shook her head resolutely. Uncle, this is my gift for Daddy, and I can't tell him in advance. Please, just sell it to me. With that, she handed the car salesman her children's savings card. Seeing such an adorable little girl, the salesman couldn't bear to refuse and nodded. All right, I will see what I can do for you. Thank you, Uncle. Dudu, with a beaming face, bowed deeply to the sales clerk. The clerk, feeling somewhat helpless, took the card and approached the counter. Sister Chun, please do me a favor and swipe this card to dissuade her. Sister Chun at the counter sighed. If only my child cared for me as much. After saying this, she glanced at the bank card. A children's savings card. Very well. It seems I must play the villain once more. She swiped the card, and the machine promptly displayed the balance. Sister Chun was instantly taken aback by what she saw. Am I seeing things? After counting again carefully, she confirmed that Dudu's card indeed held a 9-digit sum. What a significant amount! Sister Chun exclaimed. What's the matter? Dudu inquired. The clerk at the counter then spoke. Please, wrap up the car for this little princess. Chapter 63, Congratulations. You have won with the acquisition of her second vehicle in life. Song Qing felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Dudu sat in the passenger seat, chattering incessantly. Song Qing took Dudu to the most luxurious villa area in Jiangnan City, spending an astronomical sum of 100 million to purchase the smallest yet most expensive villa. After all, it was unnecessary for the father and daughter duo to reside in an overly spacious abode. A cozier setting would foster a warmer atmosphere. In the afternoon, Song Qing took Dudu shopping for various home decorations and biological essentials. Before long, their new home was adorned quite tastefully. After dinner, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Casting a glance at the time, Song Qing promptly headed to the Beishan auction house with Dudu. Upon arrival, they encountered a long line of luxury vehicles, each awaiting security checks before being permitted entry into the auction house. Fortunately, Song Qing had arrived early. After waiting for several minutes in the queue, they finally gained access to the venue, touted as the largest auction house in Jiangnan City. In the parking lot, a striking array of opulent cars came into view, a testament to the wealthy patrons of Jiangnan City who were eagerly anticipating this auction. Song Qing sensed that many among them were there solely for the scarce entry tickets, adding considerable pressure to her own aspirations. Upon entering the hall, a delightful array of gourmet food, exquisite desserts, and fine wines were casually displayed on the counters lining either side. As Song Qing and Dudu indulged in refreshments and captured moments with their camera, curious glances from the surrounding crowd did not deter them. Immersed in the joy of spending time with her daughter, Song Qing remained indifferent to the opinions of others. As the clock struck 8, signaling the end of the evening's festivities, Song Qing escorted Dudu to the auction hall to await the opportunity to secure an entry ticket. The atmosphere was bustling with affluent individuals, all clad in attire befitting their status, while Song Qing and Dudu opted for a more relaxed dress code. Their presence stood out conspicuously in the crowd, sparking whispers among the onlookers. Yet Song Qing remained unfazed. Suddenly, a voice from behind called out to her. "Oh, I didn't expect to see you here." Song Qing turned, startled, to find Sun Xiao, whose face had become quite unappealing. "Oh, I didn't expect to see you either." The two phrases mirrored each other, yet conveyed entirely different sentiments. Sun Xiao, well aware of Song Qing's sarcasm, displayed signs of irritation. "You Song, just wait. Yesterday's incident is far from over. You're here for the entry ticket, aren't you? Rest assured, I won't let you obtain it." Upon hearing Sun Xiao's words, Song Qing glanced back at her. "All right, Let us have a private conversation when we enter. I believe last time's treatment did not quite resolve your issues." Upon this remark, Sun Zhao's body trembled slightly, evidently taken aback. "I warn you, don't act recklessly. This is the Beishan auction house. If you dare to touch me, you're as good as finished." Song Qing chose to ignore her, turning instead to engage Dudu in a game of string figures. Seeing that Song Qing did not respond, Sun Xiao felt a surge of anger within him. "Damn it! If you manage to obtain this entry ticket today, I shall write my surname in reverse." No sooner had Sun Xiao uttered these words than the surrounding lights began to dim, and a young and beautiful host stepped onto the stage. After delivering a brief opening speech, the auction officially commenced. The initial items for bid were trivial props and low-grade, ghostly artifacts. While these items held their own value, they paled in significance at tonight's auction. Song Qing observed the proceedings with great seriousness. It was undeniable that each item presented by the organizers was meticulously curated. Moreover, the strength of the auction house was evident through this event. Finally, after the appetizers had been served, the main event arrived. The next auction item was an entry ticket for the Samsung copy of Demonic Knight, with a starting bid of 10 million, and each subsequent bid required a minimum increase of 10 million. Let the bidding commence. As the host concluded her statement, a hushed murmur swept through the audience. Good heavens, such a low starting price. The bids could easily match it. It seemed the organizers were well aware of the ticket's true worth, hence the casual price setting. Intriguing. It appeared that the bidding would soon surpass its intrinsic value. This was certain. Although the Samsung copy was formidable, many experts had come, especially with the confirmed presence of high-grade, ghostly artifacts. Who would wish to forfeit this opportunity? Indeed, the high-grade, ghostly artifacts were the crux of this auction. The capable would seize them, but an entry ticket was essential. Immediately, enthusiastic bidders began to raise their offers. 50 million. I bid 100 million. 130 million. 180 million. 200 million. The bidding was fierce, and the price quickly escalated to match the ticket's value. Yet the shouts of the bidders remained fervent. Dudu curiously glanced at the stage and then at Song Qing. "Daddy, when are we going to bid?" Song Qing shook his head in exasperation. "Not yet. Let us hold on." Observing the intense enthusiasm in the room, Song Qing felt that his chances of winning this entry ticket were becoming increasingly slim. He believed that it might be more prudent to find someone who already possessed the ticket and negotiate a purchase directly. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from behind. "Song, why aren't you raising your paddle? Is it because you're out of money?" Song Qing turned to look at Sun Xiao, a cold smirk appearing on his face. "Out of money? What a joke. Come at me if you dare." With that, Song Qing raised his paddle and declared 500 million. The announcement sent shockwaves through the audience. Just moments ago, the bidding had only reached 230 million, and now Song Qing had jumped straight to 500 million. As soon as he spoke, the previously raucous crowd fell into an astonished silence. Having witnessed numerous quotations, I have never encountered one quite like this. To initiate with a doubling of the price is simply outrageous. After all, we're discussing 500 million. Sun Xiao found himself utterly bewildered by Song Qing's audacious bid. "Do you even know how to quote a price? Is this how one conducts business?" he exclaimed, incredulity lacing his voice. With a cold smirk, Song Qing retorted, "What's the matter? Can't handle it? If you can't, then leave. Spare yourself the embarrassment." At that moment, Sun Xiao had become the center of attention, and he was resolute in not conceding defeat. Surrendering would spell the end of his standing in Jiangnan City. "Fine, let us go for it. Who is afraid?" he declared, raising his paddle high. 510 million. The crowd observed as the two began their bidding war, choosing not to engage further. After all, while an entry ticket is desirable, one must also weigh the cost against their capabilities. Entering the Demon Knight instance with nothing to show for it, or worse, losing one's life would be a catastrophic loss. The 500 million price was evidently beyond what most were willing to pay. Perhaps 400 million would be a more reasonable figure. Of course, there were those in genuine need who might still place a bid. Yet they were reluctant to become embroiled in the conflict between Sun Xiao and Song Qing. When Sun Xiao called out 510 million, the crowd turned their attention back to Song Qing, eager to see if he would respond. 1 billion. Song Qing raised his paddle again, his bid sending tremors through the crowd. Cold sweat broke out on Sun Zhao's brow. 1 billion. That is a staggering sum, although he could muster such an amount. Doing so would significantly strain his resources, especially considering this instance was rated 3 stars, and after having been bested by Song Qing, his strength had diminished considerably, leaving him ill-equipped to enter the instance. Should he actually secure this entry ticket, he might find himself compelled to sell it to another, and, at that point, the price would surely escalate. The eyes of the onlookers were fixed on him, and many of his peers were eager to witness his downfall. He could not afford to lose. He absolutely could not lose. Sun Zhao calculated his assets in his mind, gritting his teeth before declaring, 1 billion, 10 million. With that, a wave of relief washed over him, and a touch of pride glimmered in his gaze as he faced Song Qing. Come on, let us see you raise it again. However, to his surprise, Song Qing merely chuckled, rising alongside Dudu, and said, Congratulations, you've won. Chapter 64. I have it too, and it was given by someone else. You have deceived me. Sun Zhao exclaimed in a fit of rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Song Qing. Song Qing merely shrugged, gazing back innocently. What do you mean I deceived you? It was you who insisted on raising the bid. Did I ever encourage you to do so? Please, it seems you were the one adamant about not letting me acquire that entry ticket. Upon hearing this, Sun Zhao felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood. Laughter erupted around them, with onlookers pointing and chuckling. This guy's quite something. He made Sun lose billions for nothing. TSK. Unbelievable. Ha ha ha, what a feat. Even a discerning I can see this as a trap. Yet he still jumped in. Truly reckless, utterly reckless. The losses are so immense that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. One must accept the consequences of their bets. If you seek trouble, you should consider your own capabilities. Honestly, this time, the crowd was largely on Song Qing's side, as they all recalled who had instigated the trouble first. Just you wait. Sun Zhao could only unleash his impotent fury at Song Qing. Unfazed, Song Qing exited the auction venue. Once outside, a sense of resignation washed over him. After all, the item he intended to purchase had been snatched away, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied, though it was not a grave concern. He resolved to find another 3-star dungeon to continue leveling up with his daughter. Though he yearned to gift Dudu something special, he was reluctant to squander excessive money on an entry ticket under these circumstances. As he was about to get into his car, he heard someone calling his name. Mr. Song, please wait. Startled, Song Qing turned to see a sharply dressed man hastily approaching him. Upon recognizing the individual, Song Qing was momentarily taken aback. Do you need something from me? As the man reached him, he straightened his attire and extended his hand for a handshake, introducing himself. Hello, Mr. Song. My name is Gao Wan, and I am the secretary to the mayor of Jiangnan City. Taken aback by this introduction, Song Qing reciprocated the handshake. Hello, Secretary Gao. Gaoan glanced around before gesturing towards a nearby pavilion. Shall we discuss this over there? Song Qing furrowed his brow slightly. He was not particularly keen on lingering. Yet recognizing that Gao represented the mayor, he felt obliged to give some respect. Very well. With that, he cast a weary smile at Dudu, who seemed to understand the situation perfectly. She pointed towards their car and said, Daddy, can I go watch television in the car? Song Qing nodded immediately, handing her the car keys. Of course, but only television, all right? I understand, Daddy. Dudu replied happily as she scampered off with the keys. Meanwhile, Gaoan watched Dudu's retreating figure and couldn't help but commend her. The young lady appears to be exceedingly understanding. Furthermore, her capabilities are quite formidable. Song Qing could not help but cast a glance at her. There was no need for Secretary Gao to be discreet. Any message could be conveyed directly. Gaoan chuckled heartily. Mr. Song, do not be anxious. My purpose in seeking you today is indeed a positive one. Subsequently, to elucidate his intent, Gaoan produced an envelope from his breast pocket and handed it to Song Qing. Open it, and you shall comprehend. Upon unveiling the contents, Song Qing discovered a letter of commendation, recognizing him as one of the city's 10 most influential figures of the year. Nestled within the envelope was also a key. I do not believe I participated in such an event, Secretary Gao. Might you have mistaken me for someone else? Gowan laughed heartily in response. No mistake has been made. After all, Mr. Song, your remarkable efforts in rescuing so many from the realm of nightmares have earned you this award. Song Qing could not help but furrow his brow slightly. You are aware of this? Concerning the SSS and SS level accolades he and Dudu had received, Song Qing had previously instructed everyone to keep it confidential. Yet unexpectedly it had been exposed. Sensing Song Qing's displeasure, Gowan hastily clarified, "It is true. We had a staff member inadvertently enter the horror realm. Hence, Mr. Song, please do not be upset." After listening, Song Qing could only nod resignedly. Clutching the envelope as he inquired, "Very well. May I ask, is this house truly a gift to me? There are no strings attached, I hope?" Gowan quickly waved his hands. No. How could there be any conditions? This is an internal award, and it will not be publicized on television news. If Mr. Song prefers, we can use a pseudonym. Then I am exceedingly grateful. Song Qing expressed his appreciation, though he still felt that such unexpected fortune was somewhat implausible. Secretary Gao, may I inquire about your true intentions? Just as Gao, when prepared to speak, a commotion erupted from a distance. Song Qing frowned and turned towards the source of the noise. It is coming from the parking lot, Secretary Gao. I must investigate. My apologies. Without waiting for a reply, Song Qing dashed towards the parking area. Upon arrival, he found Dudu blocked at the car door and Sun Xiao, battered and bruised. "Stop." Song Qing approached and, without hesitation, kicked Sun Xiao away, exclaiming, "Dare to harm my daughter? You seek your own demise." He then turned to Dudu, who appeared to be on the verge of tears. He immediately enveloped her in his arms. "Has that wicked man been tormenting you?" As soon as he spoke, Dudu, with tears streaming down her face, recounted. "This bad uncle said my car was stolen and that he would take me away. Daddy, I don't want to be taken." Seeing Dudu's distressed expression ignited a fury within Song Qing. "Sun Xiao, it seems you are itching for a beating." With a fierce glint in his eyes, he approached Sun Xiao, who trembled at the sight. What do you intend to do?" "Allow me to inform you. This is the Beishan auction house. Dare to make a move?" Bang! As soon as Sun Xiao finished his words, Song Qing delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. How utterly shameless. To even make such a request. Sun Xiao, feeling as if he might vomit blood from the blow, realized he was no match for his opponent and hastily retreated to his vehicle. The car once again rolled up to Song Qing, and Sun Xiao lowered the window, brandishing an admission ticket. "Mr. Song, unable to enter the venue, are you feeling particularly unbalanced?" He taunted, You can't buy this, it's the last one." Observing Sun Xiao's insufferable demeanor, Song Qing could hardly be bothered to respond. A ticket purchased for 1 billion and 10 million, indeed quite impressive. Hearing Song Qing's reply, Sun Xiao was nearly driven to the brink of fury once more. "You are simply envious." At that moment, Gowan approached from behind, presenting a box to Song Qing. "Mr. Song, I nearly forgot to deliver this to you. It is from the city mayor." Song Qing paused slightly, taking the box and opening it. Inside were 2 slots, each containing a silver gray card, identical to the one Sun Xiao had just shown. A smile crept on his Song Qing's lips. "Secretary Gao, please extend my gratitude to the mayor for his kind gesture. I shall graciously accept." Gowan chuckled heartily. "Go ahead, take it." Then, Song Qing held up the 2 admission tickets and waved them at Sun Xiao. "Look, I have my own. Why should I envy you? Moreover, mine were a gift from someone else. I didn't even spend 10 billion. Sun Xiao felt darkness close in, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 65. I am not suited to be a teacher. Sun Xiao was so infuriated that she stormed off, prompting Song Qing, "Do," and Gao went to erupt into hearty laughter. Subsequently, Song Qing placed the box along with the 2 admission tickets back inside and handed it to Gowan. "Thank you, Secretary Gao, but this gift is far too precious for me to accept." Gowan, however, shook his head and laughed heartily. "This is not a gift from me. It is from Mayor Shi." "Huh? The mayor has presented me with such an extravagant gift? Is there something he requires of me?" Song Qing was well aware that nothing comes without a price. He was apprehensive about being exploited due to such a valuable present. Gowan quickly discerned Song Qing's unease and gently patted his shoulder. "Mr. Song need not worry. Mayor Shi holds you in high regard. How about this? Since it is still early, let us pay a visit to Mayor Shi's residence. Song Qing glanced at the time. Is it not too late? I hope we are not imposing. Ha ha. You need not concern yourself with that. Mayor Shi has likely just returned home. Reluctantly, Song Qing nodded in agreement. The car glided smoothly through numerous streets until they finally arrived at the mayor's residence. Gao Wen lightly knocked on the door, and footsteps immediately echoed from within. Coming, coming. A middle-aged man's voice called out, and as the door swung open, Song Qing was greeted by the beaming visage of Mayor Shi. Mr. Song and his daughter, Du have arrived. Mayor Shi's face radiated with warmth. Mr. Song, I hope we haven't disturbed you, he inquired. Song Qing waved his hand. Not at all. Thank you for the invitation, Mayor Shi. With a hearty laugh, the mayor gestured for them to enter. Come in and chat. Ah, what a lovely young lady. You must be Du, am I right? Mayor Shi crouched down before Du, his face adorned with a kind smile. Du, displaying remarkable politeness, grinned widely. Yes, oncle, I am Du. Excellent. Come in quickly. I have a special gift prepared for you. Upon hearing this, Du's eyes sparkled with excitement, but she hesitated momentarily. Thank you, uncle, but Daddy says I shouldn't take things from others. Ha, Du, how well-behaved you are. Your father is indeed correct. One should not take things without permission. However, since you call me uncle, that makes me not just anyone, doesn't it? Du was momentarily at a loss for words, glancing up at Song Qing. He understood that there was no escaping the situation. The old man seemed to have his sights set on Du with no other option. He nodded encouragingly at her. Thus, Du followed Mayor Shi into the room, where she was captivated by a stunning pink piano, unable to tear her gaze away. Do you like it? Du nodded vigorously, stretching out her hand to gently caress the crystal keys, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Soon, I shall have someone deliver it to your residence, and at that time, I will also arrange for an exceptionally skilled piano instructor for you. What do you think? Thank you, uncle. Upon seeing the mayor arrive and present himself with 2 admission tickets, he now bestows upon Du a piano. Song Qing understands that the other party undoubtedly wishes for her to undertake some task. Thus, while Du plays the piano in the room, Song Qing follows the mayor to the adjacent chamber. Mr. Mayor, let us converse here, she suggests. The mayor chuckles heartily, gesturing towards a nearby sofa. Please have a seat. Let's chat leisurely. Song Qing can only nod and take a seat, curious about what insights this elder might share. The mayor gently lifts his teacup, savoring a sip before he speaks. Ever since the recent harrowing incident, I've been keeping a watchful eye on you and the other unfortunate souls who were ensnared. Only after your safe return could I finally rest easy. The past few days have indeed been quite alarming, and I must express my apologies regarding this occurrence. Song Qing smiles, quickly waving her hand. Mr. Mayor, you are overly courteous. This is simply the way of fate. No one can guarantee that all civilians can be evacuated when such calamities arise. Hearing her words, a satisfied smile graces the mayor's face. He cannot deny that her sentiments have greatly eased his own troubled heart. He continues, however, since your return, I have come to realize that the difficulty of this particular instance far exceeds that of a standard 3-star challenge. Not only did you survive, but you also brought a child along and rescued so many others. I find you quite extraordinary. As he speaks, the mayor's gaze is fixed intently on Song Qing, unwavering and earnest, his eyes gleaming with an invitation. Song Qing lifts her teacup and takes a sip, smiling gently. Mr. Mayor, you flatter me. It is merely a matter of fortune. The mayor waves his hand, a playful expression emerging on his face. Fortune? Can mere luck secure an SSS rating? Can luck facilitate the escape of so many from a trial? Can luck vanquish so many malevolent spirits? Realizing her pretense has been unveiled, Song Qing can only offer an awkward smile. Very well, I concede I did accomplish those feats. However, Mr. Mayor, please enlighten me as to what you truly wish for me to undertake. At this moment, the mayor rises, a serious expression adorning his face as he gazes at Song Qing. You must have heard of the Advanced Hunter Academy, correct? Song Qing nods. Of course, I am aware. It is the most formidable hunter training institution organized by Jiangnan City. The students there are all enhanced individuals. Indeed, as far as I know, you have not undergone any enhancements, correct? Once more, Song Qing nods in affirmation. That is correct. I have not received any enhancements. Huh. It is nothing short of a miracle that someone who has never undergone enhancement could accomplish tasks, even the enhanced struggle to achieve. I harbor no interest in your past or your secrets. My sole inquiry is whether you would consider becoming a teacher at the Hunter School. Upon hearing this, Song Qing was momentarily taken aback. He was acutely aware of the formidable reputation of the Jiangnan City Hunter School, a place where becoming a student was the dream of countless enhanced individuals, let alone the prospect of becoming an instructor. It is imperative to note that the Jiangnan Hunter School is bolstered by the most powerful resources in the entire city. Moreover, its instructors are seasoned warriors, tempered by various trials, and receiving their guidance is the aspiration of every enhancer. Significantly, the instructors at the Jiangnan Advanced Hunter School are granted 3 complimentary enhancement opportunities, a privilege envied by all. Although Song Qing had not undergone enhancement himself, he understood the extensive resources required for such a process. The initial enhancement demands at least 100 first-grade magic crystals, a staggering figure in its own right. The second enhancement, even more daunting, requires 10,000 first-grade crystals, equivalent to 10 second-grade crystals. As for the third enhancement, Song Qing had only heard whispers, as it necessitates 100 second-grade crystals. It is worth noting that the price of first-grade magic crystals has consistently hovered around 2 million. As such, the initial enhancement alone, requiring over 100 crystals, is akin to a bottomless pit. Consequently, every hunter company typically binds its enhanced individuals with stringent contracts to prevent them from defecting. However, securing a position as a teacher at the Jiangnan Advanced Hunter School not only provides 3 free enhancements, but also allows one to retain their status as a free individual. This singular aspect is an irresistible proposition for many. Nevertheless, Song Qing merely smiled, setting down his cup to address the city leader. Teaching is not my forte. I appreciate your kind offer, Mayor. Upon uttering these words, Secretary Gao stood there in disbelief. What an extraordinary opportunity, and yet Song Qing had declined it. The mayor, too, was taken aback by Song Qing's response. What did you say? You are unwilling? Song Qing nodded. Indeed, I do not wish to be constrained, and given my lack of teaching experience, I would prefer not to mislead anyone. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of helplessness crossed the mayor's face, and just as he was poised to persuade Song Qing once more, he heard Song Qing continue. However, at this, both the mayor and Secretary Gao turned their attention to Song Qing. But what? They inquired. However, I believe that serving as a board member should pose no issue. Chapter 66. So he is single. The mayor paused momentarily upon hearing Song Qing's words. He had not anticipated the extent of Song Qing's ambition. Meanwhile, the secretary, Gao Wen, understood that the mayor would never acquiesce to Song Qing's proposition and promptly interjected, Mr. Song Qing, you may be unaware of the scale of the Jiangnan Advanced Hunter School. This is no ordinary institution. Song Qing was fully aware of the implications of his statement. In truth, he had not intended to reveal his hand so soon. However, an opportune moment had presented itself, and he was unwilling to let it slip away. The malevolent spirits within the 3-star dungeon he possessed also required sustenance and development. If he did not permit others to enter, they would miss out on vital training. Conversely, gaining access to the Hunter School's training dungeons would be an invaluable opportunity. Thus, Song Qing rose and produced a black jade talisman. What if I were to claim the management rights to the 3-star dungeon of Nanshan Amusement Park? Instantly, the room fell into a hushed silence. The mayor felt as though the very air had been siphoned from the space, his gaze fixated on the jade talisman in Song Qing's hand. Secretary Gao was rendered speechless with astonishment. This, Mr. Song Qing, how did you accomplish this? It's simply unfathomable. The mayor gestured towards the talisman in Song Qing's grasp and inquired, May I take a look? Song Qing nodded, graciously extending the talisman into the mayor's hands. Of course, it's no trouble. The mayor cautiously accepted the talisman, scrutinizing it for an extended period, his expression replete with shock. This is genuine. It's truly authentic. Initially, He had not believed that the talisman in Song Qing's possession was the teleportation token for the Nanshan amusement park dungeon, but upon closer inspection, he detected an unusual energy fluctuation. Though he had never seen a teleportation token for a 3-star dungeon, he was familiar with that of a 1-star dungeon. The texture and energy emanating from the talisman in his hands were of an entirely different caliber. Song Qing smiled. Indeed, it is real. Now, can we discuss my appointment to the board? The mayor immediately nodded. Absolutely. That is entirely feasible. Ha ha ha. This is splendid. Thus, within the confines of the room, both parties meticulously engaged in preliminary discussions regarding their collaborative project. Given that Song Qing was bringing in a 3-star dungeon, he undoubtedly had the qualifications to enter. Yet specific roles and responsibilities needed to be clarified. An hour later, Song Qing and the mayor shook hands. Let us finalize this for now. We can revisit it once we emerge from the dungeon. Upon hearing this, the mayor promptly agreed. No problem. I wish you the best in acquiring suitable items from the Demon Knight dungeon. May your words bring me good fortune. At that moment, Song Qing glanced at the time. It's getting late. I must take my daughter home. I apologize for disturbing your rest, Mayor. The mayor waved dismissively, suddenly posing a question. By the way, Song Qing, are you planning to bring Dudu into the Demon Knight dungeon this time? Song Qing nodded, of course. Upon hearing Song Qing's response, the mayor paused momentarily, contemplating before he spoke. After all, Dudu is just a child. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to bring her into the dungeon? How about this? I quite like Dudu, and if it's too much trouble, she can stay with me. My wife enjoys a lively atmosphere and adores children. Song Qing sighed helplessly. Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Mayor, but I must take Dudu with me into the dungeon. Well, I won't disturb you any longer. With that, Song Qing rose and made his way toward the adjacent piano room. Observing Song Qing's resolute figure, the mayor could not help but feel a twinge of helplessness. This unfortunate father-daughter pair was likely bound by Song Qing's concern for leaving Dudu alone outside, yet the dangers within were considerable. At that moment, Secretary Gao quietly interjected, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Song Qing's wife has passed away for quite some time. He remains single and exceptionally capable. I believe. The mayor immediately grasped his implication and pondered for a moment, stroking his chin. Indeed, finding a new mother for Dudu could provide her with a better life. What do you think of Miss Kongwan? Secretary Gao nodded, yet his expression conveyed a hint of concern. Miss Kongwan is indeed beautiful, with impressive qualifications and a noble background. She would certainly be a suitable match for Mr. Song Qing. However, the mayor furrowed his brow, looking at him. Speak plainly, don't beat around the bush. It's just that Miss Kongwan's temperament. As you know, she has been teaching at the Hunter Academy for quite some time now. She admires strength, and her own prowess is formidable. Many suitors have ended up in the hospital. I worry. Seeing Gao's anxious demeanor, the mayor burst into laughter. The more intense the competition, the more sparks they may create together. Thus, I shall call the principal of the Hunter Academy right away to arrange for Kong Wan to join the Demon Knight dungeon expedition, while also keeping an eye on Dudu. After bidding farewell to Song Qing and Dudu, the mayor promptly picked up the phone to dial the Hunter Academy. The response was swift. The principal expressed that Miss Kong Wan was indeed eager to enter the Demon Knight dungeon and would be thrilled about the opportunity. At the Hunter Academy's faculty dormitory, Miss Kong Wan, clad in athletic wear and just returned from a run on the track, was preparing to freshen up when she encountered the principal, Mr. Wu, dressed in a suit. Mr. Wu, what brings you here? Principal Wu smiled and handed her an envelope. I have a task for you. It is imperative that you complete it. Kong Wan immediately nodded, took the envelope, and glanced at its contents. Her initial excitement swiftly transformed into a frown. Mr. Wu, I appreciate you granting me the opportunity to train in the Demon Knight dungeon, but asking me to care for a child is simply impossible. However, Principal Wu retracted his smile and, with a serious demeanor, addressed her. Kongwan, what I wish to convey is not merely a notification, but a command. With that, Principal Wu turned and departed, leaving Kongwan to stomp her foot in frustration. I truly loathe children. Honestly, do they think I am oblivious? The pressure to marry has escalated to this extent, and they have found me a suitor with a burden. What a lack of integrity. Yet, upon glancing at the ticket for the Demon Knight dungeon, Konvan ultimately clenched her teeth. Oh well, being able to enter the Demon Knight instance for training is already quite remarkable. Whatever happens, if there are indeed repercussions, I shall bear them. Thus, she returned to her dormitory, filled with renewed excitement, to wash up and retire for the night. Chapter 67. The Strange Woman 3 days later. Song Qing, with a travel bag slung over his shoulder and his daughter Dudu by his side, drove towards Beiwang Mountain. The location for the arrival of the Demon Knight instance was nestled deep within the mountains. Upon arrival, Song Qing observed a multitude of vehicles that had already gathered at Beiwang Mountain. To safeguard the surrounding areas, all entrances to the mountain were secured by military personnel. Presenting 2 admission tickets, Song Qing was granted access into the heart of Beiwang Mountain. Outside the designated area for the instance, a considerable number of individuals had already assembled. However, only 15 would be permitted to enter. A few military officers barred Song Qing's path, requesting to see their admission tickets and identification. Song Qing promptly produced his tickets along with the identification for himself and Dudu. The officers were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the 2 tickets. Is someone else not here yet? With a smile, Song Qing pointed to Dudu and replied, My daughter is also here to partake in this instance challenge. What? Her? The officers were astonished, unable to fathom that someone would bring a child into such a perilous instance. Mr. Song, are you certain you wish to bring your daughter? If necessary, we can assist in looking after her. She is too young. The risks are far too great. Song Qing responded with a warm smile. Thank you. But that's unnecessary. This ticket was specifically intended for my daughter. As the officers contemplated whether to consult their superiors regarding the regulations, a graceful woman approached. Captain Chun, no need to check further. They're the only 2 participants for this instance. Upon seeing her, Captain Chun saluted respectfully. Very well, since Miss Kong is vouching for them. There is no issue. He cast another glance at Song Qing and Dudu, his eyes betraying a hint of sorrow. How tragic it would be for such a lovely young girl to meet her demise. Yet, since it was a family matter, he felt it inappropriate to voice his concerns, thus allowing them to pass. Although Song Qing had never met Kong Wan, he immediately expressed his gratitude for her assistance. Thank you for your help. Kong Wan waved her hand dismissively and then looked down at Dudu. Are you truly planning to bring your daughter inside? This 3-star instance is quite different from the previous one. Song Qing chuckled. Thank you for the reminder. I am already aware. At that moment, Kong Wan hesitated before asking, By the way, what level of strength do you currently possess? Song Qing was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what she meant. Seeing his bewildered expression, Kong Wan was equally astonished. Surely you cannot be serious. Are you not an enhanced individual? Song Qing nodded slightly. Indeed, neither my daughter nor I are enhanced individuals. What of it? Upon hearing his response, Kong Wan felt a wave of despair wash over her. She had initially thought she would only be responsible for a small child, but now she found herself tasked with overseeing an adult as well. It was exceedingly burdensome. Her tone shifted to one of frustration. Indeed, it is rather absurd to force one's way into such a place without any capability. It truly seems like a frivolous expenditure of wealth. Suddenly, Kong Wan pensait à troubling possibilité. Could it be that my family intends to matchmake this fellow with me? Are they unaware of my preferences in men? With this thought, her disdain for Song Qing intensified. Very well, once we enter, all actions shall adhere to my command. Should any issues arise, I shall not be held accountable. Do you understand? Song Qing was taken aback. Is there some sort of misunderstanding? However, Kong Wan offered him no explanation and strode directly inside. Observing Kong Wan's proud demeanor, Song Qing felt a pang of frustration, while Duda looked up at him and asked, Daddy, does that aunt dislike me? Song Qing quickly shook his head. Of course not. You are far too adorable for her not to like you. Perhaps there is merely a slight misunderstanding. Let us proceed. Thus, Song Qing guided Dudu towards the designated area of their mission. Upon arrival, everyone had equipped themselves and was engaged in a fitting assessment. At that moment, Kong Wan tossed 2 devices in front of Song Qing. These devices will connect us to the outside world, allowing the rescue team to observe our situation and formulate a response plan. They will also facilitate our communication. Upon hearing this, Song Qing furrowed his brow slightly. Are these meant to monitor us? Kong Wan shot him a disdainful glance. Wear them or perish. It is your choice. With a resigned sigh, Song Qing donned the equipment and assisted Du in securing a headset around her neck. Shortly thereafter, Kong Wan's voice echoed through the earpiece. Can you hear me? Please respond. To avoid unnecessary complications, Song Qing gently pressed the button on his headset and replied, Received. Du, observing her father's actions, also pressed her headset and chimed in, I receive it too. Hearing Dudu's sweet voice, Kong Wan felt a twinge of sympathy for the child and directed her frustration towards Song Qing. She then approached Dudu, adjusted her equipment with care, and inquired, Your name is Dudu, correct? Dudu nodded obediently. Yes, Auntie. Auntie, do you dislike Dudu? Upon hearing Dudu's question, Kong Wan immediately transformed her previously impatient expression into one of warmth and affection. Oh, Dudu, how could that be? I adore you. However, this place is genuinely perilous. Perhaps you should refrain from entering this time, all right? Yet Dudu shook her head resolutely. Annie, my daddy, said I must stay close to him so he can protect me. Witnessing Dudu's steadfastness, Kong Wan's ire towards Song Qing deepened. Very well, once we enter, should you encounter any problems, seek out your Annie, all right? Dudu nodded earnestly this time, as the crowd gathered in the central location, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the instance. Song Qing took the opportunity to observe the other 13 individuals. He couldn't help but be astonished by the formidable strength of this assembly, which exceeded his expectations. However, what surprised Song Qing even more was the absence of Sun Xiao, who had long sought to bring about his demise. Just when Song Qing believed he would be undisturbed, a man in the distance flashed him a wicked smile, followed by a gesture of slicing his throat. Song Qing furrowed his brow slightly, and at that moment, the sky suddenly shifted in hue. Kong Wan took a deep breath and declared, The Demon Knight instance has arrived. Do not forget what I have told you. Chapter 68. New Instance. Demon Knight, just moments ago, the sky was clear and bright, but in the blink of an eye, it became shrouded in mist. Visibility had dwindled to less than a meter, and the expressions of everyone reflected a palpable tension. Although they were all enhanced individuals, having faced numerous trials in various instances, the prospect of confronting such a challenging 3-star dungeon was undeniably daunting. Each person clutched their weapons tightly, vigilantly scanning their surroundings to guard against any sudden emergence of malevolent spirits. Song Qing, holding on to Du, exhibited no signs of concern, instead choosing to wait in silence. As anticipated, a notification echoed from the heavens. Welcome to the Demon Knight instance. This dungeon lasts for 3 days. Survivors must traverse the Demon Knight Gorge and reach Demon Knight City to complete the mission. Those who fail to arrive at Demon Knight City within the stipulated time will be eradicated. The game begins now. As the announcement faded, the surrounding mist began to dissipate considerably. The group instinctively gathered to deliberate their next move. A man with a number 3 insignia on his shoulder addressed the gathering. The notification just indicated that this is a gorge, and we must reach Demon Knight City within 3 days to achieve victory. It seems our only option is to forge ahead. Following him, another man, marked with a number 9, unsheathed his dagger from his calf. Dungeons of this nature are typically perilous. Thus, we should act in unison. Upon hearing his words, the others nodded in agreement. Their numbers were already limited, and the eerie, fog-laden environment posed a significant risk of disbandment, which could lead to dire consequences. Suddenly, a man bearing the number 10 insignia stepped forward. I believe traveling together is feasible, but what if someone becomes a liability? This man had previously threatened Song Qing, and his insinuation was unmistakably directed at her, the one accompanied by her daughter. Indeed, his remark sparked discontent among the others. Indeed, we have no desire to carry dead weight. We wish to proceed together, but we certainly do not want to be taken advantage of. Exactly. Not only is she not an enhanced individual, but she also brings along a child. It's practically courting disaster. What's with the staring? I'm talking about you. I refuse to have this father-daughter duo with us. Before they even set off, Song Qing and Du found themselves ostracized. Witnessing this, Kong Wan gritted her teeth and stepped forward. There is only one path forward, If you do not allow him to accompany us, where will he go? As Kong Wan defended Song Qing, several men began to offer explanations. However, Kong Wan stood firm in her support for Song Qing's inclusion in the group. Ultimately, the others relented out of respect for her. Fine, for Ms. Kong's sake, we will allow you to join us, but it is understood that everyone must contribute, including you. No one is to take advantage of anyone else. Upon hearing their stipulations, Kong Wan breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Song Qing. Let's proceed. Yet, Song Qing merely smiled at Kong Wan while continuing to hold Dudu's hand. Thank you, Miss Kong, for speaking on our behalf. However, I must express that I do not wish for them to take advantage of me. So, it is best if we part ways. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Then, number 3 stepped forward, pointing at Song Qing with ire. Do not overstep your bounds. I care not for your esteemed status outside this place. Here, you will act as a dragon coiled or a tiger prone. A glint of coldness flashed in Song Qing's eyes as he prepared to retaliate, but suddenly someone seized his hand. Kong Wan forced a smile at the group, saying, "My apologies, allow me to clarify." She then pulled Song Qing aside, her expression filled with fury as she glared at him. Have you lost your mind? In a place like this, you wish to separate? And dare to claim they won't exploit you? There are limits to boasting, you know. As Song Qing attempted to explain, she interrupted him. I do not care how you perceive this. We are here to dine, and we cannot afford to waste any more time. At that moment, Duda looked up at Song Qing. Daddy, why not heed Andy's advice? Let us just follow along. This way, you can protect her. Upon hearing Dudu's words, Song Qing instinctively rubbed his forehead. He understood Dudu all too well. This little girl was merely trying to find him a girlfriend, yet he held no inclination whatsoever. Nonetheless, to bring joy to Dudu, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Seeing that Song Qing was no longer being obstinate, Kong Wan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The group divided into 3 smaller teams and proceeded down the uncertain path ahead. Song Qing followed closely behind Dudu, remaining vigilant and attuned to his surroundings. Now at level 38, Song Qing's spiritual energy extended over a considerable range. While he could not encompass both sides of the valley, he could still sense potential dangers within a kilometer radius. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, those leading the group began to voice their dissatisfaction. Hey, the one at the front is rather unfortunate. Isn't it? We should each take a turn. Otherwise, I shall refuse to proceed. Others soon echoed this sentiment. Song Qing understood their intentions and immediately looked down at Dudu, asking, They are too timid and moving too slowly. Let us take the lead. Otherwise, Daddy worries Duda might get cold. Duda had no objections and nodded promptly. Their voices were not loud, yet in the vastness of the surroundings, everyone heard them. Hey, what do you mean? Are you calling us timid? If you dare, try leading the way yourself. At this point, Kong Wan was on the verge of exploding with anger. Is this person here solely to vex me? I just resolved one issue for you, and now you create another? Nevertheless, she recalled the principal's instructions and promptly approached Song Qing. Have you lost your senses? Have you forgotten how to communicate without stirring trouble? Song Qing regarded Kong Wan's exquisite visage with exasperation, shrugging his shoulders. I speak the truth. There is not a single malevolent spirit in sight, and yet we have barely moved in half an hour. What is the hold-up? I am concerned for my daughter's well-being. Is there a problem with that? You. Kong Wan was a loss for words. It was indeed true that the guide ahead was moving at a painfully slow pace. However, this was a dungeon. And what if they encountered malevolent spirits? Reluctantly, she resolved to take the lead. Yet, before she could finish her thought, Song Qing stepped in front of her, cradling Dudu. Thank you for your kind offer, but I shall take my daughter ahead. If you can keep up, feel free to follow. If not, it's not my fault. With that, Song Qing and Dudu vanished into the mist ahead. In an instant, everyone was left dumbfounded. Was he out his mind? This was a dungeon, not merely a fog-laden valley. The moment Kong Wan considered the dangers that Song Qing and Dudu might face, she couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Serves him right. He is just asking for trouble. Despite her harsh words, she resolutely followed in Song Qing's direction. The others in the team, witnessing the unfolding situation, no longer hesitated and swiftly dashed forward. The fog in the mountains was thick, and Song Qing draped his cloak over Dudu while he himself was soaked by the mist. After 2 hours of relentless running, he finally sensed the presence of numerous malevolent spirits ahead. At that moment, Dudu suddenly pointed towards a misty distance and exclaimed, "Daddy, there seems to be something over there." Song Qing paused momentarily, then moved in the direction Dudu indicated, and indeed he spotted a stone tablet. Inscribed upon it were ominous words, "Before nightfall, living beings, keep your distance. This is the haunted forest. When night falls, countless vengeful spirits roam within, and the living are their finest feast." Additionally, he noticed some crooked lettering carved into the stone. Cross through the woods ahead and reach Hu family village to safely endure the night. After reading this, Song Qing glanced ahead. It seemed imperative to traverse the woods before nightfall if they were to survive. Yet, the number of malevolent spirits within appeared rather daunting. Just as he pondered how to proceed, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed behind him. "Have you lost your mind, running so fast? What if something goes wrong?" Kong Wan's tone carried an unusual note. Though tinged with reproach, it was more a query as to why Song Qing was sprinting ahead. Aside from Song Qing and Dudu, the others were enhanced individuals, their physical capabilities far superior to the average person. Yet, Song Qing had managed to run for 2 hours with Dudu in tow, which was simply absurd. Nonetheless, upon seeing them safe, Kong Wan let out a sigh of relief. Song Qing shrugged helplessly. "Aren't we just fine?" Kong Wan opened her mouth, unsure of how to respond. Although she was highly dissatisfied with Song Qing's actions, there was an unsettling feeling that perhaps he was aware of a path devoid of malevolent spirits. However, upon further reflection, she deemed it improbable. For this Demon Knight instance was a novel addition, one that had never been traversed before. Surely, it was a manifestation of his audacity. Subsequently, she beheld the stone tablet that Song Qing and Dudu were intently observing. What is inscribed upon it?" Song Qing slightly shrugged and inquired. "You do know how to read, don't you?" Kong Wan shot a fierce glare at Song Qing before directing her gaze back to the stone tablet. After perusing its contents, her expression shifted to one of palpable anxiety. "Damn it, it appears this place is ill-suited for lingering. We must hasten our passage." Yet, Song Qing pointed towards the thicket ahead and cautioned, "The area is teeming with malevolent spirits, numbering at least in the thousands." Chapter 69. The warning on the stone tablet. Kong Wan was momentarily taken aback, looking incredulously at Song Qing. You claim there are thousands of malevolent spirits inside? How can that be possible? If there truly were that many, we would have been in danger long ago." Song Qing shrugged indifferently. "If you don't believe me, feel free to check for yourself. However, should you meet your demise there, it is not my concern." Kong Wan glared at Song Qing, her anger palpable. "Is it so difficult for you to speak kindly? I'm trying to protect you." As the two were embroiled in their argument, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from behind them. Soon, a large group arrived, each person appearing breathless and in poor condition. A man with a number 1 sticker on his shoulder cast a disgruntled glance at Song Qing. "Why are you running so fast? Have you forgotten what we agreed upon?" Song Qing shot him a sidelong glance. "You are the ones dragging us down. Besides, I never agreed to team up with you." The man with the number 1 pointed an accusatory finger at Song Qing. What? Am I wrong? Did I ever say I wanted to form a team with you? Who called me a burden? I believe there are some among us who truly resemble burdens." The man fell silent, turning his gaze toward the inscriptions on the stone tablet. Subsequently, others began to gather around the tablet. When they saw that Song Qing and Dudu were still alive, disbelief washed over their faces. Number 10's eyes widened in surprise. To him, it seemed impossible for the pair to have survived, especially considering they were not enhanced individuals, and one was merely a small girl. They truly possess some skill to have even defeated Sun Wang. It seems they are rather capable. At this moment, nearly everyone noticed the warning inscribed on the tablet, their expressions turning grave. Number 3 looked up at the dim sky. It seems the sun is setting. Only then did the group realize that twilight was indeed approaching. "Oh no, we must hurry." Thus, they resolved to press onward. Song Qing neither impeded their progress nor intended to inform them of the malevolent spirits ahead. Upon witnessing Song Qing's reaction, Kong Wan hesitated momentarily. Then, In a hushed voice, she asked, "Are you certain there are really thousands of malevolent spirits ahead?" However, the surrounding individuals remained silent, and her question was overheard by everyone. They turned to Kong Wan, each wearing a look of astonishment. "What? There are thousands of malevolent spirits in the woods ahead? Who said that?" Kong Wan, feeling helpless, glanced at Song Qing, choosing not to answer the inquiries of the others. After all, it was Song Qing who had made the claim, and she too found his words somewhat dubious. Although this was a 3-star instance, undeniably difficult. How could there possibly be so many malevolent spirits? If there were truly thousands, it would hardly qualify as a 3-star instance. Song Qing surveyed the group and nodded gently. Indeed, there are, without a doubt, thousands of malevolent spirits in the woods ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately voiced their dissent. You claim there are thousands? Have you counted them? What a boast. How could there possibly be that many malevolent spirits? I see now. This fellow is rushing so fast just to set us up with this stone tablet, chuckled another. A Tier 3 dungeon with only a handful of participants. How could there be so many malevolent spirits? Do you even comprehend the rules of dungeons? Almost everyone dismissed Song Qing's words, retorting with scorn. On the side, Kong Wan felt the others were being rather excessive and promptly interjected, "What is the meaning of this? He is merely offering a kind reminder. If you choose not to believe him, must you resort to mockery?" Upon seeing Kong Wan defend him, the crowd fell silent. Then, the first male participant addressed everyone, regardless of the truth in his words. "We must remain vigilant. Let us depart. Once night falls, the forest will become perilous. We should seek a safe haven in advance." The group wholeheartedly agreed with him and, after a brief discussion, formed their team and moved forward. Kong Wan watched as the others departed, feeling a bit troubled. "Hey, are you coming or not?" At that moment, Song Qing had just heated the self-heating hot pot he had brought along and was enjoying it with doo-doo. Upon hearing Kong Wan's words, he sighed. "I've already mentioned that there are numerous malevolent spirits in the forest ahead. We must devise a plan. This is not the time." Kong Wan rubbed her forehead, feeling somewhat exasperated. "If we don't leave now, do you intend to stay here? Doesn't the inscription on the stone tablet warn of vengeful spirits at night?" However, Song Qing merely smiled and handed Kong Wan a serving of hot pot. "Let us eat before we go. There's no rush, so let us have a bite." Seeing the self-heating hot pot, Kong Wan couldn't contain herself. Hey, this is a horror dungeon. How can you still have the leisure to bring such things?" Song Qing glanced at her. "Don't you like hot pot?" "Oh, I also have some snail noodles, though they have quite a strong aroma. Would you like some?" Kong Wan, utterly speechless at Song Qing's refusal to directly answer a question, sighed, "I am truly at a loss for words. If it weren't for the principal's instructions to look after you, I wouldn't bother with you at all. This is the last time I'll listen to you." With that, she found a stone to place in front of Song Qing and then glanced at his backpack. "Do you have a seafood hot pot?" Song Qing looked up at her. "What, do you really think I run a grocery store?" Yet, to her surprise, he indeed pulled out a seafood self-heating hot pot and handed it to her. "Don't forget to pay me back later. I only brought one." Kong Wan was at a loss for words, lifting the seafood hot pot as she began to eat. In no time, the area around the stone tablet was filled with delightful aromas, while Song Qing and Dudu savored their meal with greasy delight. Though Kong Wan was quite speechless, she felt significantly more invigorated eating the seafood hot pot, gradually recovering from the fatigue of their earlier run. Meanwhile, at the temporary command center of the North Mountain Dungeon, the soldiers tasked with surveillance were intently observing the conditions and physical states of everyone displayed on the large screen. They were taken aback to see Song Qing, accompanied by his daughter and Kong Wan, not following the main contingent, but remaining behind to enjoy hot pot. Their astonishment was palpable. Has this person lost his mind? This is a Tier 3 dungeon. How could they possibly have brought self-heating hot pot into it? Who knows? During the initial inspection, they only checked that personal items did not exceed the weight limit without scrutinizing the contents, came the reply. Is it possible? I thought the extra equipment belonged to the little girl, but it turns out it was Song Qing who neglected to bring any. What? He left his gear behind? Could it be that he discarded all his equipment in favor of these provisions? Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was left speechless. Just then, footsteps echoed outside, and the tent flap was lifted, revealing the mayor accompanied by several others. Upon their arrival, the soldiers immediately stood at attention and saluted. Had there been any onlookers present, they would surely have been astonished. Among the newcomers were several top commanders of the Jiangnan City military, the mayor himself, and the elusive astrologer, Stardust. What's the situation inside? Have there been any casualties? One of the commanders inquired softly. The monitoring soldiers exchanged glances and shook their heads. Report, currently, all survivors are in good condition, with no casualties reported. However, but what? Report, please have the officer see for himself. At the soldier's words, several people were momentarily taken aback, and they soon noticed the three individuals enjoying hot pot on the large screen. The mayor's expression shifted to one of shock. What was going on? They did not enter? The soldiers shook their heads. They did enter. Mr. Song Qing and his daughter, along with Miss Kong Wan, are inside, but they have temporarily separated from the main group. Upon hearing this, the mayor's heart sank. What could possibly be happening? The soldiers then recounted the disputes that had occurred in between, and upon hearing this, a grave expression spread across the faces of the onlookers. It was at this moment that Stardust, who had remained silent until now, suddenly posed a question. Isn't Song Qing a non-enhanced individual? The mayor nodded. Yes, he is not an enhanced individual. At this, an expression of curiosity flickered across Stardust's previously resigned face. Perhaps only he can save those individuals. The mayor and the others were momentarily taken aback. Master Stardust, are you suggesting that Song Qing can rescue them? Stardust revealed a mysterious smile. Indeed. Just then, a soldier shouted urgently, not good. Malevolent spirits are approaching. Report. Subject 3 is injured. Subject 5 is down. Condition unknown. Report. A significant number of malevolent spirits detected. Approximately 3,000. Beside the monument in the Night Demon Gorge, Song Qing stuffed the last piece of fish tofu into his mouth, followed by a generous portion of leftover rice, unable to suppress a hearty burp. My dear, have you had your fill? Duda couldn't help but pat her belly. I'm full, Daddy. It feels like I can't eat anymore. Song Qing chuckled heartily, then pushed the remaining dishes into his own bowl. Come, let Daddy share the burden. Once we finish, we should be on our way. Observing the scene of father and daughter, Kong Wan felt a sudden surge of admiration. This moment was truly beautiful. She reached for a napkin to dab at the corners of her mouth, preparing to rise when, suddenly, a chilling scream erupted from the distant thicket. Help! Help! Run! Quick, run! There are evil spirits, so many evil spirits. Kong Wan froze momentarily, then swiftly drew her gun, readying herself for confrontation. Stop eating, something's gone awry. Yet, she noticed that Song Qing had already tidied up, seemingly unaware. All right, we should set off now. Chapter 70. A Swift Decapitation. Is this still humanity? Observing Song Qing's demeanor, which radiated an air of absolute control, Kong Wan was suddenly struck by a feeling of being a burden. She shook her head vigorously, swiftly banishing the thought from her mind, and then hastened to keep pace with Song Qing. After just a few hundred meters, the sound of anguished cries grew increasingly near. Soon, the mist was pierced by the sound of rapid footsteps. A wave of anxiety washed over Kong Wan as she drew her sidearm, preparing to fire, only to have her arm restrained by Song Qing. Survivors. Kong Wan cast a curious glance at Song Qing, poised to inquire how he knew so much, when a blood-soaked figure, number 1, came rushing towards them. So many malevolent spirits. Run, run. The sight of number 1 left Kong Wan utterly stunned. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Song Qing had somehow acquired a short blade and was continuing forward, pulling Dudu along with him. Hey, I told you, there are numerous malevolent spirits ahead. What are you doing? Kong Wan, alarmed by Song Qing's fearless demeanor, rushed in front of him to obstruct his path. With a resigned look, Song Qing replied, of course. We're heading to the small village on the other side for refuge. Do you intend to stay here for the night? Darkness is fast approaching. But Kong Wan's concerns lingered until she suddenly felt a small hand grasping hers. Auntie, let's listen to Dad and go over there. He surely has a plan. In that moment, Kong Wan felt an inexplicable bewilderment regarding Song Qing. Who exactly was he? How could he maintain such composure in this perilous scenario? Had he endured numerous trials and accumulated an array of physical enhancements, surpassing even the most fortified among them? She wished to voice more thoughts, yet found herself being pulled forward by Dudu. With no other option, she continued onward beside Song Qing, the trio appearing as a family unit. A sudden flush crept to her cheeks, and she couldn't resist casting a furtive glance at Song Qing. After traversing several more meters, they observed a continuous stream of survivors retreating in terror, each one clearly terrified beyond measure. Outside the Instance Command Center, everyone's gaze was fixed on a large screen depicting Song Qing. Confusion reigned among the onlookers, their faces etched with puzzlement. What was his intention? He was well aware of the malevolent spirits ahead. Why was he pressing onward? Had he lost his mind? Surely, rushing into a throng of malevolent spirits would be tantamount to courting death. Is there any means to stop him? Damn it, I forgot that we have no influence here. Panic began to spread as they envisioned Song Qing leading both Dudu and Kong Wan to become prey for the malevolent spirits. Just then, the city chief noticed the Master of Stardust beside him sporting a faint smile. He looked at the Master in astonishment. Master, did you discern something? With a knowing smile, the Master of Stardust replied, Song Qing is extraordinarily astute. He has seized the singular opportunity presented to him. Upon hearing his words, the crowd was somewhat perplexed. Master, why do you say that? They questioned. Clearly, there are malevolent spirits ahead. How can this possibly be our only opportunity? Indeed, this is a deadlock. I cannot envision what Song Qing could possibly do. Master, please do not keep us in suspense. Just tell us. The Stardust Master pointed at Song Qing on the screen. At that moment, the malevolent spirits were rushing towards them. It was also the moment when their density was at its lowest. If they charged forward now, it would be a golden opportunity to break through the encirclement. Of course, this would require immense courage and capability. One could only wonder if Song Qing possessed such strength. Upon hearing this, the mayor, stroking his chin, began to envision the scenario described by the Stardust Master. Moments later, a look of excitement blossomed on his face. The Stardust Master was indeed correct. If they were to charge recklessly, the malevolent spirits on either side would surge forth, resulting in an overwhelming number of adversaries. However, Song Qing had chosen this precise moment when the spirits had already surged several hundred meters ahead, thus reducing their density, and he opted for a surprise assault on the right path. In doing so, they could break free from the encirclement with minimal losses. How astute! How remarkably clever! After the mayor's explanation, the crowd gradually came to a realization. So that was it. If this were true, then Song Qing was indeed formidable. Could it be that he had devised this plan all along, allowing others to charge ahead, thereby thoroughly disrupting the spirits in the forest before leading his team through? If so, his strategic mind was truly terrifying, especially considering that the other survivors were not weaklings. The mayor and Principal Wu of the Hunter School wore expressions brimming with excitement. If this were the case, Song Qing had indeed secured Kong Wan's safety. They had initially believed that Song Qing had merely relied on extraordinary luck to obtain the rights to the 3-star instance. Now they realized how gravely mistaken they had been. Song Qing was not merely fortunate, but possessed an astounding strategic acumen. However, the next question remained. Did Song Qing truly possess such formidable abilities? After all, there were thousands of malevolent spirits within the forest. Even if many had exited, a considerable number still lurked inside. Coupled with the dense fog, no one could ascertain where the spirits were most concentrated or where they were sparse. In the heart of the jungle, Song Qing led Dudu and Kong Wan steadily forward. Yet, Kong Wan noticed that Song Qing was not heading straight ahead, but rather along the edge of the canyon. Suddenly, she comprehended the reasoning behind Song Qing's actions, and a sense of admiration for him blossomed within her heart. Just then, as Kong Wan pondered this, a massive malevolent spirit lunged forth from the thick fog. Towering over 2 meters, its robust frame boasted thick arms and a gaping maw dripping with blood, evidently having feasted upon some unfortunate soul. Be careful! Kong Wan immediately let out a cry, drawing her gun and preparing to pull the trigger. However, Song Qing's voice resonated. You'd better not move. Stunned by his words, Kong Wan paused. Not move? He intends to, as his voice echoed in her ears. Song Qing's figure vanished from her sight. Suddenly, a towering malevolent spirit in the distance emitted a wretched scream and then collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. It was dead? Witnessing this scene, Kong Wan stood there, utterly dumbfounded. What on earth just happened? Such a formidable malevolent spirit, just like that. Gone? She could scarcely believe her eyes. Everything seemed so surreal. Song Qing appeared devoid of any aura of a powerful warrior, yet his strike was incisive, effortlessly slaying a mid-level malevolent spirit with a single move. Such prowess was nothing short of terrifying. Even the strongest instructor, Su Su, from the Advanced Hunter Academy, might not easily vanquish that mid-level spirit. It is worth noting that Su Su's strength was achieved through secondary enhancement, while he possessed talent. Enhancement was the true path to power. At that moment, Kong Wan couldn't help but glance at Dudu beside her, only to find the little girl nonchalantly savoring her candy, her expression devoid of any astonishment, as if such events were utterly mundane. Dudu, is your father always this formidable? Dudu looked up at Kong Wan, puzzled. Yes. Isn't this a simple monster? Is it really that difficult? Daddy says that Dudu can be just as strong in the future. Upon hearing Dudu's words, Kong Wan felt as though her worldview was about to shatter. What ist? How could that be? It was a mid-level malevolent spirit, incredibly powerful. Even she might not be able to defeat it head-on. Good heavens, who were these people? Boasting? Yet this little girl did not seem to be lying. What secrets lay hidden within Song Qing? As Kong Wan's mind raced with thoughts, Song Qing turned to her and said, "What are you dawdling for? If you don't keep moving, you'll be surrounded by malevolent spirits." Understood. At that moment, Kong Wan, in stark contrast to her earlier arrogance, found herself humbled, realizing that her self-proclaimed strength was trivial in the presence of Song Qing. Chapter 71. I truly have a cheat. Why do you doubt it? Song Qing, accompanied by Dudu and Kong Wan, advanced with determination, effortlessly dispatching each formidable evil spirit they encountered. His uncanny ability to foresee danger allowed him to neutralize threats with remarkable ease. Even when faced with multiple foes, he remained unperturbed, vanquishing them with a casual finesse that left Kong Wan in a state of disbelief. To her, the events unfolding were nothing short of extraordinary, yet for Song Qing, they were as routine as preparing a simple meal, devoid of any particular effort. Ding! Level 40 Evil Spirit defeated. Ding! Level 39 Evil Spirit defeated. The incessant notifications echoed in Song Qing's mind as they drew closer to the village ahead. Kong Wan, trailing behind, was utterly flabbergasted. She could scarcely fathom the extent of Song Qing's prowess. The multitude of evil spirits before them seemed incapable of withstanding his formidable assault. As she surveyed the ground littered with the remnants of their adversaries, she felt a numbing detachment. The sheer number of evil spirits they faced far exceeded those she had encountered in countless dungeons combined. She and Dudu took on the task of extracting the precious magic crystals from the fallen spirits. While somewhat unpleasant, these crystals held significant value. Kong Wan had long desired to undertake a second enhancement, but had struggled to amass enough magic crystals despite her efforts with various dungeon merchant associations. Yet, in a mere span of time, Song Qing had collected nearly 100 magic crystals, a feat that was almost incomprehensible. Outside the dungeon command tent, everyone within was rendered speechless. Those who had previously worried that Song Qing might hinder their progress now recognized him as the most formidable ally. Many of the hunting company owners cursed their own subordinates for provoking Song Qing upon entry. Now, they found themselves empty-handed as he single-handedly carved a path through their foes, leaving them with nothing but regret. Some had even perished at the hands of the malevolent spirits. The mayor's astonishment had not waned. He swallowed hard, his hands trembling as he lifted his teacup, struggling to bring it to his lips. Incredible, truly incredible. My initial assessment of his capabilities was far too conservative. Nearby, Principal Wu of the Advanced Hunter School was equally astonished by Song Qing's performance. Such strength, he might even be overqualified for the role of a school director. Meanwhile, Master Stardust observed Song Qing's every move with an approving demeanor, a satisfied expression gracing his features. Indeed, quite impressive. It has been many years since I encountered such a gifted individual. Perhaps, in due time, his potential will be limitless. With proper guidance, he could ascend to the ranks of 7-star, 8-star, or even 9-star experts. His words elicited a collective gaze toward Master Stardust. It had been a long time since they had heard him bestow such high praise upon anyone. A 9-star expert? That seems utterly implausible. After all, there are scarcely a few 9-star experts throughout the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom. Indeed, those 9-star masters are cultivated from the entire resources of the Dragon Country. Song Qing, can one truly attain such a realm? The crowd felt that Master Xingqian's assertions were somewhat exaggerated. After all, the prerequisites for becoming a 9-star master are exceedingly stringent. Firstly, one must independently conquer a 9-star dungeon. Just this single requirement is already a task that is beyond the capabilities of an average individual. The difficulty of different dungeons increases exponentially. For instance, the challenge of a 1-star dungeon may be rated as 2, while that of a 2-star dungeon is 4, which is not a significant increase. However, by the time one reaches the 3-star dungeon, the difficulty escalates to 8, and for the 4-star dungeon, it rises to 16. It is evident that when it comes to the 9-star dungeon, the difficulty level reaches a terrifying magnitude. Moreover, 9-star dungeons do not occur daily. Statistics show that across the entire Blue Star, there are typically no more than 5 occurrences of 9-star dungeons each day. Therefore, even if one possesses the capability to conquer a 9-star dungeon, one must also rely on extraordinary luck. Additionally, to independently traverse a 9-star dungeon, the physical and various skill requirements are exceptionally high, necessitating vast resources to be expended. To date, no organization has succeeded in cultivating the ability of a 9-star master. Yet today, Master Xingqian has boldly prophesied that Song Qing will reach the level of a 9-star master, indicating his high expectations for Song Qing. At that moment, someone suddenly pointed at the screen and exclaimed, "Look, Song Qing has vanquished the evil spirits and has arrived at Hu Family Village." This declaration immediately captured the attention of the crowd once more. Sure enough, Song Qing, with a blade in one hand and Dudu in the other, accompanied by Kong Wan, appeared with an expression of serene composure. Remarkable. He truly accomplished it. The mayor could not help but express his astonishment. At this point, Song Qing felt a sense of relief and gestured towards the village ahead, saying, "Let's go." Kong Wan, however, was still glancing back at the corpses of the evil spirits in the forest. Finally, unable to restrain her curiosity, she asked, How did you manage to defeat these evil spirits? You haven't undergone any enhancements, yet you are stronger than those who have." Seeing the look in Kong Wan's eyes, Song Qing smiled and replied, "I have a cheat." Upon hearing this, Kong Wan felt a flicker of annoyance. "If you don't want to say, then forget it." Really?" With that, she turned and walked towards the village. Song Qing sighed in frustration. "I truly have a cheat. Otherwise, how could I be this strong? I'm just speaking the truth, yet you refuse to believe me." Duda looked up at Song Qing and asked, "Daddy, what is a cheat?" Song Qing pondered for a moment and explained, It's playing the game without adhering to the rules, utilizing some more powerful tools." Dudu's face lit up with understanding. "Daddy, does that mean I have a cheat too?" Song Qing chuckled heartily. "You are also a little one with a cheat." He. I love having a cheat." Thus, Song Qing lifted Dudu and made his way towards the village. At this moment, the sky gradually darkened. In the depths of the forest, Number 1, accompanied by the remaining remnants of their forces, pursued the path that Song Qing had taken. "Brother, is this route truly viable?" questioned a man adorned with the number 7 insignia, clutching his wounded arm with a hint of skepticism. Number 1 glanced at the expectant faces surrounding him, opting to reveal the truth without further concealment. He produced a palm-sized device, stating, "Behold, this contraption is known as the Life Instrument Detection Device. I discreetly implanted a terminal on Kong Wan. Upon activating the device, 3 green dots illuminated the display. These dots represented 3 individuals. Their extinguishment signified death. Red indicated severe injury. Yellow denoted minor wounds, and green indicated a state of robust health. The group was momentarily taken aback. This implied that the three of them were, in fact, unharmed. Number 1 nodded and sighed. It seems that woman possesses some extraordinary abilities unbeknownst to us. No wonder they did not accompany us. They clearly knew the method to navigate this place. Upon hearing this, the group was incensed. Damn it, having played the role of the eagle all our lives, we've been pecked in the eye by one. This vendetta must be avenged. Indeed, we must seek retribution. To be ensnared within a dungeon is utterly despicable. Such a grievance, if left unaddressed, is unworthy of a gentleman. As the group simmered with righteous indignation, Number 10 suddenly interjected. I believe our immediate priority is to ensure our survival. As for vengeance, we have 3 days ahead of us. He then removed his earpiece, adding, Kongwan's background is far from ordinary. Thus, you comprehend the gravity of the situation? The group promptly grasped the urgency of the matter and swiftly dismantled and destroyed all surveillance equipment. Subsequently, Number 1 surveyed his companions. The night is approaching. We must quicken our pace. With that, the group set forth along the bloody path carved by Song Qing. Chapter 72. You will sleep on the floor tonight as the remaining 6 survivors cautiously advanced towards Hu family village. Song Qing, accompanied by Dudu and Kongwan, arrived at the front of a quaint 2-story building that seemed rather decent. Let us rest here for the night, Song Qing proposed. Kongwan did not offer further comment. Yet her gaze wandered to the low, earthen-walled houses surrounding them, feeling an unsettling aura emanating from the 2-story building before them. Just as Song Qing was about to enter with Dudu, Kongwan could no longer suppress her concerns. Wait a moment. Song Qing turned back to her, inquiring, what is it? Everywhere we look, there are these earthen houses. Choosing this 2-story building seems somewhat too conspicuous, doesn't it? Song Qing was well aware of Kongwan's apprehensions. After all other structures were humble earthen dwellings. And this solitary building was undoubtedly a source of heightened danger in the minds of most. However, Song Qing remained unperturbed, for he had already employed his 6th sense to ascertain the surroundings. Within this building, he sensed no imminent threats, but rather the presence of a singular individual. Indeed, there was someone inside. To assuage Kongwan's worries, he regarded her earnestly. Why don't you explore elsewhere to see if there is any danger? Kongwan looked at him incredulously. I am but a girl. How can you be so heartless? Song Qing shot her a glance of exasperation. If you prefer not to venture out, then heed my words. If you wish to clear this quest, do not dawdle. At that moment, Kongwan found herself devoid of any remaining agency. In truth, it seemed she had never possessed any autonomy from the outset, having consistently followed Song Qing's lead. Frustrated, she was about to push the door open when Song Qing blocked her path. What if someone is inside? Kongwan retorted coldly. In such a quest, how could there possibly be anyone? If there were, I would devour this door. Song Qing chuckled, rubbing the door before them. I fear this door would not be very palatable. Cut it out. That is utterly impossible. Before Kongwan could finish a retort, the door unexpectedly swung open. Standing at the threshold was an elderly woman, her face lined with deep wrinkles, exuding a somewhat frightening presence. Come in. Song Qing glanced at Kongwan. Shall I carry you to your room later? Kongwan stood in shock, gazing incredulously at the elderly woman. How did you get in? The woman ignored her question and turned, stepping into the room. Song Qing laughed heartily and, with Dudu in tow, followed her inside. The room was modest in size, sparsely furnished, yet was impeccably clean. Song Qing refrained from inquiring about the elderly woman's identity, as he understood that she, much like Du, was a neutral entity within this quest. Though she appeared human at that moment, she still belonged to the realm of spirits. Suddenly, the elderly woman halted and addressed Song Qing. The cost for 1 night's lodging is 100 magic crystals. Upon hearing this, Kongwan gasped in astonishment. What? Lodging? Is this not an ordinary residence? Why must there be a fee? Moreover, why is it so exorbitant? The elderly woman glanced back at Kongwan. If you find it too expensive, you need not stay. There are free accommodations nearby. Observing the woman's indifferent attitude towards staying, Kongwan could only silence herself and cast her gaze towards Song Qing. She saw Song Qing examining the collected magic crystals, counting them meticulously. I happen to possess 100 magic crystals. That should suffice for a room. With that, Song Qing placed the 100 crystals upon the table and ascended the stairs with Du Du in tow. Kong Wan felt a tumult of emotions, pursed her lips, and turned to leave. At that moment, Song Qing suddenly looked back at her from the staircase. "Where are you going?" Kong Wan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied softly, "I think I will opt for the free lodging." The elderly woman glanced at the darkening sky. Nightfall is approaching, and the nearby free lodgings may not withstand the evil spirits that come with the night. The establishment closes in half an hour. If you wish to leave, do so promptly. Seeing the concern etched on the elderly woman's face deepened Kong Wan's distress. I do not possess that many magic crystals." Ultimately, she spoke the truth. Just then Du from upstairs piped up, "Annie, I am quite small. I hardly take up space. Surely, 3 of us can share one bed without issue." Du est innocent remarque, med Kong Wan blush. She recognized the candidness of a child's words and felt reassured that with Du present, Song Qing would likely not impose any unwelcome actions upon her. Nevertheless, she found the situation somewhat peculiar. Before she could complete her thought, Song Qing interjected from the staircase. "No need, you can sleep on the floor." Kong Wan clenched her teeth in frustration, yet upon glancing at the ominous sky, she ultimately resigned herself and ascended the stairs. Song Qing, Du, and Kong Wan entered the room to arrange the bedding. Number 1 and the other 5 finally arrived outside the 2-story building. "This is a rather decent place." The group expressed their satisfaction upon seeing the house. Subsequently, Number 8 kicked the door open, only to be taken aback by the sight of an elderly woman standing inside. Upon seeing her, the group immediately tensed, even drawing their weapons. The elderly woman stood firmly at the entrance, her expression unyielding. Each room costs 100 magic crystals per night, plus a maintenance fee of 100 crystals. Upon hearing this, Number 5 among the group aimed his weapon at the elderly woman's head, visibly displeased. "Humph, have you lost your mind over money? Is your life worth less than magic crystals?" However, to their astonishment, the elderly woman remained unfazed, looking at them with an air of indifference. "There are 10 minutes until closing. If you choose not to stay, then leave." Seeking death, Number 5, already fatigued, perceived the elderly woman's demands as extortion and chuckled coldly. "Then I shall grant you your wish." The others showed no sign of objection, entirely viewing the elderly woman as a malevolent spirit. Without hesitation, Number 5 pulled the trigger. Bang! The deafening gunshot rang out, and the group assumed the elderly woman was no longer among the living. However, what they did not anticipate was that the old lady exhibited no signs of distress. Instead, the wound on her head gradually diminished. Number 5 was taken aback, seizing his pistol once more, prepared to pull the trigger. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a knife had mysteriously appeared in the old lady's hand, and she swiftly struck towards his neck. Alas, Number 5 was caught off guard, suffering a deep gash across his shoulder blade and half of his neck. A scream pierced the air, prompting the others to hurriedly pull him away while firing their weapons and retreating. However, the old lady did not pursue them. With a resounding bang, she slammed the door shut. On the second floor, Kong Wan stood at the railing, witnessing the scene, her body trembling in fear. Song Qing's voice echoed from within, asking if she was still awake. A myriad of emotions swirled within Kong Wan, and ultimately, she retreated to her room. Meanwhile, in the command center outside the scenario, the city leaders and representatives from various companies involved wore grim expressions. They were utterly astonished that so many elites had already perished so soon after the commencement. The owner of Number 5's company furiously slammed his hand on the table, muttering curses under his breath. "Fool! Fool! I've squandered so many resources to enhance him, and he plays it like this?" The other eliminated companies displayed expressions of helplessness, astonished that the seemingly weakest individual could be so formidable. It was as if he were cheating, just as had been suggested. At that moment, the president of the Hunter Company under Changyu Group wore an exceedingly grave expression. After watching the video for a while, he promptly exited the tent and moved to a secluded area to retrieve his phone, dialing a number. As soon as the call connected, he erupted into a tirade. "Sun Xiao, you bastard. Do you have any idea what foolishness you've committed?" Sun Xiao, on the other end of the line, was taken aback by the barrage of insults, bewildered and feeling unjustly accused. "President, what on earth have I done? I feel like I've done nothing at all. It's all your fault. You provided us with profoundly erroneous information, which has left Lu Hong in a precarious situation within the scenario. He is likely to perish." Upon hearing this, Sun Xiao was drenched in a cold sweat. This is impossible. I spent a fortune on the entry ticket out of goodwill. How could there be a problem? I thoroughly investigated those individuals. Lu Hong is certainly fine. Nonsense. What do you mean you investigated? What about Song Qing? How do you explain his situation? Sun Xiao was rendered speechless. Song Qing? Isn't he just lucky? How could he possibly survive in such a scenario? The president, seething with anger, recounted the events he had just witnessed on the video surveillance. After absorbing this information, Sun Xiao felt a wave of dread wash over him. This can't be true. Did something go awry? Song Qing isn't even an enhanced individual. How could he have slain so many evil spirits? Do you think I would deceive you regarding such matters? Consider this matter carefully. At this moment, Sun Xiao's mind was a tempest of confusion. President, do not rush. Lu Hong is no fool. He will surely possess the means to counteract this situation. Counteract? Indeed, I know Lu Hong well. He will not remain passive. Even if Song Qing is formidable, he is still a guardian to a child. Therefore, President, let us not be hasty, but rather observe further. Upon hearing Sun Xiao's words, a notion sparked in the president's mind. Could it be that Lu Hong intends to target that child? Within a dilapidated thatched house in Jiangnan, several individuals, including number 1, gazed upon the lifeless body of number 5, their faces etched with fury. Damn it! What on earth happened? How did Song Qing and Kong Wan survive? There must be some miscalculation. I assert that our focus should not solely be on claiming the top position or acquiring the props, but rather on how we might endure this ordeal. Let's seek out Kong Wan. I am somewhat acquainted with her. Perhaps she could be of assistance. But how do we locate her? Our communication devices are lost. The last speaker was number 11. However, as he finished speaking, he noticed that the others had produced their communication devices. Number 1 gently patted him on the shoulder, saying, "You are still too naive." Amidst number 11's disgruntled expression, number 1 activated the communication device and declared, "Kong Wan, are you there? Please help us." Chapter 73. The uniquely tasteful Song Qing, upon hearing the voice through her headset, Kong Wan instantly lost all sense of drowsiness. Unable to resist, she glanced up at Song Qing, who was seated on the bed, narrating a story to Dudu. It was only then that she realized this was a message sent solely to her by number 1. After pondering for quite some time, Kong Wan finally coughed lightly and addressed Song Qing. "Ahem, may I trouble you with a question?" Song Qing turned to look at Kong Wan, noticing that her expression was rather unusual, yet he nodded in agreement. "Go ahead." Kong Wan gestured towards her headset and remarked, "Wang Shun is looking for me," the one referred to as number 1. Song Qing nodded in understanding. He had anticipated that those individuals would seek him out, but he was surprised they had taken so long to do so. It appeared they were truly at their wits' end. "Ask him what he wants." Kong Wan obediently pressed the communication button and replied, "What is the matter?" Soon, Wang Shun's voice echoed through the headset. "Ms. Kong, we just had a discussion and concluded that the difficulty level of this instance is rather high. We believe that achieving success will be exceedingly challenging. We unanimously agree that cooperation would be more advantageous. Thus, we intend to invite you to rejoin us." Hearing Wang Shun's voice, Kong Wan couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle within her heart. These individuals were undeniably brazen. To insist on her rejoining them under such circumstances was utterly shameless. She glanced at Song Qing and spoke into the headset. "Speak plainly." Wang Shun's voice soon returned. "Ahem, what I mean is, we would like you to persuade Song Qing to see if he would consider taking us along." "Understood. I will inquire." With that, Kong Wan switched off the headset and turned to Song Qing, relaying Wang Shun's intentions. "It seems they have reached a dead end and wish to seek refuge with you." Song Qing nodded, comprehending their plight. He then stated directly, "I can bring them along." Kong Wan was momentarily taken aback. Although she felt that so readily abandoning them was rather callous, this was indeed an instance where lives were at stake. If their presence were to hinder their progress, the consequences could be dire. These individuals seem to have some prior disagreements with you. Why would you agree to this? Song Qing smiled gently. I haven't finished my statement. Do not rush to conclusions. Kong Wan was puzzled. Song Qing was already so formidable. What could he possibly gain from them? Song Qing glanced out of the window and continued. Tell them that I am willing to take them along, but each must provide me with 100 magic crystals. Moreover, all subsequent actions on the journey will follow my command. Upon hearing Song Qing's demands, Kong Wan was utterly flabbergasted. She had not anticipated that his request would be so outrageous. 100 magic crystals was no trifling matter. Not only Wang Shun and his companions, but even she would find it exceedingly difficult to procure such an amount. It appears they are unable to produce the required items, does it not? With a bewitching smile, Song Qing replied, of course, I am aware they cannot. Then why propose such a demand? Kong Wan questioned, perplexed and increasingly unable to fathom Song Qing's intentions. Subsequently, Song Qing elucidated her confusion. If they cannot produce them, they may offset the cost with cash, calculated according to the market price of magic crystals after our departure. Truly, one could say he is fixated on wealth. Kong Wan, feeling rather exasperated, pressed the communication button once more. Song Qing stated that they could accompany them. Yet each individual must provide 100 magic crystals. If they lack these, cash may suffice. Furthermore, all actions on the journey must heed his command. Upon hearing Kong Wan's stipulations, Wang Shun was rendered speechless, erupting into a furious tirade. What a preposterous joke. Have you no shame? 100 each. There are tickets that cost less. Kong Wan retorted without hesitation. If you wish to leave, then do so. It is getting late, and I require rest. Hearing Kong Wan's intent to terminate the call, Wang Shun quickly interjected, Wait, let me consult the others. All right, 1 minute. In the dilapidated room, Wang Shun glared at the others with a face as dark as thunder. You heard what I said. I need not elaborate further. This fellow is simply outrageous. What are your thoughts? The others, equally incensed, pounded the table in outrage. What a scam. This is beyond absurd. Indeed, do they truly believe we are an ATM? 100 magic crystals. Why not go rob a bank instead? Damn it. I have never encountered such arrogance. He better not fall into my hands, or I shall ensure he learns the meaning of regret. Listening to their grievances, Wang Shun glanced at the time and promptly interrupted their complaints. Enough. This is not the time for such discussions. Are you willing to provide the 100 magic crystals? Upon hearing this, the 4 individuals fell into deep contemplation. After all, they did not possess such an abundance of magic crystals. However, they might have sufficient funds, as they were all elite members of the company. Pooling their resources could yield the necessary sum. Yet, none wished to emerge from this endeavor burdened with debt. At that moment, Lu Hong, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. I believe we should agree for now. After all, we are not required to pay immediately. If this fellow meets his demise in the dungeon, our debts shall vanish with him. Once he finished speaking, he noticed that the expressions of the others mirrored his own. Thus, they exchanged silent glances before turning to Wang Shun. Convey our willingness to him. Just inform him that we agree, but currently do not possess the requisite magic crystals. Indeed, as Lu Hong began to speak, Wang Shun had already prepared for this outcome. Consequently, Wang Shun retrieved his headset and reconnected with Kong Wan. We have discussed and unanimously agreed to provide the 100 magic crystals. However, we presently do not have them and must step out. Kong Wan was taken aback, but soon grasped the intentions of these individuals. She did not respond to Wang Shun immediately, but instead turned her gaze towards Song Qing. They agreed, but mentioned that they currently lacked magic crystals and needed to go out to obtain some. However, I sensed that their prompt agreement was rather suspicious. You should be cautious. A faint smile graced Song Qing's lips. No worries, since they have agreed. Inform them to await my message tomorrow morning. Observing Song Qing's demeanor, Kong Wan felt an unsettling notion that this could be another trap laid for Wang Shun and his group. As for what kind of trap it was, She could not fathom Song Qing's intentions, finding him exceedingly enigmatic. Thus, she pressed her lips together and lay on the quilted floor, attempting to listen to the story Song Qing was narrating, yet sleep eluded her. After all, she had known him for less than a day and was sharing a room with him. Although he had a child with him, she still felt uneasy. Soon, a steady sound of soft breathing emanated from the bed, and Song Qing ceased his storytelling. Before long, his breathing joined the symphony, and Kongwan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, not far away in a dilapidated house, Wang Shun and his companions were not as fortunate. Although they had traversed the woods and arrived at Hujia village, the accommodations they secured without spending any money were far from comfortable. Less than an hour into their stay, a rustling noise outside the window startled them. The group quickly grabbed their gear to investigate, discovering a small beast, which they swiftly dispatched. However, within 2 minutes, another commotion erupted, leaving Wang Shun and his companions unable to find rest, compelled to hunt as best as they could. Damn it, we've toiled all day without a moment's respite, and now we can't even sleep at night. Damn! Wang Shun could not help but curse, mirroring the grim expressions of his companions. Lu Hong filled his magazine and then retrieved a dagger. Let us play rock, paper, scissors. Each gets 2 hours, and the loser stands watch. What do you say? The other 4 exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. After a round of the game, Lu Hong was assigned the first watch, followed by the others. Once the others had succumbed to sleep, Lu Hong discreetly pulled out an earpiece from his pocket and inserted it into his ear. To his surprise, he overheard a conversation between Kongwan and Song Qing. Why haven't you gone to sleep? Didn't you also fail to sleep? Well, I'll step out to relieve myself. Care to join? Get lost. Then, the sound of Song Qing's laughter filled the earpiece. After a brief rustling, an elderly voice emerged from the device. What are you doing out so late? Haha, of course, I'm seeking some special services. Upon hearing Song Qing's voice, Lu Hong couldn't help but frown. What the hell? Why go for an elderly woman when there's a stunning beauty in the room? Song Qing certainly has unique tastes. Just as he pondered this, the earpiece indeed relayed the old woman's response. Come inside with me. Chapter 74. Recruiting Allies Originally. Lu Hong intended to listen for any sounds, but a piercing noise erupted from his earphones, nearly shattering his eardrums. Covering his ears, Lu Hong collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in agony, yet he dared not scream, fearful of awakening the others. In his subsequent attempts to hear anything, he was met with utter silence, leaving him to dutifully keep watch. Meanwhile, Song Qing sat in an impeccably clean room, observing an elderly woman before him as she picked up a set of tarot cards. Were they playing a game, or perhaps divining the future? The old woman did not respond directly to Song Qing's inquiry. Instead, she presented him with a price list. At this hour, you must know what to expect. Song Qing glanced at the items listed and immediately frowned. So expensive? Since I'm already staying here. Couldn't you offer a discount? Absolutely not. The elderly woman replied curtly, her demeanor suggesting a take-it-or-leave-it attitude. With no other option, Song Qing reluctantly retrieved 50 magic crystals from his pocket. This is all I have. I'll take package 3. The old woman nodded, reclaiming the price list and placing a tarot card upon the table. Path to Survival, Cave, Tentacle Beast. The card bore 3 seemingly unrelated words. Song Qing furrowed his brow and looked at the elderly woman. Could you elucidate? It's quite simple. The path to your next challenge lies within a cave, and to advance to the second round, you must defeat a tentacled beast. With that, the old woman stowed the tarot card away and closed her eyes. Song Qing anticipated further significant revelations, only to find that she had no intention of continuing the conversation. Is that all I get for 50 magic crystals? Can't you share a bit more? Still with her eyes shut, the elderly woman replied, Package 3 comes at this price. If you desire more information, Package 2 would suit you better. Frustrated, Song Qing realized that while he had more magic crystals, he was unwilling to squander them in such a manner. Rising from his seat, he sighed, Forget it, I'll just go to sleep. Goodbye. As Song Qing exited the room, he glanced at the earphones and various equipment he had brought with him and called out to the old woman. Consider these a gift. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, he spotted someone standing at the top of the staircase. The room was dimly lit, yet he could clearly make out her silhouette. It was Kong Wan. Upon seeing Song Qing, she furrowed her brow slightly. Weren't you supposed to be in a restroom? What took you so long? I suddenly felt an urge and had to relieve myself. Is there a problem? Oomph. I distinctly heard you conversing with an elderly woman. I can't believe you are that sort of person. As she spoke, Kong Wan's face flushed crimson. She had overheard Song Qing's conversation with the old woman from outside the door, and her worldview had been shattered by the implications of their discussion regarding special services. Initially, she had thought she misheard, only to realize that Song Qing had indeed entered the room with the elderly woman and had taken quite some time to emerge. Song Qing gazed at Kong Wan with a bewildered expression. What sort of person are you? He remarked, finding it amusing. Kong Wan stamped her foot in indignation. It's you? Are you daring enough to claim you were doing nothing just now? As Song Qing walked, he stole a glance at Kong Wan, only to realize that her cheeks had flushed a deep crimson. Recalling his earlier conversation with the elderly lady, he suddenly comprehended the implications. Goodness, you can't possibly think I was engaged in such activities with that old woman? Kong Wan, blushing fiercely, retorted with anger. Isn't that the case? I heard everything, including the part about special services. You better not let Du find out. Song Qing placed a hand on his forehead, exclaiming, I truly can't believe this. When I mentioned special services, I was simply referring to gathering some intelligence. What on earth are you thinking? He then recounted the events of his descent down the stairs, leaving Kong Wan utterly dumbfounded. So it wasn't that kind of thing after all. Song Qing rolled his eyes. I am not as sordid as you imagine. Besides, your appearance barely meets my standards. If I desired, I could easily find someone else. You scoundrel. Kong Wan's face turned scarlet from his words, and she reached for her dagger, only to be intercepted by Song Qing. Enough. If there's nothing more to discuss, let us return to sleep. Tomorrow holds significant tasks, and if you don't rest well, you'll be exhausted. With that, he yawned, signaling his genuine fatigue. Reluctantly, Kong Wan conceded and returned to her room to rest. The night passed in silence, and by morning, Song Qing was awakened by the sounds of Kong Wan rising. Despite having slept on the floor, she appeared to be in good spirits, likely a testament to her years honing her skills at the hunter school. After freshening up and having a light breakfast, Song Qing, accompanied by Du and Kong Wan, ventured outside. As they stepped out, Song Qing spotted Wang Shun and his companions, all battered and weary, seated not far away. Upon noticing Song Qing and the others, they quickly stood. Ahem, from now on, let us consider ourselves partners. Let's all put aside previous grievances. Wang Shun initiated, extending his hand towards Song Qing. However, Song Qing had no intention of shaking hands. Instead, he scrutinized Wang Shun's hand. I believe you may have misunderstood me. What I meant yesterday was that I will lead you through this, and you will follow my directives. Understood? After a night of torment, the group no longer displayed their previous bravado and could only nod in resignation. Yes, I misinterpreted your words. We will certainly cooperate moving forward. Please assign us any tasks you have. Kong Wan observed their reaction, astonished. It was important to note that these individuals were elite figures from Jiangnan City, typically proud and condescending. Yet, astonishingly, just a day had passed, and they had been reduced to such a state. It appeared their experiences from the previous night had been quite harrowing. Beside him, Song Qing chuckled softly. Excellent. Your awareness is commendable. Had you possessed such insight earlier, many lives could have been spared. He then retrieved several contracts from his pocket and handed them over. Here, sign these contracts, and we shall formally collaborate. This will facilitate my task distribution. Upon seeing the contracts, Wang Shun and the others exchanged glances. Clearly, Song Qing was not foolish. He had come prepared with the documents. However, they too had their own intentions, and thus they each pressed their fingerprints onto the contracts, marking the commencement of their partnership. Subsequently, Song Qing glanced at the time and stated, the forthcoming task is quite straightforward. We must continue onward. Yet, like yesterday, we need to locate a hiding place. Although the information had been procured at a cost, he chose to share it with everyone. This particular instance was unlike any other, presenting a significantly higher difficulty level alongside stringent task requirements. At that moment, the The surroundings were shrouded in an even thicker fog than the previous day, with visibility reduced to approximately 3 meters. To ensure the successful completion of this mission, Qing opted to share the information with the group, so they could collectively seek out the concealed cave. Upon learning that their next objective was not only to find a cave, but also to vanquish a malevolent spirit boss, expressions of dread washed over their faces. They had initially anticipated that this instance would merely be slightly more challenging than a typical 3-star mission. However, upon entering, they quickly realized that the true challenge lay not in the strength of the spirits, but rather in their sheer numbers. Confronting these malevolent entities, defeating even one proved to be an arduous task, let alone carving a path as Qing had. At that moment, they finally recognized that Qing was indeed their invaluable ally, and aligning with him was undoubtedly the right choice. After issuing his instructions, Qing led the group towards the direction of Jiangnan City. Chapter 75. We do not wish to become cannon fodder. As soon as they set off into the mist, scattered malevolent spirits immediately began to assail them. In the face of these sudden attacks, Wang Shun and his companions found themselves utterly defenseless. Even Kong Wan, when confronted by the spirits, was flustered, struggling to respond adequately. After half an hour of travel, Qing raised his hand to halt their advance. Kong Wan, clutching her injured arm, inquired, "What's wrong? Is it impassable ahead?" With a sigh, Qing asked, "In half an hour, how far have we traveled?" Kong Wan glanced at her watch and replied, "Less than 5 kilometers. Indeed, 5 kilometers in half an hour. If we continue at this pace, we 1T just failed to find the cave. We might not even reach the mountain where the cave resides." A heavy silence fell upon the group. Qing's observation was accurate. Their speed was woefully inadequate, hampered by the relentless ambushes of the spirits surrounding them. The fog is too thick. We simply cannot move quickly. This cannot be blamed on us. Exactly, it's these spirits that are hindering our progress. Just look, in such a short time, I've sustained 3 more injuries. Then what do you propose we do? We genuinely cannot move any faster. Wang Shun and the others felt helpless, for they too wished to survive. Yet these elusive spirits offered no opportunity. Kong Wan remained silent. She too believed that as long as those spirits were present, swift progress was unattainable. If they wished to increase their speed, the most effective solution would be to eliminate those spirits. However, their scattered nature made it impossible to concentrate their efforts. Otherwise, Qing might indeed manage to dispatch them all in one go, allowing them to hasten their journey. Lost in thought, Qing suddenly interrupted the conversation. "I have a plan. It could expedite our pace, but I will need your cooperation." Wang Shun and the others exchanged glances, sensing that something unpleasant was about to unfold. "My plan is for you to draw the spirits together, and I will eliminate them all at once. This way we can quicken our pace." At this declaration, Number 5 immediately expressed discontent. "I knew you would consider us expendable." I refused to agree. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Hong also stepped forward to oppose the idea. "Indeed, we are already injured, and you want us to undertake such a perilous task? Isn't that a bit excessive?" Upon hearing their objections, Qing merely scoffed. "I must have overestimated your capabilities. If that is the case, let us consider it as though we have never collaborated." With that, he took Duda by the hand and turned to Kong Wan. "We shall proceed on our own. You will be responsible for luring the spirits, and I will handle their extermination." Kong Wan shuddered at his words, but eventually nodded. "All right." With that, Kong Wan followed Qing into the depths of the mist. As they watched the figures vanish into the mist, Wang Shun and his companions were engulfed in panic. What shall we do? Must we truly part ways with him? Damn it. Must we become cannon fodder to attract the malevolent spirits? Just yesterday, we fell victim to their schemes. Here they come again. How infuriating. If we do not follow him, we might as well resign ourselves to death. At that moment, Lu Hong interjected, "I believe it is best for us to cooperate with him. We simply need to exercise caution. Otherwise, we will have to rely solely on ourselves." Upon hearing Lu Hong's words, Wang Shun found them quite sensible and immediately turned to the other 3, suggesting, "Why don't we just agree? After all, he is the only one capable of vanquishing those evil spirits. What say you? The other three exchanged a few trivial remarks before ultimately nodding in agreement. Meanwhile ahead, Song Qing had dispatched several malevolent spirits and gestured towards a direction. Let us head over there for the time being. Throughout the journey, Kong Wan's mind was occupied with strategies on how to evade the spirits. Upon hearing Song Qing's suggestion, she momentarily froze, realizing she was about to become the bait. After silently reciting a few affirmations, Kong Wan approached Song Qing, declaring, "I am ready." Song Qing, taken aback, looked at her quizzically. Ready for what? This time, it was Kong Wan's turn to be bewildered. "Aren't you making me the bait?" Song Qing erupted in a laughter. "What a joke. I merely said that to them. You are not needed at all." Kong Wan gazed at him incredulously. "What? You had this planned all along? Why didn't you tell me sooner? You nearly scare me to death." Song Qing shrugged. "If I told you earlier, you wouldn't have been so nervous and frightened. But what if they don't come?" Kong Wan inquired, her concern evident. "Not come. Unless they are fools, they will undoubtedly show up." Witnessing Song Qing's inexplicable confidence, Kong Wan could only pout and wait patiently by his side. As expected, just a few minutes later, voices emerged from the mist. "Song Qing, where are you? We were wrong. We are willing to be the bait and cooperate with you. Please say something." Yes, yes. We truly understand our mistake and promise never to do it again. Just give us one more chance. We were simply frightened, but we have realized that to succeed, we must rely on you." Song Qing. Upon hearing the voices from the mist, Kong Wan was taken aback. Song Qing was right. They had indeed come back, even offering apologies. What an utter humiliation. She mused that if it were her, she would feel too embarrassed to return. Yet, these individuals had no shred of dignity left. Without further ado, Song Qing instructed them upon their arrival. "Follow my lead. You all must stick together. Remember, do not scatter, or if you get lost, it won't be my responsibility." As he spoke, he made his way towards Wang Shun and the others, as Wang Shun remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. Song Qing swiftly tore away a bandage from his body. The freshly dressed wound bled profusely once more, causing Wang Shun to grimace in agonizing cries. "Are you out of your mind? My wound isn't even healed yet. What are you doing?" The others looked on, perplexed by Song Qing's actions, suspecting it to be a deliberate act of revenge for Wang Shun's previous defiance. However, Song Qing paid no heed to their fury, reaching once again to tear away another bandaged area on his arm. In a matter of moments, all of Wang Shun's wounds lay exposed to the air, and the scent of blood soon permeated the surroundings. Kong Wan, standing nearby, quickly grasped Song Qing's intentions. Subsequently, Song Qing beckoned the others with a flick of his finger, urging them to come closer without delay. Trembling, they approached, and after a chorus of anguished screams, all their wounds miraculously healed, oozing fresh blood once again. The air was thick with the pungent aroma of blood. It was at this moment that Wang Shun and his companions finally comprehended Song Qing's motives. Song Qing rubbed his hands together and commanded, "Stand still and await my orders." Then, addressing Kong Wan, he instructed, "You must still possess those communication devices. Relay my intentions." Kong Wan offered no further protest, merely nodding as she regarded the pitiful expressions of Wang Shun and the others. "Brother Song Qing, you can't leave us in the lurch. We have already promised to provide you with the magic crystals." One of them exclaimed, "Indeed, we must hold true to our word. We are taking great risks to cooperate with you. You cannot simply abandon us." Another added, "Don't stray too far. I'm frightened." With a warm smile, Song Qing reassured them, "Rest assured, I will be right here to protect you. However, do exercise caution. There will be many malevolent spirits ahead." With that, he vanished into the mist alongside Dudu and Kong Wan, leaving Wang Shun and the others trembling in place. Minutes later, an eerie growl echoed through the fog. Wang Shun's lips quivered slightly as he warned everyone, "Be careful, they are coming." Lu Hong gripped his gun, his face etched with despair. "Listen, there are countless malevolent spirits." A piercing scream pierced the air. "Ah, the spirits are here." At that moment, Song Qing's voice crackled through their earpieces. "What are you still doing? Run." Chapter 76, How much longer will this take? I've been waiting for you all for quite some time. As Song Qing's voice echoed through the air, Wang Shun and his companions dashed away in haste. The metallic scent of blood clung to them, inciting the bloodthirsty, evil spirits lurking nearby. Within mere minutes, the number of these malevolent entities transformed from a handful to dozens, and as time progressed, their ranks continued to swell. Amidst the swirling mist, Song Qing, accompanied by Dudu and Kong Wan, sought refuge atop a towering tree. Though they could not see Wang Shun and the others, their anguished cries reverberated through the forest, each scream more heartrending than the last, suggesting their torment at the hands of the pursuing spirits. Kong Wan pressed her lips together, her feelings about Wang Shun and his group complex. Despite her mild disdain for them, the reality of their plight weighed heavily on her conscience. In a hushed voice, she inquired, "Are you truly considering feeding them to these spirits?" Startled by Kong Wan's question, Song Qing turned to regard her. "Why do you ask?" After a moment's hesitation, she gestured towards the dense foliage, saying, "Although I cannot see the spirits, I can certainly hear that their numbers must be vast." Song Qing chuckled lightly. "Fear not. They are my comrades. How could I possibly resort to such an act? Let's not be hasty. But, with so many spirits, how will we manage them later? That is not a concern for you. Just keep an eye on Dudu." Song Qing glanced at the time and addressed Dudu. "If we encounter any spirits, do you remember what to do?" Dudu nodded earnestly. "I remember, Daddy. You needn't worry about me. I can protect Auntie." A satisfied smile graced Song Qing's face. "That's splendid. Safeguard yourself and Auntie. Father will return shortly." Kong Wan, taken aback by the gravity of Song Qing's words, found herself momentarily bewildered. "What is happening? Did I mishear? You expect a 3- or 4-year-old girl to protect me? How can you say such a thing?" She tugged at Song Qing's sleeve, frustration evident in her gaze. "I will ensure your daughter is well cared for. You can trust me," emphasizing the word care. She aimed to convey that she would be the one looking after the child, not the other way around. With a charming smile, Song Qing replied, "Suit yourself. Just make sure to look after yourself as well." With that, he leaped away, vanishing into the branches above. Meanwhile, the forest continued to echo with the cries of despair. Wang Shun and his companions had been fleeing from the omnipresent spirits for half an hour, their stamina waning to the brink of exhaustion. Though they were enhanced individuals, their physical prowess far exceeding that of ordinary men, the combined effects of blood loss, unclear visibility, and the overwhelming number of spirits had resulted in a steep decline in their endurance. Finally, one member of the team collapsed to the ground, a gruesome bite marking his calf, a sight that was both horrific and disheartening. "It's over. It's all over. We've been played by Song Qing." He collapsed to the ground, wailing in despair. He orchestrated this charade to lure these malevolent spirits, all the while plotting to escape with his daughter and Kong Wan. Upon hearing this, the others suddenly halted in their tracks. This cannot be true. We had a pact with him. He would never betray us." "Huh? A pact? Pray tell, what realm are we in? Perhaps we should first consider how to survive." Damn it. We should have foreseen this. Our naivety has led us astray." The group was engulfed by hopelessness, standing in place as the chilling whispers of the encroaching spirits surrounded them. Unable to flee, Wang Shun declared, "If you wish to run, then do so." After speaking, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one for himself. Lu Hong cast a glance at Wang Shun, feeling a wave of frustration, and sat beside him, igniting a cigarette of his own. The other 3 soon followed suit, lighting their cigarettes and falling into a heavy silence. The sinister voices of the spirits echoed from all directions, like the haunting toll of a death knell. In that moment, tears streamed down Wang Shun's face, filled with unwillingness. Just then, a piercing scream from a distant spirit pierced through the air. Wang Shun froze, quickly wiping his eyes. "Did you hear that?" Lu Hong tossed his cigarette to the ground and called out towards the fog. "Brother Song Qing, are you here to rescue us?" Soon, the others joined in the call. At that moment, Song Qing surged into the ring of spirits like a war god. Utilizing his exceptional agility and formidable attack power, he deftly evaded the spirits' assaults, seeking opportunities to deliver fatal blows. Fortunately, these spirits were not of a particularly high level, though slightly stronger than those encountered in the forest, hovering around levels 50 to 60. Despite Song Qing being only in his 40s, his remarkable agility and swift movements allowed him to confront these spirits with ease. The system's notification chimes resonated in his mind, marking his gradual ascension in levels. Following the voices of Wang Shun and the others, Song Qing fought his way through. Upon seeing their battered forms, he swiftly tossed a vial of medicine at them. "You have 30 seconds to apply the salve, then leave this place." The sight of Song Qing stirred a torrent of emotions in Wang Shun and the others, tears welling in their eyes. "I thought you had truly abandoned us," Wang Shun cried, feeling an overwhelming sense of homesickness in that moment of despair. Just when he had lost all hope, Song Qing appeared, a veritable warrior. The others, too, appeared quite beleaguered, hurriedly applying the medicine to their wounds. Wang Shun, wanting to say more to Song Qing, found that he had already plunged back into the mist. "Vanquishing the spirits. Continue along the path I just traversed." The voice of Song Qing emerged from the mist, and upon hearing it, Wang Shun and his companions exchanged glances before hastily fleeing. As they retraced their steps to the location where Song Qing had appeared, they stumbled upon a ground strewn with the corpses of malevolent spirits. Strikingly, these bodies bore no signs of disturbance, suggesting the presence of magic crystals. The sight of this spectacle caused the group to swallow hard. "Perhaps we could take a little less?" Number 5 could not contain the thought. Consequently, the group immediately began to scramble for the magic crystals, even forgetting the warnings imparted by Song Qing moments earlier. In no time, they had thoroughly searched the surrounding bodies of the malevolent spirits. Their pockets were brimming with crystals, a bounty they had never before encountered. The earlier scene of despair faded from their minds, overshadowed by their newfound fortune. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid shall starve. Song Qing hardly had the time to concern himself with us. "I shall remain." Number 5's eyes glistened with fervor as he gazed at the other 4. Lu Hong promptly nodded in agreement. "I too shall stay. Such an opportunity is surely a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence." Wang Shun, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he patted the crystals in his pocket, was ultimately swayed by the determination of the others and reluctantly followed suit. Time became an indistinct blur as their pockets filled to capacity with magic crystals. Lu Hong even resorted to removing his garment, fashioning it into a makeshift sack to carry the crystals. The area around them lay barren of the malevolent spirit's remains, and Wang Shun and his companions had amassed an impressive fortune. "I believe I have gathered enough magic crystals for a second enhancement. I shall cease my efforts." Number 5's face radiated excitement as he fondled his bulging pockets. Wang Shun mirrored his delight. "I too have more than enough. I shall stop before it becomes a liability." Subsequently, the other 3 echoed their sentiments, agreeing it was time to retreat. However, as they ventured a short distance, a familiar figure emerged from the dense fog ahead. "Have you finished already? Come, there are still some malevolent spirits' bodies left. Let us clear them out together." Upon seeing Song Qing, a chill of dread washed over the group.